From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy live. Bobby on his way to Indianapolis in about 30 minutes in the car. 12-and-a-half-hour drive in front of him. We got Peyton and Ryan firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we're going to try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible.
It's apparent that he does nothing before 6 a.m. Like he won't come in here before 6 a.m. He won't get in the car to head to Indianapolis before 6 a.m.
Yeah.
That's just like he doesn't believe in doing anything between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 and 6 a.m.
Do you believe or think that last night's group charity dinner for Jared Sandler's Sandlot will affect his departure time?
Well, it affected mine.
How so?
Well, I was tired as hell. I woke up during REM sleep today.
I did too.
Oh, I was so groggy.
I was up at like 3, and I couldn't really go back to sleep. I've been up basically since 3.
Oh, really? Okay.
I was tired. I felt comfortable, but my mind, man, it's starting to get in my head. I feel like when I'm laying on my right side, my brain goes and thinks. And then when I turn to my left side, it shuts off. I'm like, is there something about, right side, left side?
Interesting.
It's probably way more stupid than interesting, but I appreciate you humoring me.
No, I have no idea. I've never heard of such a thing. Let's test it out.
I think a lot when I'm on the right side, then I switch on over, but I have been up and stirring since 3, even though we got back last night at around 10 o'clock from Knife and Plano.
It's I was in bed shortly after getting home. Right, I didn't stay up very much later. But your circadian clock. I definitely woke up and interrupted REM sleep, and I just got up, looked around with my eyes closed. Have you ever looked around with your eyes closed? You're like, what? Your eyes are still shut, so you're not looking at anything, but your head's going around like Stevie Wonder kind of thing.
Yeah,
and I couldn't wake up.
That's why I despise. I don't know how you do it so much. I despise going out during the course of the week. I hate it. It throws me off. I feel like all my work has to get done like at 4:45, 4:30 p.m. You're getting back late. I feel like I was just in my car like 2 hours ago, and I'm sitting here driving in. And here we are bitching and crying, and Pepe was probably in at 3:30 like normal.
Yeah, I think I woke up twice last night. I went home and just showered and then straight to bed. I told Mackenzie, I said,
you showered?
I did shower. I had to. I got to shower before bed because I'm not a shower before, like during the day kind of guy.
Yeah.
So, like not in the morning. I got to shower before bed. Even if I get home, I could get home at 1 a.m. After a Cowboys game. I'll shower.
You won't go a day without showering.
Right, unless you have to out.
Unless what?
Unless the water heater's out, like it's been. But
that's right.
But yeah, if I'm showering that day, it's not at the beginning of the day; it's at the end of the day.
Oh, okay.
I'll go through my whole day and everything, and then I'll shower.
Last night was a fantastic time, though. You could not have picked two more entertaining and cooler Tolos. Justin and Emily Pate won the charity auction to go to dinner with us.
Yeah, they were awesome. It was like you could get in that situation. You could get anybody.
That's what Amanda always texts me. She's like, "How are they? How are the listeners?"
Yeah, you can get anybody. They could not talk. They could expect you to be a show pony.
Yeah,
out there, or just be very awkward.
We had like a 3.5-hour dinner. He busted my balls when he walked in. He goes, Justin goes, so are you you're the reason that we're eating at 6? Imagine we started that thing at 7.
Oh God, we'd still be out there.
We'd still be
there. Yeah, because generally, dinners with when if you don't know the person, I mean, it could be an hour, in and out of there. But at a steakhouse, they slow things down anyway.
Right. Well, they wanted to take the order all at once. I hate that, though. I'm like, no, I don't want to feel rushed. I always feel, I don't want the appetizer to be put down and then 3 minutes later the entrees to put down. I do not like that. I space it out, time it out. But these two were awesome. Emily ended up being like the top Tolo at the table. She was saying things that like Orange Magic. She was referencing that, and Justin's like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" He's diehard morning show, and then he goes to work with construction. But she was impressive with the knowledge.
Very, very impressive. We're gonna get him out to the house. He's gonna blow out that wall.
Yeah, I heard this.
He's gonna blow out that wall. We got to remodel. That bathroom's not gonna work long term. It's not gonna work. Too small.
I told him, I said, don't give RJ too much of an inch because he'll take a mile on you. As soon as he heard construction, bam, RJ signed him up for a deal to go ahead and work on his house.
Listen, I need more closet space. I need a bigger. We don't have a single drawer. Not a single drawer in the master bathroom. Not a drawer.
A drawer?
We don't have a drawer.
You don't have a drawer? How is that?
Who knows? Some idiot designed that bathroom.
So you have like all your razors and your toothbrush, everything is just on the counter. All her stuff, all her makeup, all her products.
We have a big. She has like a big, like kind of like a makeup chest.
Yeah, on
the counter. That she has all that stuff in there, but most of it's underneath in the cabinets. So we have cabinets, but no drawers. We need a drawer.
Pepe, what stood out to you from last night? Knife in Plano, our first formal dinner with Peyton in his vest.
Well, I had never had bone marrow before, so that was impressive. That's an all-time favorite right there. Yeah, I mean,
guys, the guys' side of the table, you guys went soft on the bacon consumption.
Well, Bobby didn't eat any of it. It was me, and then RJ had to come over and help me out. I was trying to be polite and like eating, a couple pieces here and there. And Bobby didn't touch the bacon
or the meatballs. He's like, I didn't realize the meatballs are on the table.
Yeah,
I'm like, the meatballs are sitting here on the table. And Bobby did not end up acting a fool like he normally does. Very proud of him. He did guzzle down a Moscow Mule. He's like, do you guys have a second straw? I've never heard of a man. I've never heard of anyone, really, ask for a second straw so he could chug it faster. It's just not going down as quickly as I want. It's not going down. He did pull a stunt at the bar that has screwed me over with Sandler. When Jared joins us at 8 o'clock, it may get a little bit awkward. But people were pointing out your cowboy hat, Peyton's vest. Bobby did dress up. No hat, no sweatshirt. So it was a victory from that standpoint.
It was a victory. Peyton's vest is it's a good look. I don't know. The cowboy hat is just, people say you got to take it off of the table. Where am I going to put it? Lay it on the table?
Did you drive with it on? You put it on the passenger seat.
I put it on the passenger seat.
Yeah. The group shot is on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Make fun of us and break it down. That's Peyton, Choppy, Justin, Emily, myself, and Roberto.
Yeah.
But food was really, really good.
Very good.
Right?
Very good.
I didn't think everyone was going to sit there. I'm like, all right, I never want people to get dessert so I can get up out of there. And everyone got dessert. The desserts looked immaculate.
And they weren't too big.
Yeah.
I don't want you could get like a great dessert where it's shareable for the table and you get a big giant piece of cake or whatever. These are very, very small, which is perfect for individuals.
And then
Peyton didn't eat it.
Some people had dessert after the meal, as Emily, both, I knew instantly I was going to like these two. They both were trained as chefs. So they both had a cooking background. She was from Delaware, so I knew I could talk about, other white trash things with her being from Maryland. And at the end of the meal, they bring out this Dallas Cowboy bag, and she's like, I know this might be a little corny, but I want you all to each take one of these. She made us individual coffee cakes. Choppy goes, oh, I love coffee cake.
Who doesn't?
I love coffee cake. And Bobby, late last night, sent me the text. He goes, oh, this coffee cake is good.
Oh, my God.
Did you try it already?
No, I've not.
Yeah. Oh.
I imagine how good it is, but I can't believe he ate some last night.
Well, he didn't
after that meal we had.
He didn't eat dessert, though, at the table.
That's fair.
He did not eat dessert, and he went home and devoured the coffee cake that she made special for us. But they were really, really cool. I would go out to dinner with them
100%.
Anytime, all over again. And then
as long as he helps me with the bathroom.
That's his fake laugh, Justin. You better help with that bathroom for real. 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Happy Friday to y'all. We'll get you an NFL Combine update. Who else are the Cowboys meeting with? We have the Dallas Stars, though, to talk about. And my boy, the guy that I made famous because of my excellent pronunciations, gets it done again last night. We'll take you to the Stars on the ice, the updates from the Combine in Indianapolis, and, of course, what's going on with the World Champs in Surprise, the Friday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag. Robertson, centering pass, and went past Hits at the point. Low bouncing shot, they score. Pavelski, 2-0.
How on earth could you play any other clip other than my boy, Logan Stankoven, getting it done last night again for the Dallas Stars in the 4-1 win over Winnipeg?
Well, it was a bad call. There was no Stankoven mentioned in the call by Winnipeg TV, so I was very disappointed.
Did they say Stank-Assin?
No, they just said pass, scored, 3-0.
The kid scores in his third straight game as the Stars. Man, this finally feels like a really, really, really nice win. This one over the Jets, who have 37 wins on the season.
Yeah, Winnipeg is a pretty good team, and they had won 4 straight going in. They had been a team that was at or near the top of the Central Division for the last several weeks. They had pulled tide. It's a dog race right now. All 3 teams just decided by 2 points in the Central, along with Colorado, Winnipeg, and the Stars. The Nashville's a bit further back, but this is a good win because now it gets a little bit easier. The schedule starts to get a little bit easier. You got back-to-backs with San Jose. I'll be there tomorrow night, Sean.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you got Anaheim, Young, the Kings, who had a really tough stretch during this season. So it's a little bit of a break here. You can breathe. You can breathe a little bit.
So Pete DeBoer said he was worried about their energy, but the trade energized the group. Of course, they pull off the deal with Calgary, but Tanev apparently has to work through the process of obtaining a visa before he can join them, probably next week when they head to California for 3 games.
Hang on. He's in the NHL. The NHL plays on multiple countries. All right. How does he need a visa? What?
Ottinger, by the way, owns Winnipeg. 5-0-1 in 6 games against them. He had 25 saves for his 100th win in 177 career regular season games. So Joe Pavelski also adding, as you heard, on Jets TV, and the Stars get the nice W 4-1. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby is on his way to Indianapolis for the 12.5-hour drive to go hang around the bar scene at the NFL Combine. Greatest current nickname in sports coming out yesterday in college basketball?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
So good.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Not Kareem.
No, not Kareem.
Kareem.
Just cream.
White, pasty.
Pasty.
Yeah.
White. So this is so Indiana State every 45 years or so will get an absolutely dominant basketball player that looks like they have absolutely no business playing the sport.
Yeah.
This is Robbie Avila. And he had, against Evansville, he had 35. By the way, Evansville is a team, they used to wear sleeves on their jersey. These were like T-shirt jerseys. Very strange in basketball.
A little restrictive.
Yeah. 35 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 58% from the field. And he is rec specs.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got these goofy glasses. He's got this I'm from West Virginia tattoo on his arm.
Sounds about white.
This is random one-off tattoo.
Is it really? I'm from West Virginia.
No, but it looks right. It's just like that random one-off tattoo that just comes out of nowhere.
Got the Dane Dunning glasses.
Yeah, you don't have like the sleeve. It's just the one shot here. And
I don't know if he can dunk.
I don't think he can.
He's the center.
He is 6'10".
Yeah.
So I would hope he can.
Right.
He's 6'10", 240.
I know he can dunk a donut.
Yeah, he is he's stronger than you know what. He's a smart basketball player.
Oh.
Very slow. Very slow of foot.
Yeah.
But
Kareem
Abdul-Jabbar is his nickname. Just shut it down.
That's good.
You can't give a nickname ever again. Nothing could come of this. You cannot give anybody a nickname for the rest of time.
Speaking of shutting it down, Wendy's got shut down. Maybe by us. When we talked about this story a couple of days ago, that they were experimenting with surge pricing to jack up their menu prices on you at dinner tonight. Friday, you've been working all week. You don't want to sit there and cook. You want to pick up 5-piece and spicy nuggets, chicken sandwich, some chili, a Frosty, and all of a sudden the price goes higher. Well, they felt the backlash.
They scrambled. They're clarifying this.
Yeah.
They did the SEC situation here. The SEC does this all the time with college coaches. They'll float a name out there to the media. Just going to float Greg Schiano might be the coach here at Tennessee. Going to float that name out there. Backlash. Nah, he was never going to do it.
Right.
Same thing happened with A&M. They float Mike Stoops' name, or Mark. He's one of the two, Mark or Mike, whoever the Kentucky guy is. I'm going to float his name out there. Backlash. No, we were just kidding. We were going to do that one. And this is the same thing. And now, Kirk Tanner. How do you have a CEO named Kirk? If you're something like that.
What was the show that he was on? Kirk Cameron?
Kirk Cameron. It was Growing Pains, right? So he said that, we're not really going to do this. We're not going to do this. He's like, we will not implement surge pricing, which is the practice of raising prices, nor do we plan to implement that practice. We didn't even use that phrase. They're just lying to you now.
They're lying. They're lying because apparently during a portion of the investors' call, they talked about this. They're like, look, we have digital boards. So we don't have to have someone go out and change it at like 5 p.m., like $1 extra or $2. We'll just change it on the digital board. And they released a statement saying, no. It was never going to happen. They got misreported. So they brought that back.
Misreported. And also,
win for the people.
It's a win for the people. Now, also, this happens too. Today, Burger King.
Today, Junior.
Today, Burger King is going to be offering, with the purchase of $3 or more through the offers tab on the mobile app, you can get a free Whopper at Burger King.
Today?
Just because of this.
A free Whopper?
A free Whopper.
Ooh.
Yep.
All right, I'm in.
Now, what do I have to get on top of it? I can't just pull up and say, give me a Whopper and then drive through, right? Do I have to get some fries? Do I have to get a small drink?
Here is the official.
There's got to be a catch.
It's the official tweet/promotion. Free Whopper or Impossible Burger. Actually, here we go. No urge to surge. Free Whopper. With a purchase of $3 or more. All you do is buy a $3 purchase.
Yeah, there it is.
At participating U.S. Burger King restaurants, only on the BK app. You got to use the app. But
no.
You don't use. Are you not an app orderer? You go to like Chick-fil-A?
I don't have the Burger King app. I'm not downloading a bunch of apps. Like every other week, I have to get rid of an app for my phone storage to increase. I got so much crap on here.
Yeah, I get the 256.
What is that?
That's
gigabytes.
The bigger one.
Yeah, I'm not downloading the Burger King app. I'm not going to get another $3 thing, and then I'll want to drink. You're making it too difficult for me. You're making it too good. Hey. No. Are you? You're gonna do it? What fast food apps do you have on your phone? I had the Chick-fil-A once for Ollie's party. Awesome, efficient, it worked, but I don't have any fast food apps on my phone. You have Starbucks, probably.
I have Starbucks.
All right.
I used to have Chick-fil-A. I don't know if I still do it.
You have nothing.
Let me look it up real quick.
Peyton, do you have any fast food apps?
Oh yeah, I got Chick-fil-A. Whataburger has a lot of good rewards. I have the Domino's app, free pizza, and then I have Dunkin' as well.
Wow. Where's there a Dunkin' near you?
There's a couple. There's one north and one south of me. So,
really?
Yeah, there's a Starbucks closer, so I usually hit up that first. But if I'm traveling, over to the parents' house, there's a Dunkin' right there.
I lived here 13 years, man. I had no Dunkin' Donuts near me.
Really?
Not one. Go inside Love Field.
I love it.
In order oh yeah, I'll take Dunkin' over Starbucks.
See, I got
shout out Jerry.
I got Potbelly. I got Jimmy John's.
Oh.
I got Starbucks. I have the Whataburger app.
Holy mackerel! Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
no Burger King, no McDonald's, nothing.
You gonna hit this up today?
Man, I haven't had a Burger King in forever.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Smells great. Makes you feel like they're flame broiling it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this: they brought back their old logo. I kind of like it.
We'll get it today.
They got rid of that sort of sideways Burger King logo, and they went back to the more standard 1980s logo. I think it looks good. I think BK is making a comeback, man.
Peyton, you gonna pick it up?
I don't think so. There's a bunch of other fast food places I can get a good burger at. That is the Whopper even good? I feel like it's
very good.
Is it? And better than Whataburger? Better than?
It's totally different.
It's got to be done. How's it totally different?
Wendy's has a good burger
too.
Should
be kind of the same. It's totally different. It's apples and oranges.
Yeah, here's how it's different. Okay, than Whataburger.
All right.
Now it may not be as good tasting, but by the time you get your Burger King burger and eat it,
Yeah.
you're still waiting for your Whataburger to be ready.
That's a good point. Very good point. All right. Is Kyrie Irving trying out for the NFL draft? The Texas Tech Red Raider that took over the combine. How is Tom Brady doing this versus when he was actually drafted? And Mel Kiper Jr. with the latest Dallas Cowboy. That's all next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Honesty. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are live at the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And even when he is not scheduled to work, Roberto Belt makes an impact at 6 o'clock like he normally does when he comes in here 30 minutes late. Because, Peyton, have you seen this on the phone already?
Oh, yeah.
Text message 2 minutes ago from Bobby. He's supposed to be leaving right now for the 12 and a half. I know what's going to happen here. He's going to end up eating all this money for the hotel. I guess that's all that he would eat. Because he ate last night with us, and he texted at 5:59. I haven't even left yet. I've thrown up 4 times already. I've been throwing up since 4:30 a.m. So that's Bobby, who a couple of days ago talked about getting sick, possibly. He's like,
Mom will see you soon.
I think I might be getting sick. And apparently he's been throwing up, he says, for the past 90 minutes. So Bobby drama starting off a Friday morning.
He didn't eat anything. He ate the steak. He didn't try the bacon, nothing. He didn't eat anything there.
It's right. It was pre-cut steak. Remember that? It was pre-cut. He ordered the pre-cut steak, which is very, very odd. Now you said he
ordered the strip,
right? Yeah. Now you said Peyton.
Well, why did it come pre-cut?
I don't know.
It looked phenomenal.
It looked very good. Now you said Peyton he ordered a raw steak. How did you order your?
That was a joke. It was just a joke. Yeah, because Bobby's more, he's picky about his food. So it's like he should have just got it well done, cooked all the way through.
He thought every steak on there was a fillet. He's like, sure, whatever. Like,
I thought that was a bit, but that was.
He's an idiot.
So.
Yeah,
he's a hot mess moron.
He is a mess.
That's what he is. But why did the steak come sliced?
That I don't know.
He didn't ask for it cut.
No,
did he?
I don't think so.
It looked really seriously. If y'all know, like, Guga Foods or picanha, like with the fat cap on the end, I thought he ordered picanha, like the sirloin cap, because this New York strip came out like that with the fat caps on the end.
The only steak I've ever ordered that came pre-cut was at Town Hearth, and it was that like
if it's a monster ribeye,
big giant
they
steak,
spread it to the table.
Yeah, they spread it out.
And Ryan has it on the fan cam right now.
Oh man, how did you get that? How did you get that shot?
He's quick, man.
I think Ryan has bugged all of our phones.
He was there. He was probably there. He was so petty not getting invited. He was sitting in the corner.
Ryan,
watching.
I did think of you last time. I wish Ryan was here. I wish Ryan was here in place of Peyton. But look at that. I'm just kidding. You didn't even. The joke went over the head. You didn't even respond to it.
Oh.
Look at that char. Look at the salt. Look at the fat. He did not eat the bacon appetizer. I think he had a meatball. You guys had mac and cheese on your end of the table. Did he not?
Potatoes.
Mashed potatoes. We had Brussels sprouts. We had cauliflower. We had onion rings. We all ate the same stuff.
Now, I did not try the onion rings.
Yeah, I don't think you can get sick off onion rings.
Or the mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes were fantastic.
That's more of a principle thing because they were pureed, and my dad can only eat pureed food. It's
scarred.
Scarred.
Yeah.
I'm scarred. I've seen too many.
No applesauce for you.
I've seen too many, senile old people with pureed food all over their face because they can't reach their mouth because they're in this nursing home. And I'm just disgusted, but I can't eat it.
Is it possible that he did not eat enough to put in his system with the drinks? He didn't go crazy drinking. Look, I don't even know why we're talking about this much. It's a waste of freaking time. He's got mental issues. That's what it is. The guy's mixed up in the head. He thinks something is always happening, always taking place. He started thinking 3 days ago that he was going to be ill and sick. So now it's definitely in his head.
It's in his head. It's in his head. This is what happens. And now here he is throwing up instead of being on the road. I tried to get him a flight yesterday. I tried to see if he could get a flight. We couldn't find one.
We said it was $1,000.
$1,000. $1,000 to get to Indianapolis today, just today. We booked it last night. So
will he make it to Indianapolis? Will he drive to Indy? Or what time? Okay, this 12 hours.
If it's just vomiting, then yes. If it's diarrhea, then you can't leave. Vomiting, you can just pull over and just open the door and throw up. Diarrhea, that's a little bit more difficult. I mean, you're gonna get mess everywhere.
I think he'll leave at 8 or 8:30 because what he really wants to do is meet up with his contacts at the steakhouses and the bar. So I think he leaves at 8:30. He gets to Indy. Although, will that mean like 9:30 with a time change? And then he walks right in. He parks and he walks right into the bar, and then bam, goes and crashes. That's what I predict he does. He drives and arrives to Indianapolis at 9 or 9:30 local time.
Yeah, he'll get there today. He'll get there. It's going to be a 12-hour drive. He'll speed. He'll make up 45 minutes to an hour. There's not much time. Not much you can do with time.
He might just cancel and be in here on Monday working.
I mean, why not? If you're not going to be able to get there today,
I'll take a day off.
What's the point?
So,
save your day ooff.
There's Bobby being a drama king already after our dinner at night.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Okay, the story from the Combine, day one, Caleb Williams, man. Caleb Williams is believed to be the first player to ever attend a scouting combine, and he's not taking part in the medicals. He's not going to do the medical testing. He said he'll do the medicals when he meets with individual teams later in the pre-draft process. So we have Marvin Harrison. We have others saying, I'm not showing up, I'm not doing this stuff. And now you have Caleb Williams not doing the medicals in Indy.
Let me ask you this. Is it just one medical in Indy? I assume you do one medical, right? Why would you not just do one, get it over with, as opposed to doing it with individual teams?
Are you hiding something?
Yeah, it makes
Is there
doesn't
an
make any
injury
sense.
issue with Caleb?
These kids today, they just don't get it. They don't get it. But
or is he skipping something that doesn't need to be done? Right? I agree with Marvin Harrison. Don't go work out. Who gives a crap? I agree with some of these quarterbacks. Don't throw.
Yeah, I'm fine
Who gives
with
a crap?
Medicals, I think medicals you got to do.
But he's eventually going to do it.
Yes.
If he's eventually going to do it, doesn't matter. He was scheduled to meet with 8 teams: the Bears, Commanders, Raiders, Vikings, Falcons, Patriots, Jets, and Giants. That's according to CBS. Met with the Bears on Wednesday night. Look, every single thing other than watching his freakish ability tells me not to draft him one. Issue after issue after issue after issue is all lining up in the wrong category. That's for me. The maturation, the nails, the lack of leadership, going up and hugging mommy in the stands, not winning at USC. Somehow Lincoln Riley on the hot seat, this offensive genius, not doing the medicals. Every single thing is lining up in the wrong category to make him the face of your franchise. It's just a matter of whether it's overblown and whether you can overlook what he does on the field, sometimes looking like mini Mahomes.
There were reports that his dad is more like his business manager than his dad, that this whole thing was planned from the start.
Sounding like Kyler, man. It's sounding a lot like Kyler.
And LeVar, a little bit.
LeVar Ball.
Where it's more business manager than dad. Now, listen, I'll tell you this. Like, there comes a point where, now, yes, your kid always needs their dad. They always do. But they also need a business manager they could trust. And maybe he views it as like, maybe they're just not trustworthy people. And there's plenty of people out there that have shown that you should trust nobody. Sometimes even not even trust your family. But like, I get it. Like, from his standpoint, if he's like, I want to make sure that my kid's got nobody that is going to be, steering him wrong. I'm the only one that's best interest at heart, yada, yada, yada. Fine, whatever. But, Caleb has already made $10 million.
NIL.
There's reports that he made about $10 million over his 2 years at USC. To the point where teammates were saying, we didn't have a teammate, we had an NFL quarterback. And it was very different. And I can only imagine how difficult that is to coach at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
Where you've got a kid making $10 million. I mean, he had a high-rise flat in L.A. Like, what college kid has that, right? Reggie Bush didn't even have that.
Yeah.
So it's just, it was a wild situation that happened over the last couple of years at USC.
And you add all this up. This is the real reason I wish Bobby was working today, because now we have something to judge for years to come. Bobby's enemy, Dan Orlovsky, went on ESPN and he gave his opinion as to who should go number 1.
I thought that Caleb Williams was a lock at number 1 because I thought Drake May would be the guy. I was wrong in that. Jaden Daniels should be the guy. If I were the Chicago Bears right now, I would take Jaden Daniels out of LSU. That is not a knock on Caleb Williams. That is a plus in Jaden Daniels. I think, number 1, when you watch all these guys play, the best thrower, the best guy against man coverage, ball placement-wise, is Jaden Daniels. Number 2, when we're talking about explosive play, like guys who have to throw the ball downfield, what does it look like? Jaden Daniels throws the ball best downfield. And then number 3, who's got the best pocket piece? When I say piece, it's P-E-A-C-E. All these guys are athletic. It's no longer like this plus. Every one of these guys has that attribute. The patience and the peace within the pocket, he's the best at. Candidly, I think when it comes to what guy had the best game, none of these guys' games compared to Jaden Daniels against Florida. If you just watch that player versus the University of Florida, you would go, that's the best player in college football, and he's going to be the guy that transfers the best into the NFL. Caleb Williams is fantastic. I think Jaden Daniels is better.
Woo!
All right.
I love it because Jaden Daniels is the one that Bobby has put his Lamar Jackson hate on. So we got Orlovsky versus Bobby 2024 round 1. I love it.
There you go. That's the easy way to go right now. But
I am rooting so much for Jaden Daniels right now.
to go number 1 or just rooting in general?
From
To go to-
105.3.
To go to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I want him to go to the Hall of Fame to make Bobby look stupid.
It's, look, first of all, there's no wrong answer here at this moment.
Well,
Like,
there will be one.
There will be one, but like today, there's no wrong answer. Like it's just nobody knows about these guys. Nobody knows who's going to fit in better in the NFL. Nobody knows who's going to, be a better decision maker at the position. I mean, you draft, you do the best you can with the information you have, and then you make the best pick, and then you don't fret about it. And then if it doesn't work, you're fired, but the owner is going to try again. Like that's kind of the way it's going to work, and that's just the reality of the NFL. I have no idea if Jaden Daniels is going to be the best. This is not the first person I've heard say this. There's been a groundswell of Jaden Daniels or support / Caleb Williams detraction over the last couple of weeks, but that's going to happen and it's going to get more and more. I bet you by the end of this, people are going to talk themselves into having somebody else be picked number 1.
Yep.
Or close to it. I mean, remember, they discussed Ryan Leaf over Peyton Manning.
Yep.
This is not the first. This is not the last. It's going to happen again.
The story before Caleb Williams' medicals that took over came from Lubbock. Texas Tech DB Taylor Owens says he does not believe in outer space and other planets. He also says that flat earth theorists make some valid points. So while I'm getting a Jaden Daniels jersey to prove Bobby wrong, Derek Collin is out getting a Taylor Owens jersey right now.
Okay.
By the way, NFL Combine, fix your damn audio. This kid is standing up there at a podium with a microphone in front of him. This audio is horrible. We can't even play it. What are you doing, NFL? Fix your audio. TMP, come on.
Yeah.
RIP TMP. I need my boy Teddy on this.
All right, so I'm just going to go on a limb here. Tyler Owens doesn't believe this. He's just trying to make a name for himself.
Oh.
Like, you can believe in the flat earth thing if you want to, whatever. Whatever.
You can't believe that.
You can, but you can't, right? Whatever. You don't believe in that? Fine. I don't care. You don't want to believe in aliens? Fine. You cannot believe that there is no existence of other planets. I mean, dude, you're in Lubbock.
I'm dumbfounded.
You go 4 miles out of that city, and you can see literally every star in the in the solar system. You can literally see the other planets. You can see them. They're there. To say you don't believe in planets? Nah, you can't. You can't go there. But this is the internet world we live in, man. This is how you have people who say that pigeons don't exist and aren't real. Because
pigeons? Man, last night RJ listed off some other conspiracy theories. Man, that took up a lot of dinner conversation.
The theory with pigeons is that there's never been. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
No.
There you go. They're just there. They're just there. They're just like
they come out.
They come out. Like, right. No one's ever seen it. That's the theory. This is how you get people on the internets saying that Kate Middleton is missing. She's not recovering from abdominal surgery. She's flat out missing. This is what happens when you allow people to get on the internet. You know, back when we just read newspapers and books, you didn't have these kind of crazy theories.
But were we dumb? Were we numb to it?
Well,
we're being tricked by the government.
This sounds like we're pretty dumb. That there's no planets.
Now, when you hear Derek Holland talk about all this, are you convinced whatsoever?
Convinced that he might be onto something?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to say anything bad about Derek because my kids need new gloves. So I'm not going to say anything bad about him. But I respectfully disagree with Derek's assessment on aliens and on flat Earth and the moon landing.
All right, so there it is. That's your day one recap of the Combine in Indianapolis. Let's see if Bobby makes it while throwing up. Let's see. Probably was not food. See, I told you. Try to smear the great name of John Tazar.
Thermometer.
The thermometer says 101.6. I told you a couple days ago he was going to let it get in his head that he was getting physically ill and getting sick. 101.6 on the thermometer.
That's not that bad.
That sounds like he's going to bail. That sounds like he's not going to be making the trip.
All right.
That's what I feel like.
All right, Robert. That means you're back here on Monday.
Yeah, but the shocking thing is that you miss Bobby this much. Wow. What a kumbaya.
Well, see, it's
just
like,
means you have to talk less. And you have to talk more now without him here.
Well, yeah, that, but also like I feel like Bobby, like you get more mad at him. So it takes a lot of the way from me. So it's just he's a buffer.
What does Chris Young say about those who think the Rangers are satisfied with one and done? Hear from the World Series winning GM on the home of the Rangers next.
But let's get you over.
Out to the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is out today and Monday. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And of course, the guys have been in surprise with all the interviews at the site of the Rangers spring training in Arizona. And yesterday, the G-Bag Nation caught up with Chris Young, general manager, who was asked a number of different questions, including, you guys kind of satisfied one and done? You know, are we in that sports championship tier of conversation? Like when the Yankees win, when the Lakers win, at least back in the day, it was like, okay, you have to win it all next year.
Every year.
Yeah. When you get like kind of a surprising title and you're not a heavyweight in the sport, is it okay? It's like you got your little cute championship. You had your once-in-a-lifetime run. Good for you, pat on the back. That's where I feel like the Rangers are. That's how I feel like the Rangers are looked at.
Well, I mean, look, it happened with it happened with Toronto or Milwaukee. Or shoot, it happened with the Mavericks.
Yes.
And they won. Now, you know, Milwaukee still has arguably the best player on the planet. So they're always a contender, but they're not really a contender every year. Like they don't win every year. You wonder, was it the same with Denver? I think Denver's got some staying power in the NBA. But yeah, I don't foresee the sport has not taken to the Rangers the way they've taken to maybe the Astros even. Because the Astros were young and they were set up for long term. The Rangers maybe a little bit older. They've got a lot of injuries, especially their starting rotation. Like, think about it, though. Think of how much differently the perception of this team would be right now if DeGrom and Scherzer were healthy, okay, ready to go.
And Montgomery.
And Montgomery was signed. And Seager didn't have surgery in the offseason. Like, just think of how much different we would be looking at this season going into it. Because let's be fair, you know, the way the team is today, it isn't close to the team we're going to see in June. And it's not close to the team we're going to see in August. Hopefully it's not close to the team we're going to see in October. Like, if they get all those guys back, and I think that DeGrom pitching this year is more on the pipe dream side than the expectation. But let's just say DeGrom is ready to go for October. I mean, how do you not put this team as the favorites again?
Nathan Eovaldi looked sharp in his 2 innings yesterday, did not allow a base runner, struck out 4, 2 swinging, 2 looking, and was 95-97 on the gun, according to Sean McFarland from the Dallas Morning News. He got Joey Ortiz swinging with an 89-mile-per-hour cutter to end the second. The Rangers beat the Brewers 7-5. They've won 4 straight. So the Rangers right now on fire. Must be the lucky pants from Matt Hicks that he talked about yesterday on G-Bag. Also on G-Bag, Chris Young saying we're not satisfied with one.
I am very grateful for everything that we accomplished last year, and yes, thrilled, but I don't want to sound content or complacent, and I think that's the characteristic of successful organizations, is that they don't rest on their laurels. They come back and they find a way to win again, and it may mean a championship, it may not. It's going to be super hard, I get it, but this team wants to continue winning. They don't want to do it one time. They want to continue winning, and I think that's the goal of our organization, is to be continuously successful and do this year over year, because that's what the best organizations do, and we want to be one of the best.
There is zero doubt in my mind that Chris Young wants a lot more. This guy, I think, is a dog, to the point where I heard some stories last year that I was a little concerned that Chris was like a little too intense, a little too overbearing. I'd rather you be a little bit more intense than not care. The question is going to be whether management lets him. The question is, ownership. The question is going to be whether Ray Davis and this TV stuff stops becoming a factor, or will it be a convenient excuse to just freeze up and not spend more money and don't go re-sign Jordan Montgomery and don't add. So it's not a question of CY. It's a question of upstairs above him. What about the target on the back? Does Chris Young believes there's a big bullseye on the back of that Ranger jersey?
You know, I've been asked that a few times this spring, and really, I think just given the makeup of our group, we don't feel like the hunted. We don't feel like we have to do anything different in terms of what we did last year. We know we're a good baseball team. We go out and play our style of baseball, and I don't think, that's for really external pressures, I think, that really don't factor into our group. We just want to play good baseball, inning by inning over the course of the season, and we believe if we do that, things will take care of itself.
All right, Ryan, freeze the fan cam if you can. You're a stud. What a beast. We need to take Ryan out to his own steak dinner. How tall is Eric Chiafalo, RJ? I'm going to draw your attention to the fan cam.
6'2".
Look at Eric Chiafalo behind Chris Young in that shot. Now, I know that he's behind him.
He's mean-mugging him.
Yeah,
No. I'm just saying, look at the size difference. Look at that.
It's forced perspective.
Yeah.
It is.
But still.
It's like the, have you ever seen like the fishing photos where they hold the fish out in front of them, or the rattlesnake photo where you hold a rattlesnake out and it looks like this massive thing compared to you? It's forced, but yes, he looks like a peanut behind Chris Young.
And he's 6'2". Eric is not a small dude. Look at the zoom in right. Look at the chest hair, I guess.
So angry. Look at that chest hair.
Look at the chest hair and the focus.
Yeah, you can't tell. Sometimes it's chest hair with Eric. Sometimes it's that crazy tattoo he's got. That AJ McCarron chest tattoo.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's got like the Italian flag and the U.S. flag on it. It's just, it's his AJ. His AJ McCarron.
The MVP of spring training so far, Eric Chiafalo. So there's Chris Young sitting down on the home of the Rangers. Oh, he was also asked one more thing. The thought process on deciding which young players are ready to make the opening day roster. A lot of hype, right? We're all waiting for Wyatt Langford to go ahead and explode. Apparently, he was a little awkward in his interview yesterday on the station. We all know about the greatness of Evan Carter. Here's CY talking about the next generation.
Well, the biggest thing I say with the young players is that they'll show us when they're ready. They show us, and you can't put them out there too early because the game's hard, and if they're not ready, it could really hinder their confidence. It could really detract from their development. So they'll show us when they're ready. And the other thing regarding the opening day roster is, I would say everybody gets fixated on the opening day roster, and then by day 3, you've made 3 roster moves, you've optioned 2 guys and DFA'd someone else. So it's a one moment in time roster, and the roster continues to evolve over the course of the season. And a player may or may not be ready by opening day, but it doesn't mean he won't contribute, whether a week in, a month in, 2 months in, at some point in the season. So it's a long race.
And then we were talking about that rotation, and the other day you had sent over the question, can the Rangers win with this rotation?
Right, and that's the question, because if you were to rank the top rotations of the sport, again, if everybody's healthy, DeGrom, Scherzer, Evaldi, and Montgomery's back here, find me a better one. But as it sits right now, entering the season, this is, according to the powers that be in the sport, the experts, this is not even a top half rotation. This rotation is not in the top 10. That is not even close. In the just missed the cut, Orioles, Rays, Marlins, Twins, it's not there.
And this is from who?
This is from CBS Sports. So it's outside. It's at best 15th. And I can't really argue with that. I mean, the way it is today, this is not a championship rotation. Can you repeat as the 15th or 20th best staff? Sure, absolutely. Because if you look at, their whole team ERA last year, they were not very good. Now, the starters are good. The starting pitching ERA, they were 5th in the American League. But when you factor in the bullpen, they were bottom 3rd. And that now they didn't pitch like that in the playoffs. That's the key. There's would you rather have the top-ranked defense or the 22nd ranked defense in the NFL? And my answer to that will be, what do they play like in the playoffs? Like, does the top-ranked defense play like the 14th and the 22nd plays like the 9th? Come postseason time, they give me that one. There's no way of knowing, but...
Do you think Jacob deGrom is coming back this year?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
There's a possibility of it, but I don't think he is. But, yes, you can win with a bad rotation if that rotation, hits its peak at the right time. You want to bank on that? I don't think you can plan on that. So there's upside if guys get healthy, and those healthy guys or those injured guys get healthy and pitch to their peak. And Max Scherzer isn't done. He may be cooked.
He's 39.
I know. He might be cooked. We don't know.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions, and that's the problem.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. Do you think it's inexcusable that they're not signing Jordan Montgomery right now?
if they don't think Jordan Montgomery can age well because of some of his peripheral numbers, doesn't throw hard, all that stuff, then no, I don't think so. I don't think you should just sign him because you're trying to defend a championship. Now, you want to give him a 1-year deal and a high average annual value, him or Blake Snell, go for it. But no, I don't think it's inexcusable. Again, their money problems are not our problems. But, I mean, I can't sit here and say I don't understand why they would be going on the cheap if they just lost out on $100 million every year from Bally.
And then I know you're not happy with another decision having to do with money. Dollar dogs.
Dollar dog night, man. I'll tell you what. The Philadelphia Phillies, and this is East Coast bias here. Okay. This was an article on one of those on the headline page of ESPN on the right side. You get those 10 headlines. And one of it was the Phillies axe dollar dog night. No more glizzies. No more glizzies.
No more glizzies.
Well, do you think that that any other team outside of Philly or New York or Boston got rid of dollar dog night, it would be a headline on ESPN? Even the Braves got rid of dollar dog night.
Dirty water dog.
Well, on the front, this is on the front page.
The front page ESPN.
The front page?
The front page. Right next to where they say LeBron, 20 points and a comeback win in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Right there.
What a dead sports period.
Yeah, it's a staple of Major League Baseball. Everybody should have dollar dog night. But let me know when the next Rangers promotion is put on the front page of ESPN.
I thought you were going to get mad that they got rid of the dollar dog.
I am mad about it. I mean, you got to have. I think every team should have it. This is something that the Dodgers and the Yankees are the teams that don't have dollar dog night because they're oh, we don't need it. We don't need dollar hot dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody needs dollar hot dogs.
I had a hot dog craving the other day.
Yeah.
I was day drinking, and I was like, man, I Instacarted hot dogs to my house.
Really?
Yeah. They were expensive, too. I want a nice hot dog, like a brioche bun. They're $2 a piece. It's four hot dogs for $8. It was a complete ripoff. They were good though. But sometimes you just want a hot dog.
Yeah.
Put it in the air fryer. Let that thing crisp up.
Yeah.
Air fryer.
You know what I don't like? I don't like the hot dog buns that look like they're just pieces of Wonder Bread.
What buns are those?
They're they have they don't have the crust all the way on the outside. Have you not seen those?
No.
Oh. I'll
taking off crust like PB&J's? When's the last time you had a hot dog, and what do you put on yours?
Well, I'm a brats kind of guy. I don't go hot dog.
I ordered the brats as well. You love brats?
I do. I got the beer brats. I've had them for lunch the past couple of days. Love it. I'll get the hot dog bun though. That it's it's cut down the middle. It's not it's like.
And what are you putting on the brat?
Just mustard.
Okay, good.
I'll go just mustard.
Sauerkraut?
No. I mean, I enjoy sauerkraut, but it's not a craving.
What the hell is that?
They look like those. It must.
I have never seen. I've never seen that.
Yeah, they look like these things where they're just it looks like a Wonder Bread slice that was folded and put in the side.
I love hot dogs in a slice of bread, though. I don't know whether that's trashy or not, but I could do that. I could get interested in that. All right, you got to choose whether this is a reason to love or hate the next superstar in the armpit. He came out with his all-time 5. And are you that married to your sports number that you would make this type of strong decision? That's next here on Sean and RJ. But
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Does history show that the Mavs cannot win the NBA championship? And is Caitlin Clark making a big mistake? That's coming up at 7 o'clock. Good morning, DFW. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean and RJ powering through here without Roberto, who is feeling sick after our dinner last night. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So Bobby's trip to Indy is in question. And so is CJ Stroud, who yesterday named his all-time starting five. And I ask you on the truckrack.com text line, does this make you love him more, even though he is a future superstar quarterback in the armpit, or hate him? Let's go 1 through 5. Steph Curry, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, his all-time small forward, Shaquille O'Neal at the 5, and at the 4 spot, the Diggler, number 41, Dirk Nowitzki. Steph, Kobe, Durant, Dirk, Shaq. Nowhere in sight. LeBron James, Dimes, or number 23 from Chicago.
This is interesting.
Because I got a lot of Mavs fans in the timeline saying, gosh, dang it. I got to like this kid. But then the old fogies like us shaking our heads.
Yeah, it's not even old. Like the sports did not start in the in Twitter when Twitter did. That's the thing. You got to respect. You got to recognize the days of that.
Yeah, but we've always had a rule. We've always had a rule in this show. We try to judge what we saw.
We do.
I'm not.
We do. Except for me.
Yeah, you. More on that in the expressway with the paintings on the wall last night at night. We're getting to that. We're getting to that in the expressway.
Yeah, I get it.
You should be banished from the damn state for that.
There are some that I think that supersede, and you should take our word for it. And
people might say that about Wilt and Bill Russell to us.
Man, JJ's got a point.
JJ Redick?
JJ Redick. They're playing against plumbers. Now, not even so much plumbers. Like the basketball and football were the ones where like the athleticism was just different. Like baseball, it's like baseball's baseball, right? It's just you got there, you hit. Everything kind of eras. I think you can match up much easier in baseball than you can in any other sport.
All right, what's the most egregious of the three?
The fact that he lives in this era and doesn't have LeBron on there, that to me is the most egregious.
Yeah.
That to me is more troubling than him not having MJ on there. You cannot have lived over the last 20 years and in the NBA
and have Durant over LeBron.
And not have LeBron on this list. You can't have done that. You don't want to have MJ on there, fine, I'm not going to argue that you didn't see him, whatever. I'm not going to kill you. But to not have LeBron on there is the biggest crime I've ever seen. Because like he didn't see Shaq's prime.
Right.
If he saw Shaq's prime, he's 35 years old.
And there's been no centers since then except for Joker.
Right.
Jokic and Embiid.
Yeah, I mean, like, unless you want to say that Duncan was a center.
Yeah, it's criminal. You cannot sit here. Now, maybe these are his favorites, but it says all-time starting five. Steph, Kobe, Durant. What about Dirk? Dirk is the all-time 4? I mean, let's be honest. Let's be real.
Look, you want to say he's better than Malone and Barkley? Sure.
So that's improvement.
Is he better than Duncan? If Duncan's truly a 4, then the answer is probably no.
It's definitely no.
It's Dirk's done things. Dirk has I believe, better offensive game than Tim, but it's different. It's a different offensive game.
Yeah,
it's completely different. Tim obviously has the championships that you cannot match. Like, you couldn't come close to matching those. We got 5.
And defensively.
And defensively. So it's, I don't know that you can put him over Duncan, but the most egregious thing to me is that this, somebody who has been watching the NBA over the last 20 years, to not think that LeBron James, one of the 5 best you've seen, I think you're just missing the plot.
Yeah. So this gives us an excuse to put the hate on CJ. I like him. Rooting for him. But come on, man. This cray. You can't be doing this. Is this legit from Chris Paul? Are you serious that Chris Paul on Dwayne Wade's podcast was talking about why he did not join LeBron and Wade in Miami? This cannot be real.
We was talking about me coming to Miami. We was talking about who gonna have the ball in their hands, how it's gonna work.
We having a conversation.
Yep, we having a conversation, right? And then who was it? Was it CJ? Was it CJ that said something about who gonna wear number 3?
Bro, that's what I wanted to get to. We talk about all this about who gonna have the ball. Okay, we can all play together now. CP, I can play off the ball. We done figured all that out. And somebody said, well, who gonna wear number 3? Silence.
Listen,
that's the whole trade.
That's why the trade ain't happened?
That's the whole trade up because CP could wear number 3 in Miami. That's the whole trade up.
I don't know what they was gonna do because you was older. You probably could have just wore 33.
No, I wasn't older.
You was older than me.
I was in my prime.
I know, but because you older than me, you just wear 33.
No. See, and so this is the conversation we're having, and I'm like, that's my number. He's like, well, that's my number.
Yeah, what we gonna do? CP6? No, that ain't it.
The basketball number means so much that.
So you saying we didn't get a chance to see this trade because of a number 3?
Man,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I can't tell how super serious they are.
They're serious enough for it to be kind of believable.
Yeah,
and they're also joking enough for it to be like, all right, did this really hold it up?
Let me ask you this: you're a superstitious guy, you're a baseball guy. You have your, you have your number 2 or 23, whatever it is. If this was legit, if a player said, I'm not going there because I can't get my number, if Chris Paul did not join them in Miami because Wade would not give up 3, is there any way you could give him a pass on it?
Well, at this question, like, what's worse, Wade not giving it up for the betterment of the team, or Chris not refusing to give it up to go win a championship?
Right.
Which one's more egregious?
Chris's is more egregious.
Yeah, I'll say this. I saw what happened to Wesley Snipes in The Fan when he had to give up his number. And it didn't end well. It didn't end well for Benicio del Toro. It didn't end well for Robert De Niro, and it didn't end well for Wesley Snipes.
I need to rewatch that movie. I wonder how that movie plays today.
Yeah.
Have you seen it? When's the last time you've seen it?
20 years ago?
Yeah. And Peyton, you've never seen it?
No.
Yeah. Okay. There's no I can't give any pass on this. I know people love their numbers, and you listening right now had your youth sports number in your high school, maybe your college number. No, I could not. I just wanted to know how many people would be like, you know what? I hate Chris Paul, but I understand. I get it.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can really defend this. Now, like, I will say this. We are in the social media era to the point where, like, he would have to change everything. He would have to change his logo. He is CP3. Right? Now,
does he have a logo?
I don't know. Is he CP3 because of the number, or is he Chris Paul the third?
I think he's CP3 because of the number.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because if he's CP3 because he's Chris Paul the third, then change your number, man. You're still CP3.
Yeah, come on, man. I hope it actually is true to put the hate on Chris Paul. I don't want to hate CJ Stroud. I do want to hate Chris Paul even more. And I've been a Chris Paul defender as a player against RJ over the years. Did Taylor Swift get Colin Cowherd robbed? Colin Cowherd, FS1, dropped $8.5 million.
Real quick.
Yeah.
His family gave him the nickname CP3 because he, his father, and brother all share the same initials.
Oh.
His brother's Charles.
Oh,
and his dad is Charles.
Okay.
So he was CP3. That's why he wears 3.
Yeah.
But his nickname would still be CP3.
How sick does it make you Colin Cowherd had $8.5 million to drop on a seaside cottage in Watch Hill? $8.5 million. 8-bedroom, 6-bathroom house located on the coast of Rhode Island. So in this neighborhood, Conan O'Brien, Taylor Swift. Well, Cowherd pulls up to his house and he sees a woman sitting in a car in the driveway. And she's sitting there with her dog in a car outside of the home. He then realizes the boyfriend is inside his house. He said she acted like they were interested in buying the home. He came to the conclusion that he was being robbed, subsequently called 911. He believes it was a Swiftie.
Yes.
It was a stalker.
It was somebody who was trying to find Taylor Swift's house.
Yeah.
That is the part that disturbs me the most. That Colin's house is so big, it got mistaken for Taylor Swift's.
I know, and it's next door to hers.
And it's next door.
It's in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
That makes me sick.
His net worth is $25 million. $25 million.
How long is his show? 3? Is it 3 hours?
The hours? Yeah, probably. I think it's 3 hours. Is it 9 to noon or 10 to whatever it is? Yeah, 3 hours. It's sickening. It's very, very sickening. I've been to this area.
Oh,
tremendous.
Is it?
It's right near Block Island. Block Island is a hidden gem in the summertime. I will never have lobster bisque again because of Block Island. I had the best lobster bisque of my life. Can't get any better than that.
Really?
I won't even try it. Won't even attempt.
Man, I watched a Gordon Ramsay go out there. It might have been Maine, but
Kennebunkport.
God, the fact that they have all you can eat lobster, I can't get past it. It's very frustrating.
I won't eat Massachusetts lobster. Only Maine. Has to be from Maine. I need to see the stamp.
I got lobster here, and I was like, this was a tremendous mistake from the grocery store. I got it from the store. Even going back home to Maryland, it was so much better, but I can't even imagine. But I try to tell myself I could not get sick of lobster. You know, you tell yourself as a kid, no, I want this every day. And your parents like, fine, you can have it every day, and you get sick of it. That's how I try to convince myself I would not get sick.
Yeah, I don't think I would get sick. I don't think I would get sick of lobster. It's hard. I mean, I guess
you get sick of anything.
You get sick of anything, but it really is hard to. It tastes so good. It's so delectable.
Do you love lobster, or you like Bobby, nothing out of the sea?
Oh, lobster big time. Scallops as well, big scallop guy.
Scallops are so expensive.
Yeah, they are. And Mackenzie's never tried lobster.
I think she's tried it. She just doesn't like it.
So last night, the Tolos are asking us. I did get a tweet saying, did Peyton take home some chicken nuggets for his girlfriend? Are you going to put that photo out? You chicken?
Oh, I can't mention her though because she'll get upset. She was mad that I showed you all yesterday the picture. She was like, "Why are you adding me on my chicken nuggets?" And she was upset. So I might put it on the fan cam.
You're going to pressure her into actually eating real food.
Peyton showed us the photo that she sent of her dinner, and it was dino nuggets.
It was.
While we're sitting in Knife and Plano.
She did air fry them though. She told me she air fried.
That's good.
them,
That's good. At least she didn't microwave like a child. But I mean, I gotta say,
nuggets.
And you know, and this is interesting because Sarah gets on me about this because I will, if I eat like something that I can just microwave, I always put it on a paper plate. I don't waste a dish.
Of course not.
Mackenzie had like fine china that this thing was on.
Yeah, that's what I brought from my house. That was my contribution to the house.
I want to see this in the express. Do you all eat on paper plates?
No, I refuse. I've never done it in my life. My parents have always had dishes.
All right, I'm writing this
You're
down.
like my dad. My dad refused to eat paper. He goes, I don't.
Now I have like at a tailgate. I have, but like if
I want to see
dinner
these
at home.
dino. My mom does that too. I want to see these dino nuggets for the expressway. You
Okay.
got to go ahead and try to get the pass. You got to try to get the permission to do it. RJ says the Mavericks cannot win the championship. My boy gets it done for the Stars again. And did Caitlin Clark just make a big mistake? Next on Sean and RJ. But are you making a mistake sitting there going to work and you still have not pulled the trigger on the free career evaluation?
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Robertson, centering pass, and went past hits at the point. Low bouncing shot, they score. Pavelski, 2-0.
I think it's time to nickname Joe Pavelski the landlord, because that seems to be the key.
The landlord.
The landlord. Jets TV with the call. Spittle told me that Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven. Just call him Stank Acid. This is going to haunt me.
Call him Stank
This
Acid.
is just going to haunt me because I'm now in my own head for what I did before his debut. They both live with Pavelski.
Oh, that's great.
The landlord making the difference with the young stud scoring in his third straight game, and the Dallas Stars put it on Winnipeg last night at the AAC. They were up 3-0. They end up winning this one 4-1. And you're going tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow night. Supposed to go tomorrow. It's been in the works for a while.
Why is it not 1,000%?
I just got to text the ticket guy, make sure that he's got my tickets for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and the neighbors. Sarah's going to go, and the neighbors are going to go. It's a little thank you for helping put the brakes on. Remember the brakes that we Sarah's brakes.
Yeah, that you pretend.
I pretended to actually do. So we'll be out there tomorrow. Now, look, the schedule lightens up a little bit. You got the Sharks back-to-back games. It's a home and home. They're not very good. You got Anaheim thrown in there. You got the Coyotes thrown in there. It lightens up a little bit. This is the stretch. The tough stretch has come and gone. It wasn't the best. Wasn't the best stretch for the Stars, but they're through it now.
Jake Ottinger wins his 100th game, and it was a big one because they retake the Central Division lead. Another goal for Stanky. When are we going to see Chris Tanev? His career's been played in Canada, so he needs a visa. He's been in Vancouver and Calgary. So the Stars hope to have him by Tuesday. The trade impact, my boy Stanky, all of it in the new Spits and Suds. It is up. If you're interested in the hockey pod from the boss, the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle. Last night and the trade, all in one. Sean, RJ, no Bobby, as he is trying to figure out whether he's driving to Indianapolis this morning while throwing up after our dinner last night. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Oh, heavyweight fight tonight. I know what I'm doing. And I'm in. It takes a lot to get me in.
Mountain West?
No.
Mountain West is, by the way, kudos to them. They have taken over Friday nights and bad. Friday nights was nobody plays college basketball Friday nights. Mountain West has decided we're going to own Friday nights. Good for you.
Not in the Shreve House tonight because it's 6:30 in Boston. Mavs, Celtics. Oh, yeah. Now, look, everyone has Boston as their number one team in their power rankings, but there is there's a weird playoff factor with them after what happened last year, but we still trust their head coach in really clutch moments. Big test for the Mavericks tonight on the road. I want you to guess the spread. Do not look.
Okay. 6.5.
What do you think, Pepe? You're a wannabe gambler?
I'm going to go one up and go 8.
It's 10.5.
Ooh.
The Celtics are favored over the Mavs by 10.5 tonight at the home of the Massholes. It's going to be fun.
They're elite. They're elite right now. They've been phenomenal all season long. And they've got 3 legitimate players. And really more. But 3 that you really, really need. I think that's the it's the big 3.
And you're saying history is showing that there's no reason for the Mavs to finish out the second half of their season?
Shouldn't even bother. We have reached the point of the schedule where the Phil Jackson theory is coming to play. Now, Phil Jackson says that, and he used to say back when he was playing and coaching, the true contenders are the ones that follow the 40-20 rule. Have you heard of this? Those are the teams that win their 40th game before they lose their 20th game. Okay, so 39-20, and then you win your 40th, you're out. You don't count. 39-19 and you win your 40th, you qualify. So if you were to go back, now listen, this does not guarantee that you win the title. So there have been plenty of teams that have hit that mark and not won the title, like the Bucks in 2022 or whatever. They hit the 40-20 rule, they didn't win. But it does show that these are the only teams that can win. And those 4 teams right now are the Celtics, the Nuggets, the Wolves, and the Thunder. And we could cross out the Wolves and the Thunder on this one anyway. Last year, it was Celtics, Nuggets, Milwaukee were the 3. And obviously, the Nuggets won. Let's go back. How long and how true and how accurate is this? Well, you go back 44 years. You go back to 1980, basically the start of the new NBA, when Magic and Larry took over. And in that time, only 3 times in the last half century almost has this not happened. And that was Miami 06, which, by the way, fraudulent title, Bennett Salvatore. Detroit in 04, which was one of the most biggest upsets we've ever seen. And then the Rockets in 95. And they were the team coming off their title, and they were like the 8th seed that year, right? They were or 6th seed. They did not have a great year, and there was injuries. Other than that, every other team that won the title followed the 40-20 rule, to the point where almost every team that even made the championship in this 44-year stretch followed the 40-20 rule as well. So obviously the lockout years or strike-shortened years don't count, but there's the rule, 40-20.
Celtics Mavericks tonight at 6:30. I will be absolutely glued to it on ESPN.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
You gonna kick Bobby while he's hovering over the toilet seat?
He kicks me while I'm here, so I might as well.
He does. You're completely justified. The Expressway is coming up at 7:20. We will go commercial free until Jared Sandler at 8 on your home of the Rangers. I mean, there'll be a commercial break after the Expressway and then Sandler. But look, there's no reason to go anywhere else. All right, Caitlin Clark took over yesterday.
Yeah.
Went viral as she posted the announcement. She is going to be declaring for the WNBA draft.
Well, look, good for her. She is going to the WNBA, and she is going to make a lot less money than she is now. But no, she's going to be pro. She is the you can make a case she's the greatest women's college basketball player we've ever seen. I think that Diana Taurasi or Candace Parker will have something to say about that as well. But there's no doubt her scoring is...
She's Steph for me.
Yeah, she changed the game.
She's Steph.
Yeah, she is. That's a great way to put it. That she is Steph. But, she is going to be taking a massive pay cut.
And there's been a lot of drama and critics of her leading up to this.
Yeah, so Cheryl Swoops really kind of... I'll tell you, Cheryl Swoops sounded like an idiot because she was saying that, she didn't... she shouldn't be considered the greatest scorer ever because she beat Kelsey Plum's record, but it took Caitlin Clark 5 years to do it, which is inaccurate. It did not take her 5 years. It took her 4 years to do it. She did the exact same amount of time.
Try to math a little bit, Cheryl.
Yeah, as Kelsey Plum. Now, she does have the opportunity to play next year. It could be a COVID year. She could do it again. But she's going to forego that final year, and she's going to go to the WNBA draft. Also, Pistol Pete's kid came out, and he said, because she's approaching his record, she'll break it this weekend.
What would you want to be named if you were What would you want to be nicknamed if you were Pistol's son?
Revolver Joe. I think is what I would want to go with.
Not pea shooter.
No, not pea shooter. Revolver
okay.
Joe.
All right.
So he said, look, and he didn't really disparage her. It's coming off as he did, but I don't think he really did. He was like, you can't really compare the two. My dad played when freshmen weren't allowed to play and with no 3-point line and with no shot clock. So the games were slower. And, it's just a different...
Sure.
It's a completely different sport.
Yeah.
Imagine he did all that in 3 years. He did it all with 2-pointers, which is true. I mean, look, it's a different record and whatever. But that's not how we look at records. We just look at the overall number. Nobody cares if Hank Aaron had more at-bats than Babe Ruth. Nobody cares.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if he had played more years, more at-bats, who had more home runs. Barry Bonds, Hank, it doesn't matter. But she is going to partake in one of the worst financial decisions in the history of sports.
Darren Ravel pointed this out, and as usual, Darren Ravel got dragged, the business reporter on Twitter.
Yeah, now look, she has an NIL valuation of $910,000, and she is paid that through a collective with Iowa, and basically she goes to charity events and makes appearances, and they give her the money. The WNBA first-year players, rookie contracts with the WNBA, you make less than $80,000 a year. Woo! That's for high picks. So she is going to be taking about an $800,000 pay cut to go to the WNBA. She'll get endorsements. She has them now. She'll get them.
Right.
But
How about that? You make more money in college.
You make more money in college than in the pros with the WNBA. I mean, it's first of all, it's women's college basketball. I in my opinion, I think it's a much better product than the WNBA. I think women's college basketball is fantastic.
Darren Ravel, I mean, people kept attacking him. Darren is always going to answer back. Peak viewership, to your point. This year's WNBA Finals, peak viewership was 1.3 million. Last year's women's NCAA tournament final, 12.6.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about this last year.
11 more million watching the NCAA tournament.
We were talking about this last year, how the women's tournament was as fun or more fun than the men. And it was getting numbers right on par with it. Like, we had never seen that before. A lot of that was Caitlin Clark. A lot of that was Angel Reese. A lot of that was South Carolina, who was there, too.
Oh, yeah. And Ravel said, I see a lot of people still don't understand how NIL works. In most cases, the schools are paying these kids through collectives. Most get paid to show up at a charitable event for the money. That is a salary.
Or like the school has a deal. Let's say TCU's got a deal with Whataburger, and they just send you out there to Whataburger to represent the school. Whatever it is, like whatever the deal is, that's what the collectives do. They just pay. It's paid.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Collectives.
It's like it's another name for the booster group. Each school's got a booster group, and they call it NIL Collective, and they've got a pool of money that they donate, and it's their job to divvy it out to the players. They figure out who to pay it to. So that's the Caitlin Clark situation.
All right, so there it is. Everything you need to know heading into your Friday and your weekend with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Mel Kiper, right? People were trying to laugh at Mel last year, then bam, he nailed Cowboys draft picks. That was actually 2 years ago with Tyler Smith. But there are people in Frisco who are like, how does Mel Kiper kind of know what's going on around here? Mel, with his latest mock for the Cowboys first round pick, and I need y'all's help. You know, we talk about tipping, service industry a lot on this show. How bad did Bobby Belt screw me over at dinner last night with the Tolos? Expressway, commercial free, starts right after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store.
on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway, commercial-free, live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Bell trying to make the decision whether to go to Indianapolis or not after he was not feeling too good after our dinner last night. More on that in a second, because I think Bobby truly screwed me over with the tip and with Jared Sandler, who will join us at 8 o'clock on your home of the Rangers. But first, we got people at the Combine in Indianapolis. The Cowboys are setting up their visits. They're not visiting with any agents, apparently. They're not meeting with the agents for Micah or CeeDee Lamb. That's not on the schedule, as Jerry would say, according to Michael Gelkin. So this whole all-in thing right now is not even going all in for your own. That's the way it stands right now for the Combine. But Mel Kiper Jr. with his latest mock. Let's go through the top 5 NFC East teams here and there, and then, of course, the Cowboys.
All right, Mel Kiper Jr., number 1. Chicago Bears take Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Who apparently is the first prospect in history not to show up in Indy to do the medicals. He's not going to do the medicals, so just another bizarre Caleb Williams story. He's apparently going to show the medicals and do all that stuff at his pro day.
Okay, number 2, Washington. Quarterback, Jaden Daniels.
Who Dan Orlovsky said should go number 1. So we have Orlovsky versus Bobby, part 48.
Okay, very good. He says he's sticking with Daniels over Drake May. It's tight, though. Several teams have May over Daniels on their board, 2 months out. They'll start at round 1. So he likes the fit with Cliff Kingsbury. Number 3, New England.
Now, does he include trades in this? Because otherwise you better have a quarterback.
He does not include trades in this. Drake May. They're trying again. They're going to try again. They tried for Cam, and then they drafted Mac, and now they're going to draft Drake. Look, they love single syllable names.
Now, you're the Pink Eye Academy, okay? You're supposed to be all over the quarterback evaluations coming out, and I don't feel like I've gotten strong takes from you. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, I love Penix.
Okay.
I think Penix is the guy. I think he's the guy I would take. I like J.J. McCarthy, too. I don't love him, but I like him. The top guys at the top, I don't know. I don't know. Drake May troubles me. He's got a really good arm. Like, I like his arm. I like his measurables and stuff, but I don't know, man. Like, I just can't. I've seen too many games where I was just like, ooh, not impressed. But then again, how much of that is the team around him, the system, whatever. Number 4, Arizona, taking Marvin Harrison Jr.
Ooh. Okay.
And then number 5, the Chargers, J.C. Latham, the tackle from Alabama. The Giants, NFC East, they come in at number 6, Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington.
Cannot believe that Brian Daboll got such a glowing report from that players poll yesterday. I was watching Daboll sitting there at the Combine. You've turned me on him.
Daboll?
You've turned me me on him. Hopefully we can turn you on Sirianni, but you have turned me on him as you put the hate out on him early.
Oh, baby, it's I don't look. We're only allowed one person here with no neck, and that's me. First defensive player off the board, Dallas Turner, outside linebacker from Bama to Atlanta at 8. Continuing down, you're going to have a tight end go 10 to the Jets.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy, 12 to Denver. Texas's Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle to the Raiders. And then as you continue moving down to the next NFC East team, and that would be the Philadelphia Eagles. Latu, the linebacker out of UCLA.
Linebacker for your boy Howie Roseman.
Outside linebacker, so could be an edge.
Okay.
Could be an edge rusher. But there you go. So that's that. And then, of course, the Cowboys at 24 take Amarius Mims, tackle from Georgia.
I think John Machota had him in his mock as well from The Athletic, kind of working there with Dane Brugler.
Okay, so here's we go. He was limited to just 8 starts over the past 3 seasons.
8 starts over 3 years? What?
He was limited to just 8 starts over the past 3 seasons because of injuries and draft picks in front of him on the depth chart. But when he did play, he made defenders look silly. He's 6'7", 340. He allowed 0 sacks and 5 pressures over 372 career pass blocks. Will NFL teams be scared off by his limited experience, or will they draft him high based on his cited potential? I lean towards the latter because he was that good when he got on the field to make room for Mims. They part ways with longtime tackle Tyron Smith, who's a free agent, or have him compete with Terrence Steele on the right side. He played right tackle in college, but has the talent to play both sides.
Coming in to start.
Yeah.
Coming in to start with Tyron either leaving or going on over to right tackle.
Yeah. Now, look, it's pretty interesting. I will say this. This team drafts offensive linemen very well. When was the last time they missed on an offensive lineman? High. You miss on 5th-round picks all the time, but high.
Right.
Jacob Rogers?
Jacob Rogers?
Wasn't that in
I don't even know.
04?
I don't even know who that is.
It was a Parcells pick. I think he went to Oxnard High. Are
you for real? Oxnard High?
Yeah, he's from Oxnard. Yeah. Yeah, offensive tackle for the Cowboys. He was picked in the 04 draft, and it was a 2nd-round pick. Parcells picked him. And I remember, guys, the whole thing was everybody told him, Bill, he is everything you hate in an offensive lineman. And he still took him. But the Cowboys nail offensive line picks. But I will say this. They had 3 All-Pros last year on their offensive line. Zach, Tyron, and Tyler. That's a wild use of resources to have 3 All-Pros at a position group and still take that position group in the first round.
Yeah.
That is very straight. You don't see that.
Well, we know now that they plan on keeping Tyler at left guard, so you need a left tackle. You need a future from Tyron. Yeah, you need a left tackle replacement. And is Terrence Steele going to bounce back? How much of a question do you have at right tackle? I don't know. But look, I'm fine with resources on the offensive line. I love the way that they have done that. I would not have a major problem with this because I think, drafting a middle linebacker in the first round would bug me a little bit. It would bug me a little bit unless you're going to tell me he's Fred Warner, which obviously no one knows.
Now, this is interesting, though, too, because, I think it's also we have a perception of what is okay and what isn't okay when you already have a lot of resources there. But, if you have 3 All-Pros at the offensive line and you spend a first-round pick on an offensive lineman, nobody really says anything. But if you have 2 All-Pro wide receivers and you spend a first-round pick on a wide receiver, everyone that's why would you do that?
Right.
But it's the same situation, right? I mean, you're going to have 3 wide receivers on the field at all times.
Well, I got a tight end too. I'm going to be, I'm throwing to Ferguson. I got Cooks. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I don't think of it the same, but I know you've always, loved that 3rd wide receiver more than I have.
But you could use one on an offensive lineman. You could. I would have a problem with it. I don't know. I had an analogy. I was thinking you go to the store, right? You go shopping, and
I'm shopping for blinds. Right? Kill me.
Okay, so you got a TV in the living room. You got one in the master bedroom. You got one in the game room, but then you buy one for the office. Okay, and that's fine. You can use one, but your computer's got viruses all over the place.
Yeah,
and you don't have a surround sound system in the house. So you had that money to spend, you had $1,000 to spend, and you choose to buy a TV for the office as opposed to the new computer for the house. I don't know. It's it's kind of what this would be like if you just use another first on a left tackle or an offensive lineman. But again,
so let's draft the best player.
What are you going to do with Tyron? That's the question.
How about, speaking of the combine, Tom Brady beat his 40 time the other day at the age of 46. He ran a faster 40 than when he was coming out of Michigan.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say
that he's on steroids.
Well, maybe.
Joking.
I think he's the only pro athlete that is more athletic at 48 years old than he was at 20. I don't think there's another one. I don't think there's another one around that is in better shape now than when they were 20 years old. Maybe Tiger Woods.
He ran a 5.28. I mean, Tiger's definitely not. He can't walk, basically.
He can't walk. Phil's in better shape now than when he was 20.
Yes.
And he's 50 years old.
5.28 40-yard dash. in 2000.
Oh, my God.
The other day, 5.18 and 5.12 when he ran the 40 at the age of 46.
That's amazing.
Do you believe the clock here? Do we have any shenanigans? Do you think anything?
I mean, it could be a slow clock, slow trigger, right? It could be one of those stopwatches. But, I mean, how...
Well, this does not surprise me. Watch him run the college 40.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like he's going half speed. I love how they line him up, though. I love how NFL Network does that when they put two people against each other. And he beats himself out. It shows.
He does.
Side by side.
He beats himself. It's like, look, how anybody went to the combine in the year 2000 looking like that. I mean, and then just strip down in your underwear and be sitting next to a whiteboard with those baggy old man boxers he was wearing. Probably not even cloth. Probably not even cotton. Probably some kind of like hard. But it's no,
Is that the greatest combine photo ever, Tom?
That or the guy whose dingus fell out in the middle of the run.
What?
I don't remember that one.
No, I don't remember.
The guy, I can't remember who he was. He was a bigger guy, and he's running, and all of a sudden, like the way they were used, remember this is like the first year they had the tight suit. His thing fell out. It came right out of the hole.
Is it good? Drake?
All right, there's kids in the car. I got a message from that the other day. Daddy, what's narcotics? Someone sent me that. Daddy, what's narcotics? Nick Eatman, Pat Doney, always getting on us for that. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. This is the Expressway. In case you did not know, we are commercial free here on Sean and RJ. Okay, some leftovers from dinner last night. The Sandlot charity was won by Justin and Emily. Awesome couple. Fantastic. I could go to dinner with them on random weekends. She made She made us coffee cakes.
If she's going to make us coffee cakes every time, she can come to dinner every day.
And she ended up being the bigger Tolo.
Yeah.
She was making references about Bassick touching Corey, talking about Broadus and the scouting reports. She's a diehard Baltimore Ravens fan. We bonded over Delaware, which I can't do with anyone else in this entire state.
I didn't know anybody bonded over Delaware.
I know.
Even Delawareans, which I think they should be Delawareites.
He's going to go ahead and work on the construction in your home. So,
yeah,
fantastic couple. Knife in Plano. It was an amazing meal. It was myself, Choppy, Pepe, Bobby, and the Pates. Did have a couple of issues, though. Should we start with Peyton? Did you get permission, by the way, from the girlfriend?
Yes, I'm going to post it on the YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, so we'll see it on the fan cam here momentarily.
Yep.
We will see her dinner momentarily. Would you like to start with the tip problem, RJ, or Peyton's identification problem inside the restaurant?
Let's go with Peyton's identification problem.
Okay, so all throughout this restaurant, from John Tazar's place, they have these cool photos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you and I hate art, but
art.
These are cool photos of some all-time Texas figures. And in the other room, kind of like the private room, there's the photos lined up. You got them in the bathroom as well. And Bobby wanted to quiz Peyton, who, as Shai Anderson will tell you, is kind of laughable and funny when it comes to pop culture.
Yes, it is.
So I was truly disappointed. Everyone at the table got a Texas icon incorrect, except for myself and RJ. Everyone at the table, no one had any idea that was J.R. Ewing. I don't
understand how.
I got to call everyone. Well, Bobby, he twisted this to make you and I feel less Texan. He goes, that's a touristy thing to know that. Of course, you guys watching Dallas outside in Jersey and Maryland growing up, you would know JR. So that excuses us from not knowing JR. Is that sellable?
No, it's not sellable at all. I mean, we were barely alive when Dallas was on TV.
Disgraceful not to know J.R. Ewing. And me and you were the only ones at the table.
Disgraceful not to know.
Yes.
It's a simple, it's a very recognizable figure.
Yeah.
Very recognizable.
So now we're going to put it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, kind of going down the road. There's JR. Okay, everyone who's watching right now, that is the identification of J.R. Ewing. Pepe, did you give a guess as to who that was?
I found out y'all had said it, so I threw in JR. So I technically got it right, but it was just because of what y'all said. But I had no idea.
Now we move to the left, Rai. Appreciate that. Can I even tell who that is right now?
Man, I
I got it.
Get closer.
Oh,
I
no,
got that one right.
I got it. Peyton did get this right. Of course, everyone. I want to see y'all type this. I want to see it come in on the fan text. I don't know if we can zoom in on that. Maybe tough to tell from a distance. But yes, the Tolos are getting it right. That's all Willie.
Yeah.
That's all Willie Nelson. Mm-hmm. And Peyton got that correct. Now we move on to the next one. I did not know. I thought that was Ernie Johnson. I thought that was Ernie Johnson in the top hat. And truth be told, I still don't know who the hell that is. Peyton, did Bobby end up telling you who that was? Do we know who that actually is in that shot?
No, because every time on the audio, every time I answered it, he would just say, "Yep, you got it right, you got it right." You know, but it's a circus guy with a animal next to him. I'm not sure who that is.
Here's the other thing that's really depressing. Last night at this table, and you're seeing it from RJ right now, we all, like, people's eyesights got exposed. Like,
dark. It's very dark in there.
No, Emily, like, I'm like, you probably think that Ernie Johnson looked like a Shaquille O'Neal. That's how blind she was. She was blind as a bat. So we still don't know who this is. And now we move on over to the next one. Again, live on the fan cam, YouTube, and Twitch. And this is where the music knowledge had to kick in.
Yeah, I don't remember who Peyton thought this was.
I said AC/DC.
AC/DC.
Thought it was close.
Okay.
It's a black and white figure for the radio audience, by the way.
Listen.
Could be anyone.
This is a band that is far and away more known for their look than their music.
Mm-hmm.
Even though their music's fantastic, there are people that don't know their music but know their look. And they are one of the most classic rock bands from a look standpoint. That is not AC/DC. That's not even close to AC/DC.
I thought it was Grego.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It is not Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's ZZ Top. And the fact that the most iconic beards, arguably in beard history, went over your head is very, very disturbing.
What decade was this again?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's all he kept asking over the music. That's another topic here.
Yeah,
all the music that was
all
being
the songs
played.
kept coming on, and there was that song. It's I can go for that. It's Hall & Oates. And I said, Peyton, who is this? And he goes, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
He kept going. What decade?
Yeah,
that's decade? It. Narrow it down for me by the decade.
That wouldn't help.
Yeah,
that wouldn't help. But there's obviously ZZ Top, legendary band, legendary classic rock band.
Okay, and now we move over to the left, and this is what?
This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the most egregious of the night.
Yeah, this almost got him thrown out of the restaurant and maybe banished from the state of Texas. Is there any way? Again, I want to see it coming up on Twitch, YouTube, and the Trevor.com text line. Is there any way you could give an excuse?
No.
To Peyton not
and I'll
getting...
tell you why. Peyton, where do you live?
Rockwall.
What is the major thoroughfare that runs through Rockwall?
Thoroughfare?
The lake.
Highway. What's the major highway?
I-30.
I-30. What is I-30 called? The Tom Landry Expressway. You literally live on this road. The logo of that road is the hat. That is not Bear Bryant.
He said put up a picture of Bear Bryant, a black and white picture of Bear Bryant. It looks the exact same. Now, I will say, going into this, I did not know this was all Texas icons. I could have narrowed it down. I thought this was just, figures of.
Oh, you think they're praising Alabama figures? At Knife in Plano? It's not Knife in Birmingham.
Hang on. Hey, Bear Bryant was the coach of A&M at one point. You could throw that in there.
You know what? I think if you did it. Now, Ryan is pitching a perfect game this morning. I don't know if he can get a side-by-side. I do think you could get a Bear Bryant mistake in this. I think this is possibly excusable to a little degree. But he did say it was Bear Bryant instead of Tom Landry on the wall right there. But that gap to the right, if Ryan could somehow superimpose Bear Bryant, I could see it, Choppy. I could see it a little bit. I think that is more excusable than messing up J.R. Ewing, than not knowing JR.
That is far more more excusable, you said? You think?
I think that could be mistaken for Bear Bryant, and I could give you more of a pass because it's the eyes.
Yeah,
Bear had the eyes. Landry has these eyes when he's squinting like that. You know what I mean? The hat as well.
But Bear's hat was the houndtooth. Right?
Yeah,
it was
kind of checkered.
Yeah, it was. It's called houndtooth, right? The print.
I think we're about to get the picture. Ryan's working back here. Oh, he's got it.
It's just that's an unmistakable hat.
That doesn't help.
No,
your
you
case.
can't.
Bad picture, Ryan.
That's a great photo.
Not a perfect game
you
anymore.
You can't. Not here, man.
Good job. All right, so y'all let us know. Peyton, are they destroying you? Are they killing you? Which one is the bigger miss, J.R. Ewing or Tom Landry?
Tom Landry, just because I claim as a Cowboy fan, Cowboys Nation, and I should not have got that one wrong. That was on me. But I mean, Twitter was by far worse than the fan text and Twitch and YouTube. I mean, the Twitter, you could see everything. They were on me from the moment Bobby posted that. So I feel really, really bad. This was my worst mistake, I think, on the show.
This is your worst mistake on the show.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have the chicken nuggets? And oh yeah, who was that guy? Who was this one on the left over here?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah. I know that Stevie Ray Vaughan is a local legend, but I didn't know what he looks like.
It took me a minute. It took me a minute.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize him right away.
Now, how did this get you in trouble last night with the food picture, with the food photo?
So I was sending my girlfriend Mackenzie pictures of our food, the steak we had, the bacon, all the appetizers, and she sent me her dinner plate. And I joked on the payload at 6:40 yesterday, saying that guys.
By the way, this couple, the Pates, big fans of the payload. I felt like Justin was asking you more questions than he was asking me. I was like, what are you doing? I'm the star here. I'm the star of the show. I'm sitting in the middle, and he wanted to direct all the questions to you.
They love the payload. I mean, who doesn't love the payload except for the 214? Maybe that's Alec Medford.
And Alec. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Spittle, too. He gave AM on the FM praise during our meeting. So, Mackenzie, during the week, I cook the meals. She eats what I cook. I don't let her touch the stove or anything like that. I'll cook it. I know. She tried one time. She had never used gas burners before, and she turned it on, and it just click, 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 and just kept going. She goes, "Huh." I said, "Oh, what do you turn it off?"
Yeah.
And she got mad that I yelled at her, and I was like, "We're going to blow the house up."
You're about to have a Fort Worth explosion again.
Yeah.
Was it the Sandman Hotel?
Yeah.
It might have been. So I said, "Do not touch the stove when I'm not here. I will cook every meal."
Whoa!
I will cook every
touch
meal.
a stove.
You can talk to her like that if you're going to do the cooking.
Yeah.
Now, is she going to do all the laundry?
She has not done my laundry yet. She cleans, though. She'll clean the pots and pans. So I take that as a win right now.
Yeah, you cook, she cleans.
Exactly.
All right.
We're the opposite. Sarah cooks, I clean.
Oh, God, I would hate to clean.
So I send her a picture of my delicious 10-ounce filet mignon. And she says, you know what? Since you weren't here, I'm going to send you my picture of meals. And she was listening to the payload yesterday about the Dino Nuggets. And there it is. She legit threw up 7 Dino Nuggets in the air fryer.
Yo, for real. Look at this.
And that's all she ate.
No one at the table believed that she actually
She's 25, by the way, just to make it clear. She's 25.
Listen.
And she's eating Dino Nuggets for a dinner meal.
Can she not? Do you have Costco?
Yeah, I have a Costco membership.
Dude, get the Just Bear. All right, they're just like Chick-fil-A.
Does she like the Dino Nuggets better than other ones?
Well, I said she was immature. She's more of a.
Man, you're getting a little aggressive.
Does she?
now.
Does she play with them like they have fights?
I pray it.
T-Rex.
I hope not. I hope not. She dipped it in Chick-fil-A sauce, so I'll give her a pass on that one.
Dino
No Chick-fil-A
Nuggets.
sauce?
Yeah.
No Chick-fil-A sauce?
No. She. No. Oh, I've seen that video.
You see that?
That's a good one.
Look at the Dino
yes,
Nuggets. It's actually legitimate. And she got ticked off at you for telling us or showing us?
Yeah, because she thinks everything she sends me is, private information.
No.
She goes, okay, you know who I work with? Like, come on.
When you're dating a public figure, it's all out in the
and
open.
I immediately showed y'all, turned around and said, you think I was joking about the Dino Nuggets? I turned around, and there are the Dino Nuggets, and she's eating them for a dinner meal during the week. So,
That's
love you,
amazing.
Mackenzie, but, you messed up on this.
That's amazing. Good for you, Pepe. I'm glad you got the stones to go ahead and get in trouble if her family is listening. This is a big day for the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Now, last order of business on the evening. I need y'all's help because we always get into a bunch of tipping debates on this show. 877-881-1053. I need your advice. So the way Sandler sets this up for us, Jared's going to join us at 8 o'clock, right? We go and we get to have these awesome free dinners. They're free, right? I mean, God knows how much money that dinner cost last night. With the steak and the wine and the drinks and the apps and the sides and the desserts. And you're sitting there at a top-end steakhouse that wins all the awards in Plano. And I was a little worried about how the tip was going to work. I was worried. I was texting y'all before this.
Yeah.
I was texting Jared before this. And he goes, look, worst comes to worst. One of y'all pay it, I'll reimburse you back. So the tip comes, the check comes, and it's like $2.31. It's a can of Sprite. That's all that comes. And I was like, okay, cool. We're going to leave like $200 150 to 200, maybe $250. There were how many of us?
Six.
There were six of us. You know, it was easily $100 a person. Or a lot of people, they kind of break it down like that. Figure for 100 a head, maybe 120 a head at the most. So as I'm getting ready to just go ahead and cover this tip, Bobby goes, no, that's my receipt. And I was like, what are you talking about? That's your receipt. Bobby, in the middle of the meal, decides he's going to get us all shots at the bar of Eagle Rare.
Yeah,
this set off a whole tizzy at the table.
This set off a tizzy because, like, if you don't know, Eagle Rare is a very difficult to get bourbon in Texas. There are places that you can get it in the U.S. Like, we go to California for training camp. I could walk into a CVS and buy 5 bottles for $40 each.
Wow.
You could buy them on the black market here for $200.
What?
It's just very hard to get.
Okay.
But it's a great bourbon. It's fantastic. It wins all kinds of awards.
Yeah.
And Bobby wanted to have. He looks at the menu.
Yep.
And it was like, I think it was like, I don't want to out him, but it was like $20.
It was $20 a shot.
$20 a shot. Now usually it's not a shot. That's a pour. Right, that's a general pour. And a pour usually is like
But you're not supposed to shoot this.
No, it's a sipping. It's an absolute sipping whiskey, bourbon.
The Pates, who have this big culinary background, the couple there, they were definitely looking side eye.
They
were like, "You want us to shoot this Eagle Rare? Like, can I get a ice cube in it? Can I sip it cold?" And you know, Bobby, like, no, we all got to take. You know, he's trying to be festive. He's trying to have a good time. He just really misread the product.
Yeah, and then he was like, don't be scared. Don't be chicken.
Yeah.
Just shoot it. And I'm like, well, wait, hang on. We're not shooting it because it's going to burn our throats.
Yeah.
We're not shooting it because this is something you want to enjoy. This is an enjoying drink.
And he does not believe in enjoying alcohol.
No.
He asked for a second straw for his Moscow Mule. He wanted a second little mini straw, like a little kid would have. I've never even seen a little kid ask for 2 straws in their drink. Maybe for a milkshake. Maybe.
Right, yeah. Milkshake. I could see that. But this was, so he shoots it, and Peyton did the same thing as well because Bobby bought it for me. He's like, I'll do whatever Bobby tells me to do in this.
Peer pressure. So Bobby goes to the bar. He goes, I don't want to mix this up on the dinner bill. So I'm going to go to the bar and get the shots. Comes back, 6 shots of Eagle Rare. I don't think anything of it until the bill comes, and Bobby says, that $2.30, that's my bill from the bar. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, they didn't charge me for the shots. He said, but don't tip $200 because I tipped heavy at the bar. Do you know what he tipped at the bar? Are you aware of what the hell he did?
I have no idea what he did.
You have no idea?
I have no idea. I mean, this is Bobby.
You honestly, it's better if you don't know. You don't know.
I don't know.
Guess what he tipped.
So there's 6 of them, so it would have been $120 for the, and I'm sure there's tax involved with it. So let's say it's $130.
But he got no bill. Yeah, $130, fine.
$130.
Yeah.
Where did he tipped? I'll say he tipped 50%. He tipped him $60.
So you think that he gave like $180 to the bartender?
That's my guess. That's my guess because Bobby's going to over tip.
Bobby Bell gave the bartender $250. There's a reason he's driving to Indy and not flying because this dumbass.
He's an idiot.
250.
Wait, 250.
Did you see me?
In addition,
did you see me?
Mom will see you soon.
No, just period. Did you see me standing at the end of the table for like 3 minutes? At the end, I was having a one-on-one with him of because Bobby told me, he's like, no, they'll split it. The bartender will split that $250, factor that into what I'm going to tip on the dinner bill. So now I have the very difficult conversation because if I tip $200, now we've tipped $450 on this free dinner. $450.
Okay, so hang on. Wait, the $250 was in addition to the
$250 just flat out. He gave the bartender $250.
Okay, so minus the $120, so it's really a $130 tip.
Well, I would have tipped $30 or $40.
Yeah.
Period. The only money I would have given to the bartender was $30 or $40. I just would have tipped him. You're giving me these shots for free. That's awesome. I don't know. I'm not giving $250.
I don't think is Bobby aware how restaurant. I don't think bartenders tip waiters.
They don't. As I had to find out.
The servers tip out bartenders.
I walked up to the server. I said, "Sir, I'm going to put this charge on here, but like I'm going to pay a little less on the dinner bill because my friend gave the bartender $250 and you guys, split it all." This guy looked at me like I was a damn fool. He's like, "We don't split it. That the bartender keeps his and I keep mine." So now I'm sitting here in this position of having to figure out how much to leave on the dinner bill because Bobby gave $250, RJ. $250 for 6 shots of Eagle Rare, $20 a piece. Now y'all tell me on the fan text what to do here. Y'all tell me what to do. Because my original plan was like, I'm gonna leave $200. But now we're gonna leave $400 and what type of dinner bill at 20% would justify $450 as a tip? What would that dinner bill have to be?
At 20%?
20%.
It would have to be a
$450 tip. Who can do the math?
$2,000 dinner.
And we had a very nice dinner.
Right?
But it was not a $2,000 dinner.
A $2,000 dinner would be $400.
Would be 400. Yeah.
Would be 20%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So think about now. So now I have to look like the cheap ass to not go overboard and like tell Jared, "Yo, man, you got to reimburse me here. I'm about to leave, a $250 tip because the server and the bartender, they don't work together and exchange it." He left a $200. Now, what would y'all have tipped on the Eagle Rare shots? What would you have given the bartender?
Okay, so I got a drink. I got Eagle Rare that beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay, I got I think it was. And it was I just got before you guys got there, it was $20. I gave him $4.
Yeah.
20%. Which, by the way,
but
that's more than you I don't.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What if he goes, "I listened to the show. It's on me." You would have given probably a little more than $4.
If it was free?
Yeah, if it was free.
Yeah, I would
Bobby
give him
said
more.
for some I asked Bobby, why did he give you the shots for free? The guy didn't recognize us when we were talking about sports radio before. He asked us about Caitlin Clark. Like, why did you get these 6 shots for free?
No
Something
way.
was off.
I don't buy that.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. He said they gave me. That's why Bobby went overboard with the $250 because he said they gave the shots for free. That's what happened. There's no other way to justify a $250 tip. What Bobby was doing in his mind is saying, "All right, I already owe you $120, so
let's give you another $100. Let's just double it.
I'll give you $100. It's double it.
Let's double it.
I'll give you this on top of it."
And
then telling me, you need to factor that into the dinner bill, like the bartender and the waiter are going to split tips after.
I would be floored if that bartender gave out 6 pours of Eagle Rare free.
I would be too.
I would be
And I hope I didn't get anyone in trouble. I probably shouldn't have even said all that.
Maybe not.
But the bartender. But they got the money back for it. They got the money back for it. I mean, and it was cool. I mean, so that's what happened. So he screwed me. So now I got to go back to Sandler and be like, "Yeah, we tipped we tipped way overboard on what we were supposed to because Bobby did this at the bar with the Eagle Rare shots." What do I do, fan text? 877-881-1053. Help me, please. 877-881-1053. Jared Sandler from Surprise, Arizona to talk about the champs and Bobby's dumbass next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way, the RJ Choppy fan special. And guess what? Today is 3/1, March 1st. That means a brand new deal.
the app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of the World Series champs. The rest of the crew is in Surprise, Arizona for one more day, along with our Rangers insider and broadcaster Jared Sandler joining Sean and RJ. Bobby out. Bobby just texted us. Well, I'll save it. Maybe I'll save it for Below the Belt on the update over him getting sick last night after our dinner at Knife and Plano. Sandman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Have you heard some of the some of this dinner tipping drama?
I have not, so I'm a little behind. You know, oftentimes I listen to the show, but I listen on delay on the app, so I'm a little behind. I just started the Expressway, so whatever Peyton's ignorance towards pop culture that you're about to tie, I'm a little behind. But I just want to, can I clarify something?
Of course.
I think you guys clarified it early, but Bobby did not get sick because of Knife.
No.
Okay. I just want to clarify that. We love Knife, especially George Sergios over at Knife and Plano.
Yep.
And
just to pile on that, Bobby just texted us. He has strep. He went to a doc in the box. He has strep throat.
There you go. Okay.
With a temperature. Awesome.
Which you surprisingly you can't get from over eagerly drinking and going a double straw Moscow Mule. Is that even what are we doing there? He went with a double. He asked for a second straw.
He did not.
Did you want like a swirly straw too, like a souvenir straw?
No, I don't think he actually asked, but he did say to me and Peyton, he wasn't joking. He wanted one. But I was like, I'm not going to let you order a second straw next to me. I'm not going to let you say that to the waiter as a man. But what he did, Jared, is he went and got us 6 shots from the bar. He told us that the shots got comped. So he paid the bartender $250 with tip and the shots that, theoretically you usually get charged for. They were $20 shots. 6 of them, they were $120, but he did not want to mix that up with the dinner bill. So he went up and he gave the bartender $250 for some reason. So then when the tab comes and I'm trying to take care of the tip, Bobby's like, no. Like, factor in what I gave to the bartender because they're going to split that. They're going to go ahead and divide that up. Well, I was like, are you sure about that? Like, I needed to get up and clarify with the bartender. He looked at me like I was slapped his mother. And he's like, no, we don't split. Like, I get what you give me. He keeps the $250 that your friend gave. So now I'm sitting here on the verge of getting ready to dole out $400 or $450 to a tip at Knife for a dinner with 6 people because of Bobby and his stupid tipping ways. That's what happened at the end of the Expressway.
I guess he must have skipped 5th period at home school where they taught basic restaurant understanding.
Yeah.
Why would he think and I've never worked at a restaurant, but I know enough people who have. The servers might a percentage might go to the front of the house or front of whatever it's called, like the host, but the bartenders are not going there with Monopoly money saying $5 for you, $20 for you. You did a great job.
Bartenders keep keep that. They keep it, man.
Isn't that what you're saying? Tolos
are saying
that's what they're saying the most in terms of the reaction, though, right? That Bobby, we shouldn't work with him.
No, we should not work. People are saying the fan text Bobby, we need to fire Bobby. We shouldn't work with him. Sarah's beside herself. She goes, bartenders don't tip servers. It's the other way around.
Yeah.
What are we doing? The house. It's just it's wild.
So that's what happened with Bobby last night. But
all right, well, just let Bobby know, Bobby, if you're listening, that additional $250 tip that will be reimbursed will directly and very negatively impact our mission to support kids with disabilities.
First he would not shave his head for the first he would not shave his head for the kids, and now this.
Yeah, man, what an antagonist towards just trying to do good things in the community. All he wants to do is drink alcohol. Others out there trying to roll up their sleeves, work hard, and support the community. Can't believe it.
I don't know if you heard this yesterday, but by the way, what has been the Rangers clubhouse reaction to Eric Chiafalo this week?
Players love him, man. I mean, I'm sure there are guys who they're very buttoned up and they probably feel they're unsure how to answer some of his questions because they just don't want to put their foot in their mouth.
Yeah.
But I think even those guys, when the interview's done, they at least appreciate Eric's demeanor and confidence for not being someone who grew up on baseball. And it's probably better, right? Because he's not just stiff, like, oh, blah, blah, whatever guy. Yeah. He goes in there with full confidence, and you guys heard yesterday, I think it was Brock Burke, he led off with, do you wear a cup?
Yeah.
And I think the players enjoy it. I think like half of them are like, when he's interviewing Josh Forrest, I think like one half of Josh Forrest is like, gosh, I got to make sure not to say anything that's going to, get me in too much trouble. But then the other half is like, this interview's awesome. I love this. Eric's great. I love Eric is so much fun, and he goes into that clubhouse, and I think the guys really take to him because he's there to have a good time, and people like that. It's infectious.
Sports sounded, though, a little uncomfortable. He loosened up a little bit, especially at the very end when he and Chiafalo ended with this.
Are you pretty out on the idea that Jared Sandler is going to perform well on TV this year, like the rest of us?
I think he's going to be fine. We did a live one, and it went pretty well, so I trust his ability.
Well, we definitely know who the best liar on the team is. It's Josh Spores, ladies and gentlemen, the champion. Thank you, Sporsy.
Listen, I will tell you, I think KNC tried to do this with Dane Dunning. I know G-Bag tried to do this last year with Corey Seager. You try get these guys, they'll play along, but these guys will get my back too sometimes. So you better watch out.
You got a clubhouse on lock. You got it on lock.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, they're going to get my I didn't know what G-Bag said, but last year Corey afterwards came up and was like, man, they were trying to get me to say stuff, but they're not in this clubhouse. They're not a part of this or whatever. Like, I will say baseball players are they're territorial is not the right word, but they take care of their own. And, so Eric tried to get Josh Forrest to throw me under the bus. I will say this about Josh Forrest. Remember, when they're in the clubhouse, it's super early. We're not talking about 2 p.m. It's, in the 7 o'clock hour, sometimes in the 8 o'clock hour. So these guys are tired. They're just getting their coffee in them. And so I will say that as a defense for Josh Forrest, because he did come up to me afterwards and he was curious about some of the bizarre questions that were asked, but he said in general he had a good time. And also remember that they get a lot of guys who they've never seen before show up and ask them, why'd you throw that curveball in this meaningless game, in this meaningless situation? And they're like, what are you asking me, dude? So I think they like questions that come from Eric Chiafalo.
Jared Sandler here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Speaking of the back end of that bullpen, we all know that the problems they have had, the bad run at the closer position. Could this be the year that finally changes?
So it's a great question. Let me return this with a question to you guys. The last time the Rangers had the same primary closer for back-to-back seasons, or do you remember the name of that closer?
Joe Nathan?
Joe Nathan in 2012 and 2013. They have, think about this. Since Joe Nathan left, they have not had the same closer for consecutive seasons. Now, maybe they've had the incumbent closer start the season as the closer, but his performance did not allow him to continue in that role, right? So now, last year they didn't really have one guy, but let's just say they ended the season with Jose Leclerc. Now, Jose, got hit around yesterday. Not going to read too much into that. It's early spring training. It wasn't even March yet. But that is a question. I don't know that Jose Leclerc has the job on lockdown if he has a poor spring. We haven't seen David Robertson throw yet. That will happen soon. He's got to be considered. Josh Forrest has got to be considered. And if Kirby Yates has a really good spring, then maybe he gets considered as well. You've got some options, but you'd love for one of those guys to give you the confidence that they can hold that down for the whole year. I just want to bring one thing up with Jose Leclerc, though, because I do know that people last year were uneasy about Jose Leclerc. He had a couple of inopportunely timed bad performances, but if you go back and look at his numbers, they were really good. Mm-hmm. Opposing hitters hit under 200 against him. It was the best of his career since like 2017 or something. Jose Leclerc was not bad. It's simply the question of, is he the guy who can hold down the ninth inning? There shouldn't be any concern that Jose Leclerc can get you 3 big outs late in the game. The question is, can he consistently do it in the ninth inning? Because we all know that the ninth inning is a different beast. But he did it really well in the postseason outside of the that Game 5 home run he allowed to Jose Altuve.
Jared, is it clear? Last year was like, let's try to avoid the bullpen as much as we can. Is it clear right now, like going into opening day with the injuries, that the bullpen is the strength of the pitching staff?
I think so. And with the rotation, I think it's a group that can be, a really competitive group. I'm not going to say that, in the current form, without DeGrom, without Scherzer, without Mahle, that it's likely that they're going to be one of the best rotations in baseball, but they still can be a good group. I know Sean's a big Dane Dunning guy. Andrew Heaney in the regular season, he'll have some stinkers, but he does a really nice job. He did a nice job for them last year. John Gray was a borderline all-star last year. He probably didn't get more consideration because the Rangers had so many all-stars. Things started to tail a little bit after that, but leading up to the all-star break, he was just going on this white-hot run. And then, of course, you know what you're going to get from Nathan Eovaldi if he's healthy. So it's really not a bad group. But I do think they've added depth to their bullpen. And I'll tell you, RJ, there are always guys or maybe a guy each team each year who steps up and plays a big role in the bullpen or becomes a relied upon reliever. 2 years ago for the Rangers, that was Brock Burke, right? He had a sub-2 ERA, kind of came out of nowhere. I'm really intrigued by the possibility of Mark Church, playing a decent role in this bullpen. And it's early in spring training, but Diego Castillo, who was at one point a really good reliever, had a down year last year. His velocity's back. And I really like Diego Castillo as, one of these minor league contract signings with an invite to big league camp who could make the team and contribute in the bullpen. So I do think that you're right. It's been a shift. I think the bullpen actually has more depth and is better prepared earlier in the season. I don't think, though, that the rotation is as much of a detriment if the guys stay healthy. We all know that is an incredibly big if, and the real questions with the rotation are not 1 through 5. It's more 6, 7, 8, 9. Who are the guys who are going to step in early if 1 or 2 of these guys, or heck, 3 of these guys go down?
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, joins us here 105 through the Fan. All right, and it's so early. Hitters are probably still getting their eye down. Pitchers probably don't have their command. When can you start looking at how they're doing and kind of make judgments?
It's tough. Everyone's different, right? So the veteran who knows he's going to make the team, Marcus Semien, he might be working on certain things. I'm not gonna be concerned if he has a really bad spring. Then there are guys who they clearly are competing for a job, and maybe you look more into that. But I know with the Rangers winning the World Series, there are fans who, they're re-engaging, or maybe they're new to really locking in on baseball or the Rangers. So just a few quick things. One, in Arizona, you're not in a dome stadium like the Diamondbacks are. You're outdoors, so some pitches don't move nearly as well, especially breaking balls. So it's sometimes tough to judge pitchers. Also, pitchers aren't always pitching as closely to a scouting report. You'll hear a lot of pitchers say that they're just trying to get their work in by throwing some pitches, maybe in situations they wouldn't in the regular season. So, it's not that they're not trying to do what they need to do, but what they need to do is a little different in March than it is when it's the regular season. The other thing is there are countless examples of guys who crush spring training, and then it looks like the Monstars took their talents in the regular season, and then there are guys who have awful springs, and then they go on and they have a great regular season. So there's no correlation. I think there are specific things with guys. If a hitter is just constantly swinging at everything and chasing, probably not a great sign, right? You don't like to see that. If a pitcher's velocity is down, you don't love to see that either. Those are some of the things that I try to pay attention to because a guy could be white hot with the bat in March, but it just doesn't mean it's going to carry over in April. Obviously, you'd rather these guys perform better than worse, but there's just no guarantees on any of this stuff.
I need to give you a minute here to defend your boy because we got the
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I didn't even text you the preview. Caleb Williams not showing his medicals, nonstop drama. We text about it. You went to USC. Talk about Caleb Williams and why the Chicago Bears should not be afraid.
We in sports, we need discussion, and sometimes we need headlines. And what's happening here is it has been incredibly boring over the last 2 years because we've known that Caleb Williams will be the first overall pick. So you got to create something, some sort of chasm to try and, maybe it is going to be Drake May. And I will tell you, Sean, I don't always agree with Bobby on certain quarterback things. If anyone wants to waste a first round or a top 5 pick on Jaden Daniels, go right ahead. You're going to be regretting that immediately. Caleb Williams is by far and away the best option to be the number 1 overall pick. People are just looking for silly reasons. And then once Caleb Williams is doing what he's going to do in the NFL, which is perform at a super high level and be a franchise quarterback, we're all going to look back and say, man, why are we so dumb to get distracted by the fact he paints his nails? And the whole thing about being a bad teammate, remember, Caleb Williams flew his entire offensive line to the Heisman Trophy presentation 2 years ago. He is not a bad teammate. This idea that he's a bad teammate is kind of bogus. Yes. Is the NIL, does the NIL stuff create a little bit of a weird dynamic? Sure. But Caleb Williams is not a bad teammate. Anyone who wants to overthink this, be my guest, you're going to look like an idiot when Caleb Williams is making Pro Bowl after Pro Bowl as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Bam! The Sandman, Jared Sandler, D&M Leasing Hotline. Thank you for a wonderful dinner, and sorry about the Bobby drama.
Yeah, it's all right. Sorry about Bobby is just like, that should be a shirt. Sorry about Bobby. But I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for always being such great supporters of the charity.
Thank you, brother. The man, Jared Sandler from Surprise, here on your home of the Rangers. There's still people crapping on the Mavericks trade? Are you kidding me? And RJ is super pumped over a old school movie remake that is next. I was super pumped.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Bobby, while throwing up and the 102-degree temperature with strep throat, is not very happy with me. With my story that I told during the expressway. He said this whole daggone situation was misrepresented. The server brought the bill over and his name was on it. And I never wanted any of the cash back, and anyone criticizing me I cannot read that. And I said, none of this justifies you giving the bartender $250. None of it. He said it was supposed to go to dinner. Server put the drinks on her tab. I mean, he's writing paragraphs. I can't keep up with it.
Yeah, he's trying to say the server put the drinks on his tab, right, with his name on it, but and then he was trying to pull a fast one. But even still, I mean, like, the server's gonna tip out the bartender. I don't know. It's strange. I think the whole thing got confusing, and Bobby got confused.
Yeah, and now
we're equally confused.
And now he's sick with a strep throat, and I am confused as to how anyone can still question the trades that the Dallas Mavericks made. And tonight, I am locked in 6:30 in Boston. Mavericks Celtics. What does it say that the Mavericks are a 10.5-point underdog? Is that absolute disrespect or just praise for the massholes?
Well, I think a lot of it's praise for Boston. I mean, they're the best team in the league, and they've shown it the entire year. They've got 3 legitimate guys. Nobody. Who else has that? Who else has what they have? I mean, and this is what we said when he was here. Porzingis really needs to be your 3. He's like a 2.5. Right, he's a 2.5. He's not a 1. He's not a 2. He's
Middleton, Porzingis, maybe. If you want to talk about 3.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at Middleton's numbers. He's been hurt years past. Well, so is Porzingis.
So is Porzingis. I mean, he's been hurt like crazy, too. I mean, there's probably a few guys that have been hurt more than him, you know, over the course of the last 6-7 years. But, you know, this is an article I found.
And they got a Holiday.
That's right, they got Drew Holiday. I mean, they're just loaded. So this is from ESPN, an NBA trade deadline and review. Did your team make the right move? Did Milwaukee address their areas of need? Did the Mavericks leverage themselves too much? Should the Lakers have been more active?
Porzingis is averaging 20 there. Tatum 27, Jaylen Brown 22, KP 20. Derek White is actually 4th in scoring at 15 a game, and then Drew Holiday at 13.
So these are the 3 categories you could have been in. Yes, they made the right moves and decisions. They're better now. That's the winners. The losers category is wrong move, wrong decision, and there's TBD, which is still too early to tell. Which ones do the Mavericks finish up in?
Too early to tell. Yes is the top one, and what's the middle?
Wrong. Wrong moves, wrong decisions. Yes, they made the right moves and decisions. They're better now.
Yeah.
Or 3, still too early to tell.
Yes, they made the right decisions. No brainer.
Okay.
No brainer.
They are in the category of TBD.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, by the way, the category of the yes, they made the right moves, the Knicks, the Celtics, Toronto, Clippers, Hornets, Timberwolves, Thunder, Bucks, Heat, Suns.
For the deadline?
Yeah, Cavs, Grizzlies, Spurs, Nuggets. Some of these teams did nothing.
Yeah.
And that was the right move for them.
I was like, all these teams did something?
Mavs lead off the maybe they did the right thing category. It's TBD, still early to tell. Here's what they say. They landed another complimentary teammate for Luka by nabbing Daniel Gafford, who averaged 10, 8, and 1.5 blocks through his first 6 games of the Mavs. His contributions were critical in those first few games as rookie Derek Lively was out. They rolled the dice in getting P.J. Washington, a decent player with size and adequate career perimeter shooting numbers. With this in mind, it's no coincidence they won each of their first 4 contests with those 2 in the lineup. It could turn out to be a sign of bigger things to come. Still, they need to be incredibly careful in safeguarding players and picks as Luka enters his prime. To get the front court duo, they dealt away Grant Williams, a player they landed by giving up a first-round pick swap in a sign and trade, and Seth Curry, and a 2027 first-round pick. Put another way, they have depleted their war chest in a short amount of time, which is fine for now. But down the road, if the Mavs hit a ceiling and Luka gets antsy, it's a problem. They eventually could look back and realize it spent way too much to attain a pair of players who might ultimately still end up playing behind Lively and Maxey in key moments. And that's fair. That's fair.
Gafford's minutes, okay, if you want to make an argument, P.J. Washington's slow start. But, all of us have said that they jumped a level in terms of being a threat. And everyone's talking about their depth. They got
a lot more depth now. Like I get the point. Like if PJ and Gafford are backups, and you traded away a guy that you traded a first round pick swap for, and you also traded away a number 1 pick, and you traded away Seth Curry. Like that's you don't have a whole lot of reserves for the future to get better down the road.
Yeah, I get that
because I guess NBA teams are always like trying to position themselves for like, oh, let's position ourselves for 2030.
Yeah,
they always do that weird thing. Like we're gonna take on all these contracts because man, in 2030 we're gonna have money to spend.
Who commented on this? Who gave their opinion on this? Was it like from the different ESPN writers, or was it one person?
It was the different writers. Chris Herring put it all together. He's the senior.
Okay. Like, did McMahon comment on this?
I did not see McMahon comment on this.
I just think it's to me, it's an absolute no-brainer. They're better. Like, I think it was. I think maybe they're not home run moves, but it feels like a triple to me. Tell me if I'm wrong, y'all. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Now, it does feel funny saying this when they're 7th in the West. They're still sitting here flirting with a play-in situation, but they are, a game and a half out of the 5 spot with the Suns. Here's the West. Minnesota's up by a game on the Thunder. Denver is 1.5 back in 3rd. The Clippers are 4. Phoenix is 5. They're a half game up on the Pelicans. The Pelicans are a half game up on us. We are a half game up on Sacramento. So it is loaded between 5 and 8. Then you have the Lakers at 9 and the Warriors at 10. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled with the move. So much so that I wish I knew more about Gafford and Washington, because the truth is I didn't. I'm not watching the freaking Washington Wizards. I'm just not. So I wasn't that familiar with Gafford's game. And again, PJ Washington, his slower start, even though he had his best game the other night, and then Gafford's kind of minutes up and down a little bit, getting some people criticizing Jason Kidd. I guess that would be the only justification for TBD, but I got to give Nico his props. That's my opinion. But ESPN just saying wait and see. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the Fan. All right, you are very excited about a movie redo that's coming back.
Man, I am very excited about this one. The Naked Gun. The Naked Gun. Peyton, have you seen it?
I have not. Baseball movie, though, right?
Yes. That is a baseball movie.
I've not seen it.
It is a baseball movie.
Well, we did talk about this last night.
Oh, come on, Sean.
We
God.
talked about this a little bit last night, so that's how you got the reference. There's no way.
Now, listen, the Naked Gun is the series. The Naked Gun is one of my all-time favorite comedic series, period. It is a tremendous movie. I think from a jokes per minute standpoint, it might be number one.
Ooh!
From just the amount of jokes per minute, the volume of comedy in this.
Now, is there a theme he should be playing to this? Is there a Naked Gun theme? I can't remember.
Yeah, it would be the Files for the Police Squad music. I think they used, but I don't remember there being like this specific theme. But I mean, yes,
that's when you work your fingers and type to see whether you should find a Naked Gun.
Naked Gun music. Naked Gun Files for the Police Squad.
I've been watching him this hour. I think the last night's hitting him now.
It's hitting him.
I think he's slowly fading a little bit. He looks like he's hurting. Yeah. Is that true? Are you hurting a little bit?
No, I don't think so. Okay. I mean, after 4 or 5 drinks, I think I'm fine.
Okay. You're not like us. We're just built different. We have tiger blood. I know. You're 25 years old. Minutes, you're taking 4-hour naps during the day. It's just your constitution is.
We have raised our game this morning. I thought I was going to be hurting a lot more. I woke up at 3 a.m. You messed up your REM sleep, but this is what champions do.
Yeah, this is what they do. This is how champions are made. Play like a champ. Radio like a champion today.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to do here. Liam Neeson, who. There you go.
There we go. Turn it up. Good job.
Liam Neeson, who apparently is a badass. I never thought of that when I thought of Liam Neeson 30 years ago, but all these Taken movies, he's just become this like super just monster. He is going to reboot the new Naked Gun series, according to the Hollywood Reporter. It's also going to be included with Seth MacFarlane, who is, of course, the Family Guy, and then a few other people. But the Office star Ed Helms was previously trying to reboot this. I think he's supposed to be a part of this as well. But they're saying it's going to be in theaters in July of next year. I cannot wait. Please, I ask one thing.
Go to an AMC to watch it. Please.
I ask two things.
Okay.
One, go to the bring OJ back for this.
Oh my God! You're gonna say this at the end of the segment?
He was in the original.
You're gonna say this at the end of the bring OJ.
He played
back?
Nordberg valiantly.
Oh my gosh!
Fantastic.
Oh my.
Bring up.
Oh man! Wow. There you go.
It was such a great movie. If you have not seen The Naked Gun, forget 2.5, forget 33 1/3. Those are good too. If you've not seen The Naked Gun, do yourself a favor. Check it out. It's fantastic.
RJ takes over below the belt. He supports the Eagles getting the ruling in their favor. And anyone want Zach Wilson as a backup around here? Below the... Well, we need to rename this. What can we rename it? With something RJ Chop related?
I don't know.
Choppy's belt.
What?
Choppy's belt.
That's
There we go.
That's awesome.
terrible.
That's fantastic.
Like, awful. That's next.
All right, here we go. Let's get you over to number one air. And the Love is in the Air special continuing.
world, more new Silverados than anyone. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Oh, well, here we go on the Choppy block.
That's what Nathan, Tolo Nathan, who I absolutely love, listening in Arizona, said it's got to be the chop block. Shout out Nate Dogg in Arizona.
Nice. Very nice. Okay. That's not really how I start a sentence. The NFL. Does the NFL have it in for the Dallas Cowboys? What do I mean by that? It sounds like they have already decided that the tush push is here to stay. Troy Vincent, according to Pro Football Talk, he is the executive vice president of football operations, recently downplayed the possibility of the tush push being banned, while saying the league has harnessed a philosophy rooted in common sense. Quote, don't punish a team that strategically does it well. He says the competition committee didn't even address the play during a recent meeting at the Combine. And while he said teams will get a chance to raise the issue at another gathering scheduled at the end of March, it appears the momentum that picked up midway through the previous season has finally fizzled out. And another way of saying it is cooler heads have prevailed.
You and Eric Chiafalo, the Italians, loving the Eagles.
Well, we do support that Sirianni has the Italian flag on the side of his hat.
Does he?
Yeah, he wears that Eagles visor, which I hate visors. I think all men wearing visors, big problem. Okay, nobody wants to see the top of your head.
Yeah.
But he does have that Italian flag on the side. It's
Look,
really cool.
my problem with this, I'm not trying to be a whiny little cowboy follower. I'm not trying to have sour grapes. I just hate when it's not a QB sneak. USC, back to the liner play. I don't like 2 or 3 people sitting there lining up in back of the quarterback and shoving them in. It says this is not tug of war. It should be a QB sneak. I would love for them to make the rule. If you make contact with the quarterback in the back, it's a penalty. It's not football to me. You QB sneak it, fine. If Jalen Hurts squats more and Jason Kelsey gets lower, that's fine. I just don't want people sitting there ramming into the back 2-3 yards and it becomes a tug of war. That to me is not football. That's pulling a rope.
Well,
that's me.
I understand that. The problem they're going to run into, and this is like a lot of times you'll see like
because that's not the individual player using his strength and his ability. It's like how many people can I have? How many 300-pounders can I have shoving him from behind?
So yeah, and a lot you'll see this like with politics, right? There's a bill that they're trying to pass. Oh, they want to give free school lunches out to everybody. Everybody seems like it's a great bill. But in the bill, it's like, well, also comes with this, there's going to be this allocated to that. It's like, oh, well, we don't want to do that. So you vote no, and everybody's like, what, you're not for free school lunches? The problem if you outlaw this because of the push from behind, then when a running back goes through the line of scrimmage and he gets near the goal line, and the offensive lineman comes and pushes him from behind, which the Cowboys did a lot this year, you're going to have to outlaw that too.
Yeah.
And I don't think they want to do that. Because then it's like, all right, that's a penalty. What happens if you just kind of run into the guy? And, so I think that's part of the bigger issue. Because I understand, it's a safety issue. It can't be safe for them to push him through the line and have everybody roll up on top of him. Shoot, the Chiefs won't even QB sneak. I think the last time they QB sneaked was 2019. I don't think they've done one.
Really?
Because of ever since Mahomes got hurt in that Denver game.
Yeah.
And he missed like 3 weeks. But like also, if it's an unfair advantage, I mean, every team can do this. Like figure out a way to do it as well as they do or better. And maybe that will stop it. I mean, I don't know. All right, next one. The Jets. The Jets. For a team that stinks, they're in the news an awful lot.
Man. It seems like a circus always.
It is.
Why doesn't Woody Johnson get destroyed like Jerry Jones or Dan Snyder? Why doesn't he ever get called out? Because he seems like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Maybe because he stays out of it. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Now, look, the Jets have... This is the sad part. The Jets have made 3 AFC championship games since the Cowboys last went to an NFC championship game. Go think of that. You want to be depressed?
Wow.
The Jets have gone to 3 AFC Championship games since the Cowboys last went to one. That is depressing. But the Jets have given the okay for Zach Wilson to seek a trade. Who is going to line up and take this kid as a backup?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, think of it. You'd rather have Cooper Rush than Zach Wilson.
Oh, 1,000%.
Without hesitation. We've seen enough.
Yeah, because you want stability from your backup. He is anything but stable. You can't count on him. He's on a rock. This kid's going to be even worse as a backup than as a starter. Like, there's no pressure. There's no pressure to act a certain way as a backup.
Why would he be worse?
Because he, as a starter, at least he has the fear of the expectation of being a starter. I've got to act a certain way. With this, what is the best job in sports? The backup quarterback.
Yeah.
You have no pressure. You have no expectations. You show up to your team meeting at 8 a.m. You take 3 reps in practice, and you go home. Like, there is nothing like that. And I can't imagine a team lets him start. I wouldn't think so.
He'll never start.
No, but now someone's going to sign him because he does have, the upside of talent, and it's like, well, maybe we can fix it. Well, maybe it was the Jets. Dude, I can't take that kid as a backup. You want your backup to be not seen and not heard.
I don't think he is going to be seen or heard. He seems likable to me. I liked him after the Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
He wanted to learn from Aaron. He wanted to soak it up. Doesn't seem like he's got that ego anymore. I'm rooting for him. If he can't be a backup, he can't be in the league because he's definitely not going to be a starter. I don't even know if Russell Wilson's going to start. So I know 1,000,000,000% Zach Wilson's not going to start, but I know no one's going to trade for him either.
No. Are you going to give 7th?
Yeah.
Go for the second pick in the draft to not even getting the 7th rounder out of him?
Right.
Seems a bit low. All right.
This is drama.
McCall Hardman. Guys, this was wild here. So McCall Hardman was on a podcast here with Crowder.
Pivot.
The Pivot podcast. And they asked him what went wrong during your time with the Jets, and he left nothing for the imagination.
What went wrong with the Jets? They trade you. What went wrong there?
Y'all treat certain guys that shouldn't be treated like they should be treated. And I just feel like it's not an established coaching staff there as well. Like, you just got a new coaching staff that came in. It's no standard there. It's like everybody do what they want to do. And defense have a more of a stabilized standard with the coaching staff on that side. So you could tell the defense got a standard, but the offense is just like, all right, we've just figured it out. It's an Aaron show. Let Aaron do what Aaron do, you know what I mean? But then when Aaron go down, it's like, we don't know what to do. But this is that same coach staff that just was out of a job the previous year, then averaged get a new job.
All right. So he continued on, and he started he wasn't calling people's name out, but he basically said, anybody but Garrett Wilson, who's the truth, he goes, I'm better than everybody else. I'm better than this guy. I'm better than you. I know I'm better than you. And he keeps going, better than this guy, better than that guy. And they just didn't give him any run.
Well, that's also a call out there to, it feels like Nathaniel Hackett should not be employed in the National Football League. It feels like Nathaniel Hackett, he is on Aaron Rodgers' leash.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And if he's saying there's no order over there, it's just like, turn it over to Aaron. And there's not going to be any coaching. And when Aaron went down, the whole thing collapsed.
He also said that there were different rules for different players with the Jets, and with the Chiefs, it's not happening. He said if Patrick Mahomes comes out in the practice field with the wrong shoes on, he goes back in and changes them.
Ooh.
There are no different rules for Patrick Mahomes.
Good.
Patrick Mahomes follows the same rules as everybody else. They don't give him preferential treatment. He was trying to bring that same thing to the Jets. That was kind of a shot at Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Right? So this escalated a little bit when he said this, and now Sauce Gardner decides to tweet and then delete. We ain't going to talk about how our offensive game plan got leaked versus the Eagles, though.
Oh, what?
He wasn't the only one. Kenny Yeboah? He's tripping. He ain't talking about his own work ethic and how the Georgia Eagles got our game plan.
Ooh.
And everybody on the Jets is saying that McCall Hardman was so disgruntled, and he's from Georgia. He went to Georgia. that he leaked the Jets game plan to his former collegiate teammates.
Wow.
Who, obviously, in the NFL, they called them the Georgia Eagles. Even the punter went after him. Thomas Morstead, on Twitter, be careful getting information from disgruntled former employees. Getting beat out by a rookie free agent after being guaranteed millions of dollars is tough to deal with. Entitlement is a killer of opportunity. You have to earn it every year.
Wow.
When the punter starts throwing shade, it's time to go away. It's time to stop talking. He got the last laugh because he caught the Super Bowl game-winning touchdown. He's happy. He's back in KC. Great. Good for him. It obviously didn't work out there, but
more shots were fired at the Jets as well because this Bills offensive lineman,
Deion Dawkins
on Vlad TV, going after Michael Clements. I guess they scuffled during the year.
So there's beef.
And Deion, the big man, shirtless. I hope you don't have this on the fan camera. You don't need
to put it up there.
No, don't do it, man. This is some Bills Jets drama.
You get into it with the Jets. Yeah. What happened?
Weirdos being weird. Weirdos being weird. I don't even want to give a man no credit talking about him, but number 72.
Michael Clements.
Yeah. Yeah, boy. Boy. I'm going to just keep it a buck. I hate them. All of them, bro. They are all some, when it comes to sports, right? There's people that play the sport because they love the sport. And then there's people that play the sport just to try to be cool. I feel like they play the sport to try to be cool. Those are a bunch of dudes that just want to take pictures on Instagram. That's whack. I play this because I'll die by it.
Inject it right into my veins.
Wow.
Some old school sports hatred.
Yeah, it is.
Please do. Now Micah sitting down asking Jordan Love, how'd y'all kick our ass? Explain. Oh, I'm joking with that. I didn't really have a problem. Explain the game plan. Although a lot of Cowboy fans did. So there it is. What do we call this? The chop block?
The choppy block, the chopping block. One of those two.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
All right. We'll do it on Monday as well. Unless Bobby tries to make his return after skipping the combine in Indianapolis. We got a little special guest in studio to talk about the rookie star in DFW in a big-time trade that hopefully brings another championship. That's next. Final hour of the week on Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But time is flying. It's already March 2024 already with spring break, St. Patrick's Day, and college basketball.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Robertson, centering pass. It went past Hits at the point. Low bouncing shot. They score. Pavelski, 2-0.
Final call last night wasn't the final call. I'm thrown off because of all the fist pumping happening in studio. We got it from Ralph James Choppy. We don't have it from Sick Bobby Belt, but we do have it from the boss, a.k.a. the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, on Sean and RJ in studio on 105.3 The Fan.
Boys, glad to be a replacement for Bobby Belts, and I finally get a segment. You know, I'm hearing all this stuff about Ammon on the FM. Peyton's got a segment. I mean, I need some juice here. You guys have a sexy fiance, a sexy wife. You guys are rock stars. I mean, how about helping a guy out? I'm just a poor guy who hosts a lowly hockey podcast.
Yes. This whole sob story.
Spits and suds.
We should go over salaries here and Steve with your running two stations, big dog, Mr. Feel Sorry for Mr. 1080 and 105.3. When is the last time one of the shows had you on?
Oh, wow. It's been a while.
Has it?
Yeah. You know what? I actually ran into G-Bag because they were talking about, was it you guys or was it G-Bag? Talking about Cologuard.
Not us.
So, yeah, they were talking about pooping in a box.
Oh.
And I have done that. So I came in to explain the process. It was like the greatest RJ segment ever. RJ would be totally dialed in for it.
Now, what has stood out to you from, by the way, we heard you got drinking on air passed after G-Bag, so we'd like to thank you for that.
That's good.
We really appreciate it.
Just because one doesn't mean the rest of the herd can.
Oh, it's very Jets, different rules.
That's
different
right.
rules for different people.
So brought us, and Chiafalo.
Yep.
Brought us and Chiafalo apparently partaking. So we were just wondering how the door hasn't been opened from the program.
Well, it can open if you guys want to enjoy a Frosty. You can. I understand.
Without Bobby.
Oh yeah.
You trust us?
I trust you. Yeah, you guys, you three here, Bobby out. I can't do that.
What surprise moment has jumped out the most to you? I have labeled EC the MVP, Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah.
What interview or moments have jumped out from the spring training coverage?
I mean that was amazing. And then KNC the other day just going Dunning straight into Bochy was awesome.
Yeah.
So those guys have knocked it out of the park. The confessionals, which you can see on the fan by Best Buy Windows and Siding, that has been amazing. Just the guys. It's been a cool week. Spring is in the air and it just feels different this year. It's just got the crowd, you can hear they're louder. They're more into spring training, drawing 6,000 and 7,000 a game. I mean, it's just, I'm so happy for the club and I'm so happy for us.
Let's talk about the Stars Club and the win last night over Winnipeg 4-1. Explain the Stars' struggles as of late and your thoughts on last night's W.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to focus on the defense, but the fact of the matter was, until last night, they weren't scoring goals. They hadn't had 2 or more goals since mid-February. So last night they showed up to play, and it's interesting. I say this on Spits and Suds a lot, and we forget about it in like hockey and other sports, but we tend to focus on it, in football, and that's matchups. And Winnipeg is a very good matchup for the Stars, and Colorado is a bad matchup for the Stars. So Winnipeg allows you to come out of your zone, and that, to me, is a mistake that they're allowing that, because then you generate speed, and when you have speed like Duchesne, Hintz, Thomas Harley, Miro Heiskanen coming out without any kind of sustained pressure, that's the Stars game. You're basically allowing them to do what they do best. So I thought they played really well yesterday. I thought Winnipeg tried to exert their physicality early with a couple of big hits, and the Stars responded by scoring goals and sustained offensive pressure. So overall, I thought it was one of their better performances of the year, and I thought Jake Ottinger played really well. I mean, he's not going to stand out because it's not like it wasn't a 40-save performance, but the kid's dialed in. I mean, it's like a quarterback in that, he gets the focus, but he's just a real solid goalie.
Well, you mentioned him, like compared to last year,
Yeah.
which was a great season. How's he followed up? I know there's some injuries that were happening.
Yeah, the injury certainly played a factor, but I love his calm demeanor. I love how he attacks the puck. I love his angles. And honestly, the Stars defense, we forget with goalies that a lot of it has to do with the defense in front of you. Aiden Hill was not a great goalie with Arizona and not a great goalie with San Jose. And then Las Vegas makes a trade, and all of a sudden, he's one of the best goalies in the NHL. Now, kudos to Aiden Hill, but kudos to also one of the best defensive cores in the league. Sure. So I think, the Stars, defensively put a lot of pressure, probably than more teams, on their goaltender. And that's what I like about Jake Ottinger. He just has the same demeanor, and you want that out of your goalie.
So Choppy, throughout this slump, has talked about the schedule, like tough stretch.
Yeah, it's grind.
How much of that do you write off to the Star struggles of like, hey, you're going through somewhat of a gauntlet here? How do you balance that versus, all right, maybe this team isn't the contender that I thought?
Yeah, it is interesting. It's a great question. And my contention all year is, and when you look at the Stars schedule, like last night is a quality win against a quality opponent. But how many of those quality wins have they had throughout the year? You can beat the San Jose's, you can beat the Anaheims, you can beat up on lesser teams, but you have to show at some point that you can beat Colorado, that you can beat Vegas, and the Stars haven't been able to do that. So I thought they outplayed Boston on the road. A lot of people thought they outplayed the New York Rangers. I thought either team could have had that win. They got crushed in Ottawa, and they came back with a big effort against Carolina, which is a good team. So I think it was a gauntlet going through that, but good teams find a way to get through that, and the Stars are in first place. How much can we complain?
Sure. They outplayed the Isles too, right? The other night.
Yeah, they outplayed the Isles, absolutely. And, it's one of those things where you look at a couple of those Islanders players and after the game, you're like, okay, you have a great goaltender, you have some good players. How are you not even in the playoff race right now?
We mentioned the schedule is difficult. Now it lightens up a little bit.
A little bit. I heard you talking this morning, and your hockey analysis was very good. Both of you are on point. And I will say that, yes, you get San Jose back-to-back. San Jose is playing better hockey right now. Anaheim is one of those teams. They can crush you one night, and you can crush them another. Yeah. They're young. They have some really, really good talent, but they just haven't been able to put it together because they're too young. But then after that, you do play the LA Kings, who are much improved. And then you do have some interesting games coming up. So it's easier for about half a week, and then it gets tough again.
Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, in studio here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. So let's talk about the trade.
Yeah.
How big of a deal was this, and what are the Stars getting when his visa clears?
How does an NHL player have a visa issue?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We talked about it on Spits and Suds yesterday, so everyone was excited as well as they could be. So Chris Tanev has played just in Vancouver and Calgary, and so his residence has always been Canada. Okay. So there are different kinds of visas. There's obviously a different visa which allows you to come to the U.S. and work in different cities, but then you have to take up residency in one American city for a extended amount of time. That's a different visa that you have to get. So, if it's the off season and they sign Chris Tanev, not a problem, but they can turn this around really quick. It just takes a few days.
Does something like that, a situation like that, does that impact trades? Like, does that impact whether a team is willing to make a trade for somebody because they know they're not going to have a guy for maybe a week?
No. Similar to every football or basketball, they have guys that take care of the controllables. Mm-hmm. Each NHL team has a contact within the government, and it's expedited.
Is there another move?
There could be another move, and here's why. So the Stars needed salary cap space, so they included New Jersey as a third team. Mm-hmm. And so New Jersey's picking up part of 50% of Chris Tanev's salary. Calgary's picking up a little bit, and then the Stars really only have to pay Tanev just a little over $1 million. So that allows them, they have actually some cap space now to possibly make another move, especially if someone retains salary. So they can do that. And here's the thing. They also didn't give up their first round pick. So first round pick is gold as far as tradable assets. So can they make another move? Yes, they can.
What type of player is he? What does he add?
He's a warrior. He's an absolute warrior. First of all, you're getting a room guy. You're getting a guy that everyone respects around the league, which is massive. You already have Joe Pavelski in that room. You have Jamie Benn in that room. So now you have a guy. The other thing, he's a guy hungry for the cup. Had some early success in Vancouver, but, just like any athlete, you think it might, happen. Here come the Stanley Cups. So he hasn't won a Stanley Cup. I believe he's 34 years old. So, it's winding down for him. He still has some good years left, but he wants that cup. And he talked about that when the trade happened. He's excited about it. As far as on the ice, this is a guy
He's 32.
32. Good to know. So here's the other thing. He basically plays with just one tooth in because all the other chiclets have been knocked out.
Look at that photo.
I didn't think that my photo was going to be able to be top, Ryan. It won't take you very long to put one up on the fan cam of this guy.
Chris Tanev.
Okay. Look at this.
This is toothless aggression right here.
So he regrets that, but he actually turned his head and the puck hit him in the face.
You know what? My bad, boss. He is 34.
Okay.
He is 34.
That's awful. I can't imagine. I can't imagine like getting
They get you street cred.
nail with a for sure.
Yeah, you know what? He is one of the tops in the NHL as far as block shots. So he brings a lot to the table. What he also brings to the table is he's a right-handed shot, and the Stars needed a right-handed shot. So he was playing first-line defense for Calgary, so he certainly is going to bolster the Stars' defense, which they need.
He's got it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Ryan, the stud in the back, hooking up the Twolos. So where does this put them? Where are they in terms of contender status? If you do the tiers, where do you think the Stars end up, and how far away are they? What is their biggest weakness left?
Yeah, so still I would say defensively, I think they have a really good D-core now, but I want to see it in action, and they might go out and get a Sean Walker in Philadelphia, who's another very good defenseman. Maybe they can pull off that trade, but does Philadelphia right now is in the playoff race. So does Philadelphia, they haven't made the playoffs in 3 years. So they probably want to get in because they're competing against the 76ers, Phillies, and Eagles in a rabid sports town. So I think, defensively is probably still their weakest. And offensively, I'd like to see them more consistent. First line had a good game last night with Pavelski, Hintz, and Robertson. But, we need to see it more on a consistent basis. And we have to understand Tyler Sagan's out. Evgeny Dodonov's out. So they are dealing with some injuries.
Philly's a mess. that whole Cutter Gauthier situation.
Yeah. Well, that was more the player, I think, than the organization. I actually think Daniel Briere and the Philadelphia organization, they handled it really well. They could have ruined the kid, and they didn't.
How about the guy I discovered? Speaking of the kids, he scored in his third straight game last night.
Stanky ass? Logan Stankoven?
You really tried to help me, and I've really butchered.
I did try to help you.
That was a bad.
It was really interesting because you texted me the other day something. You're like, is it pronounced this way? I'm like, really? You're going to ask me now?
Yeah.
By the way, do not use the drop of the boss using that term, by the way. Yeah, he's really good.
Pod credibility there.
He was really good in juniors. He's, really good in Texas. The game just comes to him. He's very smart, and I love his tenacity. He's only 5'8", but he works the corner so real well. He was going up against a guy in front of the net last night that was at least 6'2", 6'3", and he was moving him. So he has some trunks for legs, and the motor just does not stop. So he's great to see. And I tell Stars fans this. If you're excited about Logan Stankoven, it's kind of like the Rangers. We have Evan Carter, and everyone's like, all right, Wyatt Langford. Let me introduce you to Maverick Bourque, who was on the same line as Logan Stankoven, who plays in Texas right now. He's that good. So if you like Stankoven, you're going to love Maverick Bourque, and he's coming next year. Maybe even late this year. Wow. Yeah, so it's like you see Stankoven, and you're like, oh, my God. Remember this name, Maverick Bourque.
That and more from the boss, Gavin Spittle, a.k.a. the Hockey Hawk. Spits and Suds is out after last night. Thank you, boss.
It's great to be on one of my top 5 shows here on the fan.
All right. Well, heck yeah.
Number 1 for the week. Number 1.
Yep.
Let's keep it going. Gavin Spittle, GJ Spittle for all your hockey love on Twitter. Here on Sean and RJ, what records could be broken at the NFL Combine this weekend? Byron Jones in jeopardy, and will Bobby be there puking all over the place to see it? That is next. But
Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
NFL Combine taking place yesterday. The big stories. Caleb Williams, first player believed ever to not turn in the medicals. He's like, I'll do that with my own private stuff that's taking place. And you also had Texas Tech defensive back Taylor Owens saying he does not believe in outer space and other planets. He also says that flat earth theorists make some valid points. So that's what came out of the Combine yesterday. Caleb Williams apparently also making around $10 million from his NIL deals in his final 2 years at SC. So Caleb making $5 million a year. If he goes to the Bears, there's only 7 Chicago players scheduled to make more than $5 million in 2024. So Caleb Williams would be making more in college than 85% of his NFL teammates next season.
Well, that explains how I think you can get that USC team to have the year they did. I think it's very difficult, and that's part of, look, and it's not a problem with the NIL. It is what it is. It's up on the teams to figure it out. It's not the players' problem to figure it out. It's the teams to figure it out. Like how you coach players who make as much money as you. There are college coaches in college football who are not making as much money as Caleb Williams.
Right.
And for a century, college coaches they held the full autonomy stick. Those days are long gone. And he's going to have, I'd be willing to bet, I don't know anything about USC's NIL, but I would be willing to bet that if Caleb Williams is making $5 million a year, he might make more money than every other player on his team combined. Now, that might not be the case because there may be somebody making more than that, like $1 million, who knows. But it's probably close. And that's got to be a difficult thing to be in a locker room when you're a kid in a locker room and you've got a guy who's making NFL money and you're broke. And he's living in this high-rise overlooking L.A. and the Hollywood sign, and you don't have a car or whatever. It's got to be difficult. It's got to be a difficult thing to figure out.
So Bobby Belt was supposed to be 3.5 hours into his drive to Indianapolis this morning.
He should be passing through. Let's see, maybe the Tahlequah, Oklahoma area by now.
Yeah,
he should be passing through that right about now.
Yeah,
he's not. He's passing through a toilet.
Yeah, he's passing through a toilet. He said he's been throwing up since 4 a.m. After we all went to dinner. It was not.
Right.
It was not because of the great food that we had at Knife in Plano with the Sandlot charity event. It's because he has strep throat, and now Tolo D, the mom of the morning show, she's DMing me talking about how contagious strep is. I sat to the right of Bobby, and Peyton sat directly across from Bobby. And my wife is like, I cannot have strep throat and be unable to take medications while pregnant with your daughter 7-8 months in. So I'm hoping, I feel good, I feel fine that Bobby does not infect the rest of the morning show as he has 101 degree temperature with strep throat while throwing up. Strep throat make you throw up like that?
I don't know. I've never had that. Can she not take medicine while pregnant?
Some, but like you're limited. You can't take the regular medicine that's what the doctor's not like, yeah, go ahead, take this codeine and go to sleep. Go ahead, knock out with the tussin.
Yeah, I don't remember.
We can't robo trip like we normally do.
Right, yeah. But who knows? Can you take amoxicillin, or I think that's the cure for strep, but who knows? I don't know. That stinks because y'all are what?
She doesn't have anything.
8 months in? 7 months in?
She's just saying don't bring it home. But it is what it is now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Peyton was across from Bobby, and I was next to him. Is it? I don't even know. Is strep throat that contagious? I guess.
Very contagious.
Oh, great. Awesome.
I coughed 3 times in the break, so now I'm worried.
It's going to get in your head.
I know it is. I'm going to have a Bobby head or something like that.
Hopefully it doesn't grow that damn big. So will Bobby make the trip to Indy tomorrow? He's supposed to be out on Monday. So will he try to go later on tonight or tomorrow? I don't know. I would just see if I can get this hotel refund back. and you can just go ahead and cancel it.
Ah, yeah, because he's within 24 hours.
He said, I'm not going with the way it is now. I need to stop hurting by like 8:30. Took some Zofran and still threw up after.
Zofran? Is that? I didn't know that was for strep throat. I didn't know Zofran was for strep throat.
Maybe I shouldn't have read that. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be reading anything about medicine. Anyway, let's do a little combine preview. Fastest, I got Bet Online, of course, BetQL coming out with all the different numbers. Over under, fastest 40-yard dash time. Does anyone know what that number is?
Ever? Let's say it's 4.23.
4.275.
Was it John Ross?
Yes, it was. Well, John Ross's 4.22. Okay, I'm sorry. It was a 4.22. That's the record. They're asking over under 4.275. But will John Ross's 4.22 40-yard dash record be broken? The favorite is no, at minus 700. Player position with the fastest 40? Wideout. Wideout minus 200, then corner, then running back. Will Byron Jones' broad jump record be broken? Byron still has the broad jump record at 12.3.
I'm going to say no.
Minus 2,000 for no. Will the vertical record be broken? What do you think that vertical is?
It's not mine, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
48 inches. I have no frame of reference on this.
45. Will Conley. Will Conley, Washington, 45-inch vertical. John Ross, we said. Is this Mike Fisher on the bench press here? Oh.
You know what? Okay, I got.
I wanted to see if I could draw you off.
So Fish posts this photo on Facebook, and look, he has done a great job of getting in shape. And he posts this photo on Facebook, and he says, new PR on the bench press, 225 times 36. And I think he meant that he did 3 sets of 12 to get to 36. Because I can assure you, Fish did not do that 36 times in a row. Because if he did, he'd be at the combine. In the combine.
Do they do 225 at the combine?
That's the bench press. But they do the bench
I
press,
have Vegas's over under bench press reps for the combine this weekend.
For the winner?
No, just
the over under.
Yeah, the over under they're setting.
I bet you the highest that we see at the combine this year is 34.5.
It's 38. 38 is the over under. So Fish did what?
36. So
are you sure you didn't misread this?
I trust me. I did not misread this. I think he misput it down. He misrepresented it when he put it down there.
Yeah.
It should be 12 times 3 equals 30. There's no way he did it 36 times in a row.
Yeah.
Not a chance. I love the guy. I'm proud of him. I am so proud of him.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
You know what the bench press record is?
It's 49.
49. Well done. Is this Steven Pia? Is this the former Cowboy? P-A-E-A.
Yeah.
Didn't he play D-line here?
Yeah, he did. Steven Pia. Pia.
Yeah, Paella. I don't know. So that's what triggered RJ last night at dinner. Really set him off.
I know. I was just like, look, I'm not going to let this slide. Like, there's a lot of things I'll let slide.
Yeah.
You can't. No. You can't lie about that.
Rich Eisen's 40-yard dash over under is 614. As Tom Brady ran a faster 40 the other day than he did at his combine coming out of Michigan.
That's remarkable. And that is proof right now that nutrition and training has never been better. And everything that happened, like the athletes, even the athletes in the 90s can't come close to touching what we have today. Now, they may be, less, I do believe like there's a situation we have where the players are more kind of robotic now. They don't know how to fix problems within the game. They just do what they're told, and they're great. But their athleticism is off the charts.
So NFL teams are trying to respond to this NFLPA survey that destroyed the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And teams are trying to come out and put out some of these fires. By the way, I was watching Louis Riddick yesterday, and they asked, is this a big deal? Because I agree with much of what you said yesterday, where you're like, obviously these facilities that Kansas City all failed, basically, it doesn't matter because you have Patrick Mahomes. But Louis Riddick said it will eventually matter when word gets around. He said at the Super Bowl, when the Chiefs showed up to the Raiders practice facility or wherever they were, he said you could see how wide-eyed they were. Like, whoa, other teams practice like this? Are you kidding me? He also chided the Hunts. I think I'm using that correctly. He criticized the Hunts for taking way too long to get Andy Reid to the top of the coaching salary tree. So the Hunts are catching it, and other teams are responding to their grades too.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of grades out there that are bad with this. You know, you got to deal with it. Like make everything better.
It's like us finding out what other radio stations get with expense reports on their trips.
Yeah,
we're like, what?
Yeah, just make it better. Make it better. If you're the Chiefs, the Hunt family apparently doesn't treat the families as well as they should. Clark Hunt is the third or fourth richest owner in the league, and their facilities are not great. Like, improve the facilities, man.
Yeah.
How do you have bad food? How do you have an NFL team and your weight room and your nutritionists are getting D grades? Isn't fitness like a major part of it? And then the Steelers have people are joking about the Steelers locker room. Because they got their locker room got an F. And they showed side-by-side shots of the Steelers locker room to LSU's locker room, or A&M's. The Steelers team value is $4.625 billion. A&M's football program is worth $500 million. And the Steelers locker room is in shambles compared to the A&M. The A&M locker room might be worth $500 million on its own. And then they showed this. The Maryland women's lacrosse team has a nicer locker room than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What?
Like, that's embarrassing. It's an embarrassing thing to say. Nothing against Maryland women's lacrosse. Yeah. I'm sure it's a storied program. It ain't in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not in the NFL. There you go.
So there's your reactions to the NFL PA survey report. Our final crosstalk of the week. Mike Bassett leads it from the home of the World Series champs in surprise. KMC joins Sean and RJ right after this. But how's your social...
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Holy cow. It is the Sean and Mike show, it looks like here.
Yeah.
On the Zoom is Kevin and Corey.
Luke and Kyrie.
They decided not to do the show today. They went home early. So it's going to be the Mike Bassick 4-hour baseball preview show.
Mm-hmm.
Sean, is Bobby and RJ with you? They just didn't Zoom. How's this going?
Bobby is sick. He did take off today and tomorrow. He's supposed to be going to the Combine in Indianapolis, but he's throwing up with strep, and Choppy's sign-in status is
signing in.
Late.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was airplane stories get me all the time, and there was a level 3 threat aboard a plane that just landed this morning that I was reading up on. It was my fault.
Well, we fly back to the Metroplex today. I find this interesting. I know you guys haven't been out here. Have you guys, once COVID hit, was that the last time you've gone out to spring training?
Think so. Yeah, we've not been since COVID hit, I don't believe.
Okay. When you walk in, and I know you guys get here super early, when you walk in, there's a pole. And on that pole, it says to Arlington, approximately like 800 miles. And so I stood next to that pole, and I hit Arlington, Texas, and it said 1,052 miles. So they were off by a good 200 miles to 250 miles.
My only thought is when you used your Google Maps, right?
Yep.
You're going by the road. That may be going how the crow flies.
I also hit walk, which it would take you if you just kept walking.
Forrest Gump.
It says 15 days. If you decided, I want to come to spring training, but I don't have a ride, and you decided, I'm going to walk to Surprise, Arizona, it would take you approximately 15 days. So if you'd like to get here before spring training ends, you need to start walking.
Right now, from the studio to Surprise Stadium, the drive would be 15 hours. The distance I have is 1,101 miles. So
Okay.
1,100.
Okay,
So
and
they
then when I did hit fly, because maybe that would be more of a direct line, because there's not mountains in the air. I mean, they're in the air, but you can fly over them. It wanted me to then buy a plane ticket. I was like, no, I just need to know how fast. It just says 2 hours and 20 minutes, but it doesn't give me the miles that you would fly.
Let's keep it real since Spittle is not listening. He's doing his podcast. How you don't seem as eager to, I know you want to come back home, but you don't seem like you have the same rush back home factor as the Super Bowl and training camp.
So the Super Bowl is very hectic, right? I mean, like next year, my rule is we only interview 2 people max a day. That's it. Find the 2 best people that you think are everybody else. Too bad. We're the home of the Dallas Cowboys. We're the home of the world champion Texas Rangers. We're a top 5 market. Nothing against the smaller towns that are out there, but you want to have the small-time people, go to the small-time towns. We're only taking superstars, and guess what? You're begging to be on our station anyways. Fine, if we don't, like if we have to have on the D+, person to get on the A+ person, too bad. The A+ person doesn't get on our show. Too bad.
Okay.
Go find somewhere else to do it. So I feel like that one's a little bit more stressful. And then, look, I think I've never seen 80 grown men work less than Cowboys training camp. It's amazing how little they work. Like, you would be surprised if you're a huge
Which goes for all
fan.
training camps. You're not just saying
it's all 32 teams. It's not the Cowboys. It's not like the Cowboys are the ones not training hard. You're just like, are you guys ever, like, you just going to walk through everything today?
Yeah.
And so here you do have a real live game today at 11:30, Texas time. I'm probably going to go to the backfields. Andrew Heaney is throwing live to Evan Carter, who needs to work on lefty situation. So he's going to get to see about, I'm going to guess, 25 pitches from Andrew Heaney. And then Wyatt Langford and Leody Taveras, I believe, is the group that's hitting against Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney is going to try his best to work on his stuff and get them out. And the hitters are going to try to track the pitches and then put, a solid swing on the ball. Everybody's trying hard here. It's weird. You would never guess this. And I'm not saying baseball players are like in better shape or physically stronger.
Right.
But baseball players are honestly working harder in spring training than football players are in training camp from what we get to see.
Mike, can you tell through like the structure? We always do this with Garrett and McCarthy. Can you tell through the structure of these practices that like Boch does it a certain or better way, or like, wow, that really makes sense. That's brilliant. Is there anything different or unique about like Bochy setting this up compared to Banny, Woody, or any of the other spring trainings, or they're all kind of the same?
I would say it's similar. I think the Rangers do a good job of having good organizational skills, and that means getting the most out of your time without having the time. Like a lot of times when I was doing this, and this was just the way it was done, is we want you on the field for quantity, not quality. And so now, and I don't get to go to all spring trainings and cover them. I think they're similar, is teams have decided, why do we need the pitchers in the outfield for an hour and 15 minutes shagging balls during spring training? What's the benefit of this? What are the pitchers getting out of standing in the outfield? They're not doing cardio drills. They're not doing fielding practice. They're not throwing the ball. They're not working on their athleticism. They're not doing weights. You would just stand there for an hour and 15 and shag baseballs. And somebody, I don't know who it was, in this world said, that's pretty stupid, right?
Yeah.
And so now all teams, you never see pitchers in the outfield if they want to be, because their work is done and they just want to go shag some fly balls and catch some fly balls for fun. You'll see it. But I do think that spring trainings now are very efficient. The other thing that has changed over time is pitchers come into camp and they want them throwing their whole repertoire of pitches and going at it at 100% from day one. It used to be the first week of spring training, if not the first 10 days, was you're only throwing fastballs and maybe a changeup, and we want you throwing at about 75 to 85%. We do not want you pushing past like an 85% marker. And now you see guys, because I'm sorry, I'm forgetting all the computer stuff. It's
analytics?
not StatCast, but there's a
Rapsodo.
They have all those out there, so they are getting the spin rates.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting the slow motion replay. You know how the ball's releasing off the fingertips. Obviously the velocity and stuff like that, where guys, after they're done throwing later in the day, can go look on the computer and see all of their analytic numbers, and then see this like video on how the ball, when it was right, when it hit the location I was trying to hit, was there a difference in the timing of the ball releasing out of my hand, according to when my foot hit and all that stuff. So that's really cool that the guys have that information now, that obviously we didn't have that technology to use. You just had to work off of, and still the best way to work off of things, you had to work off of, did the hitter knock the crap out of the ball, or did they miss it?
Yeah.
Did they hit it? Like, they're the people that will tell you if it's a good pitch or not by the way that they make contact with the ball.
Hey, Mike, I want to ask you this. A couple weeks ago, I was at the Globe.
By the way, the Divas have showed up.
Yes, finally.
Yeah.
At the Globe.
We were doing work. Yeah, working our butts off out here.
Yeah, right.
It was the Tennessee versus Baylor game, right? So they had the college baseball games at the Globe. And we sat right behind a guy. We were right behind home plate because it was like general mission. There was a scout there, and he held up a gun. And that gun was a good 4 to 5 miles an hour different than the one on the board.
Oh.
Is that...
You thought it was my neighborhood?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, no. Is that... Why would that be? Just random. I know, totally off topic.
It's a good question. Just to give you this, like, my father will not use one of those pocket rocket guns. It's the stupidest thing. Like, if he calls up, if Texas Tech or Baylor or Texas, like a lot of dads have these in the games, and they pay $300 to $400, and it gives you a general idea of what a kid is throwing.
I think RJ
in
has
high
one
school,
of those.
It's not
but
a rocket.
I think they're called pocket rockets.
All right.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm at RJ's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he said no college, no pro scout would ever take that as, my kid just hit 92 on the pocket rocket gun. They're like, we don't give a crap. That's not accurate. So I would say that if it's kind of a stalker gun and they're right behind home plate, they're going to get the best read out of it. I don't know where the gun was at, like let's say at Frisco or something like that. Sometimes it's placed in an area where if it's a lefty, maybe it's not picking it up right out of the hand, where a human holding the radar gun can get a better look.
This is at the ballpark. So that's confused me because I was like, all right, this is a scout. This is a major league scout. I think he had Diamondback stuff on, and the gun was like way different than it was higher. It was higher than the.
Was this recently?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. Like my buddy Miguel Montero, the former All-Star catcher, he was the Diamondback scouting the Texas Rangers on their way to the World Series. So I was like, maybe it was my guy Miguel Montero.
Hey, can I ask y'all a quick question? Because I see my guy in the background. I just want to know if Ruben has been the MVP partier like he is with us on every trip. Has Ruben been getting it done? Corey Majors, Kevin, big time.
Oh, I think he's done a great job. I've appreciated having him out here. He hustles for us. He treats me very kindly. But we haven't done a lot of partying like we do in Vegas or in Oxnard.
Because we're not there.
And that probably is because you guys aren't here. Jared actually sat down the other night at the table, and he was like, I haven't seen anybody order a drink at any of these dinners we've been to. And I was like, I just ordered a bourbon, but that was the only time, really. So I was like, yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. The rest of the group just isn't
damn sober
like
house
that.
over there.
Yeah, so, but Ruben's been fantastic. He's a good kid, lots of room to grow.
That's a room to grow. That's kind of finished with an insult.
All right, so
that's a compliment.
So hey,
he gave me a snack, a traditional Mexican snack, and he said you got to take this home and freeze it. And I threw it in those.
What was it?
I don't know why. I think it's really funny that he was like, that was a Twix. And you're like, it was a traditional.
So I didn't have the bag. It started with a G. It was called Guisada or something like that. Guisada is actually
Guisado.
No, it was. I can't remember what it was, but it was chocolate on the outside, kind of like a Twinkie. Gasito. There you go.
Okay, so you said that way wrong. I thought you were talking about a stew.
No.
That's gazpacho.
So those fridges in your room, like they don't keep anything just cold. They freeze things. So I threw that in there. It froze it. Had it last night. That thing was wonderful.
Were you just singing Despacito?
My gazito. My gazito. Is that what you're calling?
Did you say my gazebo?
What was the thing you're eating? No comprende.
Oh my God! Please don't have that as a drop anymore. Please don't have
white.
Oh man!
Hey,
please don't have that as a drop.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
We just chatted with Tyler Malley, so we'll have a conversation with him here in just a little bit. Masterpiece.
What if I would have stayed down there with you guys? They would have gone to Crosstalk, and none of us would have been here.
So
that's why we stayed, because you went.
Here's two things that happened. One, I walked up to DeGrom and I was like, "Hey Jacob, you want to talk about anything else but baseball?" And he was playing Warzone on the phone. He was in a tournament. It looked like. He was like, "I'll pass," and I was like, "Okay, we expected that." Wow. And then so Malley was sitting there, and I walked up to him and I said, "Hey, do you mind doing like a 4 or 5 minute interview with us?" And he was like, "Where do I have to go?" And we were like, "We can do it right here." And he was like, "Oh yeah, let's do that."
Great.
I was like, "Awesome!" So it's a fun adventure in the
Was
clubhouse.
DeGrom mean? I feel like I don't want to.
I've gotten turned down twice by him in the last 2 years. So
New York broke him.
Yeah.
Well,
we do fun interviews, man. We're a blast.
Well,
all right. Coming up next, our last day from Surprise, Arizona, with your world champion Texas Rangers. Woo! Bobby has the Cowboys playoff flu. Well, he's sick and he can't perform. Sounds like January.
Mike, let's just go.
All right.
Have a good trip.
Peyton,
have a good
weekend.
weekend.
Now.
Bye.
Be a part of the show. Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise Stadium Spring Training, brought to you by the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic.
Good.
I'm going to make the call right now.
I don't think I'm going to make it today, man.
It could be a C, and that just adds to it. It could be all-time great, could be an all-time terrible show. Corey has already said he's not going to make it.
I tried to turn Mike's microphone off just now while he was singing in the break, and then I realized I don't have control of that. I don't know if I'm going to make it today, dude.
You'd have to reach in front of me or around me.
Desperado, as if it was Despacito.
Yeah.
And then he said, I don't know, 12 seconds before we went on the air, ooh, a pigeon. You guys wouldn't eat a pigeon, would you?
Well, if you had to. If you were hungry, you're out in the desert.
Then yes, I would.
Why am I going to find a pigeon out in the desert, though?
You did. You found a pigeon, and luckily it just recently died for you. And now you have to make the decision, do I pluck and eat this pigeon?
Yeah, what's the decision? Am I going to die if I don't eat?
Yeah, I feel like I'm
that
probably
pigeon.
eating the pigeon.
All right.
Oh, man, I'm sorry I stepped all over Kevin screaming. I'm eating that pigeon. That was.
What would
that was
you
a good
not
line.
eat? Let's say a rat.
Oh, yeah. If I had no other food.
Again, we're trying to survive.
Yeah.
I learned from Bear Grylls that only the people willing to go to the most extreme situations are going to survive in those places.
We decide to walk the not 800 miles that sign messed up on, but the about 1,100 miles to walk back to Arlington. We're walking back. We're dying. We're starving. And I die. Do you eat me?
This is the plot of the movie Alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was cold.
Yeah,
I'm
we're in the
warm.
desert
We're
now.
in the desert.
Yeah, so basically it's like nuking his meat. You know?
Yeah.
So you're
It's totally different.
So your
They were
biggest
in the-
thought
They were in the snow.
in this scenario is
So they
tough
were able to
break for
preserve
Kevin
his-
and Corey that I'm not in the snow and they can't preserve my body.
Do you dig a hole and bury me, or do you just leave me for the crows?
No, I'd dig a hole and bury you, maybe keep a couple arms and walk with those and try to survive.
I wonder how fast your meat would go bad, though. You have to eat it quickly.
I don't. You know, Mike, I guess I should be more prepared in case this exact scenario plays out, but I definitely have no idea.
And what's crazy about that, too, is it's not like you have any buns out there to put his meat on. You know, you're just.
Yeah,
it's
because
just,
that would have made it better.
You're
I
just
feel like
eating-
brioche is the best.
Yeah.
They
Do you want some human?
They turn average. They
Human
turn
with
average,
brioche?
Average
Yes.
burgers into great burgers if you brioche them.
Brioche
I already
is the
told you.
best.
I warned you. It is also a shout out Friday, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in any of our conversations. Although if you want to stay away from them, I get that as well. Let's go to cut number 3 if we can, because I want to talk about those flame-throwing Rangers pitchers.
And the pitch swung on and missed. He struck him out on a fastball. Showed him slow stuff on the first 2 pitches and fanned him on a fastball. That's 7 strikeouts in 4 innings for Nate, and that is a shutdown inning.
Now, obviously, this is back from last season, but yesterday, Nate Eovaldi was out here. He reached 97 miles per hour on the radar gun. And then I just wanted to run through, you definitely have some power arms here. Is Emiliano, did we decide on Teodo? He touched 100 miles an hour twice in 6 pitches. Diego Castillo, he hit 97 miles an hour. And then Yuri Rodriguez pitched the 8th, and he sat at 96 and hit 99 3 times. So I realize it is a spring training game, but, man, you talk about, like, throwing your full repertoire. People are, like, firing it up early in camp.
Out of the people you mentioned, I think the one that is most promising is Diego Castillo, because he's a non-roster invitee. He's a guy who his velocity dropped over the last year or so. He was a good relief pitcher and pitched his way out of the major leagues. And so goes to winter ball, starts hitting mid-90s again. And so for him to come to spring training and show that he's throwing the ball in the mid-90s, maybe even possibly high 90s, that's a great sign for the Texas Rangers to have possibly Diego Castillo be part of this bullpen. Eovaldi, it was great to see. He's an older guy. You just got to try to keep him healthy. It's really important that he stays healthy throughout this season.
Yes.
He looked really good yesterday. it's February 29th. I know today's March 1st, but I was looking at it and I was like, that looks like mid-season form of Evaldi right there. And I know you didn't mention him. Owen White
I was
going to
ask you
afterwards.
if you wanted to talk about him because he was mid again.
He did not look impressive at all. Now, that being said, there's time. There's still 3 to 4 weeks to start showing that you can be better. But yesterday was not, I would say, not a positive sign for Owen White in his work that he did. But there was some positive signs from who you mentioned.
Both appearances for Owen White, it feels like he's had a really shaky inning and then a really good inning, which feels kind of like apropos for what people seem to think about him. Yeah. He shows the flashes that you're like, oh, he could be really good. And then you see that other inning and you're like, I could see why this is taking some time.
Yeah, and hopefully he can work on what he did yesterday and just be more effective. It's really, for me, watching him, it's his location.
Yeah.
He when he misses, he either misses in the middle of the plate or he misses so far away from the plate that the hitter, it's an easy take. There's not like a tough decision. What we're kind of taught is you want to make the hitter make a tough decision. And that means the balls are on the edges. Is it a strike? Is it a ball? And then they have to commit to, they're not 100% sure this is a great pitch to hit. If you're in that area a lot of times, you're going to get a lot of easy outs because the hitter is not convicted on his swing that this is going to be a great pitch to hit. But if it's like, that's a ball, and then the next one, like, that one's coming down the middle, those are usually easy decisions for hitters, and that's why they want to get into hitters counts, 2-0, 3-1 counts, because then they can make a lot easier decisions. And Owen White, for me, has to make the decision on the hitter a lot tougher to swing or not.
A couple of thoughts on that. As a pitcher, do you, like, not really, Mike, this isn't the literal, but do you smell blood when you see that? Whenever you see, like, he wanted that pitch, but he laid off of it just enough. Do you smell blood and you're like, oh, okay, I got him now?
No, because he laid off the pitch.
Okay, all right.
So you're looking at the decision. Now, if you throw a ball in the dirt and they swing at it, you bounce a breaking ball right behind home plate and he swings at it. Now you smell the blood in the water. You're like, why should I go away from that pitch? I'm not going to try to throw that one higher. I'm actually going to see if I can execute that same pitch again and get him to swing at a ball that he has no chance of hitting. But if they check their swing, but they take, you know that they're looking for something in that area, or you have an idea they're looking for something in that area, but they did do their job. They did take that pitch.
The other thing there, too, Kevin, on the front of, I don't know if Owen White, trusts his stuff completely and
like
trusts the plan. And that's the one thing when you look at the Evaldis, and those guys are at top level, it just seems like I know exactly what my stuff is going to do, and I trust that completely. I have no doubt about what my sequence is probably going to be here because I know I can get every pitch across the way I want it to. And that's that difference of Mike Maddox is going to give you a good game plan. Like, it's going to be a good game plan to set you up for success. It's just that this is whenever we would get frustrated with Stephen Jones. The execution of that plan is all up to that pitcher.
Now, I would also like to throw some focus to Mark Church. So he threw a scoreless ninth against Milwaukee yesterday, which is great. But what you really need to remember, if you haven't heard this story already, is Jared told Eric Chiafalo he should go interview Mark Church from Georgia, to which point Eric said, does he speak English? And so I just think that's a fun story for people to know from spring training. But
you're not picking on Eric there, right?
No. Look, I mean, I am. But in general, Eric has been tremendous out here. He's been at Clubhouse every morning and everything. I just thought that story was really funny. But the saga of Mark Church, when he was playing for North Atlanta, is a teammate bet him when he was a junior. He played shortstop. Now, I do realize in high school baseball or even younger levels, it is not uncommon whatsoever for players to play the field and pitch. Like, that happens all the time. But he was a shortstop his junior year, and a teammate bet him $50 that he couldn't throw 90 miles per hour off the mound. 90 miles per hour.
Okay.
98.
I was like, well,
don't take that bet.
Yeah.
He couldn't throw 90 miles an hour off the mound. And Church has said, hey, I'm super competitive. And when he saw $50 up there, he was like, I accept. He threw the ball 92 miles per hour. And at that point, as you can probably guess, especially for somebody who is not a pitcher, or like that's not their main focus, the shift began. And
Coach was like, "Hey, why don't you come over here?
Yeah.
Let's go get you working out here."
Exactly. And then so you move on down the road, and he ends up getting drafted by the Rangers. I'm pretty sure it was in 2019. He's an 18th round pick, but he was hitting 97 on Monday, and over the years in the minor leagues, he has a combined ERA of 3.97. He reached AAA last season. We've been talking about different options that you have at the minor league level, especially pitching-wise, that could actually be on this team this year, and I think Mark Church has a really cool story.
I had no clue that you were going to go with this, but I looked this up last night for just kind of getting prepared to do spring training games. I'm going to get to do the 14th and the 16th on Bally's.
That's super cool.
Coming back out here to do some spring training games with Jared Sandler. How many pitchers do you think threw a pitch for the Rangers last year? I will tell you, I'm taking out the 3 pitchers that were Hedges and Sandy
the
Leone.
Position players,
Yeah, so, and there's one other, Brad Miller. Those were they were 3 guys that threw last year that aren't pitchers that had to finish out games. But so how many pitchers
22.
were used by the Rangers? 22 in their championship season.
35.
28. Taking out the 3 position players. So they used 31 different guys on the mound last year, but 28 real pitchers. So when we're talking about this and we're saying, all right, who are going to be the 13 guys on March 29th, I forget what date it is, that Friday against the Chicago Cubs on ESPN, the 28th. There's going to be 13 guys that are on your pitching staff. You can't, if you just double that number, you're still probably not going to get to the amount of guys you're going to have to use this year. So when we're watching this, whether it's Owen White, like, why are you talking about Owen White? He's not even going to make the team. Or why are you talking about Mark Church? He's maybe not going to make the team. He has an outside chance, but there's a good chance that he starts the season in AAA. Well, because most likely those guys are going to come up. You're going to need 10 minimum, if not 20 maximum, to come up and help your team this year pitch. So when you're thinking of these numbers on who the 13 guys are going to be, you're going to need another 13 guys to help you out.
And Church is somebody who, I forgot to get the total inning tally for his run in the minor leagues, but he has 206 strikeouts versus 60 walks in the minor leagues. So definitely somebody who can pile up the strikeouts, which isn't surprising. If you're touching or even, and especially sitting at 97, there's probably a pretty good shot you're a strikeout pitcher.
I saw last night, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting what organization he's with. Do you remember Charlie Culbertson when the Rangers weren't doing great? He was on the team. He's trying to become a pitcher, and he's pitching for somebody in spring training.
Wow.
So I need to go look up more of his story, but I was like, that's interesting. Charlie Culbertson just a few years ago was playing third base for the Texas Rangers and now he is trying to become a pitcher for an organization.
Kevin, 99 games, 138 innings pitched for Mark Church.
So you'd obviously hope to cut down on the walks a little bit, but that strikeout percentage is absolutely tremendous. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 432. Shout-out to my daughter and wife. First championship basketball game as a player coach is today. You guys from the 903, shout-out to you guys. Y'all have the best show on 105.3 The Fan. All 3 of you guys make it awesome. That is very, very nice.
I'd like to shout-out Leaf Blower Guy for being consistent all week long. You know, consistency is important. Being right there to make sure that it's blowing in our ears all week long.
His job must start at 9 o'clock out here, right? He doesn't do this until 9 o'clock. So that's what time he goes on.
I think he just waits till Corey gets
here. I think so too. As soon as we walk in, he's like, "Oh, I got to go get the leaf blower. Get ready for that guy."
I do know the school.
Yeah.
I do know the school that I'll give a shout out here. I do know a school that my son goes to, Bishop Lynch. Their girls basketball team has made it to the state championship game tonight. I can't remember who they're playing. Sorry. Oh, no, Ursuline. So I'll shout out to Ursuline.
So it's like a soccer matchup
so
right
I believe
there.
it's Bishop Lynch versus Ursuline for, and I think it's 6A. I'm sorry if I'm getting the A
The
wrong,
taps,
the number wrong. I know it's A, but yeah. So they're playing. I know there's a lot of TAPS state championship games happening today and tonight.
Yeah, if you're a basketball fan, girls state championship tournament, boys regional tournament, the next weekend boys state tournament, fun times, is from the 816. Can I get a shout out to my son Peyton Freeman and myself heading back home to Texas from Kansas City for a 4-day weekend hanging with the family. Odyssey app's going to be going the whole drive, and that is from Tolo Robert. That is freaking outstanding. Thank you very, very much. And then from the 903, shout out to Trinity Valley 15U Volleyball Club and head coach Brandy. Let's get another tournament win this weekend. So we'll be running Shout Out Friday all day long. And whenever you hear the leaf blower, just agitate Corey. Feel free to text
Don't
that
text in
as
anything
well.
about leaf blower guy. It's
No?
just, I'm already mad enough. I rely so much on the fan text and the Twitch stream. I rely so much of conversation throughout the show on them. So don't text anything about leaf blower guy. It's just going to irritate me. I would also like to shout out my wife, who's been holding it down with all 3 kids, getting them to and from school, making sure Lucy has medicine taken care of, got a kid driving around everywhere. She held it down all week, and I'm coming home so you can do more work when I get there.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I mean,
what time do you wake up on Saturdays and Sundays?
I got to get up early tomorrow.
Like how early?
Probably around 8.
That's not early.
7:30 or so. But yeah, I got to get up early. I got to go shopping for a suit.
Whoa!
No, not
Job
that kind
interview.
of suit. No.
Oh, man.
We'll talk. No.
There was a time when I thought maybe
We'll
we
talk
would
about
have
that at 1 o'clock
conversation
today during the C block.
Coming up next.
I'm an open book.
Do you ever want to wake up at 6 a.m.? Let's go to Corey's house. Do you have a leaf blower?
Yes.
I have one too.
And we'll
we'll just stand outside his house, and then we'll find his room and just stand outside there and just start leaf blowing.
I will throw big rocks at your faces one at a time.
You have to come outside to
I know,
do that.
and I will. I will pick all those rocks up.
They
out
don't
in the
have
front
rocks
yard.
in Plano.
We
they,
have rock.
They picked up all the rocks.
Will you put clothes on before you come out?
No.
I know you're not
You
putting
really,
underwear
you guys
on.
y'all really want to do that now?
No.
Oh, that's what I thought.
He called my bluff. Coming up next.
I do want to do it.
Big win over Winnipeg. Plus,
stop texting about leaf blower guy.
Even more insight into the Stars blockbuster trade. We'll do it next, live from Surprise, the leaf blowing capital of the world on 105.3 The Fan.
Sports.
Whistles now. Pavelski moved it quickly back to the corner. Shot. Robertson. Score.
The Stars dominate in a 4-1 victory over Winnipeg. We're live from Surprise Stadium, where this makes a lot of sense to me. Corey from the 806, you're on his turf and his schedule. Deal with it in his Bassick voice. That makes a lot of sense to me.
I replied back and said, this is Jake's turf. So Jake is the one. He's like, look, man, you just got to deal with it. Then I'll deal with it. But other than that, leaf blower guy, he's just doing a job.
I just want to know this.
He's even got earbuds in so he can't hear the leaf blower.
If he didn't blow the small puddles away from the concrete, by noon or 1 o'clock, would there be puddles there, or wouldn't there be? Like, we don't know.
Just be dried out naturally?
Yeah, I do.
I think, you know what I think? I think he got himself a job by doing it. He was like, hey, man.
He came to a spring training game
and he
back
was like,
in 04 or
these
something.
puddles are here. Maybe I should tell them.
He's like,
they were like, look, we'll pay you to blow the puddles. Well, I feel like you could do that with a broom, though. You could just walk around and just push the water around, and you're done with it. It's a lot quieter.
Shimmery,
noise pollution we're dealing with here.
He could be like Mary Poppins.
Yes.
The chimney cleaner guy.
The chimney sweep. This is from Derek Holland. I want to shout out my friend Corey for deciding sleep was more important than seeing a best friend.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Man.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right.
I love you, Doug.
I was wondering when you were going to call me for the keys.
Long story.
Now, Mike
Doesn't
has
sound
officially turned into a Colorado Avalanche enthusiast.
Well, they were on national TV, so I watched them. They're awesome.
And as I told you, the Stars looked good last night. What was your reply?
I watched the Avalanche. They were better.
The Stars did win.
The Stars won
4-1.
Guess who?
However, he was quick to point out the Avalanche were ahead 4-0 when he was watching, and I decided to double check because I did not know the final score. They did in fact defeat Chicago 5-0. So here's
Take that, Chelios.
Is that Chris Chelios that you're taking a shot at right there?
Yeah, because he's a former Blackhawk.
Yes, that is true. But here's something that could potentially develop, and I want to know if this makes you feel any better. If Colorado continues to be really awesome, perhaps they could win the division, and then you could be matched up with Winnipeg in the first round.
Okay.
And I do think you can look at this Stars team and say they match up well with Winnipeg.
I don't know because I can't recall. I didn't watch last night. It was not the national TV hockey game. I did watch a little bit of Arizona and Toronto, and that didn't seem that entertaining to me. And then I turned on Colorado and Chicago. That did seem entertaining to me. So I can't recall maybe I did early in the year. I just can't recall watching a Winnipeg-Dallas game.
Okay. Well, last night was particularly promising. I thought.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
It was on ESPN Plus, I believe.
I don't know how to do that.
You don't do ESPN Plus? I'm a little surprised about that.
I don't know how to do it. It's not on the regular ESPN.
That is true. You usually stream it on your phone or computer or tablet or whatever.
I'm kind of like Charles Barkley. Did you get that email, that text I sent you?
Yes, I did. Did you send any of that audio to Alec? Did you want to?
No, I thought you would because I sent it to you guys. That's your job.
Is that how?
Can you guys send that to Alec now?
Okay, well, I'll see what
It's not too late.
The 817 shout out to Corey for allowing shout outs to be accepted today. Kevin, it is shout out Friday. That is why where I'm so freewheeling with all the shout outs coming in. I just wanted to let that be known.
And by the way, I wanted to check, Mike. I think the Stars are 3-0 against Winnipeg
Well,
this
then
year.
They play like the football Jets.
That is.
Take that, Zach Wilson.
That is a great point.
Wow.
That's a great point indeed.
They should change their name. Have the Winnipeg Jets, they haven't won a Stanley Cup in forever, right? They're from Canada.
Yeah, that means they don't win.
Do you think that do you think this is kind of a way, was just a snap of losing, or do you think that this is like about to be a streak of winning? What do you think was going on here?
Look, I don't want to stroke your hockey ego too much, but I do understand Mike's point absolutely about Colorado being a bad stylistic matchup for the Stars. The loss against Ottawa, you continually struggle against Ottawa, and then I did think you saw a regression from Ottinger. We talked about those first 3 games coming out of the All-Star break. He looked like a freaking house of fire, man, and you saw a little bit of a dip. Obviously, Wedgwood lost at least one in there, but Colorado specifically, that might I think I'm probably with Mike. That is a team I would prefer not to see in the playoffs, although I realize it is definitely possible that you see them in the first or second round, if not likely.
You do have the benefit now, though, of back-to-backs against San Jose, who are absolutely miserable.
Right.
A rocket game against Anaheim. So that's a bonus right there. And the Kings, I think you can take that one. So that's 4 straight games where you have a pretty good advantage, opportunity to extend your points a little bit. I know Colorado's still playing well, but to turn that around. And I think that's been the biggest factor is I've been nervous watching them just continue to lose and not look like the team we've watched for most of the season.
Sure.
And so this could be something where, hey, I know people will go, yeah, but it's against San Jose. That's fine. Get those wins. Get those points. Points matter. That's all that I'm trying to rock right now.
Especially with how many games Winnipeg has in hand. Now, I'm going to make a prediction that this is going to become Mike Bassick's new favorite Dallas Stars player, because this logic used right here is right out of the Mike Bassick playbook. Let's go to Chris Tanev. He went from Tanev, if you're not fancy, he went from number 8 to now with the Stars number 3. Cut number 1. This is his logic about that number switch.
Basically, thought 3 is a half of an 8, pretty much. So that's sort of how I landed on it.
Now, I love this guy.
Did he say 3 was half of an 8?
Almost. It's close.
Yeah. And so
5 and 3 are really close to 4.
No,
but
he's talking about the look.
If you cut the 8 in half.
Okay.
See, it took me a second there as well, because I was thinking, all right, half of 8 is 4. I guess that's close. But he means particularly if you were to kind of cut the 8 up, it kind of looks like a 3.
He should play for the Cowboys because they're 9, 8, 6, 5, and 3 all look exactly like the same number. Am I lying, Corey?
What were the numbers again?
9, 8, 5, and 3 all look, and
How
6.
do 9 and 5 look the same?
When you watch a Cowboy game, they all squish up into a big blob of an 8, and you're just they all look like an 8.
Are you talking about Jonathan Hankins?
Yeah, when you watch a Cowboy game, trying to tell the numbers from a distance, you're 9s, 8s, 6s, 3s, and I'll even throw in the 5. All pretty much look the same.
Oh, okay. In the jersey world, I get it. I thought you were just saying randomly number-wise. But I did want to tell you some things. We only touched on it a little bit yesterday because we had a bunch of baseball content for the Dallas Stars trade. We talked about it, how The Athletic thought it was pretty much the greatest trade in the history of hockey. ESPN thought it was amazing. He does fit the bill that we talked about, Corey, in terms of being one of your top 4 defensemen. And the thing that was tremendous about making this work is with Dodonov going on the injured reserve, you freed up $2.25 million for cap room, because we talked about what a nightmarish cap situation the Dallas Stars had. Well, the Stars were able to make this trade by facilitating a third team to take half the salary hit, so then they could take Tanev's salary cap hit and slide it in to the $2.25 million spot. So I believe you gave up, I want to say it was a 4th round pick in 25. I'll double check on that to facilitate the money working. But so you're still in it with the cap. This is a player whose deal expires. So, I mean, maybe it all works out and he sticks around, but maybe not here for the long run. But he fits exactly what you want with this team.
For right now. Yeah,
Yes.
And Kevin, I think, Jim Nill, just go ahead and assume he's a Jedi, because he just convinced people to do whatever he wanted by saying this is not the contract you think it is.
Yeah.
And that was...
It did kind of feel like that.
Kudos to him on that, but then to back to the point on Tanev, I felt like you were missing this thing, this one component, and I think this might be it. And here's why. This is a guy that will set the tone by doing all those other things. We talked about he'll throw his body in front of pucks.
Blocking.
He will make sure that he will sacrifice his body for the good of the team. And I'm not saying that the Stars don't have a mentality like that, but a guy that goes out and does that for you right out of the gate, you're like, holy crap, he's in already? I got to be in, and so I think that that's going to be a great tone setter for this team of we got to be more aggressive and we got to be more. We got to get on our team oriented, whatever it takes to win.
Okay, to that point, one of the skill sets that he has is, look, you mentioned it. He can play 20 minutes a night. He can block shots. He can also kill penalties, but the fact that he's so good defensively means you could pair him up with a more offensive-minded defensive player, which I know that was a lot of words right there. But that is something that the Stars do have, and so I think it's a great fit. The fact that you didn't have to, like, burn a lot of assets to get it, I think this was a tremendous move for the Stars. And I realize, like, he didn't make an impact last night, is a big win over Winnipeg makes you wonder if just getting that boost of a player is something that this team needed.
I really like the sentence he just said. He's an offensive-minded defensive player. I feel like
no. He can pair with an offensive-minded defensive player.
I feel like if I was Luka Doncic, though, I'd go into Jason Kidd. If he questioned my defense, he goes, "No, I'm a good defensive player. I'm just an offensive-minded defensive."
Yeah,
player.
no, I got defensive skills. No, he's right. You can pair him with Miro. You can, but you also have the ability, because you can be tough on defense and just say, "Well, I'm going to pair Miro with Harley, and we're rocking with that group, that duo right there as our defensive group." And you still feel comfortable with what you have whatever options you rock with. So, yeah, I think you got a lot of really good, fun points there. I am hopeful, too, Kevin, that this win over Winnipeg is kind of the start to a few things rolling. Again, the schedule sets up for that. Now they got to go take advantage of the schedule.
Do you appreciate this level of humor being brought?
I've seen every text.
By the fan text today.
I thought y'all loved me more than this, guys.
No, I think you like this one. More like lose a peg, you know what I'm saying? See, you love that sense of humor right
I actually
there.
do love that. It's all the leaf blower text, Kevin, that we're getting.
People want to know if he's in studio. People are saying that their leaf blower doesn't work very well. It just sucks.
From the 972, Corey, can you please go walk over to leaf blower guy and give him a shout out for blowing so well? So that's
Yeah.
I should have read the rest of that.
You probably should have.
Before I read it on air.
That's okay. That's okay. We have gotten a disproportionate amount of use out of that. Alec, I don't know if this exists. I would love it if there was some sort of way to track the amount of times that you use a particular drop. I don't know if that's a program that we have on the board.
You're putting a lot more work
I
on
know. Well,
his
that's why I
ledger.
don't want Alec to count. I just wanted to know if there's a program that you could go at the end of the year and you're like, here's the top 10 drops we used. I think that would be amazing.
If you could slide me like an abacus or something, that would be a good start.
Okay.
Dude, I will totally get you an abacus.
Yes. I support that.
How high end of an abacus, though? Like, do we want one for, like, baby Noah size, and he can tally it up each week?
No, because baby Noah's just going to stick it all in his mouth. From the 817, can I get a shout out? It's my birthday on Sunday, and I am better. Going drag racing on Sunday for my birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And
I hope
be
it's a
safe.
blast. Yeah. Are you worried?
Yeah,
I
that
get
sounds
it.
like a dangerous.
So what if he's doing it like on a track because my brother-in-law, he had an opportunity to do that. I think it was out at Texas Motor Speedway. No, it was F1, and he got to go out there and drag race and he had classes and everything, got taught. But I understand what you're saying, like the potential of drag racing in the mean streets of Dallas. I get you.
So happy birthday and be careful because Corey and Mike are concerned about your future.
We just want you to make it to the next birthday.
That is very fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Surprise. Want to thank the on-time experts and Best Buy Windows and Siding for making that happen. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I'm thinking about going down and talking to Jake, the grounds creeper.
What?
Why?
Keeper.
Did you call him a creeper?
I just added an R by accident. Okay. Keep going with me. My first question is, why is there dirt there?
What?
Next.
Hey, boss, what's got you so down?
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try this a couple of different ways. If the wireless doesn't work out, maybe we'll go to the phone. Let's take you to Adventures in Groundskeeping downstairs with Mike Bassick on the field.
I am on the beautiful field with beautiful grass and beautiful dirt, and I'm here with our guy. If you remember last year, Jake let me ride on the dragger. So he is
Okay, we're going to go ahead and cut that off because we lost it.
Yeah.
Maybe see if you can call Mike in because he's down there with the dragger, but I think his ideal dream is to get to ride on the contraption again. Is this because of the leaf blowers?
Dude,
yes,
it was so
I know.
quiet. It was so
I know.
quiet. I know I shouldn't let it annoy me.
I know.
And I know boss is going to be like, hey, Corey, guess what? Listen, don't get distracted by that. You got to fight through it and everything. I know. It's just that this guy, I think he's got it out for me. I really think he has it out for me specifically, right? He was quiet the entire break, Kevin.
Okay.
During the entire break, not a single blow.
I know.
And then all of a sudden, there he is blowing and going as soon as we fire it up.
I know they didn't show up at all last year, but do you think this could be somebody from the ticket who's decided to show up just to irritate you?
Nah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. We're going to see if we can reconnect with Mike Bassick as he is essentially shadowing Jake. And I wonder if Jake's just a little bit annoyed. All right, Mike, we got you back?
Yes, you got me back. Let me turn this up as high as I can because leaf blower guy is still blowing the water everywhere down the right field line. So I have Jake here, and Jake is our guy. And I'm going to have to just pass the phone to you, Jake, here as I ask you this question. Why do you have dirt that extends past the outfield grass where you've made a lane?
We've added that. We call it our wing, and it's to prevent the umpires from standing on our grass. So as you can see, we went ahead and extended the dirt past the foul line to the inside of foul territory. That way, when they're standing there, they're actually standing in the dirt and not beating up our grass edge.
Well, there you go. That
All
makes
right.
a lot of sense.
Next question. Go ahead, Kevin.
That's a very insightful answer.
I know. My next question is, yesterday I was listening to Matt Hicks call the Ranger game, and he said that's a Baltimore chopper. And so I wanted to look up what a Baltimore chopper is. But before I give the definition, I want to see if Jake's the grounds crew guy here in Surprise, Arizona, knows what a Baltimore chopper is and if he's ever been asked to make sure that we have Baltimore choppers.
Yeah, I know what a Baltimore chop is. It's where they hit the ball right in front of home plate, and it gets a big old bounce, and either bounces over the infield completely or at least gets really high in the air and allows the guy to get to first base safe, and it's a tough play to make. But we try to prevent that from happening as much as we can.
So they don't want, like he's saying, they don't want Baltimore chops out at this stadium. Gotcha.
But you have my computer right there. I looked it up. I don't know what time this was. I think it was the early 1900s. Baltimore in the dead ball era was like, here's the deal. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to teach our hitters to smoke the ball into the ground as hard as they can. And it's going to take a big hop over all the infielders' heads so we can reach first base. The other team's not going to know to pound the ball into the ground when they're at our stadium to get a hit. Now, my last question to Jake, and then I'll head back up to the booth, is, Jake, do you care about your yard and your dirt as much as you care about this yard and this dirt?
Yeah, I do, but it is a lot tougher to do it at home because I expend a lot of my energy here. So I got 2 dogs, and they tear up my backyard pretty good. So it's a little tougher to stay motivated to keep that as good a shape as this place is.
I'm telling you, Mike, I am telling you, dude, people do not want to do the same work that they do all day at home. That's just how it is, man.
Yeah. Well, this is a beautiful place, Jake. This is awesome. We've seen you pick sunflower seeds out of the dirt. We see you work on one area for 20, like the front where you'd have the Baltimore chopper. We see them every day work 20 minutes just to make sure there's no Baltimore choppers. And I'll tell you what, we want to hire you to go back to Dallas and work on our yards if you can.
That'd be pretty awesome, but I stay pretty busy here, and I'm sure they'd miss me. So maybe one day.
We just got turned down, it sounds like.
Hey, yeah.
Oh.
Just as long as Leaf Blower Guy doesn't come to Dallas, I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
do you see Leaf Blower Guy? I don't know if you would come across him and say, hey, what's your deal?
I'm gonna go walk to a leaf blower guy right now.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Yo, he
Oh, my
is.
gosh, he is walking over to Leaf Blower
You
Guy.
guys do baseball buckets while I walk the leaf blower guy.
Is it time for a takeover? Alec, Mike's not here. Hit the music.
Your attention, please.
It's a takeover.
Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you, Chuck Morgan. Can't wait to hear your voice say it's baseball time in Texas to open up this season. Looking forward to it very much, good sir.
Have you been waiting all week to hijack this segment?
The
from
original
Mike?
baseball segment on 105 through the Fan Baseball Buckets. A matchup of number ones happened, Kevin, and it was Paul Skeens and Jackson Holiday. The two first-round picks, the number one overall picks from the last two drafts, matched up in spring training, and it is power versus power. So Paul Skeens starts things off with a curveball, and he throws a curveball, and they were like, all right, that's a good approach. Then he throws a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah.
Holiday rolled it softly to second base for an out. So round one goes to Paul Skeens. So congratulations to
let's
Skeens.
go back to Mike Bassick. He is ready to retake his segment. Mike, we have you.
We have the water blower guy. He's using a leaf blower, but it's to blow the water, not the leaves. So the first question from me is, have you ever not blown the water and it actually did disappear by noon?
No, I have not.
Okay.
It takes I have not had the water just dissipate by itself.
Do you ever get tired of doing this? Do you look as you go to a section and you're like, damn, another puddle?
Nope, I've pretty much got it figured out of what sections I need to hit each morning, and it's just another part of my day. I get excited for it.
Hey, tell him Corey doesn't like him.
No, just ask him if he's ever thought of putting like a muting thing on that to make it
Like
just
a
little
silencer?
quieter. Yeah, a silencer or something.
Oh, my guys are asking, is there any way possible that they make these where they don't make noise?
If you come across one, you let me know, and I would be gladly not welcome. I would be gladly welcome not waking the neighborhood early in the morning.
Outstanding.
I accept.
Thank you very much,
What's your name
Mike.
real quick? Because we got to get Leaf Blower's name on the, what's your name?
Marcus Wykovich.
Marcus
Wykovich.
Marcus Wykovich, make sure when you come to Surprise, Arizona to watch the world champion Texas Rangers that you will not be walking in a puddle when you get to your seat.
Boom. Love it. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you for your work, good buddy.
Look at Mike doing work down there in the
Yeah,
stands.
I'm
I like
impressed.
it.
I'm very impressed. And you know what? After hearing Leaf Blower Guy talk for a few minutes, I kind of like that guy a little bit more. I'm kind of, you know what, man? It's not your fault. It's the Pack's fault. That's what it is.
Now, Mike, I can't help but notice you're still on the phone. Do you have other dreams of what's going to happen down there?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mike. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
There you go. Mike Bassick, as we move back into impromptu baseball buckets with Corey Majors.
Kevin, how concerned are you about this starting rotation for the Texas Rangers this year?
Yeah, no, I definitely have some concerns. Look, we talked about it yesterday with Cody Bradford. I mean, he is your presumptive number 5 starter, and I think he is better suited for the role on this team of being in the bullpen, being a long guy in the bullpen. But I realize you just don't have any other options that have particularly stepped up. I don't think Owen White has looked very good thus far. We've talked about the saga of Cole Winn. I don't know if that means it falls to Zach Kent, Jack Leiter. I don't know if you take a look at Adrian Sampson for potential people to drop into that role if Cody Bradford does end up going to the bullpen. But yeah, with no Jordan Montgomery, I'm concerned.
Okay, and I'm glad you brought that name up because after you listened to G-Bag yesterday when Chris Young, otherwise known as CY, popped on with them,
He said it's not happening.
It just has more and more of a sound that, hey, man, look, this is what we are. This is what we're going with. We got to figure out how to do it from there. And I know it's not like the best feeling because you're like, well, I mean, wouldn't that be better for us? But I oftentimes wonder in this situation if Chris Young's like, I just can't because I have a budget, or if there's something else to it. There's a lot of things that I'd like to know more about that. But it sounds like the excuse, the thing they're dealing with the most is the ballet situation. But again, I go to Mike Maddox is going to give that group fantastic game plans. Whether or not they can execute it, that's on them. And I have a lot of faith in Bochy and his ability to navigate throughout the year. Look, man, I'm trying to win this game today is his approach.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout-Out Friday. Coming up next, Texas Tech defensive back Taylor Owens, Brazilian soccer mascots, and the Philadelphia Phillies. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The Fan. Rangers spring training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise, brought to you by Sonic. Try the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time only at Sonic. Want to thank them very much for making this trip happen. And now it's time for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask for your forgiveness? I'm going to start with Brazilian soccer mascots. There is now an accusation. Gisele Kumpel alleged that there was misconduct with a soccer mascot known as Saki. He began making gestures at her before he looked down at her phone, to which point I'm thinking, what, is that mascot going to be able to hack into your phone? Hopefully not. Like, it is still weird that he's like looking into her phone, but she accuses he stopped next to me and simply hugged me. But then he hugged me longer. Even with his mask on, he pushed his head and tried to make me kiss him. And I don't know. Like, I just don't understand how the soccer mascot thought this all was going to work. So now she is saying that he sexually harassed her.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you try to force somebody to kiss you and make
the mascot head?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's weird anyway, but like also he was
the big dumb mascot tried to like it was I think it's more character than anything, but I get it. I mean I get it. He's trying to play a character. I don't know that. I mean I don't know what's going on with the dude, but all right. I did learn this, Kevin. I don't know if you knew this or not. Disney characters. Do you know about the Disney hug or whatever it's called?
No.
When kids go up to hug one of the Disney characters at Disney World, the people who play the characters are told not to let go of the kid until the kid lets go.
Oh, really?
It's you let the kid make that decision. So you hug them as long as they want, and once they're done, they will let you know. And Adrian was like, yeah, that's like an approach I've always had with our kids is to make sure that they get to have control over how long the hug is.
Yeah, you know what? I think I should probably adopt that method with my wife because I'm just like, our hug is over, right? And then it's not necessarily over.
And you
Can
hug
we
with
do that to you? Can you not let go till we let go?
No, because I know you're going to be
you're
like
the mascot of the show, Kevin.
Oh my gosh, is that
you represent the show?
Oh man,
you want to practice?
No, I don't. From the 214, my buddy Mike needs forgiveness for calling the grounds keeper a creeper.
I'm sorry.
Words happen.
Yeah.
20 hours a week, man.
This one, I don't know if this is sarcastic forgiveness or what happens next here from the 817. I forgive my best friend's wife for giving me a nude picture. All right.
Was it like an actual picture? Like she went and printed it up at Walgreens
or whatever,
and brought it to you, or?
But do you need to tell your best friend, right?
Yes.
And be like, hey, your wife is not being faithful and honest with you.
And then get rid of that photo.
Yes.
You get rid of that photo immediately, Kevin. You do not keep it around
he's gonna
for
ask,
any purpose.
do you still have it? And you're like, no.
No, I burned it, threw it away. Actually, I threw my phone in the ocean once I saw it.
Is it weird that I think it would be weird if somebody printed out a naked photo for you? I'd be like, what year is this? Like 1995?
Just want to make sure you have a hard copy.
Yeah, but that's foolishness.
Blue Chew hard copies.
Yeah, no, they were not on. Yeah, I could see it if people have been listening this week and they're like, you want to come over and be on the Blue Chew hard seat? I get it. Like, I understand that might be happening this week, but no, not with your best friend's wife.
Hold on. And again, yes, I agree. Best friend's wife situation, get rid of the nudes.
Not cool.
Completely. But you're talking about printing pictures. What if you're in prison? Or what if you go overseas?
Okay.
Like having that little printed picture in your wallet or in your hat.
Agreed.
Or on your wall.
See, and I guess I still think of like everybody who's ever been in the Air Force has that picture up in their aircraft.
Bed.
Yeah.
Or their airplane.
Yeah, of like their sweetheart back home. And I realize that it's also probably not necessarily an up-to-date about how the way people do things. I don't know about this one, Corey. I know you'll let it go from the 940. I need forgiveness. I'm about to switch from a Samsung to an iPhone.
I don't care for anybody. Why would you be sorry? Phones are fine. My phone works pretty well. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it.
I mean, I had to. I was forced by the family.
You were not forced.
Coerced?
You could have forced them to move to you.
That would have been 4 phones.
Mm-hmm.
To 1 phone.
Yeah.
I was the 1 phone.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Changing 1 phone is easier than changing 4 phones.
And isn't it just kind of a phone? It's just
yeah,
like
I mean,
the
it's
other
fine.
one. It's just a
I'm
phone.
used to. I'm probably not getting the most out of it. I also have an Apple Watch that literally I don't get the most out of it at all. Like I'm just looking at it. It's 10:07, and then
what are you hoping to get out of it?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of buttons on here that look fun. I don't know how to use them.
Okay.
From the 469, I need forgiveness. I had the day off of work and started day drinking at 10 a.m. and then I got called into work. I don't think you should go into work. I think you should have let them know I had the day off. I started day drinking. Boss, this isn't the smartest thing to have me doing this right now.
But because if you're the boss, assuming you're
Unless
not
you're
on call, that's acceptable, right? You're like, oh yeah, you thought you had the day off, you're drinking. Get the day off.
Exactly. Unless you're on call like a doctor, then I'm a little concerned. What do you do for work? Because if you're driving like a forklift, I don't want you drinking and driving a forklift.
Yeah.
If you're an EMT, I don't want you trying to save lives while you've been having a few beers. So what do? If you're a bartender, then it's okay. Like if you're a bartender, you're going to be just fine.
Let me make Kevin nervous here.
Oh no,
Kevin, your pediatrician is my wife.
That's true.
So when the hospital has an issue with a baby that he's taking care of, they first call the office. Let's say it's a Saturday. That's just going to go to voicemail. They then call my wife. If she doesn't answer, do you know who the next call is to?
Mike?
This guy.
Shut up.
Are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You're option number 3.
God, I was going to say, please let it be Dr. Beth, but oh no.
So it's me, and then I make the decision on what happens.
Oh
What?
my gosh.
That can't be true.
Yeah, they say if you're married to a doctor, you're
That
like a doctor. If
can't-
they
no.
can't reach the doctor, they go to the next best thing, and that's their spouse.
I'm going to investigate that. If that is the chain of command for baby Noah, I'm going to be
Changing
like,
doctors?
we might need to switch.
Give him the shot.
You're
That's
great.
what I say.
can't risk that Mike.
Give him the shot.
I say, save him.
Okay.
Where's the defibrillator? Yeah.
As long as that's your answer to whatever happens, save him.
Keep him alive.
Is
No, what then I do is say, I'm not the doctor. And then I'll say, she must not be answering her phone. But if she's with me, then I'm like, Sue, here's whatever, Children's Hospital. And give her the phone.
Got a reply from day drinking guy. He said I work maintenance at a sports camp. So an
like
alarm
where he
went
said
off.
that.
An alarm went off, so he went to go take care of the alarm. That's just fine. It's hilarious that Corey thinks people who drive forklift aren't inebriated in some way. Bless your heart, Corey.
no.
Look, man, I was just trying to give y'all some help out there.
Yeah.
I had a buddy, and he used to drive forklift all the time. You think I know that he wasn't blasted out of his mind most days when he
dear.
walked in?
I'm gonna take you to the combine. We always get interesting answers and whatnot from the combine. This is Texas Tech defensive back Tyler Owens, and I don't want to set up what he said. I just want him to take it away and give his thoughts about stuff.
You guys are discussing that you don't believe in.
Nah, I don't believe in space. I'm like, I'm real religious, so I think like the greatest one right now. I think it's like other planets and stuff like that. I don't know.
What led you to that point to believe that?
Well, like I thought you should believe in like the heliocentric thing, like we get some power and stuff, but then like I started seeing like flat Earth stuff, and I was like, I think it's kind of interesting.
All right, let's stop it right there.
That's
a tough one.
I couldn't hear.
Yeah,
it very
I don't
well,
know
to be
what
honest.
happened there with the audio. I could hear it really well earlier, but essentially what he said is, I don't believe in the space and the planets and stuff and I think he said, because I'm real religious, which that doesn't totally track for me. And then he said
Maybe it's a religion that doesn't believe in stars.
I guess that could
space.
be.
I don't know what religion that is, but
Then he said the flat Earth people made some good points.
oh no.
Have you ever seen when the flat Earth people tweet like there's flat Earth believers all around the globe? And people are like, right.
all across the globe.
But they say around. And I'm like, but that kind of
but isn't flat Earth round still? Like, it's still a circle. It's just it's a flat circle.
It's a flat circle.
Time is a flat circle, so is Earth, is what I believe the believers believe. That being said, I can understand not believing in aliens and not believing in ghosts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you look up and see space. Like, space is right. You look up and there's space. Do you think it's a curtain that just hangs over the planet?
Like the Truman Show?
They're just now move it. Everyone. And plus, space exists right here, right? We have space out there. There's space out in the middle of right in front of us, Kevin. That's a space.
Yeah, he needs to be more specific. He needs to say, I don't believe in outer space.
Which
then still we would go, but what are the dots in the sky that are bright?
I don't believe in the planets. What do you mean? Like, do you think they're just pictures?
And does that really undermine the song Deep in the Heart of Texas?
Because the stars
at night are big and bright.
And then he's like, I don't believe in any of that.
When do you get tired of looking at mountains?
I don't.
Not yet.
Yeah, I never get tired of it.
Not yet. And I don't like this from the 903. Can we, the fan text, be the fourth option if Mike doesn't answer his phone? So there's an emergency with baby Noah. Goes to the hospital. Your wife, you, and then the fan text.
I love it.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
He's never going to learn how to read.
What do you mean?
That's not the pediatrician's job.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to make it.
That's the reading
the school's
specialist job. We do talk with Tyler Malley today.
That's a great point.
By the way, and we discuss Noah's reading abilities.
And then I thought it was going to be a funny bit. It didn't end up working out. Did the vending lady who tried to get into our video yesterday, who sprinted down the concourse to try to interrupt the video, but then we didn't start the video yet, so she stopped and then started again and ran into me and said, oh, I thought that was going to be funny, but I really effed it up. I thought it was funny. Does she deserve forgiveness?
Yeah.
But I do like how honest she was, like, I really effed that up. Sorry.
I watched her run probably 40 yards, dead sprint, to get into this video because I was shooting the video for Kevin as he was doing his concessional yesterday. And yes, concessional, not confessional.
I dropped the ball on that.
And she's in a dead sprint. I was like, what is happening right now? And as she got closer to Kevin, I just dropped my phone, like, what is going on? And she did. She ran right into Kevin. But she did apologize profusely.
Oh, yeah, she was really
nice. I think that is, Kevin, you do forgive her since she was so kind to apologize in that way.
Man, Jake just keeps going in a circle.
From the 682, and then if the fan text doesn't answer, go to the leaf blower guy. All right, it was really weird.
Marcus, is that his name? Marcus?
Yes.
Jake and Marcus, do you think we'll remember next year when we come out here?
You won't.
You won't.
Jake has the same name of one of your kids, and you didn't remember it.
Yeah.
One of our Tolos out there messaged us on Twitter to let us know what his name was.
I'm glad he remembered.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember names. I barely get y'all's names
I
right.
know. I work with you all the time, and I'm like, it's a
I know
50-50
you're Kevin
gamble.
and Corey. I just forget which one is which at times.
From the 940, can I get a shout out to the Plano East boys basketball team? Number 3 in the nation, number 1 in the state. I do believe they are also undefeated.
Yep.
They play tonight in the regional semifinals. Man, Plano East. All right, look, I have not been at the Plano Star-Courier for 10 and a half years.
It's still going?
It is still going. They didn't need me.
You sure?
My replacement's better than me anyway. I do believe they have still never won a state title in a UIL sanctioned sport.
Any sport?
Any sport. Yeah, they won individual state titles. They have
like
won
a swimming title or something.
Yeah,
Is that what you mean?
or like track or whatever.
Okay.
They've won bowling state titles when that wasn't a UIL sport. I think, and it's crazy. Plano East has had Olympians, Cy Young Award winners. I don't
NFL players, MLB pitchers,
and I don't know if they have ever won a state title. And so this looks like
Tyler Owens.
Yeah, a great. Well, I don't know how pumped they are for him right now, but I am rooting for them. Absolutely. I covered the Plano beat. That's where Corey and I met, covering the Plano beat. I was there for like 7 years. I hope they can get the job done for Plano East.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this, Kevin, because whenever I was covering the Plano beat with you, We did cover all 3 schools, and I kind of just took a little pride in all 3 of the schools doing well. Like that was our group that we got to cover and everything. But now my kid goes to a Plano senior feeder. So am I supposed to hate Plano East the same way he does, or can I still be proud of these Plano East kids for getting their work done?
I think that is the rule. From the 972, shout out to me and my wife. We closed on our first home ever in 2 weeks. Praise God. That is an unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, do it in every room.
Okay.
Even the garage. What do you mean, man? Why not?
Mike, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Never mind.
Okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Let's practice. Ready?
I've done it in every room at every house.
See, no, I don't need a hug.
I'm waiting for you.
You need me to hug?
Coming up
waiting for you to let
next.
You let go.
I'm letting go. Neither of my arms are touching you. I am disengaging
Well,
from
you
this
actually,
hug.
Kevin, you remember you're the mascot, so you have to wait till Mike lets go.
Coming up next.
You forced me to let go.
You pushed him away.
The harshest punishment, perhaps, for all baseball fans. What groundskeeping job would you most want to do? And Mike hits the backfields to give us the latest information on the Rangers. All of it coming at you next, live from Surprise on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW.
fifth big league season, now faces Seager. And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Surprise Stadium in Arizona. Really weird thing that was just happening here as we're trying to bring you these sights and sounds is there was a guy in a Kansas City pullover just standing on the mound staring straight ahead for 8 minutes? And it kind of weirded me out.
He did the same thing at home plate, but not for as long.
Yeah, and now he has walked away.
He's texting over here.
And he's like, they're on to us. And so if you're curious about tonight, we're hoping to get as much information as quickly as possible. As Luka was originally listed as a game-time decision for the Mavs and the Celtics. He did participate in the shoot-around per Brad Townsend, so we will see how it goes after that. Hopefully we'll get some news maybe in the next hour and a half about his ability to go tonight. The spread is set at 9.5.
That's a big number.
I realize
that would be a number that they don't expect Luka to play.
And that's what I thought too, because I know Boston is obviously a fantastic team, but that number is too high.
Dude's gassed, man.
With Luka.
In my opinion, he should
You think so?
He's think about what he's had to do to come try and save this team a couple times here, and then on his birthday goes out and pours in the buckets the way he did the other night.
Birthday
So
triple-double.
just get some rest. I mean, I would definitely let him sit for a little bit.
Interesting.
Just my thoughts.
You're like an NBA owner.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to have a little bit more on adventures in groundskeeping. Mike went down there earlier, talked with Jake, to talk with Marcus. We talked with Hicksy yesterday.
What's wrong with this stadium? How is there a semi-truck backing up underneath home plate? There's no semi-truck anywhere. Where are you? Go forward. You've backed up long enough. Turn it around and go forward.
Jeez. I don't know, but yes, I also hear it. Yesterday, Hicksy was talking about what he would want to do on the grounds crew, and I'm curious. You're part of the grounds crew, but they only assign you one task. But you get to pick whatever task you want. Which one are you going with?
First of all, I'd want all of them, but I will pick. I want to mow.
Okay.
I want to be the designer. Like, this is a nice plaid design they have going on here, right?
Yeah, the little checkered pattern and everything. Yeah,
and that would be.
Do you think
fun.
you could handle making the big T out there like they do?
I don't know how they do that.
Those are wild.
I don't know. They have to do that. I'm assuming this. I could be wrong. Grounds crew people text in. They do listen to our show. I do.
They
know
do.
That, when I talk to them at the ballpark, they're like, "Yeah, we listen all the time." Do they have a brush, kind of? Because that's all that is moving the grass. Is the grass obviously pushing in one direction to make it a darker looking grass and the other way to make it look a lighter grass. They can't do that with a mower, right?
Yeah.
You could do it with the old tee because obviously it's very block.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would do it with the current Ranger tee.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated, because, they get it perfectly centered. And it never looks like it's out of whack in any way. And you're just like, that's a crazy design. Like, even the Diamondbacks, I remember seeing they have their A out in the center field, and I'll be like, that's nuts, man. I appreciate the work that goes into it.
AstroTurf?
Well, I don't know, Mike. Okay, so yeah, they figured out how to do it. I did that in high school, though. I was my coach's helper for 7th period.
You made letters?
So I would go, well, not letters, but I did do the checks and these kind of lines out in the outfield and the infield as well. It was a lot of fun.
You have to double mow it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you have to mow it, but that doesn't mean you're done mowing it. You have to double mow it to get the
What I used also to lay the grass down was we had the roller, and I know the roller's to flatten out the dirt, but I would use the roller and it would lay the grass down a certain way so I could mow it a certain way too.
That's
now,
awesome.
from the 817, it's good that we brought attention to the beeping because seriously, I thought I was going crazy for a second just hearing it in the background. And then
817, bet they fire up the jackhammer next.
Man, and from the 817, you can blame it on Corey. His window is open. I like a nice open window too, but y'all got to shut that down with the beeping.
All right, fine. Here we go. It's shut back down.
I just don't get.
I love the ambiance.
They haven't figured out how to drive forward? I get you have to back up. Sometimes you have to back up. But then after you're done backing up, you're like, I got enough space to go forward now.
I'm honestly...
Maybe it's like in Austin Powers where the thing's stuck in that short, tiny little hallway.
That's what they're doing. They're Austin Powerings this thing. Does somebody push it for them? Somebody
Push it real good?
Yeah.
I think my choice would be watering the dirt.
Yeah.
I think that
I
just
want
looks
to be the
super
lead guy on the hose.
See, exactly.
But not the second guy, because then you're just holding the hose off of the ground.
Yeah, you want to be a
true.
hose
boring.
holder. Yeah.
That's true. Same basic logic as if
just
you're ever
wishing
going to
to
be
be
in a
the
human
first guy.
centipede. If you have
Oh my
to,
gosh,
you
what
want to
is
be the
happening
front
right now?
person.
Don't do this.
Because,
Don't do
like,
this.
at least you're not having to be attached to anyone else's anus. And so, if I
That's
was
not true.
Yeah, in the human centipede, I mean,
I don't know.
That's not real, but that's what they do. They sew people mouth to butt.
Okay, all right. Hey,
I thought you were talking about centipedes, and I'm like, they only have one bottom.
Not 100.
Yeah, they don't have like every piece is a new bottom.
So my point is, I would want to hose down the infield, and I would want to like see how far I could get the water to go, and I think that'd be fun.
You have some OCD in you.
That is very true.
And my son Carter's kind of similar in that respect, except for I wish his room was cleaner. But
yeah, my room is clean.
But he loves those satisfying videos, things like that, where the color of the dirt changes as you're spraying it. Now I've finished it, and it's all done. It all looks good. Water in the field would be an absolute blast. I'd love to paint the end zone for a football. Is this only baseball,
No,
or
you
can I
paint
say
the logos.
I'd love to
paint
paint logos, man. I would love to have the stencils out and be able to put that down. Again, with Ortiz's name, there's some touch. You feel like you actually put some touch onto that. Having done a lot of the things on these fields, growing up in high school, we were our groundskeeper. Our coach was like, this is your field. You take care of it. He was like, I'll take care of the mound. Y'all take care of everything else. So that was always our responsibility, and we took a lot of pride in it, and we made it look good.
Now, did you guys hear about what the Philadelphia Phillies are doing this year? They have taken away $1 hot dog night.
Was that like a win? I mean, I know it's Wednesday for the Texas Rangers. I'm assuming it's a night where it's going to be tough to get people
They had done
out.
theirs on Thursday.
Yeah, okay.
But so there's a variety of reasons for this. One of them, I was like, that's on the team, is they said they didn't like how crowded the concourses got around the vendors and everything like that. And I was like, well, that's on you to figure out how to better disperse it out. But the other reason they also said is they were getting tired of people were throwing the hot dogs and then throwing the hot dogs on the
It's
field.
only $1. You take a bite.
Like
if you
that.
don't like
Yeah.
it, you chunk it.
How entitled do you have to be to think I can throw something onto this field
They're
because I
just
bought a
drunk.
ticket for tonight's game?
Hockey fan.
That's stupid, dude. I mean, the hockey thing of throwing a squid,
octopus,
kind of fun. The throwing a hat on the ice, that's part of it. Like, you're expected to do that.
How disappointed are you if you're in Detroit and you don't get to throw the squid? And how long does that squid stay smelly? Like, at some point, like, you keep that squid no matter how many times you're like, I'm taking this squid to the game.
Uh-huh.
Octopus. They're the same thing, right? No?
Is that right?
Sounds right to me.
I don't know if I do believe that is accurate.
Close enough. But you have to get rid of that squid eventually and go buy a new one because it starts stinking. It's like fish. You have a small amount of time when you buy fresh fish from, the places that are north of the Trinity River that carry fresh fish, is you get that and you're like, I need to cook this within 3 days or it's going to start smelling in the refrigerator. And so I'm wondering,
think if you held it for the whole hockey game, it's probably going to be not so good then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have to bring a cooler, right? You don't want to have squid.
I don't know.
hands
The
or-
first guy hid it under his coat in his coat pocket, and that's how he was the first one to ever do it. He
Now.
just decided to do it that way. It's in a bag. It's wrapped up in a bag. You're not walking around with that thing like just hanging around and getting all slimy all over it.
It'd
You're
be
not doing
awesome if
that.
it was like a goldfish and you could keep it alive, and then because you have it in a bag,
what?
Then
And
it's
then
just
you
flopping
throw
around.
it. Yeah, you throw it on the ice, and it starts like moving, and I guess you're kind of killing it then.
Yeah,
because
Pete is
then
going to
it's
be
not
pretty
in the
upset
water.
with you.
Like you'd have to melt the ice in a hurry.
From the 817, I'd like to shove the solo cups in the holes of the chain link fence to make some designs. You ever see whenever they do that? And they make some really
Go
cool words
Panthers.
out there. Yeah, I always love that, man.
Yeah, but people liberally just take those out, right? Because it usually feels like, I don't think everyone who's ever put the cups out there has done a poor job. I think people have just come by and taken them, or
True.
maybe
They
some
blow out.
fell out. Yeah.
From the 214 Zamboni driver here, it's so satisfying. And when it comes to driving truck, like that's the That's got to be an absolute blast. Do you have to have a license, like a truck driver's license, to drive a Zamboni? How does that work? Because I've always wanted to do that. The one night, Kevin, I was heading down, taking Avery to go ride on the Zamboni at the Stars. My buddy worked for the Stars, and he was like, yeah, I'll get you hooked up on it. And the night we got down there, that specific Zamboni broke down, and they didn't do that anymore. They stopped doing it. And I was like, dadgum, what terrible timing on my part.
Not cool. I wanted to throw this out there. Yesterday, Caitlin Clark, the star from Iowa, did declare for the WNBA draft. She could have returned for one more season. I believe the Indiana Fever hold the number 1 pick. She is the presumptive number 1 selection in the upcoming WNBA draft. Coming up next, Mike is going to hit the backfields, but also it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What's the longest you've ever been in a fantasy football league? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
You wouldn't know it, but And a throwback left on the over route. It is caught by Deebo Samuel inside the 10. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
You just must be a huge Niners fan or something, bro.
That is allowed because that was from Dallas Cowboys now quarterback Trey Lance. Right now, we're going to try to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. But we will also monitor the situation with Mike has hit the backfields, and I believe Heaney is throwing today, and we'll get some more major leaguers that are hitting in some of these intra-squad games and see what we can learn from there. But let's start with this. Trey Lance, roster bonus, was picked up. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. We all thought that was going to be the case, and it looks, per the Dallas Morning News, overwhelmingly likely that they will turn down his $22.4 million fifth-year option, which makes sense. You already have a starting quarterback for now. Obviously, we're still waiting to see what the future holds. But Cowboys, pleased with the progression for Trey Lance. They pick up his roster bonus. He will, of course, be here in 2024, but it looks like they will not pick up his fifth-year option, so we will see. This will be obviously a huge year for Trey Lance.
How much is that? Like, do you feel that they're going to continue rolling with him as the backup then?
Yes.
And Cooper Rush see you later?
I do think that's
give
what's
him
gonna
more
happen.
opportunities there. I mean, it makes sense to pick that up and not stick with him because I can't pick up a fifth-year option on a guy that I haven't seen play.
Yeah.
You know, I just haven't seen him step on the field enough to even have an idea of what I can pay him.
As we multitask here, let's go to the backfields. And Mike Bassick, what are you seeing? What have you got for us?
Andrew Heaney just finished his first inning of work against his teammates. Now, take it for what it's worth, but he struck out Evan Carter.
Oh,
jeez.
Did Evan Carter swing the bat?
Hey, let's not worry about that, okay?
Oh, no. Was it 3 straight strikes?
He struck out. I got here right when the at-bat was finishing up.
Gotcha.
And then he struck out Adolis Garcia. Oh, no. And then he struck out Nate Lowe. So now Andrew Heaney is on pace to strike out 746 guys this year.
He's going to strike out every Ranger.
Or we can't hit.
Okay.
I don't know which one you want to take out of this.
Which one do you think is more likely that he'll set the all-time strikeout record that will never be broken, or that our offense will be terrible?
I know I'm going to give you this answer here. I didn't know Andrew Heaney led our team in strikeouts last year. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that either.
Yeah, I was looking up Ranger pitching stats yesterday, and it was giving, I was looking up a lot of stats, and I was like, wow, I would have never guessed this, that Andrew Heaney led the Texas Rangers in strikeouts last year.
That's impressive, man. I guess, it makes sense since Nate Lowe was out for a large portion, DeGrom left, and all those things. So that kind of makes sense because he had probably the most opportunities last year to get out there.
And it makes sense as to why he just struck out all the Rangers.
Yeah, there you
He
go.
struck out. Now we get to see it again. Now Andrew Heaney is going back to the mound. They just switched sides. I will say the person pitching on the other side is not a major, he's not going to be on the Rangers major league team to start the season off. So I'll let you guys get back to football nuggets, as I will then give you an update on Andrew Heaney's second inning and see if he strikes out the side again.
Thank you very, very much. We'll stick with the Cowboys for this. Will McClay has said that he is, quote, looking at bigger bodies for the Zimmer defense. Now, we've talked about this a lot. You could have used bigger bodies last year, too. But I appreciate while they're at the combine and doing scouting that they are looking for bigger bodies on defense.
And I think that's going to be across the linebacker position as well as in the middle of the defensive line. Just looking back at the history of what Mike Zimmer typically liked to put together, and then looking at kind of what he was doing while he was up in Minnesota and while he was with the Bengals, that makes a lot of sense. But bigger linebackers for sure, and that's going to help you out, fill in some of those gaps whenever that run game tries to take you over.
Two things the NFL is looking at doing. One I like, one I don't. The first one is The NFL is reportedly testing first down tracking technology that could replace the chain crews. I have thought this for, 10 to 15 years. It's weird to me that we have all this advanced technology and then we still have people walking down the sidelines with chains to measure out whether or not something's a first down.
Kevin, I appreciate your take on this, but the NFL has always been about providing jobs to the community.
Has it? Have they cut a bunch of jobs recently?
Name one.
A whole bunch of people in their office staff.
That was to make sure they could take care of people to get out on the field.
Oh,
so
okay.
they could keep the change crew out there.
Fair.
So.
Gotcha. All right, well, then this is most unwelcome news, Corey.
Yes.
I've now changed my tone because Tom Pelissero is reporting that the technology would not be ready to roll out for 2024, but they are using tracking technology to determine how feasible it would be to replace the chain crews for future seasons and just go off of sensors, obviously, in the football and everything like that.
But somebody's got to run those. Somebody has to be running the computers for that. Now, maybe it's one guy as opposed to a four-man team. But
computer.
Somebody has to be running the computer. You can't.
AI.
You can't let the computer run the computer.
What?
You have to. The humans have to run the computer.
I have terrible news for you, Corey.
You can't
I'm
let
pretty
the
sure there's
computer run the
lots of
computer.
venues and jobs in which computers send out tasks to other
No,
computers, right?
the human has to input that task.
Okay.
The human has to do. Otherwise, we've lost our control, Kevin.
All right. Well, I liked that one, and you didn't, so maybe you will like this one. The competition committee is expected to propose a rule to intentional grounding. Now, you would already think, hey, I don't know if they use intentional grounding as much as they should as is. Now there is a discussion that they will make no distinction about whether or not they were out of the pocket or not.
Huh?
Because usually it was like, yeah, they got out of the pocket, though, so, But now they're talking about it will make no difference if you get out of the pocket or you don't get out of the pocket. You would only have to get the ball back to the line of scrimmage to essentially avoid a grounding penalty. I do not like this.
I'm fine with it. That's fine. Yeah, I mean,
you're against everything I love.
There are a lot of plays that take place in the pocket that still have that opportunity, so I'm perfectly okay with that. I never really understood why you had to get out of the pocket anyway. And also, Kevin, I feel like when it comes to this protects the quarterback even more. Because now, how many times we see a guy take off scrambling and then he gets tackled while he's trying to throw the ball and do that and he hurts himself. Aaron Rodgers' situation now, was he still in the pocket? I believe he was. But when it comes to this, now the quarterback can just get it back to the line of scrimmage, stay standing, not have any ankle and knee injuries. They're just trying to protect the quarterback even more, and that's I don't know how quarterbacks feel about that, the ones that used to play. Like, I feel like the Troy Aikmans of the world are like, did you not see how many times I got lit up in my career? Now this is what you're doing?
From the 214, this is a fair question. Why do we need radio host, Kevin, with AI? I think they essentially tried AI sports talk radio in the Metroplex. It was ESPN radio, and that didn't work out, and they had to close it down here. So I think that's why that probably won't work here. All right, let's go from that to what is the longest you've ever been in a fantasy football league? Because per Ruben, who sent this to us, the cast of The Office, the U.S. Office, has been in a fantasy football league running on 19 years.
Okay.
Which I love to hear that they're still close like that and everything. Or maybe they're not, but they still like playing fantasy football together. But Brian Bumgarner, who played Kevin on The Office, says, we've been doing this fantasy football league since 2004.
All right. So, Kevin, my son was born in 2008, I believe. Yes. Because I know this specifically. The first year I was ever in a fantasy football league was the year that Bubba Franks played for the New York Jets. I drafted him as my tight end. So that's whenever we hung out with Bubba Franks, I got a chance to tell him, dude, you were my tight end. I wish you could have had more catches. I did tell him that, though. He had 6 catches for 47 yards that year. But that was 2008. That was the first year I ever got into a league, and we have been in that league since then. Now, it has grown and expanded a little bit since then as we've added some friends to it. So, 2000, that's third. Is that how many years is that, Kevin? You do the math real quick. Is that 16 years?
2008?
Yeah, 16 years?
Yeah.
All right, so 16 years, going on 17 years of being in the same fantasy football league. And there you go, man. That's my number in your face.
Let's go back to the backfields. And Mike Bassick, do you want to talk about Evan Carter again or something different?
Evan Carter is stepping to the plate right now, guys. But unfortunately, I did want to see him hit against Heaney again just because he needs as many lefty-on-lefty reps as possible. He's facing Brito here, who is a right-hander. But, Corey, I have a special guest here for you that you told me to find a tall guy. I found a tall guy. So here he is.
Hello?
Hey, tall guy. What's your name?
Luis.
Luis! It's Luis! I've been trying to find you. Mike found you, dude. That's awesome. Hey, thanks for taking part in Peace-a-thon this year, man. We really appreciate you and love you for it.
No problem. Just don't let my wife know.
Okay, okay. Oh, man, hold on. What are we not letting her know about?
That he's out there.
The money I spent.
Okay, gotcha. How's the trip going so far, man? You getting to see a lot of players out there?
Yeah. We met Chris Young, met Bochy, met a couple of guys out here. It's kind of fun.
Dude, that is awesome. Well, I hope you have an awesome time today. Enjoy that, and make sure that Mike doesn't let go when he hugs you until you let go, all right?
Sounds good, I will.
There he goes. There's Luis. That's awesome. Good job, Mike. I'm so proud of you.
Hey, guess what?
What?
Evan Carter hit a line drive into the right center field gap. Sorry about it.
Mike just bought 6 more cards.
Yeah, does this make you feel better about the offense after they all struck out in the first inning?
Well, they haven't scored while I've been out here.
Oh, no.
Mike,
so we're back to the drawing
How
board.
close are you to owning the entire Evan Carter collection?
It's going to be tough because there's a camo one numbered to 25. There's a Mother's Day and Father's Day that are both numbered to 50. But I'm getting there. I'm getting closer than my wife would like to know.
Has she already said something to you about this? Because what's interesting to me is you get mad at people for accepting low offers. And I'm like, why do you make the offer to begin with?
Well, I just think if I got it at this price, that would be awesome. No way I'm getting it at this price. And then they accept the offer. And I'm like, oop. There's another $200 that is going to Evan Carter card.
So he's thinking that he's not going to spend it, but just the act of putting it out there.
How much on just 2024 tops Evan Carter? Do you think you're in 1,500? Yeah.
Probably $1,400.
So here's something I was thinking about the other day, and Kevin, I've never thought about it this way before. I have a few cards that I've spent a pretty big amount of money on. All right, you guys have kind of helped me walk through that, and I don't know how much they're worth right now compared to what I bought them for. But I did think the other day, if I needed to sell something to get some money, I could probably start with my cards.
Sure.
So what Mike's doing, it is a form of investing so that he can use that money at some other point too. It's not just a throwaway money, especially if the guy turns out. A lot of people are like, well, he never hit it big. And he never turned into the greatest ever, and I never got my $10,000 card. But you can still manage to be able to move a handful of cards that are worth a lot of money still at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like if I was to move,
Absolutely.
$400 in cards, that's $400 in my pocket now.
Absolutely. Now, I've been fascinated by the strategy of Marvin Harrison Jr. when it comes to the combine. Is he's not hiring an agent. He said he's not going to do any of the workouts at the combine, then added he doesn't think he's going to work out at Pro Day either.
Yeah.
And then Shireen Williams is reporting that he's also gone ahead and skipped his media availability today.
That's an interesting approach.
He is an amazing player, and maybe he's been told, makes no difference, they'll still take you, but that's a lot.
I agree with you. On the maybe he's an amazing player because everything you watch on film you're just like, okay, I get it, like the dude is already NFL ready, he's ready to go, but don't you want to get to know the teams at the same time? Like I think it's less about, if I'm going, it's less about them figuring me out and more about me trying to figure, that's the game I'm wanting to play. I want to know why I need to be on your team. I want to know what I'm going to do for your group and how you're going to help me collectively help the rest of the team so we can go win a championship. I'm not going there trying to say, hey, you're going to probably draft me first, second, third here somewhere. I know that. So I need to know more about these teams that are planning to pick me up.
And by comparison, like Texas defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat, who we talked about his second 40-yard dash yesterday when, man, he got after it, is he was 4 hours late for his media session because they required extra medicals. He went and did the extra medical testing and then still came back, and he's like, yeah, I'll still do my media. Now, I realize he might see more room for upward mobility than Marvin Harrison is like, whenever teams are tired of drafting a quarterback, they'll take me.
Yeah, no, you're dead on there. He's got a few teams that are definitely after him. I again, even if I'm that high of a pick, I want to ask questions about your team right now. So but maybe there are going to be some visits. There are some local visits and things like that along the way.
Mike, do you have any final updates for us from the field?
Yeah, I'm walking back. Jonah Heim. Hopefully there's some more trees in the wilderness because he broke his bat. So he's going to need some new wood. That was about Nate Lowe struck out both times, so I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Fix it, Mike.
You sound sad.
Fix that.
Probably the world's coming to an end on that one. So, no, Andrew Heaney looks solid. Evan Carter, 1 for 2 in the bats I saw. I'm walking back to you guys. The inning's over, and I know that I'm only supposed to stay out there for one segment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Texas Rangers Hope-O-Meter for 2024. Where do you stand? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
DFW. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully it's about time to reopen those windows and the stupid beeping has stopped. It is also a shout-out Friday. If you want to get some of those shout-outs going in, 877-881-1053. I want to go to the Hope-O-Meter for 2024. So,
do we have a fun sound effect for that where it's like you push the button, it's like
that felt very specific.
Okay,
Alec, if you have something like that ready to roll, that would be amazing.
The Hope-O-Meter.
I would like to know what you come up with for the Hope-O-Meter. All right. It is really simple, and we don't have the results yet. We'll dive into the results hopefully next week. There's very simple questions here. Corey, I'm going to start with you. Which MLB team do you primarily root for?
Ooh, this is a tough one. Because I like the Dodgers.
Oh, my God. Mike, which MLB team do you primarily
Have you seen the spring training lid for the Arizona Diamondbacks? It is awesome.
It's like a teal color, right? Or a powder bluish.
Rangers, Kevin.
Yes.
Rangers is my answer.
Yeah, this is easy. If you ask me NFL, it's going to take a while till
I can see that. Dig deep. Be honest.
All right.
Are you optimistic about your team?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be really tough. They were showing yesterday on MLB Network. The last team to repeat, and they did it 3 times, was 98, 99, 2000, the New York Yankees. Since then, nobody's ever repeated as the World Series champ. So odds are you're not going to repeat as the World Series champs. But you said yesterday the average win total in the last, I can't remember how many years, is about 90 wins for the defending champion of baseball.
Yes.
So, you know, I expect the Rangers to be around that number. Could they be 5 short of 90? Maybe. Could they be 5 better than 90? Maybe. So I expect them to be in a range of 85 to 95 wins.
Now, Kevin, here's my question to that question.
Ooh.
When you ask if I'm optimistic, is it too much homer for me to be optimistic? They just won the World Series, and I'm preparing to watch maybe the second best baseball I've ever watched because I think it's a really good team coming back. The best baseball I've ever watched just won the World Series.
That's true.
So for me last year, watching good baseball was the most, seeing good baseball, hearing good baseball on this station was the most important thing to me. And we were hoping to just have like a good run, right? We were hoping to be a 500 team, and then what ends up happening, we end up going to the World Series. So I just wanted good baseball around, and that's where my optimism lies.
From the 469, after listening to y'all for 9 years, well, the last 4 or so with Mike, he's been with y'all. He is the Eric Cartman of the show. That is an interesting comparison. And
That's the big kid on the cartoon show?
Yeah.
South Park?
Who likes to just go in maybe a different direction than the direction everybody else is going.
Okay, that's not bad. I don't mind that. Some people get upset with it, but I don't.
From the 469, I want to give y'all a shout-out for helping me get through the days laughing. Thank you very much for that shout-out.
Today is Masterpiece of the Week, too.
That is true. Now, we'll see how this Hope-O-Meter... By the way, Alec, did we get a sound effect for the Hope-O-Meter?
Oh, it was cutting podcasts.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
All right. 2022.
That should be the meter. I was cutting podcast. What's your hope? I was cutting podcast.
2022. The Rangers
2 years ago
were 20th on the Hope-O-Meter. Although 59.5% of the fans had hope. That hope was misplaced as the team went 68 and 94. Last year, the Rangers on the Hope-O-Meter were 13th at 87.7% hope. And clearly, we won the World Series. With that in mind, what do you think the Hope-O-Meter should be for Rangers fans this year? It's got to be like 95, 98%, something 100%. Like that. I can see that.
I can't imagine if you're a fan of the Rangers, you're not optimistic. The team just won the World Series. You are missing. Jordan Montgomery is most likely not coming back. If you were listening yesterday to the G-Bag Nation, Chris Young pretty much made it clear again, hey guys, it's not in the cards. You know.
And you know what? Maybe if that series had gone longer last year in the World Series, maybe it wouldn't have turned out. But the Rangers took care of business very quickly because the wheels kind of started falling off with pitchers late there in the run.
You're missing Mitch Garver.
True.
He was a nice piece to your team, but not a key piece. He was like a nice piece. He filled in great when Jonah Heim got hurt. But you're bringing back pretty much everybody, and at some point, Wyatt Langford's going to be on the team. If it's not opening day, it'll be some point during the season he's on the team to help. Evan Carter will be on the team all year. I do think the Rangers, as long as they're in contention, I think Chris Young is going to add another Jordan Montgomery-like pitcher to this organization at the trade deadline. I don't know the name. I don't know what teams are going to be non-contenders that are going to be trying to move pieces, but if they need another, I know that people have mixed feelings on this, Aroldis Chapman. If they need a left-handed reliever, he's probably going to trade for a left-handed reliever if this team is in contention. So I think you should be 100% optimistic. Not saying they're going to win the World Series, but if you're a Ranger fan, if you're not a Ranger fan, I get it. You're like, I just don't see it on a piece of paper. But the Rangers last year won the World Series. Remember, look at the little teeny flag they got out there today.
Yeah, that is a little teeny flag. Yeah.
Well, because of the Royals, when the Rangers are playing, it's a bigger flag. Absolutely.
I guess, Kevin, I do need to knock it down 2% to 98%.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll take away from 110% down to 100%.
Okay.
And here's why. And I regret that we didn't ask Bochy this question.
We only had 10 minutes.
He's never won back-to-back World Series. And I wonder, because the question is kind of, how do you do it? And he's like, well, I don't know. Like, that's the answer, because he's like, I don't know. I've never done that before. But, like, what's the plan? Is there a different approach to it than you've done in the past? What did you learn from those? And I regret not asking that now, because I think that's going to be the one thing, Kevin, is he's never done that back-to-back. So I don't have 100% faith there yet. But maybe if he does it, then I'll be like, look, three-peat, baby.
Well, it's interesting because a couple of years ago, the team with the highest faith was the Atlanta Braves at 99.7%. Last year, it was the Houston Astros who were at 100%.
They're the defending champs.
Interestingly enough, after that, the San Diego Padres were at 98.8%.
Yeah, they disappoint a lot.
They do disappoint a lot. So you'll see plenty of teams that are in the 97, 98%. But that's what I would guess you would probably get for the Rangers. I don't know if you'll hit 100%, but it's going to be pretty dang high.
I'm sure the teams that will be around 100% will be the Dodgers, the Braves, the Astros, the Rangers. I don't know because they're really not optimistic about much, but I would think the Yankees should be optimistic about their chances, but that then Philadelphia is a really good team, but then you bring in those types of people, your Northeast people, and they're not very optimistic people.
That is true. Now, who do you think had the least optimism last year, and will it replicate this year?
Either Oakland or Colorado are my two guesses.
Ooh, if you had to pick one.
Oakland.
I'd guess Oakland. They're not even going to play there anymore. And they killed the possum to start the year by trapping them in the wall.
I bet none of their
they
fans
didn't get them out of
voted.
the wall. It's like, just seal up the hole. It'll suffocate.
Yeah. Oakland was actually the second least optimistic, as a whole 3.9% of people had hope that cheer for Oakland. However, the Colorado Rockies had a robust 1.8% of hope, and they were right to think that way as the team went 59 and 103.
They won 59 games last year?
Better than you would have guessed.
That is impressive.
That sounds like Bull Durham when they're in the shower and does the lollygagger. And they give the record, the pitching coach gives the record. He goes, how did we ever win 7?
So, fair to say we think Colorado and Oakland, maybe Kansas City will be back at the bottom again.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to predict right now, Kansas City wins 75 games.
Ooh, they won, 57? Something like that.
Yeah,
like
I'm not
56?
saying they're making the playoffs. I'm not going that far. But I think they're going to be closer to 500. I'm not predicting 500, but I am predicting closer to 500.
Now, on the basketball front, this is interesting to me, is we talked about how Luka took part in the shooting around earlier today. The point spread for that game has now dropped from Boston by 9.5 to Boston by 8.5. So potentially they were kind of hedging their bets, and now maybe they're starting to move back, or maybe I'm overreacting to a 1-point swing. But that's a pretty big swing, like at this stage in the game.
I have no clue how regular season basketball lines move. You know, we get it in football. There's only one game a week.
True.
But, you know, when you're playing 3-4 games a week, I'm assuming people in Vegas are like, screw it. At 9.5, if Luka plays, this line is probably more like a 6-point spread. So I'll take the risk on he shot around. I'll get it at 9.5. And so now the line has moved down to 8.5 because people are like, hey, I'll bet on the Mavs that they'll probably lose this game, but maybe they won't lose it by double digits.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the most overlooked players in the Rangers organization and why Justin Foscue is one of them. Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Are you
point, low, bouncing shot, they score! Pavelski, 2-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get back into baseball in just a minute, but wanted to run through a couple of hockey and football notes for you as we go into the Expressway live from Surprise Stadium, brought to you by the On Time Experts and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Is NHL Power Rankings from The Athletic, and I found these to be pretty amazing. They came out this morning, so about 4 hours ago, and they do not have the same love that you do, Mike, for the Colorado Avalanche.
Okay.
So basically, it's Power Rankings plus every team's trade deadline wish. Number 1, Florida Panthers. Number 2, the Dallas Stars. And they said their trade deadline mission, 1 top 4 shutdown defenseman. Mission accomplished. And I think they factored in some of that because last week they were 7th. So I do think there's some projection going on there with picking up Tanev onto the team. And then what I was fascinated by is I thought Colorado would then be, 5-ish.
Ooh.
But instead, they go all the way down to number 10 for Carolina. And then they have Vegas at 11, Nashville, who's been playing really well as of late, in the mix in the top 15 as well. But there's a pretty distinct little gap there, and Winnipeg is number 9. And so I know the Athletic has been super high on the Stars all year, but that's a big gap from 2nd to 9th and 10th for the other competitors in the Central Division. And I think Colorado is underrated. I get Winnipeg. I would probably drop Dallas a little bit and definitely raise up Colorado.
Well, I've watched Colorado play 3+ times. Maybe I can't remember if I watched all 4, but I did watch them play last night against the Blackhawks, and they looked awesome.
Yeah.
So that's all I can go off of is, to me, I would pick right now, with my limited knowledge, I would pick Colorado to be in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, I could understand that. Now, for a football update, you remember we told you the saga of Sophie Hall, who had filed a lawsuit against Tyreek Hill, saying that he invited her over, and then he got too aggressive with a tackling drill.
Because he got embarrassed.
Yes. Now, Tyreek Hill has a completely different version of this story. Tyreek Hill's lawyer has called Hall's claims disgusting and cunning. Says this lawsuit is baseless. Nothing more than an attempt to bring bad publicity to Mr. Hill and force him into paying them and their client monies. I also like that monies is spelled Monies. I would not have guessed how to spell that name correctly. So what Tyreek Hill is saying is that she tripped and fell over a dog.
Oh, no.
And that's how she fractured her fibula. And that's a big difference between Tyreek Hill got mad and embarrassed, charged me aggressively in a tackling drill and broke my leg, versus I tripped over the dog.
Yeah. That is a different story, and there's no video evidence of this to back either of their claims up, you say?
Not that I'm aware of. Do you think maybe if she really tripped over the dog, she should have just said it was like a hockey injury or something?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
I feel... I know you're going. I feel like Tyreek Hill seems to be part of these things too much.
A lot?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Can I ask you a question, though? Because I don't disagree with that at all. Do you think then, not to say that he's never done anything wrong, but do you think then that people would target specific athletes who have had a lot of problems and say they're going to be more susceptible to this?
Yeah. And like in the court of public opinion and maybe even in court, it's more believable. Sometimes if you go around suing everybody and then you're trying to make the claim that, look, this isn't something I do very often.
Yeah.
And they're like, but you always sue people. Then you're like, well, I guess you got a point there. But if you don't, then the judge is probably sitting there going, hey, man, like this is a very rare occasion. This is a great citizen that takes part in it. So that's got to be another factor that comes along with it. I do know, just based on the way like his stream rocks and everything, Tyreek Hill wants to have fun, but he's got to be a little more protective of everything else that's going around him too.
Yeah, no, I could see that. Can I give you one more football note real quick before we get back into Rangers?
Please.
It's been proposed by, honestly, now I believe there's up to 6 teams that are supporting this for the NFL to move their trade deadline back from week 8 to week 10. And one of the things is they brought the numbers to talk about why this makes sense. For example, in baseball and basketball, their trade deadline is about 65% of the way through the season. For hockey, I mean, we're looking at it right now, you're closer to about 78%. For football, it's about 45%. Now, I know with the week 17 schedule now, it gets a little dicier, but they say if you moved it back to week 10, you would be getting more from like 45% of the season done to closer to like 55 to 57% of the season done, depending on the buys and everything like that. And this got submitted. It was originally going to get submitted by one team, but now up to 6 teams, the Browns, Commanders, Eagles, Jets, Lions, and 49ers, are all part of a joint proposal to move it back 2 weeks. And then there are other teams that said, I would move it back at least 1 week. So it sounds like there's some momentum there.
I'm fine with it. There just still doesn't seem to be a lot of meaningful trades in the middle of the season. And I know that they're never going to do this because they have a cap situation. I just wonder, would it be best if they did some sort of loan program like soccer does? Hey, here's the deal. We can't really use Justin Jefferson the rest of the year. It doesn't matter. Now let's just say he's healthy. I know he was hurt for the majority of the year, but we're out of it. I'll tell you what, San Francisco 49ers, or let's say Kansas City Chiefs. Now, there's a cap thing, so I don't know how it would work. Give us $15 million, and you can have Justin Jefferson for the second half of the season, but we get him back after the playoffs are over.
Can I tweak this up just a little bit? Because I'm super intrigued by what you're saying. What if the cap situation didn't change at all, because the team who originally had the player still took the hit? So you still get Justin Jefferson and say give up a first or second round pick, and then you don't have to absorb any of the money, but you're like, this feels like all in. No, I'll give you a first round pick for Jefferson right now. I'll give you a second round pick to go. And they still take the salary cap hit on the loan program, but now you're out the draft assets.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the football trade deadline, I get that they're trying to move it back, and I think they should, but it just seems like, who cares? Nobody gets traded in this league. Like, nobody that matters gets traded in this league. They do in the offseason. Don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. In the next 3 months, they could.
Compensation than anything.
But so I just don't see where in the regular season, when there's trades, it's usually not big. There are occasions where there are. It's not a blanket statement, but 99% of the time, the people who get traded at the deadline, you're like, okay, they got depth at the linebacker spot, and he can play special teams. It's not like, hey, guess what? Justin Jefferson just got traded.
Yeah, there's no Juan Soto trades like that make that you're like, oh my God, this just shifted.
Kyrie Irving traded to the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant traded to the Phoenix Suns. Like, that doesn't happen in football.
Does that take away from the parity? Would that take away from the parity they want?
Definitely.
So that,
definitely.
It feels like they want the parity, because I feel like if you're making a big swing like that, it's like, oh, wow, like they've just gone into contender status. They did something that was like, they found out that their big problem is probably going to be this team in the playoffs. They made a move to secure that they can beat that team whenever that happens. It just seems like it would take away from the parity they want, but I think it would be more intriguing, more exciting.
Man, and then somebody brought up, sorry, we're going further down this rabbit hole than I thought. I think it's interesting. Somebody brought up, what does that do for the Hall of Fame implications? It's like, let's say Justin Jefferson is awesome, but let's say he won 2 Super Bowls. Would people be on
loan?
Yeah, but they were both on loan to other teams. That's a great point. I have no idea.
Clue about the Soccer Hall of Fame and how that works.
It's in Frisco.
Is it world?
I believe it's the United States Soccer Hall of Fame.
But I don't know. I don't know how that works in soccer and stuff, but I don't know. I think it could be cool. The only thing is obviously you have a salary cap, and they're not going to mess with that. But that would be really fun. And football doesn't really, in a way, need it. Remember, the ratings are they're tremendous in the regular season. They're unbelievable in the playoffs. But could you imagine for baseball, And nothing against our Texas Rangers. I'm so happy they were in it. I don't care that the ratings weren't great in the World Series. But I get it. It's the Texas Rangers and Arizona Diamondbacks. They don't have Shohei Ohtani. They don't have Mike Trout. They don't have Mookie Betts. They don't have those guys. Can you imagine all of a sudden if you got to late July, there is no salary cap in baseball, but big names do get traded. Max Scherzer got traded to the Rangers. Verlander got traded back to the Astros. Could you imagine if there was some sort of loan program in baseball because there is no cap?
Dude, you can win 12 games every year with Dak, but then at the end of the season, you get a lone quarterback. You get a Joe Burrow on loan for the playoffs.
That's the only chance they have. We need to have
dream.
this. That somehow
now we need to
Dak can quarterback 17 games. He just can't do 18, 19, or 20. And we've obviously never seen him do game 20.
And it would take a whole camp, though, Kevin, to get a quarterback on the same page.
I bet we could figure it out.
Yeah.
We're
He can't be worse than Dak when it's playoff time. Like,
I know.
He could have no clue of the plays and have a better chance than Dak in the playoffs.
That's your fault, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. If you could go ahead and fire off cut number 9, I want to dive back into baseball since we are at Texas Rangers spring training.
Here's a swing at a deep fly ball, straightaway center field. Johnson heading back near the wall. This one hits the batter's eye for a game-tying home run. And Justin Foscue in 4 innings has 3 extra base hits and 5 RBIs.
So I wanted to talk, it is kind of about Justin Foscue, but it doesn't have to just be about Justin Foscue. The most overlooked players in the Rangers organization and why Justin Foscue is one of them. I know we were talking about Owen White earlier, and maybe some people think he's overrated. I wonder about Justin Foscue, because my guess right here and right now would be he does not make the opening day roster.
Okay.
I'm going to go in the Wyatt Langford camp, and I could totally end up being wrong about this, but for Foscue, his OPS when he went to Frisco, so he's pretty much there for the whole season in 2022. He hit 288, 15 home runs, 81 RBIs, and an 850 OPS. And then they move him up to Round Rock. He hits 18 home runs, 84 RBIs with an OPS of 862. So I feel like his OPSs and his numbers across the board have been pretty solid, and yet somehow it feels like he maybe has gotten a little further away from getting called up to the big team.
I think it's tough because he's somewhat, like Sandler said, a positionless player.
Yeah.
His best position is probably second. He's working at first here in spring. I don't know how good or how bad of a first baseman he is. Like, I haven't got to see him work at first base. And that's a work in progress. That is a different glove. I know it sounds weird to people, but you wear about 11 and a 3/4 glove as a middle infielder, sometimes 11 and a half, and it's shaped very different. And then you go to a 13-inch glove that is shaped very different from your middle infielder's glove. It's, you can ask Michael Young. It is not an easy glove to put on and feel comfortable with because it's so freaking big. It sounds good if you don't play baseball. Like, well, bigger is better. But in that case, you just have to get used to the pocket is not close to the pocket that you're used to as a middle infielder. I hope he makes the team. I hope he has a role on this team. He was drafted as a 14th overall pick. It would be really cool if he made it and was good, but it has to be as a DH, right? And you don't want, like, I don't know, if Semien got hurt, would he be the everyday second baseman? Is that what they would do? I don't know. Luckily, Semien is a very healthy player.
Yeah.
But if that were to happen,
yeah.
I don't know. Are they like, well, Foscue's going to play every day at second base till Semien's ready?
I like this kind of fire that he has. He turns 25 on Saturday. So already you're talking about in baseball prospecting. That is an older prospect. I realize young in the regular world, but this is what he says. I've been overlooked my entire career. I was drafted in the first round, and I've gotten better every year, and I seem to drop on the prospect list. But I'm not trying to be a top prospect. I'm trying to be the best I can be. That's where my head's at. I've flown under the radar here at Mississippi State, too. It drives me. It motivates me. I don't want to say prove people wrong, but it motivates me to make them try to believe. I do appreciate that level of attitude.
Okay. I do, too. He's looking for motivation. I don't know. The Rangers didn't overlook him. They took him 14th overall. There's only 13 people drafted higher than him in his draft. But I hear where he's coming from. You know, the thing is, and they'll tell you in all sports, hey, there's a new draft every year. So the longer you don't make it and make it big, the worse it gets for you. Like, I'll use a guy who didn't play this year. We're hoping that Overshown, the linebacker, comes back healthy and helps out the Dallas Cowboys.
But you can't rely on that.
It's another year, and they're about to have another draft, and it's a new defensive coordinator who had nothing to do with that guy being drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
And we just discussed that coach wants bigger guys on the defensive side of the ball.
So you just never know when it comes to Foscue. Who was here? Chris Young was not here. John Daniels was. Now, Kip Fagg is still here. He is part of the reason that he was drafted. But some of the guys that really invested in him are not here anymore. The coaching staff has completely changed over. I'm not saying that Chris Woodward had anything to do with anybody being drafted, but there's just, hey, what did we see from him in spring 2 years ago? Well, this coaching staff's like, I don't know. I wasn't here. I came in with Boch, So I hope he makes it. I think there's talent there. It might be just one of those things where his big chance is with another organization.
Can I change the person just a little bit?
Maybe absolutely. And I wanted to open it up to whoever y'all think.
This is just. I guess I'm going to go with Corey's what he's seen MVP this week.
I know who it's going to be.
Andrew Kisner.
Oh, that is not who I thought.
Okay, and the reason it's Andrew Kisner is because it seems like every time I've looked up, he's gotten some hit that I'm like, oh wow, that just happened. He has 4 hits out of 10 at bat so far with 6 RBIs. And so he's got a 1.2 OPS. Again, this is spring training. I get it. But this is your backup catcher, and we don't really expect a lot out of him because Jonah Heim's our guy, right? Like,
if he has any offensive ability, honestly,
but there's a good chance he plays 33% of the Ranger games this year.
Yeah, and so that was when I look up. I just keep hearing his name when I'm walking around the stadium when they're playing and everything, and I'm like, that dude must be doing something right now. And again, to have 400 right now with 6 RBI, you got to be pretty happy with that. And that's just something, again, that I've noticed while we've been here this week. There's a lot more time before we get to the regular season start.
I actually thought you were going to say Ezekiel Duran.
Dude, him too, man.
But I like your answer of Kisner, and that's probably a good sign for somebody that you picked up as a backup, especially, Mike, since you were saying he might play, up to a third of your games. If you already look at him and be like, I feel pretty good in the early stages. Ezekiel Duran is somebody that we've talked about as ideally the super utility player, but with the injuries to Corey Seager and Josh Young, I guess we do need to update the Josh Young thing in just a second, is you might really, really need him to play out of necessity, not just out of, I choose to play him today at DH or to spell somebody. You might have to play him.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Bochy last year, there were different decisions at different times. And sometimes he decided, I'm going to go with defense. I'm going to go with Josh Smith. Josh Smith is a better defensive player than Ezekiel Duran. It doesn't mean Zeke's a bad defensive player. It just means out of his 2 utility players, Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran, which are your backup infielders, Josh Smith is the better defensive player, a little bit faster, and Ezekiel Duran's the better offensive player. So you saw Boch try to manage that last year and go, which one should I use today? Should I use, hey, I'm going to have better defense today at third with Josh Smith, but most likely I'm not going to get offensive production from that position. Hey, there could be a play that I know Josh Smith would have made that Zeke might not make, but there's a good chance that Zeke's going to come up with runners on base, and I feel confident that he can drive in those runs.
And with Duran's at-bats here, Kevin, I haven't watched every sequence. I haven't watched every pitch. I just know that I've heard hard contact.
Sure.
That could very well be that pitchers are trying to throw strikes, and they're not trying to do much to trick him right now. So that could definitely be a factor. He's made really good hard contact for pitches that have been in the zone.
Now, a quick maybe update to Josh Young is when we were in the clubhouse this morning, he was going out grabbing a bat to go take some swings, and I'm not.
Or maybe he used the bat as like a cane or something.
He wasn't. He had it on his shoulder.
Okay, well there you go. Is again just kind of making our own assumptions here, but hopefully that's what some people want to hear because we're out here like going behind the scenes, is you're going to put some torque on your body anytime you swing the bat.
Right.
So hopefully that means we're seeing progression for him with the calf.
Like you said, he had the calf sleeve on. He walked out, and I just pointed out to you guys that that's a good sign. He's walking out to the batting cages. There's cages right next to the clubhouse. And I have no clue. We didn't stick around. We had to get up here, but I don't know what he did. Because you can get on a knee and swing the bat and make sure that you take your legs completely out of the swing. But I'm assuming he's probably not swinging at 100%, but he's going through that motion of swinging a bat, and there's going to be some torque, obviously a twist in your calf. There has to be some stability there. So on March 1st, I do think it's a good sign that Josh Young was swinging a baseball bat. That makes me optimistic. By March 14th, I'll give it 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I have no clue what he did yesterday. That he will be in spring training at third base, playing in games. And if he starts playing games, let's say on March 14th or March 15th, and he stays healthy, that's plenty of time to be ready for the regular season.
And I wanted to throw this name back out there because we talked about him last week or a couple weeks ago, is Jared Walsh, who, you remember we talked about, he was an all-star in 2021, and then he had the neurological issues that slowed him down the last couple of years. I realize it is early, but Bochy mentioned him as somebody who's been playing good defense, having good at-bats, has a lot of energy, and has started out the spring really well. And if you just look at
he was on the backfield. I didn't mention him.
Okay, yeah.
He didn't do anything special. It doesn't, you had Heaney and Brito pitching on the backfield. He was in part of the getting at bats. He didn't do anything to stand out. I think he struck out once and hit a fly ball the other time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean, oh no, he can't make the team. It's just that's what I saw today.
And I just think he's an intriguing person to watch because he can play in Major League Baseball. You've just seen some different issues take him out of it. So I'm curious to see what the rest of spring training looks like and if he has a future, not necessarily breaking camp with the team, but like as a viable option soon for the team.
Probably because he's a former All-Star, I'm going to assume this without knowing.
He's not going to go to the minors.
Well, that he has an out in his contract. Yeah. But he might also have an out where, hey, I'll stick around for the month of April in Oklahoma City, then I have an out on May 1st, and then I think he has an out at the start of every month. And like you mentioned, this was off-season. I don't think the Rangers are doing anything like this. But if there was a trade that you had to include Nate Lowe to finish it off or to begin the discussion, if Walsh is in AAA for you and he's batting 295 with an OPS of, let's just say, 900, then you could say, hey, we're trading Nate Lowe and we're not getting a first baseman in this deal. We're getting, let's say, Dylan Cease in this. Like, we're sending 4 off to get Dylan Cease back, but we're losing our starting first baseman. You'd feel maybe comfortable if Walsh was in AAA for you doing well.
I'm glad that you brought that name up. I know we're going to bounce over to Mike Likes It, but a suggestion I would like to tackle next week. Do you think Nate Lowe at all gets taken for granted?
Yeah, I do think he gets taken for granted. Yeah. I think because, look, he's not one of your 4 or 5 best hitters, possibly. Obviously, now adding Evan Carter into the mix, possibly Wyatt Langford knocks him down a little bit. But I do think he gets taken for granted because he's not your prototypical. We've had such great first basemen when you look at the history of the Texas Rangers. So you kind of want him to be Palmeiro or Will Clark or Mark Teixeira. You can keep going down the list of guys that had really good careers as first basemen with the Texas Rangers. So I get where he's kind of, in a way, Mitch Moreland. Right? I mean, we kind of when he came up, he batted 9th as a first baseman, but you had Young and Kinsler, and then you had Beltre, and you had Napoli, and you had Josh Hamilton, and you just go down the list, and you're just kind of like, and then there's Mitch Moreland, but it's like, no, Mitch can really hit. It's just that he's in a lineup that's pretty awesome.
That's a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our coverage at spring training brought to you by the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps for a limited time. Only at Sonic.
Wrap it.
And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
I'm going to continue our conversation with baseball, and then I'm going to go to cuts last night from the TNT crew. I was watching MLB Network. I've been watching a lot of television while I've been here, which I usually don't do because usually there's a lot of things to do at home.
But you can't go out to your kids' games.
I can't go to kids' games. I'm sad about that today. But I was watching them discuss the Texas Rangers. They're doing their 30 teams in 15 days. It used to be 30 clubs in 30 days, but now they're doing 2 in 1 day. 2 days. They were talking about this team. And I won't go to what they were predicting, but they had Bochy on, and it was interesting. They brought up the pitching staff because MLB Network is not crazy about the Rangers pitching staff. In fact, I'll just go to it now and then go back to Boch. They do not think the Rangers will make the playoffs. Now, that was Alex Avila, the former catcher, and then the tall guy. He's actually really good on MLB Network. I'm just horrible with the names. But they both predicted the Rangers would not make the playoffs. The tall guy was saying he's predicting Seattle to win the division.
Mm-hmm. Oh, are you talking about Alex Avila, who got dismantled in the playoffs against the Rangers in 2011?
Yes.
When he was playing for Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still jealous about that moment when Nelson Cruz is rocking his pitchers.
I think he shaves every 30 minutes, but yet he has a 5 o'clock shadow
all
as
the
soon
time.
as he's done
Just
shaving.
all the time.
He's like,
Yeah.
I literally just shaved everything.
Don't forget Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30.
But they had Bochy on, and they interviewed Boch. And I thought this was interesting as Boch talked about his pitching staff. And he said, yeah, he likes what he has here. And then he said, we're getting good signs on Max Scherzer. And on MLB Network yesterday, Bruce Bochy said he expects Max back in June. So I don't know how they're predicting that in February. Don't ask me whoever it is, Jamie Reed, he's their team trainer, or I don't know why they feel like the timeline has moved up on Max Scherzer. I don't know. I'm just telling you what Bruce Bochy said yesterday on MLB Network. They're optimistic that Max Scherzer is going to come back in June before the All-Star break and start pitching for the Rangers. So if you look at, hey, will it only be more like 60 games and then Max Scherzer is back? That would be pretty awesome. So they're optimistic on Max Scherzer. Now I will go to the one that I'm reading body language here on the interview. Bruce Bochy seemed a little bit more pessimistic on, and that was Jacob deGrom. They asked about Jacob deGrom, and they go, well, I'm going to kind of answer it the way that I felt like he answered it. Okay, he goes, well, with Jacob, maybe August. It was not an indication that he thinks Jacob deGrom is going to pitch this year. If you watch the interview and you're seeing the way Bochy was talking, super optimistic, smile on his face, like, dude, Max Scherzer's coming back in June, I'm telling you. And then they asked about Jacob deGrom, and he almost like, I want to avoid this question type of deal.
Yeah.
And so I would say this, based off that interview, I would not get overly optimistic that Jacob deGrom's going to pitch this year. I think with it being his second Tommy John, with him being in his late 30s, I think that they're looking at Jacob deGrom pitching in 2025. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm reading body language wrong. I hope I'm reading the way that Bruce Bochy answered that question wrong. But I would say the way Mike Maddox answered that question months ago on the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, the way that Bruce Bochy answered that question yesterday for MLB Network's 30 clubs in 15 days, he was pretty much letting the audience know, don't ask me about Jacob deGrom because it's probably going to be, later
August,
at
September.
best that he comes back. And then he said, but I don't want you to forget about Tyler Mahle. He said, he's like, this is a really good arm, and he's coming back this year for us.
Don't forget, coming up at probably about 1:22, we will talk with Tyler Mahle right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So that's my Ranger update on the 3 pitchers that will not start the season. It sounds like June for Max Scherzer, according to Bruce Bochy. It sounds like probably not for Jacob deGrom this year, but who knows? There's a lot more time for rehab to happen, and he's excited that Tyler Mahle is going to come back at some point this year, and he thinks he could really help out the team. Now,
I agree with that last part especially.
My next Mike likes it was last night the TNT crew gave Charles Barkley a little bit of it because he said he'd never, ever be on social media. Doesn't follow it, doesn't get on social media. He'll never be on social media. Well, approximately a week ago, Charles Barkley is now on Twitter And so here's the cut of Shaq telling Charles what he needs to do on Twitter.
And every time you send out a picture of you, you got a hashtag OnlyFans.
no, listen. Do you know what OnlyFans is?
Whatever picture you send out, just hashtag OnlyFans.
No, listen to it. So for OnlyFans of mine? No, listen to it. Oh, dear. Do not listen to this dude. No, OnlyFans is I'm not even explaining this on basketball. I'm not even okay. OnlyFans.
Every post check, just hashtag Charles Barkley /OnlyFans.
No, that's a site that you do not want to be on. I'm learning, man.
Man,
I said I'm learning.
Listen, I don't know why Kenny's saying that's a site you don't want to be on. You can be on OnlyFans and just like bake cakes. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, really?
It doesn't have to be.
I know how bad it is for them.
It doesn't have to be.
Mostly porn.
Mostly perverted people, and I'm not.
I don't know if I would say perverted people.
I'm not
I would
sure.
just say mostly parts of nakedness.
I didn't.
5-on-5 action.
Thank you, Alec.
Thank
I didn't
you.
dive too deep into it, but I saw a headline that said Dre D'Amato from The Sopranos that she paid off her mortgage in 4 hours on OnlyFans.
Wow!
And I was like, what? How? And that,
It wasn't for baking a cake.
Sizable mortgage.
Yeah, she wasn't baking cakes.
You don't know that.
I know that.
No,
There's
you don't.
no way-
Did you watch?
There's no way women or men paid however much to pay off a house because she baked a cake.
She could have just gone on there and smiled. And
Yeah,
they're
like
"Thanks
Rachel
for the
Ray.
smile."
Rachel Ray has to bake a lot of cakes to pay her bills. All right, next one. Alec, I hope you have the other one where they are talking to him about sliding into DMs.
So you're going to be sliding in people's DMs? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? You're going to be sliding in people's DMs.
What's the W for?
Wait, fool.
Okay, got it.
Wait, you got to teach me how to slide. No, we ain't teaching you how to slide. And
You learning how to slide in the DMs
you
would
don't
be
need
the
to
worst
slide.
possible.
That is the worst possible thing you could ever do in your position.
No.
Don't slide in nothing. Okay, you never slide.
Can we ask what you think sliding in the DMs means?
Ooh.
Well, you try to give somebody a message.
Okay.
He's right.
Ooh,
That's what sliding into the DMs is.
That was going to be my question. My logistical question is, you can just DM somebody, right? You might have a question or something about whatever. Are you sliding into the DMs when you're trying to hook up?
You trying to get the pipe? Is that what the J.R. Smith? J.R. Smith said that.
Yeah, Kenny Smith eventually explains to him that that's what it means. And he's like, well, I'm learning. And then they were teasing him because he tweeted to Krispy Kreme Donuts. Like he slid into Krispy Kreme Donuts DMs. He DM'd Krispy Kreme. But
what did he
say to him?
I
Does he like, hey, I can't wait for that glaze.
I saw that like red light on for me at night or whatever because they're hot and fresh and whatever.
Get the red light special,
Yeah,
baby.
and so Charles goes,
No.
well, that wasn't me. And then Shaq's like, what? And he's like, he named the lady that's running his Twitter account because it's for business purposes. But
that's how those people end up on Catfish.
It was funny. I will give that.
I'm Charles Barkley.
Ernie Johnson wasn't there, so I felt like they allowed it. Ernie is the star of that show. The other three guys are great, but he's the star that it goes off the rails, and he just knows how to keep it off a little bit but bring it back on. He's unbelievable at that. So yesterday they did not have Ernie, so they got a little bit more off the rails. And Kenny, I couldn't believe Kenny the Jet Smith was explaining all of the things to him about OnlyFans and sliding into DMs and what it actually meant. So,
Mike, have you ever been to an OnlyFans site?
I've never gone. I swear to you, I'm going to be honest. I thought it was for Kevin Turner's hometown.
OnlyFans?
Yeah, that's what I thought at first because I'd hear him talking about it, and I was like,
Stop it.
They made a
You did
website
not.
for some
Oh.
small little town in Texas, and then I don't know. It was a few days later or a week or so later. They're like, no, it's for porn people.
OnlyFans.
But I thought,
only for porn.
Okay, I agreed. But will you also concede the vast majority of clicks, page views, and money they get is for scantily clad people?
I don't know. I don't go there, so I don't know.
Stop
I can tell you have. I'm not saying you go there a lot, but I can tell you've
I've
gone
never
there.
actually typed in OnlyFans for anything.
Is it .com?
Other than like, yeah, I would assume so. But I've never typed it in
and it's
for.
spelled like
You're
only
lying. No, I'm not. This is something I'm very honest about.
Shouldn't it be Lonely Fans?
Ooh, I think that's that's some projection right there.
I mean, there was conversation that brought us who's sitting right there was an avid OnlyFans guy. So I don't. Look, man, that's their show. You know, I'm not trying to dive in too much, but if we want to bring a guy in to have that conversation,
push the window up. His window's up. We'll bring him back. We'll bring him over here.
Are you just going to stick your head out the window and be like, "Hey, bro, do you like OnlyFans?"
Well, we're out of time, but maybe he is. Maybe he's a big fan of it.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Or maybe he's only a fan of it.
I don't want to type that in. I'm not typing it in. I don't want to see what, because I guarantee you, if we type it in, it's just going to be a whole bunch of girls with their boobs hanging out. It's not going
Making
to
cakes.
be. Yeah, it's not going to be somebody going, "This is how you ice a cake."
Building a house.
Well, it might be somebody saying this is how you ice a cake.
Erecting a tent.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got something crazy that I'm doing tomorrow night. Plus, what's something that you did that helped you in another sport? Next on the Fan.
How about that D?
secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Alec is giving Corey advice, and people on the truckwreck.com text line are saying you don't get boobs on the home screen. You have to search for them if you ever decide to go to onlyfans.com. But right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I'm very confused. Alec just whispered into our ears, "Don't suck, Corey." And I'm confused. Is Peyton in there? Did Peyton force you to say this, Alec? Because that just doesn't seem like an Alec thing.
Yeah, I was getting some vengeance because he was trolling you on the truckwreck.com text line at the beginning of Shout Out Friday, and you didn't read any of them. So I was doing some heavy lifting for him.
Okay, all right. So now you're teaming up with Peyton after all those shots he takes out.
One day only thing, yeah. One day only.
The mega powers.
It's a one day only thing. I appreciate that. Well, there are pictures out there that I asked for to not be submitted to Peyton because he'll use them all the time. Of me giving the bird to some people.
Oh, I did see that.
I'll do that. I'll do that pretty frequently.
By the way, because nobody knows who's on the Oakland A's as they're playing here against the Kansas City Royals, on the big screen, they just have the number. They're just like, here's the lineup. It's just 9 numbers.
They don't have names?
No, they didn't.
They're like, nobody knows who they are. Just put the number up. It's like a high school game. It's like if you got a high school scorecard somehow.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, they don't have names on the back of their jerseys. Look, there it is, right there. Today's lineup. Batting first, 1. Batting second.
Well, they don't have anybody
13.
for the Royals either, though. I got to be honest.
I don't know
here.
if that helps your point, though, because I would have just been like, oh yeah, they got Samsonite, junk.
The
Royals
are going to be better than the A's, right?
I believe so.
They're going to be better by
I know
far.
batting second is number 7 for the Royals. That is.
They got Will Smith.
That's right.
Yeah.
Will Smith's a guaranteed championship, baby.
Look, I'll tell you this. If that team makes it to the World Series, I think Will Smith in future years should get all of the money because I believe in the power of Will Smith.
If Will Smith and the Royals win the World Series this year, will you wear a skullet for the?
Oh no!
Until the next baseball season starts.
No, because you have to have something on the other end that I would gain from that.
We'll give you the hair replacement surgery that you get a whole bunch of hair on the top
with the robot.
I will rock a mullet until the next baseball season. I'm not actually. No,
Agreed. Deal.
I don't know. I don't have that much faith in the Royals.
Deal. I accept.
Shake on it.
If I knuckleball,
I
that means I accept
that deal.
All right, you know what? There we go. Now I have to root for the Royals.
That's a terrible idea.
Davis Wenzel's still rocking a mullet.
Yeah, he is.
He is like. Eventually, people are like, I've had a mullet for a year. Let me get a clean haircut. Davis Wenzel's like, nope, mulling it the rest of my life.
I think I'm gonna. All right, I'm probably
Billy
gonna
Ray
end up
Cyrus.
rocking a mullet because I really don't have faith in the Royals now.
That was a shocking turn of events in that bet. Deal.
Yeah. All right. Well, there it is. All right. So my question is, what we've talked about Patrick Mahomes and the fact that he played baseball and shortstop at that. He can make some pretty wild throws. He can contort his body and do some interesting things because lots of quarterbacks will practice dropping back and having their feet planted, making sure they're delivering their throws. That's what they practice all the time. But then when you get a guy that has other things in sports, other sports acumen to go along with it, he's able to do something different. Then you're like, hold on, where'd you learn that? Well, I didn't just go to quarterback school. I also did other things. And Mike, that's one of the reasons you're always avid, and me too. Let your kids play sports.
Yeah.
Let them play lots of different sports so that they can learn things, build other muscles, grow, just enjoy sports in general.
Who is horrible at catching a football? Byron Jones. So he went out and tried to learn how to catch a baseball.
Yeah.
Because you're catching it with your opposite hand, right? Your non-dominant hand. When you watch football players, they'll love catching the ball with their dominant hand.
Yeah.
When you watch baseball players, they're like, I know my dominant hand's really good, but guess what? Even better is my non-dominant hand because I had the glove on my non-dominant hand. And you think of who is unbelievable at intercepting passes. Now, I know he's a pure athlete and great. Deion Sanders.
Yes, he was.
But he's also chasing down. He was reading balls off of the bat, being an outfielder.
Yeah.
So you look at it, and there's so many different things. I always felt like when I got to baseball, I was really good at first base. And then in basketball, I was really good if they didn't make a good pass at catching the ball. Because I was like, well, in baseball, I'm at first base, and I'm having to work on short hops, and I'm having to work on moving towards the ball. I'm having to take my chest to the ball. And then in basketball, it really helped me out. I was really good at catching bad passes in basketball because I was used to doing that. And then in baseball, I was always in much better shape than all the baseball players because I'd come from basketball and they're huffing and puffing, running 10 poles. And I'm like, this is the easiest running I've done in 4 months.
The hatred for Caleb Williams has kind of become trendy.
It really has.
And Kevin, I think I didn't like him before it was cool not to like him.
Okay.
And now I'm kind of feeling like I need to turn that just a little bit. So I'm bringing a Caleb Williams story to this conversation. And the more I looked into it, the more I was like, oh, hold on. I didn't know in October of 22, Caleb Williams said on a podcast that swimming is harder than football. And Kevin, I don't know if it goes along with your line
water polo
of like
agreed.
just if you just stop swimming, you die. But he said he was specializing in freestyle and backstroke. And, there aren't a lot of records of his swimming and everything, but he says that was the case. And then he said with Chris Sims that he's able to move around and throw from crazy arm angles because of swimming as a kid. Now, I don't know how much of what he's saying is because I was a line swimmer, I was swimming in a line, or I was in a pool. And when you're in a pool and you start playing, you're throwing around with your buddies, you're diving back, you're doing all these things, you're making catches. When you're in the pool, that's what my whole summer was. My mom would lay in on the raft and she'd throw a football and we just line up and all dive in and try and make wild catches in the deep end of the pool. And it was just a blast because we knew we weren't going to get hurt when we hit the water.
Did your mom make it difficult? Because
yes, yeah, she would put it out there for you. My mom she played a lot of softball. Beat Randy White's softball team. Yeah, it was there was a.
Did she throw the football under?
The football. No, she tossed it the other way. But man, her and my grandma were big time into baseball, softball, and stuff. But so like when it comes to Caleb Williams is saying being around a pool, being in swimming as a kid made me more capable of making some of these wild throws because. Again, you're diving. Let's say you're diving to the right into a pool. You're not going to get hurt. Well, how's my arm? How do I throw this? How do I throw it sidearm? All these things. So all these angles that you see Caleb Williams throw from, he attributes to being in a pool, being a swimmer. And I was just kind of curious for other people out there, what other sports did you say, because I did this, it made me better at this? And I always did feel like I got faster after I played football. Whenever I was playing baseball, I was pretty slow, and I was still pretty slow even afterwards. But I was able to do a little bit more because I got used to running in pads. I got used to running in sprints in pads. And so I was even heavier whenever I was running those sprints. And then by the time I got to football season, I always felt like I had a little more speed behind me. Again, not saying I was the fastest, but I was deceptively fast. And Mike, like we said, we've discussed that at length that other sports helped you. Did you ever feel like basketball did help you in any way, or was that just, hey, that's fun?
No, it helped me with my coordination. I think that there's different skills. Also, the reaction in baseball, for the most part, you always know where you're running to. So think about when you hit a ball, you're running to first. If you need to go past that, you run to second. In basketball, there's a lot of times where you're just reacting off of the moment. Now, I get when you're playing shortstop, you're reacting if the ball's hit to the left or right, soft, hard, and you're moving off of the reaction of the ball being hit. But there's a lot more known movement in baseball. There's a lot of unknown movement in basketball. So you got to work your way around a pick. You have to, the guy you're guarding, jab steps to the right and he goes left. You have to react off of that. Kind of the same thing as a cornerback in a way. The wide receiver kind of knows where he's going all the time. The cornerback has to react off of that. So I think your reaction skills get better. Your footwork gets better off of playing a sport like basketball or soccer and certain areas of football. I think there's certain positions that your footwork isn't a whole bunch, but in the open space it can be.
From the 214, hockey helped my footwork for football as a defensive lineman. And obviously you're chopping, you're moving, you have to move your feet in a lot of that. From the 972, I was a catcher in school, and that made me a better goalie in hockey. Because what are you working on so much is not as much now, it feels like, making sure you don't let the ball get past you in the dirt.
And I'm not kidding about this. I imagine getting extra time with a version of a mask on probably makes you feel more comfortable with it.
No, I mean, like, because you have a ball coming at you about 100 miles an hour, and then that puck is the same way.
I do know my buddy Chris Owens, who used to coach basketball, would say it was always tough when you got football players that came to basketball because they were always chop stepping. And he's like, no, I need you to stride when you were going back, or you stop chopping to like that takes way too long and is not a good way to play basketball. But it gives you an idea of, like, it doesn't mean it's bad to play football and basketball. It's that you're having other even though it looks like you're doing the same thing, I'm not chopping back like I'm a cornerback or a safety in basketball. If I'm running backwards, I'm somewhat striding backwards.
I just wanted to throw this out there, Corey. Sorry to interrupt the C block. That's a diehard A's fan right there with the Mark Kotze jersey right there.
Is he wearing the yellow hat?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's already here. He's already starting to rag on people, too. He's already starting to wear people out. That umpire right there is about to get worn out by that dude.
Yeah, the A's have gone away from forest green, so he's rocking the old forest green.
Yeah, I like that color.
Appreciate the texts. A lot of texts coming in here. I also, tomorrow night, and hold on, before I do that, we just talked with Matt Hicks yesterday, who told us Bochy said that his forearms were stronger because he was building a tunnel under Washington, D.C.
Yes.
So, like, that's a wild story. Tomorrow night I will be emceeing an event. Actually, I'm the auctioneer. But I have a lot more responsibility than I thought I was going to have. I thought I'd just be up on the stage and do.
We got 25. Can I get 30 in the back? Oh, 30 from the man in the hat. Let's go. 35. I got 35 from Ruben. Can I get 40? 40. Anybody? 40. 35 going one strong. Oh, 40 in the back going to the back.
I'm not going to do that. You're good, dude. Man. You should probably actually. You want to rock along with me?
He's probably going to do that, but people aren't going to be bidding.
He's just making up numbers. They did ask me if I wanted a gavel, and I was like, "No, I'm good." And then I was like, "Ooh, maybe I do want a gavel."
That makes you a judge. That doesn't make you.
No, the gavel sold. Bow. For $150,000. But I will. The event
is. You start rapping like Young MC or Run DMC.
I'm not planning on doing that. Junior Players is what I'm doing this for, and Junior Players they've been empowering young voices by providing free, high-quality arts programming to North Texas children and youth. And this is they've only started, man. 1955 is whenever they got this thing rolling out. Cool. And the woman who runs it, I went to high school with her. My wife was in Bells with her in high school as well, and she does a phenomenal job. Innovative programs, outreach opportunities, and they're increasing their impact there and equipping more students with their skills to equip them for their futures if they want to be in theater and things like this. So I'm really excited about being part of this tomorrow night. It is a Bridgerton themed thing, and I was like, I'll just throw a suit on, right? And then my buddy messaged me and was like, don't make me do it. And he's going, and he has the big puffy arm king looking stuff, and I'm like, do I throw on the fancy white pants that come up to here with the buttons and the coattails and a hat?
I know you've already accepted one of my suggestions.
I am carrying a cane.
Yes. Would you consider having a powdered wig on?
A powdered wig?
Yeah.
I do not know about a powdered wig.
Those fancy British folks, they like to do that.
Oh, we got to... Hey, he's waving at us now, Kevin. Why is he waving?
He was listening.
He's following, baby. That's awesome. The A's fan that is about to whoop that referee all night.
I thought Ruben had lost his mind. I really didn't know what we were doing there.
So good luck to me tomorrow night with the event. Hopefully we raise a lot of money for Junior Players.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You'll be posting pictures of your final outfit, I take it, in the majors?
Sure, I will post some
We're
pictures.
almost done.
Somebody asked if I dated her. I did not date her. She is a friend. She's fantastic. I did have a line in a play, though, in high school where I had to walk up to her, and we were discussing something, and I said, maybe we should kiss. And the guy who was the judge was like, that was the slimiest thing I've ever seen. Please don't do that in real life, but thank you for doing it on an acting stage.
Wow.
So I took my glasses off and put them in my pocket
you did
and
not
everything.
Kiss?
No.
Mike, were you even
I was
ever
dating
in a play
Adrian
where you
at the
had
time.
to kiss somebody?
No.
Okay.
I had to
turn it
be
down?
in, maybe in middle school was the last time I had to be in one. Like 5th, 6th grade, I had to be in one.
Is 4th grade middle school? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it's close enough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Tyler Malley, one of the newest Texas Rangers, plus Masterpiece of the Week. A lot coming at you live from Surprise. We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear.
Balls in a strike. Here's the pitch. Adoli swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Our spring training coverage been brought to you by Sonic, the on-time experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. G-Bag Nation will be rocking next, so we're not done just yet. But we just saw an interesting phenomenon down there. Is there's a bunch of people with their baseball card albums or cases just standing by the railing waiting for the players, maybe the manager, to come out and get some autographs there.
Yeah, I've always wondered where they get these booklets that looks like just where you'd have a notebook to write notes in, but they have little things where you keep all your baseball cards in. I've never looked into having one of those. I like getting autographs. I've just never known how they do that. So they can hand you a booklet, and then there's like 8 cards, and you can sign all 8 on that page.
Some of them have definitely been successful thus far. And right now,
well, the A's are getting ready for the Major League season because there's about 250 people here right now.
So you think this is about the same as a home game?
This is like regular season baseball for Oakland.
Now, earlier today in the clubhouse, we had the opportunity to talk with Tyler Malley, and here it is right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We got Tyler Malley on with us right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. How are you feeling right now, man?
I feel great. Throwing every day. Everything's feeling good, yeah.
Does he make you kind of nervous? He's got the bald head and everything, and he's got a very stern look about him. I mean,
just because my arms are like this?
A little bit. I was wondering who was walking behind you when you were walking up. I was like, what's
kind of looks like
it
could be his enforcer or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I could see that.
I've always wanted to have him walk around with sunglasses and carrying a briefcase with a handcuff on it. You think that he should do that more often?
So
I think so.
There's a card show in Dallas every 2 months, the Dallas Card Show, and I see people with briefcases handcuffed to themselves because they have so much cash in there.
Yeah.
And I was
Could be you. You always thought about that. Could be me.
Totally.
Yeah.
All right. So in case radio doesn't work out, we're doing well right now, but in case it fails,
security.
I might reach out if you need security or anything. Who would be your chosen security guard in the locker room?
In the locker room. I don't know. There's a lot of maybe Jonah right there. Jonah's a big guy. But I mean, you have a lot of them in here, like a lot of really big dudes. So I feel like I got some choices.
I'm gonna go with Adolis. I'm gonna say Adolis.
There you go.
He's pulling that off pretty easy. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, who could you be the security guard for? Anybody?
My son.
Okay, great. That's fantastic.
I feel like that's what I do most of my life is I'm running around trying to protect them all the time.
Yeah.
Yes. How old is your son?
1 year old.
Okay. I have an 18-month-old. So so that's very cool. Yeah. Is he walking, talking?
No, but I mean he goes around like he pushes a cart around everywhere.
Sure.
So he's crazy on that thing, but he's not like walking on his own yet.
We're to the point where you can tell our son, his name is Noah, definitely thinks he's completing sentences to us, and it sounds like pig Latin or something, and he's like the guy to go to go, but you can tell he thinks he's telling you a very specific thing, and we're like,
Yeah. He's not. He just goes like he'll see something. He think everything's mama or ball.
Yes.
So. Yeah, so that's where
was
we're at
ball
right
his
now.
second word, or was dada his second word?
I think actually mama was like his first word.
Okay.
And then but ball was right there, and then he said dada, but then he would like call everything dada for a little bit, and now he stopped. He doesn't even say it anymore. So so we're trying to get that back.
Yesterday we were listening on MLB Network, and Bruce Bochy was really quick to bring up your name because I know some people are like, hey, what about Scherzer? What about DeGrom and all of that? And I just thought that was a really cool compliment. And what do you think you bring to this team? Because a lot of us were really stoked when the move got made.
Yeah, tough to say because they're obviously they're already stacked. They just won the World Series, So I think a guy like me, I'm just trying to come in and like try to complement what they're doing here. I'm not trying to do anything special, be anything anything crazy. I'm just trying to complement what they're doing here. So, the main focus is getting healthy so that I can, complement the staff at the end of the year. That's all I'm trying to do.
Can you walk us through it all theoretically, what that path to health looks like? Because you said, you're throwing every day, and, what are the benchmarks or the hurdles over the next few weeks, months, etc.?
I think getting off a mound, throwing breaking balls. That's what I can think of right now. Getting through this phase right now, I'm throwing at 120 feet. With trying to get some velo behind it, and then start throwing breaking balls on flat ground, and then a half mound, and then full mound, and then facing hitters. So those are the big leaps.
I know you're well aware, but for people listening, how big of a difference is going from flat ground to say half mound to say full mound in terms of your motion, in terms of your arm? For people listening who are what's the difference?
Well, it's kind of a weird question because I don't know what it's going to feel like, because I've never had to go through this before.
Okay.
I haven't been on a mound since early May, so I don't know what that's going to feel like. But I think for a lot of us, the mound, it's almost like you should play catch on the mound, because that's where you're most comfortable. Not playing catch on flat ground in a field, so because you just get down the mound easier, your body's flowing towards where you're going. On a flat surface, you kind of got to use your legs more and everything, get in your legs to get it to your target. So I think the mound is where most of us feel comfortable. So it should be an easy transition. It's just lining everything up.
We were very furious that Jonah wasn't on the top 10 MLB catchers list for this year. I think it was 3 days of just, how can they even miss like this?
We thought maybe they thought he retired or something.
Yeah, what's going on here? But that being said, when it comes to the pitcher-catcher relationship, how fast does the trust grow with a catcher whenever you're working with a new guy?
It can grow very fast. I think it just takes getting into a game, which I'm not able to do right now. So it's these guys are here doing their work, and working with the pitchers that are obviously going to help out the team early in the year. So I'm kind of letting everyone let them do their thing. I mean, I got nothing to really give right now, except for maybe a ear to listen to what they have to say. But no, once you start getting in games and working with these guys, it clicks pretty fast.
Yeah, especially if the strikes are going and y'all are working well together.
Right.
It's oh yeah,
that helps definitely. Yeah.
Now his 18-month-old cannot read yet. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah, we're really behind.
You just give them the iPad, huh?
Here's what I'm going to blame it on, and I'm going to really hope she doesn't hear this. My wife is a reading specialist, and so I'm kind of that feels like your deal. I've had him put on headphones before. This feels like your deal right here.
Yeah, totally.
But she does listen to the show a lot, so we might have to edit this part out.
You're doing a great job.
I thought we said we were going to edit that part out. What the hell?
You're doing a great job.
Well,
we had to get that line in there, Kevin.
Do you think that's going to work with Jess if I'm but Tyler Malley said you're doing a great job?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Alec.
Hey, guys. Me doing Masterpiece of the Week, it's like finding a polar bear in Arlington, Texas. I'm glad to be back.
Are you saying Pete Alonso's coming to the Rangers?
Hey, maybe.
Is he the polar bear?
The polar bear.
Yeah, if we're not handing out money, we can make some trades. I know, top 3 farm system. I know that's right. But Masterpiece of the Week is a segment where we revisit all of the sometimes atrocious, funny, weird things that you guys have said. Kevin, you don't have to worry. I've had my eye on you all week, and you have not said one thing.
Mark yourself.
That was Mark worthy.
Yes!
But I am here to inform you that I have 13 clips of Mike Bassick.
Oh, my God.
It is Mike's Piece of the Week.
It is. And Corey, you're not safe either.
All right.
So, you know what, Corey? I said your name first, so we're going to go with you.
That's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who was it?
I think we were talking about
hot dogs?
The flag. The championship flag. I've never seen a flag that big before.
KC's so little.
It's a little bitty flag out
so
there.
Little.
Yeah, it's just like a regular flag. Whereas the championship flag basically took up the whole sky.
It's as big as the United States flag.
Yeah, it was.
I liked it.
I'm trying to think of some
team over country, Kevin. That's what he was saying there. Back to you.
I mean, I don't mind that. I'm trying to find some context for this, but I'm just gonna let it go.
He just bit him in the tricep.
The exasperation in your voice, and then the whole all those words together. That's fantastic.
That would be the drunk MMA fighting that I want to get going.
That's right.
I would love you on that call.
You're past your prime, and people see drunk people fighting in the stands all the time. So let's just get the MMA fighters that are past their prime drunk and have them fight each other.
Biting in the tricep.
Kevin, just imagine Bassick and Mauro Ranallo calling drunk fighting together.
He just bit him in the tricep.
Is tricep good meat? Is that good meat to eat there? I feel like I'm trying to. I know they always said the end part of your palm is the best meat.
Is it better than the bicep because it has an extra sep?
I think the biceps musclier.
2. Tricep has 3.
Good job, Kevin.
Speaking of meat, Corey, thanks for telling us what you do in your free time.
You sit on him and he's like, "Hey, can you at least feed me some chickens or something if you're gonna come over here?"
I'm pretty sure somebody in the Metroplex has sent out a DM like that, right?
This was in regards to the alligator chair.
Oh no, we're not saying that.
It was the alligator chair you were talking about Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
Auctioning off, and I was very concerned about that alligator, and how he's going to get through his day.
But how cool would it be if you could just go home, sit on the couch, and Adrian just fed you chicken?
I would love it. It would be glorious.
That would be awesome.
That's how Larry Allen got married.
Yeah. I would love for her to cook occasionally. Sometime. It would be amazing if she would make food around the house.
My goodness.
Wow.
For me.
Pivoting, we got a celebrity shot from one Matt Hicks.
I want to be the lead guy on the hose.
That's my winner.
When he said it,
that is a good one.
When he said it, I was just thinking about, water in the infield. But now I hear it again, and I'm like, okay. He's a fan of rap.
Mike, is this what you told him?
Hold on, wait a second. What the hell does that mean?
What does that mean?
Hose, they say that in rap songs.
Oh. See, I was thinking.
Nope.
Okay.
Matt Hicks is a
You could use
treasure,
that in
all
multiple ways.
No, I got it. That now it makes sense because you go, just like rap. I was really okay. I got it now.
Is this what you tell your gardening tools, Mike?
Tease me and I'll tease you back.
All right. Ooh, I was too quick to accept that deal.
Yeah, you were.
Did.
Dang it.
That was a good one. Not as good as Hicksy, though.
Hockey biology lessons, Corey?
Is it always just a goalie boner, or is there a defenseman boner, too? Yeah, that's a good question. I really think that's an important question for where we are as a society.
Where we are as a society?
Yeah.
That looks like such a useless thing the athletic dude is doing to get ready. like now he's doing something, but he's running. I was like, are you making up something right now?
So, Kevin, there is a skating trick called the boner, all right? There was the nickname
Is it hard to do?
There was the nickname of Mike Seaver's best friend, who was
Boner.
It was Boner was his nickname.
At what point did we change the meaning? Because the boner used to be a mistake.
Yeah.
Like, that's
An
what
error.
it was.
Yeah, and that's what they were talking about.
It feels like that's not what people think of. When did that, really, really change?
Mike?
I don't know. Who's the boss thing. I don't know. I've always heard boner as being a
growing pains.
Isn't that the name that Mike Seaver
that's growing pains. He just said that was growing pains.
I know.
Where did you get who's the boss from?
I said who's the
Yes,
boss?
you did.
Who's the boss?
Oh, all right. Well, I said it wrong.
Hey, man.
I feel like
sometimes.
I feel like all these clips are just interrelated in some weird way.
It's kind of like your crack. I don't lay on your crack for a long time. I just see it, and then I get out of there, and I'm like, oh, I saw it. There it is. I saw it yesterday.
And this morning, I believe is
Did
what
I see
you
his crack
said.
this morning? I don't remember seeing his
You
crack.
talk about it a lot, though. Every time.
His crack is showing a lot. He doesn't wear any underwear, and his pants are always sagging. I told him he should get high-waisted jeans, but then I think they only make those for girls. I think they only make low-waisted and then at the waist for guys.
Yeah.
I don't think they make high-waisted jeans for guys.
It feels like a market inequity. We should be able to.
Would you wear high-waisted jeans?
Yeah, we should strike.
Since you won't wear underwear.
We should go get some
Look, I told you
signs.
there was a time when I thought that might happen, but. Back to you, Alec. That's a lot of inside right there.
More crack.
I don't want to see your crack, but sometimes I do.
So, hold on. The way that ended
was a useless sentence.
it sounds like I don't want to see it, but you know what?
Sentence.
Sometimes I do want to see it. I can't decide.
No, I'm not saying sometimes I want to see it, but I don't want to see it, but sometimes I do. I think that's a great sentence, and it makes all the sense in the world.
What is the point of that sentence, though?
I don't want to see it, but sometimes I do.
You can't just repeat the sentence.
You can.
It's like putting the word in the definition.
I just need you. I just need you to understand it. If the slower I say it, maybe the better you understand it.
Like define champion. He was the champion of
Somebody
the game.
who's a champion. Like they're the champion of that. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, if they're the champion, it means they're the champion.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. What's the definition of a word? It's like, when you define the word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the definition.
How would you define it?
Stupid.
By giving it a definition.
You shut up too, Alec.
I gotta run this segment. Okay, I pulled this one early this week, and it's probably the dumbest thing, but I feel like this is Corey auditioning for an off-brand version of Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'm Door. I don't know why I said that. I'm Door.
I don't either.
I don't know why I think that's so funny. Can you play that one more time?
I'm Door. Nice to meet you.
Door's the
I feel
Explorer.
I feel like that's the only thing you can say after is nice to meet you. I'm Door.
Door the Explorer. Just don't add the "or" on the end.
Here we go, Mike.
Otani does something to me.
Thank you.
What does he do to you,
Man, and I think even more of that cut was still damning, too.
Well, I just think that I get excited when I see him, and there's not a lot of guys I get excited to see.
I'm Door. That's my response to
You want me to
that.
define that one?
No, I do not. I do not.
How would you define that, though?
No.
The last one I have for you guys, all I have to say is shout out to Blue Chew.
I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right.
I'm talking about the rubber on the mound.
That's my answer. Okay.
I tried
Hold
to
on, though.
explain it. It didn't work out.
Okay, that's my vote. I remember when it happened, but ignore the beginning part, which is hilarious. I just want to know where you were going with the end of this sentence.
I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat.
What happened at the
Because
end of that
you were saying it's
sentence?
ribbed for her pleasure.
His pleasure.
His
'cause
pleasure.
He's out there.
Okay, yeah. Well, the rubber out on the mound is not ribbed for your pleasure. It's flat for your pleasure, so I guess your spike doesn't get caught. You don't want your spike getting caught on the rubber. It would mess you up. You might balk.
Sounds painful.
You don't. There's no balking with nobody on base when people yell balk when somebody stops their motion.
Does that really bother you?
Yeah, it does. It's like when somebody picks off the second balk. It's like, no, it's not a balk. I guess it can be now if it's your third time to do it.
I vote for Mike Bassick, Rubber Man.
I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat.
He just took words.
I feel like that's a good scouting report.
Hold on.
I'm just dashing. I just put 3 dashes next to things I said. They didn't make a sentence.
One more time. Play it one more time, and I want everyone to contemplate.
Eric, put your headset on. I want you to hear this from Mike real quick.
I want you to hear how long the break is before Mike continues his sentence, and this is what he came up with.
I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat.
That's what he came up with after that pause.
He did. It's like every time he said a word, he didn't know for
He's like-
sure what the next one was going to be.
Or if the last one was the right one or not.
I vote for that.
I'm voting for Hicksy. I'm voting for Hicksy's lead man on the hose.
I want to be the lead guy on the hose.
I love Hicksy, man. He's great.
You know what? Hicksy's never won this, so I'm going to leave it up to Alec here to maybe make it a tie. I'm going to go with Hicksy and his hose.
You know what? I got to do the rubber again. I'm sorry, Mike.
I've never seen a rubber that isn't just rubber and it's just normal flat.
I will say, Corey, you had a close second, Corey. You had a close second.
I'm door.
All right, so now it's up to the people.
Or
Eric
But
Giafalo.
he didn't hear.
He can hear the two.
I'll play
He
the
can
other
hear the
one
two.
for
You
you.
get the.
You
heard
heard the
Mike's.
first one, Mike talking about
So
the
now-
rubber that's not the rubber because it's the rubber.
Right.
Here is the other option from Matt Hicks.
I want to be the lead guy on the hose.
Oh, this is a much tighter race than I was anticipating. I thought the rubber was going to win in a landslide, but in comes the champion, Matt Hicks.
There it
and
is.
takes it away.
Oh! Good job, Hicksy. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Matt Hicks, the masterpiece of the week. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hell.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from spring training in Surprise, and it's almost time for the A's and Royals, which means it's almost time for the G-Bag Nation, and we want to thank D&M Leasing for setting up that chit-chat. Fellas, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing well. I know we're out at spring training and baseball is afoot. I'm curious your level of interest in, probably while you're on the plane tonight, in Celtics Mavs. You've got Tatum at 4, Luke at 5 in the Kia MVP rankings from NBA.com. We're still waiting to find out if Luke is going to play, though he was in the shoot-around. Are you pumped for this game, or are you like, I mean, maybe, but I'll be on a plane?
Yeah, you know, you've got Nexum back now. I think it's the biggest game of the season if Luka plays. We're waiting for evidence that they could win games against teams this good. We need them to play great defense, and they're going up against, I think, the top offense and one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league here. So this is just an amazing test as we're in this trial period right now waiting to see just how good the Mavs are.
And I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on, Ruben sent this over, the Philadelphia Phillies AAA team is hiring a bullpen catcher. They posted the job listing on Indeed.
Indeed.
Okay.
And
for the Iron Pigs?
Yeah, that is correct. For the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. Tell me if you guys could meet these qualifications.
Okay.
Responsibilities: serve as a catcher for Lehigh's pregame and in-game bullpen sessions during home games.
Definitely don't have the knees for that.
Warm up pitchers during games when needed.
Or the ankle. Can't do that either.
Okay. Responsibilities not going well for us. Let's go down to qualifications.
All right.
College baseball experience preferred but not required.
I think I slide in there.
I'm in there.
I'm just going to tell you something. As you're saying this, I'm watching two pitchers play catch with each other for the Kansas City Royals, and both guys, one of them completely missed, and the other guy almost broke his thumb. And
so you don't have to squat to warm up a pitcher?
No, look, he's squatting down. The lefty is. But,
okay.
Like, it is not fun. I remember, I didn't even throw hard, and I remember one of our middle infielders had to go and warm me up down in the bullpen, and I almost broke his thumb because he was not prepared for the lefty ball to sink the way it does. And so it is not an easy job to catch, and I wasn't even throwing 90, but to catch 90-mile-an-hour moving pitches. So you definitely need to be a former, I would say, college catcher.
Okay.
To do this. I'm not saying you have to be a former professional catcher, but I would say to catch professional pitchers at a AAA level, you need to have some college catching experience.
And it does say on here that you need to have some sort of baseball experience past high school. And then also, you must be local to the greater Allentown area. No housing or mileage reimbursement.
Okay, and I would acknowledge I do not have that either, Hagee. But if they really needed a guy, I think I did have college-level hands, okay?
Okay.
Now, the power, the quickness, all the other things you would need to field the position or play baseball at a high level, I didn't have. But I think if they gave me, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks to 3 months, I think I could get trained up on the job if I could just be a mentee.
I would really enjoy seeing that.
Yeah.
And also, do you think it's weird that they just posted this job on Indeed instead of
it's
hey,
like,
do we have anybody?
Didn't Iowa do that with their offensive coordinator position?
Yeah, because they're like, you can't be worse than our former
in the minor leagues, though,
coordinator.
most of our bullpen catchers are just local guys. They don't even travel with the team.
Is that? Oh, I didn't know
It's
that.
like the emergency hockey goalie.
Yeah.
He's
Huh.
just there.
Interesting. Did you go out to the poke place yesterday?
Well, I think that might be a sensitive subject with Broadus. As it got a little icy. We had a few errands to run after the show. Brian wanted to go back to the hotel just for a quick pit stop, and we thought it was going to be coordinated to where we would meet at the poke spot. So when we pulled up at the poke spot, it was about an hour after we left, after telling him we'll probably be over there in 15 minutes. So he had a grin on his face that would be described as not joyful.
Right.
When we walked in and an empty bowl in front of him. And he's into fellowship a lot. So I think we let him down. I think he's disappointed in us. as maybe the unofficial dad of the show.
Yeah.
And he probably should be, to be honest with you, Higgs.
Do we need to hug him on the way out?
Yeah.
Lots of hugs help? you
Couldn't
think?
hurt.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be tension. What else besides obvious tension is coming up on the program?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. It's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. So if you are day drinking right now and you want to call into the show, just set yourself a little reminder on the show, a little alarm, so you don't lose track of time, and we'll be talking with you guys at 5:20.
Outstanding. Want to say thank you to Sonic, On-Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, but especially Danny Duffy, John Gray, Josh Young, Jack Leiter, David Robertson, Kirby Yates, Bruce Bochy, Davis Wenzel, Dane Dunning, Tyler Malley, and Wyatt Langford for all rocking with the KNC Masterpiece this
Shoot
week.
ya, boy.
Thanks to you guys as well for allowing us to do all this. We will be back on Monday in the Metroplex, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Do you agree with Bochy, Kevin?
I want to do this again. Let's go.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is a huge Friday here. A What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. It's a Football Friday, Combine Friday with you as well. And we're excited to spend the next 5 hours here with you talking sports. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, #1 influencer on Cowboy social media. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo is in attendance. He's present. Zach Wolchuk, his nosebleed brother, is out this week on family duty. You can send him some love on social media. He is a new father. Yes. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And a good afternoon to you, boys. How we doing?
Doing great. Caught that second win. How about that? Broaddus back-to-back mornings at the buffet. I think we both got it done. Carb loaded. Give us the energy to power through one final time here from Surprise, Arizona. Another beautiful day for baseball. I was just actually thinking as we consumed our 5th straight day of national antheming.
Yeah.
How many, like, for a guy like Boch?
Yeah.
How many minutes, how many weeks have added up over the years of national anthem consumption? When you think about 162 games,
yeah,
he's getting it every time.
Yeah.
The spring training games, he's been. I mean, how many days, weeks, months would you add up to be the time that Bochy has heard the national anthem?
You also have to think about the times when he was a player.
Right.
Like Montreal Expos were around.
Yeah.
So he's also not only catching.
He's getting the Canadian.
He's getting the Canadian one. Maybe the Toronto Blue Jay Canadian version.
Ooh, a lot of variations.
A lot of variations of, and maybe they played a game in Puerto Rico or something like that. Who knows? Maybe we heard some national anthems from them as well. But that's an interesting question.
I'd say 200 anthems a year easy, 400 minutes worth of anthem, which is 6.5 hours or so, 6 2/3 hours probably per year.
Okay.
Just as a rough estimate.
6
I like
hours.
that. Yeah.
One show of nothing but listening to the national anthem.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Like you're sitting there and like,
Per
okay,
season.
Okay, Lucius, start it. Here we go. And he just starts playing.
Fire it off.
And you're just sitting there for like 6 hours.
And then you're going to go 40 years in baseball roughly.
Yeah.
You're looking at 240 hours roughly. So 10 days.
10 days. 10 days of Bochy's life. Thank you to the Dawson calculator. That was impressive.
That was impressive.
That was the second most impressive thing that's been done on the air this week. Second only Dawson
my vodka consumption
to the drunken eulogy that Broaddus gave to Mrs. Bart Starr.
She deserved that. She deserved
she
deserved my eulogy.
You gave it your all.
Probably not in a drunken fashion that I gave it, but hey, how surprised you think Hicksy was that I was hammered yesterday?
Oh, dude, that was phenomenal.
He walked off the air and he's like, really? You were that hammered? I'm like, I'm sorry, Hicksy. I didn't mean to embarrass
Yeah, that
you."
was a great discussion we had last night with Hicksy at 6 o'clock. If you want to go back and listen, we were talking baseball. We were talking surprise family dinner here with everybody there. And he was like, the only thing that seemed a little off was, you were really enthusiastic about talking and you kept cutting Gavin off. And I was like,
He was right.
yeah.
He's right.
I mean, there was no reason to be that alarmed. Brian, I'm telling you, you have a gift.
Well, thank you.
I first noticed it. I can't believe I've known you all these years and I didn't know how gifted and talented you were.
Cutting people off?
No, when it came to the ability to be high BAC and still be professional. Still not be too offensive.
I told you guys that I did not want to sit by those two guys. And what happened is I walked in first, and there they were standing
Well,
there.
they were the two guys at the end of the table, right?
Yeah. Well, they
and
came
everybody
at the
else,
same time.
Yeah, everybody else had sat down at the other chairs.
No, they were sitting there waiting, and I went through the door.
Okay.
And they saw me, and Hicksy's like, "Hey, Broaddus."
So the next thing you know, you're walking to the table with them.
I had to trail in. And what are you going to do? Sit at the far end of the table when they sit down at the other end?
No,
I don't think I could do that.
Now, in hindsight, in the post-game show, if you would have asked Hicksy, would you have rather Broaddus just been rude from the start and sat away from you? He'd probably say yes. But in that moment, you didn't know that, Broaddus, and that's not your fault.
I was trying to be a nice guy.
Well, you paid for their meals.
I did,
which I always, think's a cool move from you.
I know what. To be honest with you, I was going to do that anyway, and just because they come on during the year with us. And I just wanted, it was kind of my way of saying thanks from the show.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for always kind of being on with us and stuff like that. So that's just a small token for the good work they do for us during the year.
Yeah, you're very good at that. I always thought it was awesome when you gave our guest Amari Cooper that timekeeper for chess.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, I just sometimes I think you just little things people appreciate and they remember, and maybe next time that they, hey, can we have you on to talk about this? Yeah, sure, love to have you. Yeah, I'd love to be there. Instead of maybe something where you go, you know what, I've got a root canal I have to go take care of or something like that.
Rain check.
Yeah, rain check on that. But yep.
Quick glance at ESPN. There's a lot of football headlines right now happening. And
There are.
Chief will have more on those stories in the NFL news of the day at 3 o'clock, and then football's finest at 5 o'clock. We have this thing surrounded. We have spring training surrounded as well, as the Royals and A's are getting ready to play some afternoon spring training Cactus League baseball here. Caleb Williams says he's not thinking beyond the number one pick. Cam Newton saying sorry for his role in the Atlanta scuffle, saying no excuses. Saints are cutting this safety May. We're going to have to talk about that a little bit later on. The Bama defensive back McKinstry has a Jones fracture, so sometimes there is a benefit to meeting with the doctors at the combine that can catch stuff and allow you to get it fixed before you get too much farther down the path. And then Michael Penix Jr., Big Penix Energy out there, says he's healthy and set to be a franchise quarterback. I believe it, guys. I think this might be another situation where the third or fourth quarterback taken in the draft might end up being the best one.
I'll tell you what, Gavin, I think you're on to something, too.
As long as he stays healthy.
Yeah, as long as he stays healthy. He's a little bit of an older guy. He's dealt with injuries throughout. If you followed his career when he was at Indiana, the only reason Indiana football was any good was because of him. And then he goes on to University of Washington, and then he does great things there with some outstanding wide receivers, offensive linemen, a well-coached team, and get to play in a national championship type of a game. So, yeah, he's got everything that you want in a franchise-type quarterback. He's the mobility, the arm strength. He's a smart kid, high IQ, just a lot of positive things about him. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying not to make mistakes at that position. You're trying to say, well, man, this guy has played a ton of games. He's not a one-year wonder. He's been in some different systems. There's a lot of things that you can like about Michael Penix.
Yeah, I think he's just a playmaker.
He is.
Yeah.
He really, really, really
I'll
is.
tell you what, one of my the fun things from this week, videos from the combine, these dudes like warming up, and they're having to do it in like the hallways and stuff.
That is the great thing about the combine, though. When you go to the convention center, there's so much space. You see guys practicing 40s. They'll like mark
on the
off
carpet
on the
crap?
carpet and all that. Yeah, you could go through that. You could come through late night after doing radio, go through and seeing quarterbacks, guys running, all kinds of things, guys working on starts. It's really kind of cool.
Yeah, there's a video from like right behind Penix, and he's ripping through the hallway, just
Going
putting
around
it through
corners,
a keyhole.
yeah,
It feels like,
yeah.
and just the way the video is like right behind him, and just seeing the ball flat of his hand just on a rope. You're like,
Nice.
oh my gosh, dude! It was like the first time I got to see Dak up close throwing a ball. And it's just a different level of the way these professional quarterbacks, the way the ball pops out, you're like, oh my gosh, even not like Mr. Arm Strength guy. There's just a different level with these dudes.
I just remember those days of standing on the field and watching Brett Favre throw, and you could actually hear the ball whistle.
Yeah,
whistle through the air. I mean, it was crazy, but you knew it was.
He was breaking fingers.
You knew it was on the move for sure.
One of the more interesting things about the Cowboys, over the course of the last 9 months, has been when you're talking about the future quarterback. When Brian brings up, well, why'd you bring in Trey Lance then?
Yeah.
And it might be the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing in a situation like that. Not sure, but the story gets a little bit more interesting here. Is the Cowboys will pick up Lance's $4.25 million roster bonus for the season. Calvin Watkins of the Morning News reported that. I mean, so now it's not like you had somebody go rogue and just trade for him one afternoon. It's like you've had a long time to think about this, and the organization decided he did not play a snap for the Cowboys in 2023 as he was traded by the Niners late in training camp. Dallas is optimistic about the growth he made, reportedly has not considered cutting him. Unsurprisingly, the team will not pick up Lance's fifth-year option, which would have been worth $22.4 million. So I read that wrong. They will not pick it up? No.
They're still in consideration for it. But
well, the headline says "will pick up," and then as I'm reading it, will not pick up.
They gave him he was due a roster bonus. That part they did pick up. Yeah.
No, because I saw it the same way you saw it, Dawson, where the Calvin Watkins was talking about how the
Calvin
Cowboys,
could be a little confusing at times too.
Cowboys are picking up. Wow, shots fired.
I gotta get to the story.
I love Calvin, but he can be confusing. Let me reach out.
This must have just been a typo.
It's the summer roster bonus for $4.25 million. Yes, that's
Cowboys
been
will
reported.
pick up. Yeah,
that's being picked up by great journalist Calvin Watkins and a great friend as well.
Okay, so they will pick
Cigar
up
lover.
the roster bonus.
Yeah.
Securing his 2024 spot, but won't pick up his fifth-year option. So how are both those things true?
Well, I'll need to find out then. I will ask the appropriate. We want to know, yes, they picked up a bonus. No, they're not going to pick up the thing. I'll ask.
Okay. No, I guess
I want to get it right too.
That does feel confusing.
Isn't he going into his fifth year, or is this his fourth year? So they're picking up a bonus for the let me see. I swear Trey Lance has been in the NFL for 4 years.
I think he's going into...
You are a moron.
Well, that's been well established over the years, Lucius.
Trey Lance is going into his fourth year.
Hold on.
Everybody's... By the way, the A's just got a base runner on.
Okay.
23.
So this is going to be his fourth year. And his fifth-year option is not getting picked up, so he's getting a bonus for this year. I got to look a little bit more into this story. Elsewhere at the Combine, Cowboys fans, Florida State running back Trey Benson on his formal meeting with the Cowboys. I feel like the Cowboys have the same scheme as Florida State, so I think that would be a good fit for me. I like the idea of a formal meeting with this guy, Brian. I know you guys are excited about us. Tell us a little bit more about the player.
Yeah, we were talking about the running backs yesterday, and Benson, there's two guys I really, really like at the top of the second round there, and Benson and Brooks from the University of Texas, and he's he's a little bit of a dealing with a knee injury right now that you're going to have to work with, though. But Benson's an outstanding player. He's got a great running style. He's physical. He's compact. He runs through arm tackles. He catches the ball well. He can blitz pick up. There's a lot of things to like about it. I wanted to point out a couple of things here, guys, from what I'm learning in the Combine, is that the Cowboys are meeting with a lot of wide receivers, too.
Mm-hmm.
Formal visits. Now, your informal visits, if you hear a formal visit, that's with McCarthy and Will McClay and Stephen Jones, others that, up in the front office. Those formal visits are really super important. The informal visits are the ones that are dealt with the coaches. Those are the kinds where the coaches go with the guy one-on-one. So there's only so many of these that you can request. You're only allowed a certain amount of guys for formal visits. And so you have to submit that number. And if you're on the formal visit list, by all means, that's somebody that should get your attention.
Looked like they were doing a lot of tight ends as well. I saw Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, tweeting a lot of the formal and informal visits.
They're knocking out these wide receivers, and they're knocking out running backs, and you mentioned the tight ends as well. Yeah, they're looking at quite a few of these skill guys.
It's second day in a row. The Morning News also had a story up about how the Cowboys leadership and quarterback are all being, going into the last year of their contracts. Yesterday it was Michael Gelkin. Today it's Sherrington. Headline, short leash for Cowboys coaching staff makes Jerry Jones' message clear, win or else. I don't know if that's the message. I think it's that Jerry is cheap. I think that's the clear message here, that Jerry is, in fact, not willing to do anything with his finances to help the team win. And unlike pretty much every owner in the NFL, he wants to have coaches coach until the end of their contract because he doesn't want any coaches out there getting paid from him that aren't working for him. I think it's a serious Scrooge McDuck situation that we have here, guys.
Yeah, and maybe it's being disguised as a, hey, we're trying to light a fire under you kind of deal, short lease, this is all or nothing, you better go ahead and do it now. But I do think there are underneath that some of those things that you're saying that are very, very true. It just works out both ways. He gets to light a fire under these guys and say, hey, this is it for you. If you don't come with some legit postseason production here. And at the same time, I don't have to worry about paying multiple people that aren't even working here anymore.
Okay, Mavs and Celtics tonight. Huge opportunity to put the league on notice. That's what I think we got going on here, Chief. Boston is quite a squad, aren't they? I think they're the NBA champion favorites right now. Can you go out there on national TV and hit them right in the nose?
Man, that's gonna be hugely challenging for sure. I think the spread for this game was close to 10, and then there's the Luka factor where he did shoot around today. I imagine he ends up playing, but this is the ultimate test against the best team in the NBA. So I mean, Celtics are on a 9-game heater right now.
Yeah.
They're first in offense, they're third in defense. And it should be, I mean, I would expect with the Mavericks have been playing some pretty good defense, top 10 level defense over the last 10 games or so. Boston's got really, really good defense, but I expect this to be the superstars showing out and it being an offensive bonanza. Like, since the trade deadline, you're talking about the Mavs being second best offense in the sport, Boston being first. So despite the fact that both these teams are playing well defensively, I think this is the Luka, Kyrie, Tatum, Brown. Porzingis, of course, is going to want to get after it in a huge way, but I think there will be points. It will be kind of a fireworks show, and it should be a ton of fun. But man, yeah, if the Mavericks do win this game, that's one of the best regular season wins of the season for any team.
For the year, they're 6th and 23rd offensively and defensively. What do you think they really are if a season would start fresh?
I think they are probably somewhere between that, around middle of the pack.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, we are live here in Surprise. Our coverage is brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Okay, and we're watching the Royals and the A's. We'll get you updates throughout the day on what's going on around baseball, of course. Quite a few Ranger segments for our final show in Surprise before we head home. And I'll give you the best baseball story I've heard today coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Ref Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise at Rangers Spring Training. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Brian, how annoyed were you with us last night when we walked into Tokyo Joe's and you had already finished eating your dinner?
Was it a situation where I felt bad that I started?
Oh, you felt bad that you'd started?
I felt bad that I sat down, and I wasn't sure how far away you guys were. And so I'm like, do I wait? I'm like, that's kind of rude of me. And then I felt better when you walked in and said, it took too long, and I'm leaving. And you didn't even eat. So I said, okay, man, I didn't feel bad then.
I thought our comms were, could have been better throughout the day. I should have been maybe more in contact with you, to let you know when we were expecting our arrival, because when we left you, I thought we were going to hit a quick errand, and the next thing you know, it took a little bit longer than expected. So I want to apologize.
No,
for not getting to
I
dinner,
felt bad. I felt bad that I
thought we were going to be.
I felt bad that I sat down, and this was my game plan.
Yeah.
I was going to go ahead and enjoy the poke bowl.
Yes.
And then the menu looked good that I was thinking, I'll get something else when they sit down, which I did when Chief and Ruby sat down with me. I ordered some more food is what I did. And so, I was just kind of like, I wasn't sure when you were going to get back, but, it was kind of one of those, I just went ahead and kind of, I was a little bit of a yay for me moment.
Okay.
I had a little yay for me.
Did you double up? Sorry, Chief.
No,
I ordered some spring rolls and stuff like that. And so I ordered a couple more things that the poke bowl there is tremendous at the Tokyo Joe's. And I was impressed that Eric once again found a way to order food. How did you do that when you just took one of everything off the menu and they put it in a bowl?
They got you build your own bowl.
So you went through.
You just add extra. Like they'll give you the options for like the meat options you can
just
put in there.
You just buck 50'd it down the line. Is what you did.
Yeah, just put them all in there. Absolutely.
Yeah. He did. He walked up with a bowl, and I
was starving after yesterday's show. I didn't have the brat yesterday. I had the brat today here at the ballpark. It's amazing. So I was, and you'd been talking about Tokyo Joe's all week, so no one's upset at you for getting there first and just chowing down. That's like that.
I wasn't sure what your game plan was.
My game plan was just simply to crush the biggest bowl possible. Yeah, and that's what I did.
Yeah, you needed a wheelbarrow to get that thing over to the table, though. That was impressive.
It was cool. They had two people carrying it out.
It was a little heavy. It was kind of like,
I mean, that place is terrific. If you're coming out here for spring training, I think you should. It's a Rangers bucket list moment, especially with them sitting here as Rangers World Series champions. Yeah, I got the DoorDash sent over. I could not miss the opportunity to get Tokyo Joe's before we got out of here. The best story from spring training today, though, is not that. The best story is how a $50 bet put Mark Church on the path to the big leagues as a pitcher. Now, Mark Church is an up-and-coming fireballer. I think he throws 97.
Yeah.
Here in camp, and people feel like he is one of the pitchers who has a chance to maybe come up and be an electrifying portion of the bullpen. He was a high school shortstop. Teammate bets him $50 that he couldn't throw 90 off the mound. You know how you're doing, stuff like that.
Yeah, feats of strength bets.
Apparently, Buddy has a little bit of dough. $50 when I was in high school. I guess that's the inflation, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on here.
No,
but anyway.
dude. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I was in high school, and if I had more than $5 in my pocket, I felt like a stud.
Yeah. So anyway,
Hey, sugar, you want to go on a date? I took a girl on a date, and I bought it with all quarters. I had a Ziploc bag of quarters, and I was hoping she didn't see it, but she did.
So romantic.
Yeah, it was a great movie we watched.
We like jingling around, walking.
Yeah, man, I had it in my cargo shorts.
She seen it?
Yeah, bro, she saw it. I was like, why don't you go ahead and walk in? Let me get the ticket jumps in. You do your thing, and then she hung around and hovered. I was like, well, if we're gonna see this movie, I'm gonna have to pull out the Ziploc bag. Honey, close your eyes.
Did you count them all out?
Yeah, it takes a while. It's problematic.
She's still telling that story, bro.
Yeah, that'll live on forever. That's not one I'm proud of.
Hey, there's this guy on the radio, man.
She was so disappointed because
Girl, he paid with all change. He was like, let me go back to the car real quick.
I'm drug up more to my
35
seat.
cents short.
Let me go check the floorboard real quick. Double whammy as well when that bag of quarters comes out. She's like, that's a roll of quarters. Yeah, dude, it's not good. Wow, state's not going quite as well as I thought it was.
They weren't even pre-rolled or nothing. It was just a loose bag of change.
I was just hoping I had enough in there.
My man, like he hit the slot machine at Vegas.
Sorry, sugar, we're not getting no popcorn and candy today. So, Mark Church, high school shortstop. He will not have a problem with paying for movies or anything before too long.
That's right.
Teammate bet him $50. Silver Spoon teammate, probably at Highland Park or something. It's like, yeah, I bet you can't throw 90 off the mound. I'll give you $50 if you do. So he was like, okay, throws 92. And then he thought, well, it's kind of fun, you know. Maybe not as fun as shortstop, but still pretty killer. So Church, drafted out of high school in the 18th round by the Rangers, 2019, has blossomed into one of the most intriguing arms in the Texas system. The right-hander reached 97 in the spring debut Monday against the White Sox, pitched a scoreless ninth against the Brew Crew yesterday. In 3 minor league seasons, he has a career .397 ERA, considerably more strikeouts than walks, 206 to 60. And he reached AAA Round Rock at the end of last season. So, yeah, he got up to 94 in high school, and then COVID hit, and he couldn't pitch. So he just worked out to get stronger, and it paid off. He added 3 miles per hour, and now he is throwing heat on his way to the big leagues.
Dude, that is so cool, man. What an epic story. And yeah, when you pick up the baseball and you don't realize that you can throw 92 and then the gun shows 92, you're like, whoa,
yeah,
this is actually throwing the baseball is pretty fun here.
Yeah.
And even DeGrom, didn't DeGrom not even become a pitcher until he was sometime in college? He was playing a position as well. So
it's crazy some of these guys that can throw it so hard that they don't at least try it, you know, because if you're at that level, then you obviously have the talent to maybe go for the big leagues. I'd want to try to be a double threat, especially if I can wing that thing over there pretty good as a shortstop. Now, I played a mean third base, had a good glove, but I never had the cannon. So I only got up there to pitch when our star pitchers needed a little rest. So I'd get there for mop-up duty in the 5th or 6th inning, and it is a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I imagine it's even better when you can throw the hell out of that thing.
When they were looking for some off-speed stuff, they came to Dawson.
Yeah, they were like, I think Gavin could get a couple outs here, get this game over with.
Did you ever hit anybody?
I think so, but
Intentional?
not in a game. Not in a game.
Okay.
Only in like practice or something like that.
See, it's funny because when Bennett was pitching and he was a little kid, he hit a kid in the head.
Ooh.
And he didn't want to pitch anymore.
Yeah.
He really didn't want to. I mean, it just kind of affected him in a way. It's like he felt terrible about it.
At least it wasn't the opposite, and he kind of liked it, you know?
Yeah, like it just kept throwing at guys.
Yeah.
Bigger guy, you know.
Yeah.
I bet he could have had quite a bit of success there as a pitcher or a first baseman. Did he have any power at the plate?
Bennett was no. He ended up. It's funny though. He went from being the kid that didn't want to pitch to was his best position.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he did end up playing.
So he did playing high school ball and all that, doing that for Green Hill.
Just
but
didn't throw inside much.
No, heck no. He was trying to always. He was a big swing and miss guy, is what he was. But yeah.
It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go here on Friday for Lucius Alexander. G-Bag of the day.
All right. This is day number 4 for these cats in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, the SWAC.
Let's go.
SWAC basketball right here. Mississippi Valley State won their first game of the season when the season is damn near over. Shout out to them. They're 1-27 now, and they storm the court to celebrate.
And Andre, that's game! And there will be game! And there will be game! And that's down for the first win! First ball, we're throwing the court! We're throwing the court! We're throwing the court! Oh my God! Oh my God! That's a complex thing! Devils pick up their first win! Yes, the Devils pick up their first win! Shout out Coach Ivory! Coach Ivory! The Devils went there, proved them! 1-27, 1-14 in a swag! What is this? The Mississippi Valley Devils are currently on a 1-game winning streak. With that game, the Panthers will fall to 10
Senior night.
and 16, 5 and 10 the swag. The Mississippi Valley Devils will improve to 1 and 27.
What a senior
1 and 14.
We get it. Senior night, bro.
Senior night, every night, yeah. Thank God.
One other than Raekwon Brown.
Raekwon Brown. Why, thank you, my guy.
Thank you, my guy.
Thank you, my guy.
Thank you, my guy. That's hilarious right there. That was all over the place. Super excited. They won on a senior night.
You think they're better at the football stuff they do or the basketball?
God, I don't.
If you had to say,
basketball.
I think basketball. They really get excited. Yeah.
You like that one? Let's see. Let's stay with some college basketball. I got some clips that I did not play this week, and I'm gonna get them out on a Friday, folks. That's what I do.
All right.
RJ Choppy did some college play-by-play. Do you guys know where that was?
That was
Tarleton.
Tarleton, yeah.
Okay.
Tarleton.
Okay. That's what I thought. He made a Rick Pitino reference. Now, Rick Pitino was mad at his team. Well, he said he wasn't actually mad at his team, but he threw them all the way under the bus.
He did.
Because they forgot their fundamentals, their bounce passes, and all that good stuff, setting picks. So, Choppy, genius Choppy, dropped a little Rick Pitino reference.
Backdoor cut. Couldn't get it, and they're going to call a kick on GCU.
A bounce pass. See that? It's Rick Pitino is going to put that film in his next film session. All he wants his players to do is throw bounce passes right now.
Why is that?
I don't know. He said it in his press conference the other day. I can't get these guys to throw bounce passes.
Well, we got one there.
And it's like, that's why you don't throw bounce passes, Coach. You're in the Hall of Fame. I'm an idiot.
Choppy, bro. They let Choppy on the microphone. That's crazy.
Yes. Man, he looked so good in there. He had his suit and tie on. He had the giant cowboy hat. And I think he looked sweaty. It looked hot.
He looked really sweaty, yeah.
He had a cowboy hat on?
He had a cowboy hat on.
Huge one. It could fit the cowboy mascot Rowdy, I think.
Boy, I sure hope it was a Resistol. A Resistol.
I think it was a winter hat, Lucius. That's why he was sweating so hard.
Well, I got some more of Choppy right here. It's the combo platter. There was also a Tolo reference. This is amazing.
And if you're in this game at one point, it's a 15-point game. We're glad you, Tolo, turned it on and left it on for us.
That's right.
Here in this one, we really appreciate that.
Hey.
Salute to the play-by-play guy there.
Yeah, Byron Anderson was his name.
Anderson,
Byron
yeah.
Anderson.
Yeah.
What's up, Byron?
What's up, man? What's up, Byron?
Salute to you guys.
Appreciate it, boy. Looking out for you, boy. I appreciate it. What else we got right here? Oh, Golden State Warriors. They beat New York last night, but that's not the point of this audio. Draymond Green does not forget who talks bad about him, even if you are the Warriors post-game host.
Welcome to Toyota Warriors Postgame Live. Bully Fezzi, Bonte here. And first of all, let's talk about MSG. What is it like?
I'm shocked you're talking to me. The way you was talking about me when I got suspended, I am very shocked you're talking to me.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, tell me about Planet MSG. You guys go there once a year. There's a lot of Warrior fans out there. Describe the energy out there at MSG.
It's always a fun game.
Day, what's going on, man? You out there in New York?
What up, Fezzi Fell?
Oh, man. Wow. The other guy was making sure he was good.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dre? We good,
what's
baby?
Up, Dre? We good? We good? I know you hate this other guy next to me, but we good?
Hey, it's me. It's your boy.
Yeah, Fuzzy, I'm over here.
Yeah, he definitely did that, bro.
He did.
He definitely did that.
Sure did that, yes.
This was fun for the weekend. Devin Haney and King Ryan Garcia will be fighting April 20th in New York. I think it's in Brooklyn. But that's not the point of this. Yesterday they had a presser and it got real interesting. They started talking about Ryan Garcia's vices.
And just to be really direct.
What the happens to your voice?
So at the end of the day, I've been screaming for these promos, but I'm not even going to react. At the end of the day, I want to clarify some
Stop
things.
the coke. It's f***ing up your voice.
I want to clarify some things.
Drought snitching.
I don't do cocaine. I would do a live drug test.
What do you do?
I would do a
What do
live
you do?
drug test.
What do you do?
I drink and I smoke weed, and so has the majority of this room. So has the majority of this room.
What kind of example are you for the younger generation watching this?
Yeah. Thank you.
It's people watching us. What are you talking
Yeah, that part. You finally got somebody raising your hand saying, I'm real. I'm like this. I do drink. I do smoke. Now what? I don't know how many people have been 25 years old and made $100 million in their life and can do whatever they want. I want to see what you would do in my shoes. Probably a lot more than some weed.
Who was that again?
That was Ryan Garcia shooting back at Devin Haney. Devin Haney tried to dry snitch on him, talking about, "Sound like you're doing coke, man. Coke's messing up your voice, fam."
Wow. That was good stuff right there.
That was great. I like how Ryan Garcia was like, "I'll pee right now." No, I'm not. I'll pee right now, bro.
Somebody got some water, by the way? Deal with nuclear cottonmouth. When I say smoke weed, I mean like 5 minutes ago, brother. Help me out.
Oh, yeah. And then when he said, "I got to smoke weed and drink," everybody in the audience was like, yeah. Lady got triggered and started cussing at Devin Haney and everything.
Yeah. Haney went, "What about the kids" on him?
He
which
sure
was
did.
a B-made play. But
yeah, he tried.
That's tough. Yeah, this boxing match brought to you by Modelo.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. All right, that's it for me.
Let's do it. It's time to vote. Is it our three-time champs looking for 4 Mississippi Valley State? Is it RJ Choppy combo platter from his call with the Tarleton State gentleman Byron? Is it the Golden State Warriors getting the win and Draymond Green getting a body in the post-game show? Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney press conference. I think that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Garcia. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to rock with the champs.
Lucius?
Yeah, swag.
Brian?
Champs.
By a score of 3-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champions. Tune in Friday. They're going to be looking for 5-time status, G-Bag Nation immortality, and a spot in the G-Bag of the Year. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, bro?
Yeah, guys, it's Friday. It's a sports mix, but I also want to play a game with you. Is this an Oakland A's baseball player? We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Happy Friday to everybody out there in the audience. We're live at spring training watching the Royals and the A's here at Surprise Stadium. And there's a deep shot to left field. Outfielder back on the track. He's going to make the catch. And number 77 for the A's is out. Here's Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Brett Harris gave it a ride, but just couldn't quite get it over that 350 mark out there in the outfield. With our last day in here in Surprise, I wanted to ask you guys some questions along the way if I could. It's a Friday. I always kind of ask you guys questions on Friday. But Dawson, I want to ask you, I'll start with you. What was your favorite spring training moment?
Favorite spring training moment, I would say it would have to be Yamamoto taking on the Rangers top of the order there on Wednesday afternoon, right about this time, Brian.
You got a chance to see him pitch a little bit?
Yeah, he was nasty, and of course Evan Carter getting a hit off of him was great. But yeah, you had a lot of Ranger star power right there in that bottom of the first inning.
How about you, Chieftain?
Man, where can I even begin? It's been one heck of a week, dude. Corey Majors calls this his favorite trip of the year, and I'm starting to have to really agree with him on that. I love this place. We've had an awesome time. It started with you cutting the line at the rental car at the airport, and just a home run MVP kind of move right there that should have been a 2+ hour wait, and now we're waiting for about 20 minutes. That was a heck of a way to start the week. But I think just the other day when you were hammered trying to do the wireless and you were leaking confidence because that we were having technical difficulties.
It was my fault. It was completely my fault.
But we had Hagee and Corey and Baskey all in here, and we were just messing around, and you were trying to figure it out. I just think that was a ton of fun.
Yeah, I'll tell you, my favorite was the and you're right. There's a lot of things that we did that was really cool. Interviewing all the guys, you being in the clubhouse. I think the dinner when
your hammered dinner,
just me and just somehow holding it together. Yeah,
it was a miracle.
It was a miracle. It just somehow I just hold it all together, and to the point that where, like you say, where Matt Hicks was just, you were really drunk. Like he was like surprised. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry if I was. He goes, no, man, it was cool. I was just thought you were really enthusiastic about.
He thought you'd just been all over the caffeine that day or something.
Yeah, he thought I was way
a ball of energy.
That's what vodka will do for you.
Yeah,
it doesn't sit on your breath too heavy.
Yeah, you're right about that. All right, the question I want to ask you too, and Chief, you and I talked about this a little bit before the show. We're starting to see these NFL quarterback gurus. The Dan Orlovskis and people like that.
Chris Sims.
They're all coming out for my guy, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And remember, when we were doing the quarterback, I have Jaden Daniels up there with, behind Caleb Williams and all that. I want to ask you guys, should I be worried that these quarterback expert guys are liking my guy? Should I be worried that I like him along with those guys?
Yeah, that there's potentially a bit of an omen. I think if you're too loud and brash about it, I think that's when it really starts to circle back on you, and the sports karma just comes back and bites you in your rear end. But ultimately, I think there has to be a healthy level of scare with all these quarterbacks, dude. All these guys are you want to think that they're going to be legit. And there's apparently like 3 or 4 guys that people think can be the real deal. He's one of them. And for a lot of folks, he's the second best quarterback in this draft. For Orlovsky, he is the best in this draft. But yes, if you're too loud about it, Broaddus, then that's going to come back and bite you.
You think, Gavin? You think I should be worried that these guys, these quarterback gurus?
Yeah. Remember, this is the same guy who's been described as having a little Johnny Knoxville to his game with the way he runs around and takes shots.
I think he's a really, really good player. The thing I worry about is, oh my gosh, Bobby Witt Jr. just launched one.
Oh, that's a moonshot. The kid had the chance in the outfield.
He still got the ball
in the second outfield. He got the ball, but he brought the glove. He was about to make a play. That was about to be it's a special moment either way.
Bobby Witt Jr. hit that one about 312 feet.
I think 440.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, 440 feet. Yeah,
Yeah.
Looking out there, and but he just smashed that.
But when you're bringing glove to the game guy and you're sitting out in the
You gotta catch
outfield,
it.
You gotta bring that one.
You gotta catch that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of decline out there, quite a bit of decline. So you're running downhill. You're trying to make a play on the ball now. Dawson at that age, I'm making that play 99 times out of 100.
Right.
For your average big league hopeful out there with their glove work, maybe 50-50 at best.
All right. We've got the Oakland A's in front of us, and by the way, I've seen Little League uniforms that are better than what the Oakland A's are sporting today.
Dude. Okay, first of all, you already walked past their equipment room and just started.
No, the radio box.
Yeah, their radio equipment. Everything.
I swear, Marconi. They got the original. The original radio.
So everything has gotten a lot more lighter and stretchy and flexible, and I don't know if that's coming along with the Fanatics gear or they just went super cheapskate on it. But everything looks a little bit different.
They look a little amateurish.
When you don't have
definitely different.
When you don't have the last names on the jerseys, it comes across a little bit, practice scrub.
Kind of like they've used them before.
Yeah.
Kind of like they just keep packing them and then they bring them back out.
100%.
I think they might be sized a little different too. Like they're just kind of hanging off these guys.
Yeah, they're not no form fitting.
No form fitting at all for sure.
But you can tell, like being in the Rangers clubhouse.
Yeah.
Seeing up close the jerseys hanging on the locker, you can just you can see that the number and everything is pressed on there and it's not stitched like
the old days.
You would think.
Okay.
There is when you're close to it, I think you can tell.
Okay. All right. Speaking of the A's. How well do you know this team? Do you know them at all? Do you know any of these players? And that's what I'm going to test you on right now. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you
pretty good, Brian.
I'm going to give you a name, and you're going to tell me if this is a real A's player, or I'm just making up a name.
If you want, so we're about to find out. We're going to dig deep into our sports brains to see how much we know.
Yeah, we're going to see how much you know about
Oakland.
Yeah, the Oakland A's, one
athletics.
of the worst teams in Major League Baseball.
That's right. Vegas doesn't even want them. Oakland certainly
doesn't even want them. Doesn't even want them. So I'm going to give you a name.
Yeah.
And you tell me, is this actually an Oakland A baseball player? Lucius, you want to play along with us today?
Yeah, sure. Why not, man?
All right. I'll start with you then, Lucius, on this story. We can all guess here. We can all guess. Do the Oakland A's have a player named Lyndon Johnson on their roster? Do the Oakland A's have a player named Lyndon Johnson on their roster?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I'm going to go no on that as well.
Well, technically, he's still in their minor league system, Brian, but the answer is no.
You guys are all right. Lyndon Johnson is the U.S. president.
That's right.
Now, that would have been the hard yes.
Yeah, it was hard. Okay.
Is that the guy that has a hard time with the pants in his bunghole?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were talking about uniforms. He wouldn't have a problem wearing these A's uniforms, what they've got on today.
Got to get them tailor-made, though.
Got to get them tailor-made here. All right. How about this one, Dawson?
Yeah.
Do the A's have a player named Paul Krugman on their team?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You say yes?
Uh-huh.
Chieftain?
Yeah,
Power hitter.
There was a Paul Kruger in the NFL at one point. I think there is a Paul Krugman on the A's.
Lucius, is there a Paul Krugman on the A's?
I mean, Dawson sounds so darn confident, but he's a hell of a troll at the same time. So, you know, I don't know. I'm going to go with yes.
Nope, there's not a Paul Krugman.
I knew it!
That would be that.
Gotta go with your first mind, LA.
He would be a Nobel Prize-winning economist. It's Paul Krugman. All right, how about
are you
this?
coming up with these?
How about this name? How about this name? Abraham Toro. Abraham Toro.
Yes.
You can say yes, Chieftain. Lucius. Abraham Toro.
No, sir.
Dawson.
Yes, that is a Venezuelan infielder.
He is an infielder for the A's.
That's right.
You're right. I don't know if he's from Venezuela. Did you look that up while we were playing the game?
You just know that off the top of your head.
No. Yeah, I mean, we had big games with this team in September, Brian. I don't know what you were doing last year in the middle of the...
I was getting ready for football season.
Yeah.
I was doing football season as they were trying to win the World Series is what I was doing, yeah. How about this one, guys? Is there a player on their team named Angel Felipe?
No. Not on the A's.
Angel Felipe. Dawson?
Yes.
Okay, Lucius says yes.
Yeah.
He's a pitcher for the A's.
For the A's?
For the A's. Yeah. Wow. How about this one?
I believe he pronounces it Angel, though.
Angel.
Yeah.
See, that's what threw me off.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I purposely did that. I knew it was Angel, but I said the angel part of it just to.
I just started thinking Anaheim, dude.
And the final one.
That should be redacted. That one didn't count.
Final one. Shea Langoliers.
No. Get that out of here, Brian.
Shea
Now you're
Langoliers.
trolling
You're just making crap up now, dude. Next, you're going to say Shlomo Glickstein.
That name hasn't been in the big leagues for 100 years.
You're saying everybody's saying no?
Yeah, that's a fart. That's a fart.
What do you say, Chief?
I'm going fart on that, Lucius.
All right, I'm going yes, just because everybody said no, and I did it last time, and you guys got a point.
He's a catcher.
Wow. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Terrific job. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40, 2:45 right here in the nation.
I guess that means Lucius is baseball guy
He
today.
is baseball guy today.
Got it.
Lucius.
The bar's low, bro.
Oh, but we missed Wooly Bully all week, but perhaps in this segment, never more than this one right here. Okay, where are we going next with the NFL news today, sir?
Oh, yes. Let's get you a Rangers game update. And then the worst kept secret comes from the NFC East in regards to this year's draft. That's next year in the nation. But ladies and gentlemen, the best kept secret right now in all of Dallas and the greatest culinary experience you can have.
Podcast live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona. It is brought to you by Sonic. Good. A lot of great Rangers content on deck for today, including a full report about their nutritionist trying to give them an edge. That's coming up at 3:20. Time now, NFL News of the Day. Here's the Chief.
Looks like Wyatt Langford has his second spring training hit. It's a single to left field against Giants righty Evan Gates. You have the Rangers and the Giants going at it today. Unfortunately, not right in front of our eyeballs here at Surprise Stadium. They're across town in Old Scottsdale, but top of the fourth, and the Rangers are trailing 3-1 at the moment. You had Simeon, Tavares, Langford, Duran, Huff, Krim, Foscue, Wenzel on the lineup card for your Rangers today. So we'll see what type of youngsters can make some plays out there. Foscue, I'd like to see. Man, that dude's barrel-chested. Barrel-chested. What are you looking at here?
Big old
Holy
son of a gun.
Smokes, look at the monster dog that just made an appearance in here.
Yeah, do we need to get a picture of that and share it with the audience?
Is that a foot long?
Get that
That's
on the
a
webcam
about
right
a
there.
10-incher with the chili on there too.
It's a good-looking
My
dog
goodness,
right there,
that
Ruben.
is. I had
That's
the brat
A+
here.
stadium ordering.
I had the brat here today, and I can't believe I didn't get it all week long. It was fantastic. That's the one seat. If you're coming to Surprise at any point for spring training, you get to Surprise Stadium. A couple of good things for sure. The pretzel with the cheese looked phenomenal, but the home run hitter so far is the bratwurst. That thing was
Has some pop to it.
Had some pop to it. Had a nice little char.
How
Good
was the
size
bun?
as well. It wasn't like a short, stubby situation. It was, there was plenty there. It was like $10. Pretty good deal. So,
Haven't eaten healthy at all since I've been here.
No,
I mean,
I've
the poke was good, but yeah, the rice and all that stuff like that, it was good. But man, everything I've eaten has been like a brat.
I've been
Sausage
doing no bread and no sweets, so I find myself ordering Asian food with white rice and like a sugary sauce on chicken.
Yeah.
I don't think that's healthy either, but it's been damn delicious.
No, it is damn delicious. Yeah.
Well, fellas, you guys.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
There's a narrative building with the Tolos.
Yes, sir.
That Ruben will basically eat through a whole show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Got a little Jared Sandler to
He likes
his
to
game.
eat.
Actually, I have noticed that
They've been watching, bro.
Yeah, the Twitch has seen over my shoulder or Baskey's shoulder throughout the day here on the camera each and every day. There's a lot of eating going on behind us with Ruben. It's
Yeah.
true. It's true. And I don't blame him. You're trying to pass time. That's my favorite way to pass
here
time.
for
It's
like
just
9
to snack
hours.
and eat. So yeah, he's here all day.
I mean, how do you sit here and smell all these delicious smells and not indulge?
That's the thing, dude. With these windows open, it's just blowing in funnel cakes,
Yeah.
pretzels, like just really, really good stuff.
Poor Ruben's going to get 15 pounds during this surprise trip
Yeah,
in
it's
a
the
week.
Spring training 15.
Yeah. Spring training 15.
I'm definitely going to come home a little bit heavier, a little bit more bloated. I mean, between Vegas and this, it's been tough to stay tight. You know,
I hear you, man.
Now, we had the story the other day about Tyreek Hill. He had that OnlyFans, the plus
Broke her
size
leg.
OnlyFans model come out, and they were playing a little backyard
Yeah.
football, whatever. I guess
Corkscrewed her in the ground.
Allegedly, she ends up fracturing her leg
Yeah.
amidst the playful footballing that they were doing in the
Playful.
backyard. She's suing him, of course. I say playful because that's what the lawyer is calling it for Tyreek Hill. Saying
Well, yeah,
it was-
she's giant. She was kicking his ass at football, so he started trying, and then she got hurt. So they were just playing football.
Well,
and somebody got hurt.
They're going even a different route than that. They're going the dog ate my homework route, which is Tyreek Hill's attorney asserting that the actual cause of the injury, the fractured right leg for this lady, was a dog that she tripped over while taking part in the playful practice session.
Oh.
So I don't know.
And apparently, it becomes interesting once somebody's dog has hurt you, and you weren't engaging in sports with the dog. It was their dog and their property that hurt you. Maybe she's got a case. I don't know.
Yeah, apparently Tyreek Hill's attorney says that he had already filed a homeowner's insurance claim to cover the medical expenses she incurred.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how this one shakes out, man. But that's the thing.
I don't know why you'd want to sue somebody like that for extra if you were hanging out and your buddies and everything. That's kind of violating the trust. He had you over and stuff. You're hanging out having a good time. Next thing you know, you're suing the person, paid for your medical bills.
Yeah, that's trying to get all the money, all the wood possible in
That's
return.
pouring coffee in your lap at McDonald's.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if there's a lifetime injury, and it's gotten really bad. But yeah, it's probably what was already going on there, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
the thing that's
one way
tough,
or another, got to get the bag.
It affects her probably work. With a fractured right leg, how much OnlyFanning are you able to pull off? I don't know. Unless there's
Caskets in the way.
Unless there's something about the cast.
There's no cast fetish.
The crutches,
category.
maybe.
Brian?
I bet there is like a disability kink, and get her in a wheelchair with a cast on,
crutching around.
She's double dipping off
Crutching
this
around
thing.
in
It might
lingerie.
actually boost the numbers a little bit. Dip into a different demo.
I'll go.
I'm trying to think of that actress for The Sopranos. She said OnlyFans saved her life.
What?
Yeah,
Like she was about to go under, but her heart condition went away. Or?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, I'll look her up though. She said if it wasn't for OnlyFans,
She became cancer free after doing OnlyFans.
It's that girl from TV's ex-girlfriend, right? Or is she still with her?
It's what's her name?
God, we don't know
Adriana.
anything. Yeah.
Adriana.
Jeez, we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Tony's daughter?
No. Michael's girlfriend.
Michael's girlfriend.
Michael's girlfriend.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name, but she said she came out and said if it wasn't for OnlyFans, she'd be living on the streets.
I'd like and sub.
Yeah, for sure.
I would imagine
We're trying
as
to
soon
think
as that
of the
thing,
other name.
as soon
gonna
as
look it up.
people are catching wind of that, she's probably getting subbed before she even put content out. It's like she's one of the all-timers. Man, how about Marvin Harrison Jr.? Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr., we're starting to see a slightly new trend. This is the first real season at the Combine here where these guys they're coming in as professionals. They're coming in as dudes like Caleb Williams, who has made upwards of $10 million over the last couple of years.
Okay.
These dudes they're as dominant on the field as they are with the off-the-field money they're making. But they get to come in, they get to kind of dictate a little bit. They get to push back, and they don't have to just fall in line with the way that the league wants everything to, all these players to just fall in line with, and the protocols and what is usually been the case. You have Marvin Harrison Jr., the number one wide receiver in the class, and he didn't even do his presser today. Like all these guys that show up to the Combine, maybe you're not actually working out, but you end up meeting with the media or whatever. Marvin Harrison Jr., I guess he was there, but he's like, I'm not going to do the media thing, and it's, I guess it was like a few hours notice or whatever. But Caleb Williams did meet with the media, but he's not doing the medicals, only for a couple of teams that he feels like are in like top 10 teams. He will reveal his medical information to, but he's not going to allow his personal medical information to go to all 32 teams. So that's one of the, that's a groundbreaking decision from a player there. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. kind of just thanks but no thanks on a lot of this Combine activities. I wonder if we're going to get to a place where how much does the Combine change over the next decade or so as the top talent is kind of like, I don't really need this.
I honestly don't care about your workout. I don't care about you meeting with the media. I would really appreciate you letting my doctors look at you, and I would really appreciate you letting my coaches interview you. Other than that, I really don't need anything from you. And so that's kind of where I'm at on this whole thing. To me, the Combine has always been about the medicals, because there is a time now, because of all the HIPAA laws and stuff like that, I can't go to schools anymore and get medical information about you. When I first started in the league, you were able to those guys would sign a waiver and then you'd get a medical packet and you knew all the injuries going in. But this is the first times that I've heard, and we've seen it earlier here. We've seen guys, with look at Damone Clark. The Cowboys discovered he had a back problem. They got him fixed and, ended up drafting him and stuff like that. So, I just ask that you please let me see you physically. Let my doctors look at you. Let my trainers look at you. If you don't do that for me, then there's no use to having the combine.
Yeah.
There's just no use to having it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think I think at the top you have guys with options, right? But I think a lot of teams would just assume, unless it's a superstar quarterback, he's probably hiding something if he doesn't want to have the medicals go through. This is standard for the NFL. Like, if you get signed, if you get traded for, they're going to want to do a physical and take a look at where you are. So I don't think this can pick up momentum. I think a lot of the other stuff that Brian was talking about can. Like, you don't want to talk? That's cool.
That's cool.
Don't talk.
I don't have a problem. If you don't want to meet with the media but if you just meet with my coaches and meet with my doctors, I'll be just fine. I think, though, too, that, you're just in these situations now where, with these guys now, Caleb Williams he's going to probably do some 30 visit stuff. And how many teams is he going to go to? Part of my day now is going to be spent getting a physical on him, a complete physical, MRIs, everything. I mean, I've only got so much time with him as a player.
Yeah, but he's going to do the medicals with the teams that he feels like even have a chance at his.
Well, that's
services.
what I'm saying. If I'm the Chicago Bears, I have to bring him in for a 30 visit. I only have so many hours with him that I'm allowed, and now that cuts into my time with the interviews and things like that I want to do. I've got to spend all day. Now I got to get my doctors organized. I got to get MRI tubes organized. I got to get
wasn't done at the combine.
I got to spend a day on my 30 visit getting a physical on this guy. I have to try and where I had my doctors there, I had all the medical stuff there, I had the MRI tubes there, I had everything ready for him to get a physical. Now I have to bring him to my facility, and I have to set all that up and spend probably a day getting him through all that. So that's the unfortunate thing for him, because he's going to spend a whole day with my doctor, where he could have done it at the combine, done it one time, and been completely done with it. Now the three teams he goes to, whether he goes to the Bears, the Commanders, what if somebody wants to trade up for this guy? What if he, you don't know what's about to happen in this draft. The team in the 7th spot could trade all the way up to 1. He's potentially opened himself up to have to take a bunch of visits in the top 10. Of teams wanting to trade up for the first pick.
Because is there no way that you can do the medicals at the combine but only give the information to the top 10 teams or whatever?
The teams,
if you do it at the combine, every team.
Every team. You go from pod to pod to pod. And once you get done with the pods, then you're completely done. You don't have to worry about getting a physical anymore. Now, every place that he goes to visit, he is going to have to get a physical from those teams. Everywhere he goes.
The Giants are actively looking to trade up in the draft for a quarterback.
There you go.
They're calling it the worst kept secret in this year's draft, is that the Giants, even though they just handed a bunch of guaranteed dollars last offseason to Daniel Jones, what a giant mistake, they looks like they want to go ahead and try and make a move for a quarterback. I wonder if that quarterback will be perhaps Drake May. If it's not the Commanders, could they move up and go get a Drake May? I like this quote from him that he had at the Combine today. You don't want to game plan for me. You want to game plan with me, says Drake May. I thought that was a nice little bar there.
Be perfect if he shows up in New York, very Eli Manning-like.
That seems like it was written by an agent, but I like it.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't know that he came up with that himself, but he had that thing stored in his back pocket and he nailed it. Baker Mayfield has the support of some people within the Patriots building, as the Patriots are trying to figure out what do they want to do. Do they want to draft a quarterback at 3? Do they want to trade down and acquire some assets that way and then throw in a veteran guy like a Baker Mayfield perhaps? So
I think they're saying, I'm not sure what to do, but let's make sure we have a veteran who's fun to drink with. Let's get Baker.
Yeah, dude. Let's let our guys at least have a little bit of fun here. Why not? There's one guy that was like a pterodactyl with his wingspan. Dallas Turner, the edge rusher.
He's the guy. I have a real possibility of being very, very wrong about him as a player.
You're not interested overly?
No, I'm interested in the player. I think there's some things scheme-wise that he struggles with with pass rush. He's a tremendous athlete. He's shown that. The ability to run, the physical makeup, all that about him is really, really good. But you can watch him play, and there are times where he does struggle to get that corner on guys. And so I could be really, really, really wrong about him.
An 83-inch wingspan.
Oh yeah,
at 6'2".
I wish he'd play. I wish he would use his arms that way when he played.
Doesn't use them.
He doesn't.
Pterodactyl that can't fly.
Doesn't particularly get off blocks all that well. If he finds a way, if he gets stuck on a block, he does not use his length to separate.
Wow. Well, that's disappointing because when I saw that, I'm going, holy smokes, dude, this guy's got the wingspan of a 6'8" or 6'9" size dude at 6'2".
Yeah.
But
a lot of people love that player.
A lot of people love him. Probably goes in the first round.
Oh yeah,
definitely going. In the first round.
He could
top
be
10 perhaps.
No, he could be absolutely. He could be the first edge rusher taken. I mean, I like the kid Latu from UCLA a little bit better. I think he plays the run well. I think he rushes the passer. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like. Turner has a chance to prove a lot of people wrong, I think.
Well, congratulations to the Titans. Their new stadium is expected to have the largest rooftop bar in the United States of America.
Winning!
Roughly 70,000 square feet, Nissan Stadium. And the renderings it looks pretty beautiful. You're not sure if you're at a hotel based on the photos that I'm seeing here, but a 70,000 square foot rooftop bar at the Titans' new stadium. That'll be the largest rooftop bar in all of America.
I don't know what is so special about a rooftop bar, but it is. There's just no denying it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As soon as you elevate that thing, you start pouring cocktails, there's views, there's vibes. It's a good time.
Usually some string lights.
Yes.
You know, and for whatever reason, it's always like 78 degrees up there with just the perfect amount of humidity to let you know 'tis the season to be enjoying some patio life.
And that's Bachelor Capital of America, too?
Dang.
Or Bachelorette, excuse me. So, I mean, with the parties and stuff, woo. The ladies, maybe they decide, hey, the biggest rooftop bar in all of America, we need to go to a Titans game for our Bachelorette party.
It sounds
all of a
like
sudden
to
now,
me,
couple of bros, and
this sounds like to me this thing is going to be like a regular bar, that they're going to keep it open year round. This isn't going to be just a one-time thing for games.
Oh,
I bet you they keep this thing open as they come to the bar.
Come to the stadium.
Come to the stadium bar.
Anytime.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Earlier, that sounds great. And if we're going to Tennessee, we got to make sure we get up there. I'll crack a couple of NAs. Enjoy the good life.
Yes.
Okay, what the nutritionist for the Rangers is doing to give your boys of summer an edge in deciphering fact from fiction when it comes to sports performance and what you eat. That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Well, it's a fact that Platinum Ford is the greatest Ford dealership in all of North Texas. That is for sure. Gilchrist Automotive is proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store. It's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway.
BetterHelp.com/giveproperty to learn more.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Happy Independence Day, Texas. Celebrate Saturday, March 2nd from 11 to 4 at Revolver Brewing. Free to get in. Just $15 for a wristband to get you 6 8-ounce pours and a souvenir cup. Jam with Late to the Station. And visit our local vendors. Celebrate Texas independence with a Texas original. Revolver Brewing in Granbury, Saturday, March 2nd.
Welcome back, buddies. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in spring training, watching the A's take on the Royals. What's the biggest challenge for the Rangers nutritionists getting these guys to eat right? Okay. What's your biggest challenge? At 877-881-1053 if you'd like to drop a comment in the chat there on Twitch or YouTube. We'd love that as well. I know those can be some robust conversations you guys are having there. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Biggest challenge, guys, what would be your guess? Her name is Katie McInnes. She is a second-generation sports nutritionist. Evan Grant wrote about her today. Her mom actually worked for the Astros, Texans, the Houston Ballet, and currently is still working. She's at Rice. And Katie McInnes is she graduated from the University of Texas and actually worked in the Longhorns athletic department. Here she finds herself with the Rangers, but she has a challenge. What is it?
I'm thinking it's the candies. I mean, it seems like all these guys always have a sweet tooth, and they got Skittles, or they got gummy bears or Sour Patch Kids all the time. They can't get enough of it. DK Metcalf. He's like one of the most ripped up dudes in the world, but he eats just like candy all the time. I don't know how that makes sense. He's like a one of one.
Yeah.
Still being able to be physically pulling that off. But I'm going to guess candy.
I would say her biggest challenge is she has a very diverse roster when it comes to nationalities.
Right. Well, she did talk about...
I'm saying that's going to be a problem. I'm going to say her biggest problem is she can't get her guys to eat breakfast.
Okay. Oh, that's a good guess. She did talk about how there's a lot of different palates and individual preferences and lactose intolerant people. And I think probably sugar is probably a big challenge for all people who are working, to try to optimize their body. You throw your sugar cycles out of whack.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, you're craving more sugar. It can be very hard to stay dialed.
Mm-hmm.
I think these guys also have problems with their schedule and when they eat.
Yeah.
They don't want to eat before a game, and they eat really late after a game.
The timing of when you eat, I think, could be a challenge as well. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day. At least that's what they were telling me when I was growing up. And I think those are good, suggestions. And I'm sure on a time-to-time or maybe even daily basis, she deals with all of those challenges. But the theme of this story here in the morning news from Evan Grant is that a lot of her players like to watch TikTok.
Yeah.
And they come across crazy TikTok diet ideas. And the next thing you know, these things can go viral and you got dudes trying things.
Okay.
And this is something we've talked about actually before. As the story reads, how else would she have been able to squash the Great Liver King panic of 2022? Her life is scientific research. Yeah, if you remember the Great Liver King story that you shared with us, we had, this dude that was just an absolute maniac animal beast.
He still is.
Yeah,
he's still doing it. Every time I see a video of him, which is borderline daily, I got a little Liver King.
I'm glad he's not on my timeline.
My dude
That's a dude that's eating like heart and stuff like that.
Intestines, heart, like testicles, and it's all raw, and he's drinking them. He's like chugging milk with it. But yes, but he was lying about not using steroids or whatever when he's clearly like cartoonishly jacked and ripped.
Yes, so he is on there and he's doing this thing. I think maybe you should talk to the guys next time you see him, or maybe next spring training about Liver King and how much they may have attempted to replicate some of his success.
How many raw testicles have you eaten, sir?
Yes, it's described online as an ancestral living lifestyle that focused on massive amounts of liver raw and chomped other organ meats the same way. Do you think that's something you could consume raw? Like, I can't imagine eating a calf fry, even fried. They say they're delicious made like that, but, raw, that's just, I don't think it's something that my body would allow itself to do.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know if your body has to, adapt to some of these things with being able to eat raw things like that. I have done the raw liver
Extreme
before.
hunger, maybe. You know,
Yeah.
like a life and death situation. Obviously, I could eat it. After not eating anything for a couple of weeks, I imagine there's a lot of things I would, be able to.
Yeah, and I mean, we've probably all to some extent had liver. I've tried just a little tiny bit of raw liver, and it's definitely disgusting.
Yeah.
It is not a good flavor at all. So, I mean, yeah, I've taken like a bite of it, and that's all I can really do. I can't imagine just eating full-on liver raw like that consistently. That would be one of the worst bet payoffs we've ever done on this show, is eating a full raw liver, I would say.
That or fried
I
egg.
bet Brian could do it, though. Anything but an egg. I've seen this guy just be able to, you block out the flavor or something. Next thing you know, disgusting things are consumed.
To me, I wanted nothing to do with liver. I know that we do things with gizzards and things like that.
Shout out to Chicken E.
Yeah, but I'm not a big, I would not consider myself a liver guy at all.
Well, the Liver King described
tongue.
online as an ancestral living lifestyle. Yeah, the cow tongue. I think Wolchuk likes that.
Wolchuk, that's a South African thing. That tongue.
I had a buddy growing up, James Kluka. He would always be eating cow tongue sandwiches, and it just nauseates me to think about it to this day.
Was he a lean, mean machine?
No, he was big and husky, though. He was a strong guy. Turned out to be a pretty good linebacker. Which wasn't hard to stand out in our neck of the woods. But yeah, the Liver King, profiled in GQ and by ABC News, does have over 5.6 million followers on TikTok. Watching him almost always shirtless show off his ripped physique, sloppily devouring liver, beef heart, testicles, and we could only watch so many videos, says Evan Grant. Yes, some players in the organization did their own research by watching some of them too. Everybody's looking to be in the best shape of their lives come spring training.
Except for Josh Sports.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. And pitchers, pitchers, they got life by the balls, dude. They get the professional athlete lifestyle and the couch potato lifestyle.
Yeah.
So she took a look at it and said, well, within the first 5 seconds, I was like, this is not the actual diet this guy is following to look like he does. That body is very difficult to get naturally. You certainly aren't going to get it by eating raw meat and raw pork. And he's taking steroids, she said.
Right.
Man, the ball's on this guy to start a social media channel, though. Hey, guys, I got a great idea. I'm going to be roiding my balls off, but we're just going to say it's raw liver.
That was his whole bit. Just like you can be like superhero jacked by eating these things. And I do think there are a ton of health benefits to eating, like things like liver. But doing it raw and doing it with the amount
to that
he's
extreme.
doing it. I mean, there are some truly disgusting videos
Just
out
take
there
the
of
pills. Take the liver pills.
Yeah, the capsules or
yeah,
whatever.
just take the capsules.
Yeah, but
if you want those benefits, go for it.
For sure, but that's if you just want normal human being benefits, not if you want superhero benefits. You got to eat the entire cow. From nose to tail, just raw.
I get it.
All the way.
Hey, there's people that believe in no waste, and I think that no waste honors the animal. That's, But
in
I'm
that
not
kind
to
of
the
a situation.
But I'm not to the point. You know what? I'll eat 90% of the cow, but you can have the other 10% where it's the questionable stuff.
Go make hot dogs out of that. Bring it back to me in about 45
grind
minutes.
that thing up and
throw these on the grill. Governor Greg Abbott is addressing Texans and first responders Friday afternoon regarding wildfires in the Panhandle, saluting the first responders who have arrived on the scene to help in the Panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire broke out earlier this week and has since extended to 1.1 million acres, quickly becoming the largest and most destructive fire in state history.
Oh, no.
The historic blaze has now merged with another wildfire to stretch across a huge swath of the Panhandle.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of this online as well. And it was like side-by-side videos of wildfires, and then there was like snow. And I think it was just like the dichotomy of Texas, where in one day you can have one area being lit on fire, and then another area had snow coming down. But
wow.
So what's the status of these things? Is this an ongoing? These are all ongoing, or?
Well, he was able to speak from the town of Borger and said there's nothing left but ashes on the ground and hundreds of structures have been lost. Abbott said he wants to make a federal disaster declaration request once damages are accounted for. As of Friday, the fire located in Hutchinson County was about 1.075 million acres and remained just 5% contained, Chief. just 5% contained to answer your question.
Sometimes they let that stuff just burn out. You know, they
lamp
just kind
posts have been melted.
Yeah.
Power line posts are split in half, and homes and properties have been reduced to charred remains. Oh, my stars. This is now both the largest and most destructive fire in Texas history. The West Odessa Volunteer Department wrote on Facebook. It is also the second largest wildfire in U.S. history now.
What?
Holy cow. So hopefully none of y'all out there have friends and family that have been affected, but I know that at this point it's probably a certainty with a fire that size.
We're going to probably get that smoke coming our way at some point, huh? It
Can
gets in
imagine.
the atmosphere. You can kind of smell it. Remember, we've done that
Oh,
before.
yeah. That's always eerie. Okay, when we return here in the G-Bag Nation, it's time for a Friday staple, Chief. What do we got?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next here in the Nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen.
Baseball isn't boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You'll be glad you did.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Live and surprise Rangers spring training brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
It's time for our Friday afternoon staple here in the 340. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Live from Surprise. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
A little bit of an L for our guy, Jose Leclerc, a champion for our Texas Rangers. Took the mound for the first time in spring training. Got
roughed up.
Got a little bit roughed up. Got a little bit roughed up yesterday. Nothing to be alarmed about. That first introduction to spring training after a short off season for a newfound champion, things can go haywire on you. Heck, we saw our guy Sporzy get the 2-run homer on him the other day. So it's going to happen, but he did. Jose Leclerc, he was tagged for 3 hits, 2-run homer, left the game. He recorded 1 out. It was a strikeout for that first batter that he faced, and it was the 2-run homer after that, and then it's a single, and then it's a walk, and then it's all right. That's enough here, Jose. I did see a little stat of the day from our guy Jared Sandler today that I'll bring you a little bit later on in the program, and regarding the closer position for the Rangers. But nonetheless, not the best start for Jose Leclerc yesterday, but overall it's been good. It's stacking up dubs here in Surprise for our guys. 5-1 in the midst of a battle right now versus the Giants. That's in the 6th inning. 4-2. Giants lead that one, and we'll give you some updates on who's doing some impressive things in Scottsdale today. Last night, Ruben provided a nice little victory for me. It was like 9:30 at night, and the sweet tooth got me. I was ready to go downstairs and get one of the ice cream Snickers bars out of the hotel vending deal. I was very, very close to doing that, and then Ruben texted me out of nowhere, "Hey, I'm at Jack in the Box. Do you want anything?"
Ooh. Churros? What'd you do?
I go chocolate shake on them.
Okay.
Chocolate shake, and it was fantastic. It was a great way to go to sleep last night, man.
Who was that? Who was that Jack in the Box again?
My guy Ruben.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure.
The eating machine that is Ruben.
They said he eats throughout the whole broadcast.
And well into the night as well, Twolos and Tolos. Don't you worry. If you're wondering what Ruben's up to, he's probably snacking on something. I am curious what Ruben got. Ruben, what did you order? Late last night, we had already had the Poke Bowl. We already had Poke, but then it's, the mood strikes. You go to Jack in the Box. What did you have? It looked like you had a lot in your hand when you came by to my door to hand me.
So we got to get the munchie meal going on. The ultimate cheeseburger, 2 tacos. I got the halfsies.
Wow. And this isn't like 10 o'clock at night. This is after dinner. This is second dinner.
Is he carrying his box of food in from the Poke place because he brought that home with him?
Yeah, he had a little leftover.
He had a little
from the
leftover.
Poke
He
place.
always has leftovers. A little leftovers for the next
And I
time.
can't forget the taco sauce too with it.
All the sauce.
Yeah, all the sauce. Give me all the sauce.
Nice work, Ruben.
5-meal guy
sir.
right there.
Yeah,
Hey,
he is.
is anybody sharing bathrooms with Ruben by the chance?
Well,
right, okay.
I think his girlfriend
Mrs.
flew to
Ruben
town
is.
last
Yeah,
night.
yeah.
So
Poor lady.
I do feel for her. That was quite the supreme order, though. Good call, 817. Nice work, Ruben, and thank you for my personal victory last night. That was fantastic. Biggest dub in the 214. Happy birthday to my Tolo bride, Amanda Mount. Happy birthday, Amanda, getting a victory there. I'm sure hubby's got a nice birthday weekend planned for you, Miss Amanda.
Amanda Mount?
Amanda, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mount.
Mount.
Celebrating together. 575.
Don't mind if I do, honey.
Yeah. That's your birthday gift.
Happy birthday.
817 Biggest L. My girl started getting a little upset at me, and things are in a bad place in the 817 right now. Caught the end of that one. 972 Biggest L ate way too many brownies. Biggest Dub, I ate way too many brownies. I guess there was sometimes the brownie is one of those things that you can never stop. It's like the chip, where it's hard to just have one. If it's a good brownie, all of a sudden you can just take out a whole pan right there.
Who of the show cuts out of the middle of the pan on the brownies? Did you determine that? That was you, Eric, right?
I'm the middle man. You and Dawson like the edges.
The edges.
And the rest of the world, probably.
Yeah. People that normally know how to eat food like the edges a little bit more.
Okay, we're gonna decide this right now. 877-881-1053. Do you want the middle brownie or do you want the edge brownie? Tell us on the text line. Lucius, aren't you middle brownie with me?
I like that edge.
Yeah. Thanks, Lucius, for being a reasonable human being.
What about our food expert here?
No,
Ruben?
what are you going to Ruben
for?
for?
Because Ruben's a food expert. He's clearly a foodie.
Why don't you ask somebody in section 107 out there? Hey, you! You like the middle brownie or the edge brownie?
Well, since you broke our wireless mic, I would have to do it that way.
Yeah, that was my fault.
Ruben, are you middle or edge?
It's always middle.
Always middle. Thank
It's
you.
always
Okay.
middle.
No, he's just throwing you in bail because he likes you, bro.
Two out of five.
There's nobody else in this whole stadium.
There's a fresh pan of brownies. You're going to cut to the middle?
He is, Lucius. He is.
What a psychopath, bro.
Exactly.
Hey, we got a lot of middle psychopaths on the text right now. I don't want to cherry pick, but I'm seeing a lot of middle.
I don't think you guys have had that many brownies.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet I've out-brownied you in half the lifetime, bro.
No way. By the way, you're at least 57% of my age.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not a full 50% there. It's a little bit more than that. My mom was a brownie making queen for a long time, dude.
Okay.
And then, you get to...
And she was okay with you just diving right in the middle of them all.
Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
No, she
wasn't. You're messing up the cut of the pan and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Reaching over all the other brownies with your hands.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what it is. If you're a middle guy, you got to kind of get to the middle to the back of the line and let everybody edge it up first. Is that probably the most appropriate way to do it?
I think so.
That's respectful.
Or you can just come around to the great chewiness of the edge.
Our buddy Greg Hathaway, who we sit with at during the World Series,
Tolo
Greg goes edge of the brownies, not the middle. Yeah. So you're not sitting down there in the good seats anymore.
No, come on, Greg.
I understand how you're conditioned to make such a bad decision here. I mean, you want the middle cinnamon roll. Obviously, the crust on bread is bad, especially as a kid. That's why they come up with Uncrustables. So you're there in that mindset already of thinking, and you've just been going out your whole life. Trust me on this, Chief. You've been ignoring the edges. Go back to it. Now that you're an adult, you're going to love it, bro. You'll never turn around again.
All right. Maybe you guys are going to end up steering me in the right direction here.
This is not like it's either or thing. There's an objective fact on this.
No, he's always dive in the middle of the brownie pan. Don't act like you're going to change. It's not going to happen.
Sounds like specific to the brownie though, because in cinnamon roll conversations you would go to the middle. So it's just it's
yes. It's this very specific to the brownie. Yeah. I can't think of anything else you would want the edge on. And I can't imagine the lovely Mrs. Chiafalo, your mother, was ever burning the brownies in a way, because those edges can get crispy.
Sure.
And those edges you don't want.
If they're too hard, too
crunchy.
But I feel like, though, that you could salvage that with a scoop of ice cream.
Sure you could. More than salvage it.
I really felt good about the middle, the text. I think it's pretty split, but there's plenty of edgers out there.
Lucius, I don't know.
He's counting like Florida.
Yeah, he is.
Well, let me see here.
That's a hanging Chad. Okay, that gives me one.
I might be fudging the numbers a little bit on this brownie conversation, but not too much.
Yeah, is anybody calling you a psycho?
Yeah, I'm getting psychopath and all Eric, another bad take added to the laundry list. I see it. It's there. But that's a fascinating conversation. There are more edgers in the world of Tolos than I imagined, to be quite honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. The NFL, we're going to get a dub here.
So you just took an L, would you say?
You can hand me the L. That's fine. That's totally fine. More middle brownies for me. it looks like, as you mentioned earlier in the week, Dawson, but this is huge. This is huge victory, I would say, as the NFL testing optical tracking on line-to-gain rulings. So we might be able to do away with the chain gang very, very soon, as early as 2024. We might get a little bit more upgraded in technology.
I just love how we hadn't heard about this, but apparently they were testing it at 2 different stadiums all year long.
Yeah, they did MetLife, they did Hard Rock, so they did New York and Miami.
It wasn't that hard to do the Jets game. They couldn't go very far.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, that's a half of a. What was that one game that gained 6 inches of offense?
Yeah,
what was that?
The lasers had to be extremely precise in those games because they were literally going inches at a time.
They were going negative into the negative factors there.
Hey, big dub to comedian Shane Gillis. I mean, he kicked
We've
off
talked about him a bunch this
week.
He
kicked off the week with Saturday Night Live, and I think a lot of us liked it. Plenty of people did. Maybe they found it uncomfortable. But either way, he got the people talking. I think it was a good week for Shane Gillis.
Limu Emu's the best skit. They didn't even play it on Saturday Night Live, but it's online. Limu Emu.
It was phenomenal. That was a great one. I didn't know they didn't play. I didn't watch Saturday Night Live like in its entirety. That way I consumed it all via clips, so I didn't realize that one didn't make the cut. That seemed like that was the most liked one. But there were a lot of good ones, a lot of good sketches. I thought his monologue was pretty good. But last night he was at Madison Square Garden to watch the Knicks and to watch the Warriors, Steph Curry. So he's sitting down there courtside. There's a clip of him, I believe it's before the game, but it might have been after the game, where he's dapping up with Steph Curry, and you can see his reaction when you can obviously tell, like, he's introducing himself to Steph Curry, and Steph Curry's like telling him, like, no, I know who you are, probably telling him I'm a big fan of yours or whatever. And so you can see like the glow on Shane Gillis's face, and he's like, holy crap, you know who I am, kind of deal. So heck of a week, big time victory week there for Shane Gillis. Yeah, and I think he didn't win G-Bag of the Day this week, I don't think, but that's only because our SWAT guys are they're legends. They are. They're too hard to beat.
He was supposed to be a cast member on SNL, and then got in some little hot situation, and they dropped him. So now he's back hosting, and when he hosted that thing and knocked it out the park, that's why he's having the best week ever.
Are they going to bring him back?
He doesn't even want to go back after spending that, because it is a hard job, SNL.
It is a hard job, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great call, Lucius.
Yeah.
Like the whole story of him being fired. Imagine you get fired from your job, and then your job calls you back a few years later to come give like a speech to the entire company because you're so well respected or something. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, he's hanging on the rim right now.
Yeah, absolutely he is, dude. He's just posterizing folks. But the biggest L of the week goes to the teacher, the high school teacher that is now caught in some serious trouble as she was having her students perform real-life sword fights in her class.
What? With swords?
With real swords, yes.
Wow.
Now, no one was hurt.
It's only a flesh wound.
In terms of, flesh wounds. We got some flesh wound situations going on.
I'll tell you what, is she teaching about the medieval times and stuff? Are we doing that stuff?
It's weird because she's a science. They describe her as a science teacher. So I don't know. This might just be something she's super into in her own time, and she's so obsessed with it that even when she goes to work, she has to get her fix. And so she had her students going a full-fledged sword fighting here. And the incident begins. She brings out weapons into the class. She allegedly instructs the students to rearrange their desks and create a space in the middle of the classroom so that students can go one-on-one sword fighting. And they were timed with 2-minute timers displayed on the classroom's projector, filmed, photographed by other students. And there's video footage of the fights
and later sold
that are in the lawsuit. It shows Mrs. Mitchell.
That's gone
here, man. That's a launch.
He got it. Max Muncy into the effing parking lot. Look out, RAV4 rental car. You're in the line of fire.
Oh, no, that's where you parked today.
Yep.
Looks like that made it just inside the park there.
Okay.
So I think our cars are safe because there was a swarm to the ball. No one was athletic enough to actually glove it.
Crush that.
But I see a kid running away now from the crowd with the ball in hand. He feels okay. So there's a dub right there for that kid. But yeah, this lady, crazy. I'd never heard a story like this. Sword fighting. There ends up being a large, deep laceration into one of the female students' hand and wrist.
Oh my goodness!
And so now this lady is in all the trouble right now.
Dude, you're not only are you fired, you're going to jail.
Yeah, this is giant L for really no good reason, dude. This is crazy.
Kid endangerment kind of a thing. What are we going to jail for?
We're going.
Yeah.
You would have got away with it if it weren't for those pesky kids.
Yeah, man. Oh,
you kids would have just stayed out of there.
Can't sheave a sword? Come on, man.
Zoinks, it's the guy from the State Fair.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Biggest L, biggest dub every Friday, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. There was a lot of news coming out of the Combine today, including some involving the Cowboys and a potential running back solution. Is this the guy we want him to bring in? It's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation.
remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Our spring training coverage continues, and it's brought to you by Sonic. Good. It's time for some Cowboys Combine news. We've got stuff on Tyron Smith, Tyler Biotish, Michael Gallup, and more right here for you, G-Bag Nation. Number of interesting reports today out of the Combine. Guys running fast, making a good impression. We're here to talk about that with you. General at your service. There's the former Cowboy scout, Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, back home master control 75 and Fitzhugh. Eric Chiafalo is here. Ruben Portillo is here, remote engineer. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Woolchuck's out, probably back on Monday. Had a baby Sunday afternoon right as we were landing. The baby came early, so he's been at home all week, sending him some love on social media.
He just sent me a video doing a little skin-to-skin hold there.
Oh, my
You're
goodness.
just reminded how hairy he is. Look at that chest. I mean, my goodness. But look how
Was
cute.
the baby terrified?
Baby girl. I don't know. Looks like we might be dealing with the daddy's girl situation, dude. Look how cute that is, holding his baby.
That is wonderful.
Is the baby breastfeeding there?
I believe she could. It's just too hairy.
Hey, let's jump into this Cowboys news with you, G-Bag Nation, as we watch the Royals and A's play some baseball. Cowboys are scheduled to meet or did meet today with the agents of Tyron Smith and Tyler Biotish. Okay, Todd Hutch with the report here on Tyron. Cowboys scheduled to meet with Tyron today. The Combine, he wants to play for a 14th season. Both sides felt like they found a practice plan that helped keep him healthier than in the past. I like that. Gelkin reporting that they're meeting with fewer agents at the Combine compared with years past. No sit-downs, for example, was planned this week with Dak Prescott's rep. The cited rationale being the two sides have enough experience working with each other to render a check-in unnecessary. But they are checking in with Tyron Smith and Tyler Biotish, guys, and I cannot believe it. You have a number of good centers staring you at 24. You need to run the ball better. How are you going to make your running game better? The coaches are stumped, I assume at this point the coaches are stumped. This is where a quality GM needs to come in and be like, okay, how exactly are we going to be better? Is the plan seriously to just hold our breath that players play better, or that we get a magical running back that can make average offensive line play look outstanding? Like, what's our plan if we're seriously bringing back Tyler Biotish? Like, what could that meeting possibly be about? They're talking about money. They're trying to come to some sort of a number that makes sense for all their parties involved, and I imagine, that means the Cowboys are open-minded to a return. The answer to Tyler Biotish's agent, and I like the guy. I've met Tyler Biotish, interviewed him a couple of times, cool dude. But the answer for the Cowboys should be, I'm sorry, your client needs to go somewhere else because we don't want him. The same sort of stance you had on Zeke last year, where it's like, sorry, just don't want him. That should be the stance that you take, because if your center can't help you in the run game, then now you're hoping to find, probably in the draft, the guy who can step on the field rookie year, help protect your quarterback in the passing game, and be absolutely dynamic running the football if you want the 4.5 yards per attempt that is going to be required to make defenses respect your running game. And now you're feeding Dak in the passing game to the Wolves. We've seen what happens when you can't run the football against good defenses in the playoffs with this football team. They put coverages on the field that paralyzes this passing game. So hopefully that meeting, hopefully I'm jumping the gun here, and that meeting actually was the Jones boys saying, we're not bringing Biotish back. Have a nice day, Mr. Agent.
Yeah.
What do you think, Broaddus? I mean,
I've been the guy that
I know you're out on him.
I'm out. I think you can upgrade there. I've seen Tyler Biotish the last couple of years. There's things about his game I respect. I think he went from a guy that really struggled early on with what was going on with the communication, with identifying, help in the blocking, with the the calls and things like that. I think very early in his career he wasn't very good at that. And I think he's gotten better, but I don't think he particularly handles second-level blocks all that well. I don't think he particularly handles those lateral blocks where he has to reach a 3 technique or get a 1 technique in a double-team situation. So, no, I'm moving on right there. And if Gavin's right, if they brought his agent to the bus and told him, hey, we are moving on, we're not going to do anything with your client, then I would be totally okay with that. Because I've looked at this draft already, and there's probably 3-4 guys that I would love to have over Tyler Biadasz right now.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the case. I don't know, because you would think if it's a non-starter, like you're wanting to move on from the player, why would you even do the face-to-face? Especially when the reports are that the Cowboys are doing less agent interviews or sit downs.
You might be just being. It might be just a way of
being respectful.
Just being respectful. You've worked with, instead of keeping him in the, in kind of that, in the loop or keeping him warm, you're just saying, hey, listen, we are going to move on from you, or hey, if you've got nothing going on, maybe we could circle back at a later date, but this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, and remember, it was Mike McCarthy, right, that really led the charge on trading up to get him a few years ago in the draft?
Yeah.
Wasn't it McCarthy that really liked him? So I don't know how much that factors in. But
yeah, maybe they really like him. Maybe they see value in there in a way to get an offensive lineman starter secured without it having to be market-setting money. A couple of years ago, they passed on that opportunity to get Tyler Linderbaum. And, Tyler ended up being a really good player, but so is the player they got in Tyler Smith. So, I think this is a front office that, in a scouting department that deserves credit for making good decisions. But I think right now it's got to be clear we have to help our running game. Like, as much as we want to go help our defense and, get linebackers, get some defensive tackles, all of that is great. But your offense has been ruled impotent against good defenses for far too long, and the times where it has looked capable of going toe-to-toe, it's because your running game has been incredible, like it was for the first 15 games of 2022, like it was, with Zeke in 2016, when they almost beat the Packers when Dez caught it. That is when they were a real, viable postseason team where Dak leading an offense could actually go and score you 30, 35 points against a damn good team. Why? Because you could run the hell out of the football.
Yeah.
And if I'm sitting here watching this in real time now, everything that's happened since the end of the regular season, I said, or since the end of the playoffs, I said, well, we got to see what actions they take. And surely they're not going to bring everything back, essentially what it is, plus some budget free agents in a draft class and be like, go get them, guys. We really believe in you this time. But it seems like they will. And one of the things this team really likes, and they've been really good at over the years, is getting starters for well below market value or top of the market value. And I think they like that because it allows them to free up some cash to spend on other places. And overall, that is a good team building strategy. I agree with that with Tyron Smith. But when it's a key spot like center and your running game is broken, it's got to be priority number 1. And, guys, we're not moving on to priority number 2 until we're damn sure. And you got to get the coaching staff involved in this as well. Like a GM would be like, hey, what are the best running games doing? What are we doing? Let's match these two things up. And if you think it's too much work, or you think that it's not worth it, or you show me the chart last year where the Cowboys were actually a little bit worse running with motion than running without motion, you're like, sorry, we're one of those teams that runs better without motion, I'll say, get the hell out of here. You're fired right now, sir. Okay? We need coaches who believe what the data is telling them and can go out and teach that and get that on the field on Sundays, so we're not actually worse running with motion, which they somehow were in 2023, when it's one of the most powerful offensive trends going. We don't recognize it's important, and we don't have coaches that can coach it well enough to take advantage of what that scheme's doing for the best offenses. And again, this is where a GM needs to be the smartest man in your room if you're going to win a Super Bowl, or your coach has to essentially be a GM or is troubleshooting what all of the modern trends are doing as far as providing major advantages. And here we are now, Combine Week, where the Cowboys' hand, March 1st or March 2nd, is now starting to be revealed. And I am being re-injected with that frustration of after the wild card game. I'm right back to square one when it comes to my level of irritation with this front office's incompetence. Yes, we can talk about the coaches, and Dan Quinn screwed up, and Mike McCarthy might just be mid as a head coach that got lucky to win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers and a terrific front office in Green Bay. That's what happened, okay? And we could talk about how Dak is not the ideal quarterback, okay? But he's damn good. He's damn good. And all you need is a team that knows we got to give him a running game. All you need is somebody with the last name Jones to say, hey, guess what? We're team building like he's Patrick Mahomes. But I don't know. He's much closer to Matt Ryan. You know, he's much closer to just a dang good quarterback. Look at how the Rams went with Matt Stafford. That's what we got to do, guys. We can't stop looking at this like we're trying to win the Super Bowl and also manage the cap year to year. You got to pick one. Right now, you've picked. You're managing the cap year to year, and you're not winning the Super Bowl. The teams that are winning the Super Bowl either say we're not managing the cap year to year, or they have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Go ahead and just Google it. Find me an example of a team that did not do one of those two things and actually won the Super Bowl. It's just it now is driving me crazy here as we get to this combine, Brian. I'm sorry for rambling.
No, absolutely, and I think that they, it's really. It's unfortunate that Mike McCarthy, they get rid of Kellen Moore, and then they decide that, they need to run the ball better. And
they couldn't. They got worse at it.
They got worse
by a half yard.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's really disappointing to me, that if all of a sudden it became an item of importance to Mike McCarthy and he just could not deliver on that. And I do feel like, though, that the one thing that I am encouraged by is that they are looking at the top. Their priority visits have been with the top running backs. I know on my board. My board. So, and I'm not talking about drafting a first-round running back. I'm talking about a second-round running back, or kind of finding a spot to grab one. But at least they're talking to guys, I think, that can make a difference. Now, they've got to figure out a way to block up front. They've got to get better at center, and they've got to get better at point of attack, tight end blocking.
Yeah,
that has got to become better, because if they don't do that, then it doesn't matter. You can't put Barry Sanders back there. It's not going to be any better.
I was going to, give the running back story there that Florida State running back Trey Benson had done a formal meeting with the Cowboys, and he felt like the Cowboys have a scheme that's the same as Florida State, and I think it would be a good fit for me. I think you're going to have to find the best running back in the NFL and maybe take him at 24 in the NFL draft if you want to fix your running game and you're going to bring back Tyler Biotish. I guess we'll have to see what this means. But I imagine over the next 2 weeks we're going to hear about, Tyler Biotish doing a long-term deal with the Cowboys and structuring in a way that frees up, cap space for this year that they can spend on other players.
Ooh. I would be disappointed if that was the case.
Oh, if that's the case, dude.
If you spent money,
that's crazy.
If you spent money, you could absolutely be right, Dawson.
Even if you get him on the cheap, even if it's Tyler Biotish on the cheap, but we're running him back as our starting center, like this is going to be our guy, and we're just we know he's not great, but we're getting him at such a low cost that we're willing to run it back because he is sort of like maybe just below above average starter kind of deal.
Yeah.
But that would be egregious, especially as you keep
with
hammering
the quality,
home. Right.
The quality of center that you have in this draft, and you run that back. No, I can't go with you there.
That would be heartbreaking.
That would be
especially
heartbreaking
when we've talked about and they've understood for so long like how much they've missed a guy like Travis Frederick and how much better things were when they had an absolute super stud at that center position. And even when you have a Hall of Fame guard and Hall of Fame left tackle, without that center, it's never been the same.
Yeah.
So if you can't identify that, and then also looking around the NFL and your final four teams this year, when it comes to the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Lions, the Niners were the one team out of the top four that don't really have a stud center. But those other three teams, they all have bona fide stud centers.
They sure do.
Yeah.
It matters.
I think that the organization is now underestimating the level of frustration. The fan reaction was different this time around.
It's much different.
The reaction from your legends
It
is
is
loud.
much different, yes.
You know, and
Yeah.
I think this could very well be the season that could shift fan sentiment towards the Cowboys because they're not paying attention to the fans. You know, this is where Washington was 15 years ago, and they were still doing sellouts, and the RG3 season went, and they're raging. And then in the years after that, you know, they did lose a number of games, but at some point the fans were like, it's not going to change. I'm done showing up. And I don't know. Obviously, North Texas is the absolute epicenter of football, and the love affair that the community has had with the Cowboys is an eternal bond. You know, but I do think at some point there is some sort of a tipping point or a breaking point that is possible. Okay, when we return, it's time for the top 10. Where are we going, Chief?
All right, in honor of our great sponsor, Sonic, for this week here in Surprise, I have the top 10 largest fast food chains in America by number of locations. Who do you think's number one next year in the nation?
Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports. Buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 to the Fan. Welcome in. We're about an hour from What You Drinking, What You Thinking on a Friday. Live in Surprise, Arizona. Thanks to the Rangers for having us out. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at truckwreck.com now. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Man, I feel like that guy just got robbed from a home run. I got to be honest with you.
I thought it would hit on the grass and bounce back.
My goodness, dude. Yeah. I think Wyatt Langford's doing some things at the plate today, which is encouraging. He's garnering some walks. He's getting the hits going a little bit. So shout out to Wyatt Langford at the plate today in Scottsdale versus the Giants.
Just notice the ball kid down the left field line has no glove. He's playing barehanded over there. Have you noticed that?
I see him sitting down over there.
Max
he's
Muncy
gloveless.
just ripped one down there, and my kid just threw up a hand. No glove.
Gutsy.
What's he doing? How do you allow that? Is that? I don't know. I didn't mean to stop down the show for observation time, but I don't think the kid's wearing a glove.
I don't see a glove either. I'd be asking for one. Maybe he feels better about the bare-hander.
Maybe he's on the Jose Posada peeing on his hands program.
Maybe he's
got some tough hands.
Yeah, dude, he's already calloused over. Good for him if that's the case. Now, we will celebrate our great Sonic here I have the top 10 fast food brands, the most locations. Which fast food restaurants have the most locations in all of America? I have the top 10 in front of me. Broad has thought he was a smart guy.
I thought McDonald's would have to have been up there.
Thought
right?
it would have been McDonald's. Now, they do have the most revenue.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
That's the most revenue, but they don't have the most locations.
Yeah, billions and billions served.
Yeah.
But it's just in the United States. Maybe in the world, McDonald's, as they are. I saw like Mark Zuckerberg was in Japan, and he shouted out how delicious the McDonald's was over there. So I know McDonald's maybe in the world probably has the most, but not in America at the moment. Now, this is because you have places like, like your Starbucks or something like that gets in the mix here when it comes to the fast food.
Cracking me.
Okay.
So I lost my lunch. Now I've lost my sunglasses. You guys aren't pranking me?
No. Are they like on your shirt?
Oh, they are on my shirt. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Back to you, Chief.
Thank you, Brian.
Somebody stole my glasses. Oh, here they are.
Are you guys pulling a fast one on me? I mean, I like what you're doing. I think it's funny, but can you
it would
just
not
give
be
it
funny.
back?
Not be funny. I'm already jammed up about losing my lunch.
The fact that you lost your lunch, do you think one of these guys stole it?
No, I don't think so. I think I put it down somewhere, maybe.
You just set it down and walked away from it?
I guess. Yeah.
What lunch did you lose?
Was it in a paper bag?
It was like in a shopping bag. I was at security with it, and I got up here to the press box with it. I believe.
You think our old guy who likes the Japanese riders is probably eating it right now?
I'm just falling apart. I'm sorry. Back to you, Eric.
No, it's all good, man. That's tough sled, dude. When you lose your lunch, all of a sudden you feel like you've lost your ass a little bit.
Yeah, and then I was like, okay, now I've lost my glasses too. This can't be a coincidence. You know?
Yeah. We just slowly start removing items from your area every time.
You know?
But hey, at least we didn't touch your Diet Coke.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Dawson, we got 2 hours to kind of pull this thing together to get to the airport.
I don't like our chances.
I need you there.
I don't know if I'm going to make it.
All right, we're getting some. A lot of people think it's McDonald's. It's not McDonald's.
That's what I thought.
Sonic is actually number 13, by the way. Sonic is number 13.
Good.
Very good. Very, very good.
Yeah, thank
Lucius,
you, Sonic.
who do you feel like would be number one?
I know who it is because I pay attention to the stock market a lot, so I don't want to ruin the number one.
Okay, all right,
it
fair
Eric's
enough.
Favorite place, Burger King?
It seems like the people that have texted in, the Tolos that have texted in, are much like Lucius here. They've got this thing. They've got this thing.
So it
nailed.
is Starbucks?
It is not Starbucks. Starbucks actually is going to be almost number one. They come in at number two.
Okay.
They come in at number two.
Is it Pizza Hut?
The Pizza Huts. Yes. Okay. Good call. Pizza Hut.
Oh,
comes
the
in
Yum brands.
Yeah. Pizza Hut comes in at number 8, and Domino's is number 7. They both have a little over 6,000, really almost 7,000 locations. Your number one is going to have over 20,000 locations across the United States.
And it's not tricky at all, right?
I guess it could feel like it kind of is tricky.
Subway.
Boom. There you go.
Got it.
Subway is number one.
Eat
They have
fresh.
over 20,000. Now they're trending down. They're starting to. They're not building Subways anymore. They're really starting to decrease them, and they're removing some franchises because they have so many. But they are still the American leader when it comes to total locations in the fast food industry. Dairy Queen pops in at number 10, a little over 4,000 locations.
So I feel like we don't have
familiar.
enough of them being in Dallas. You
I know.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised to see it in the top 10 because I feel like we don't even have enough of the Dairy Queens.
I'd get a lot of money for a steak finger basket right now.
I know.
Wouldn't it be better if they had mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes. That's like you have to have mashed potatoes with steak fingers. I
With
feel
the
like.
Texas
They
toast
go
as well?
hand in hand. Yeah, with the Texas toast.
And a little bit bigger gravy bowl. I think I need a little bit more gravy there. I don't think I get enough gravy with the little steak fingers.
Do you guys pour the gravy over your steak fingers, or do you dip them?
I'm a poor guy.
I dip.
Pour and put pepper on top of that.
I noticed that you like to do that at the buffet too.
Yeah, I do.
You have a giant plate stacked up, and then you just pepper everything.
Right.
It's a good call.
I take El Paso on the steak fingers.
Oh, really?
Controversial take. Not a big fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fish sticks?
Do you like it?
Fish stick guy? Too fishy.
I'll take a blizzard. Thank you.
sticks.
Well, DQ's not doing the fish sticks, but I'm like trying to figure out something.
You know what's underrated at DQ that you need to try?
The tacos.
Tacos.
Yeah. Everybody
the
says
tacos
that.
are underrated as all get out.
Wendy's comes in at number 9.
They're going to try and raise the prices on you to sneak in there.
I think they walked that back, by the way.
They didn't walk that back.
They're alleging that, I guess they did one of those rollouts. They saw that the return was not very good, and now they're trying to sell it like, no, these menus are going to be good because we're going to be giving promotions.
Yeah.
We're going to be giving promotions. We're going to be giving value deals.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we'll
value
see.
deals.
Yeah, the menu's gonna look like a stock market ticker.
Yeah.
Going across.
Ooh, sorry, sir. If you would have been here 30 seconds ago, you could have saved yourself
Just missed
$3.
Oh, the single with cheese. Oh.
Pizza Hut does come in at number 8. Domino's at number 7. Burger King, even
I'll tell
though
you
they're trending down,
Can I
they're
say something
losing
about
they're
Domino's?
losing franchises left and right, but Burger King stays strong at number 6. What's your take on Domino's?
I think Domino's is giving incredible effort. I think Domino's is trying to be.
They got like ovens in the back of their drivers' cars.
They're
and
trying
stuff.
to. They're trying to make their food as good as possible,
as fresh as possible.
They're trying really, really
despite
hard.
having no real, actual fresh ingredients.
I would say that they're not my favorite, but
They
they're
need to-
trying really hard.
That's edible. I mean, I could definitely eat some Domino's.
They need to go team up with the folks at Zalots, okay? Because
Yeah.
they actually make really delicious pizza for cheap, okay? They just need to deliver it. Because, I just...
Tell you what, you're right about that Zalots, though.
I mean...
That garlic and grease they got working on that thing. God, is that good?
Domino's has had its lane for a very long time. I was disappointed to see Pizza Hut join that lane. I much preferred, its original business model, but it went down to the Domino's path, so I understand. It's profitable. But I need something in the mid-range there, Not super cheap, but amazingly priced, So that's the genesis of the suggestion for Domino's.
I think Pizza Hut, if you ask me for the chain pizza places,
yeah,
I think Pizza Hut's the best.
Yeah, they're doing a nice job.
I agree with
They
you,
are.
bro. I like their thin and crispy. Pizza
But
Hut's always been the spot.
it was nice going into that back in the day. They'd have the little video games. They had the checkerboard.
Yeah. The red cups.
Yes. And the pan
the
pizza.
red cups.
It was dang near gourmet.
Yes.
The old
Yeah.
style.
Yeah, you guys got it figured out.
Yeah. The book
You have to eat
club.
it.
Oh my God, the book club.
There was a book club at yours?
Buckets. You would read like a book a week or something like that. You get a free personal pan pizza.
Oh, that's right, dude. In elementary. Yes.
LeBron cleaned
That's what
up
turned me
at that
out to
time.
Pizza Hut.
That's what got you going?
That's what turned me out.
Nice.
That's all you need, kids. Take a bite.
I do miss the old school pizza.
They make you
Huts,
turn in like a book report, Lucius? How did you get the pizza?
Yeah, your parents had to sign off on it that you actually read the book, and so I did. Yeah.
Okay, this Captain Ahab, he got strapped to the whale.
Yeah.
And he really couldn't get off the whale.
Yeah, you telling some 16-year-old kid, I promise I read it. Yeah, sure, dude. Here you go, man. Just take it.
The mice and men, okay. We
Take it, man.
Lenny, right.
A lot of people want to know where Whataburger comes in here on the fast food.
Saw one out here in Arizona when we were driving around.
It's becoming a national chain. It'll be number one someday.
Yeah, I think it's inching its way up the charts.
Love me some Whataburger.
Comes in at number 28 right now. Texas obviously leading the way with how many they have, but it is approaching 900 locations, which is good for top 30.
them.
Zaxby's is sitting there.
That's
at
a
27.
chicken place from North Carolina, right?
I think so, because it's very much so on the eastern shores where most of the locations are. Carl's Jr.'s also in the mid-20s.
That's a West Coast company.
Wingstop is in the mid-20s as well.
It's my baby.
Five Guys is in the mid-20s.
Fries are good.
Hardee's very
That's
east.
very old school.
Very east as
southeast,
well.
very southeast, the Hardee's. Oh, it's a terrible
Pitcher
throw.
throws
That's why
it
you're
into the
an A.
outfield.
That's why you're
Field
an
your
A.
damn position, sir.
Is that and then he fumbles the bag there. Look at that. That's Sports Center not top 10.
I think that was a walk-off right there.
There was two bloopers on that play defensively
That's
to
a
allow the
walk-off
Royals
right
to
there.
win.
An error
And
wins
look,
it.
there's three different guys patting themselves on the chest saying, "My bad, my bad."
Except for the pitcher who's yelling at people. That's called a DAC right there.
Let me tell you this, though. The pitcher's talking to the catcher, and everybody else is walking to the other end of the dugout. They're all like, I'm not talking to you,
Shaking
pitcher man.
heads. They're
what the hell's going on here?
Looking down.
Pitcher man is like, he's not. Who is
Pitcher's
pitcher
not
man?
even going into the dugout because he knows everybody wants to kick his ass.
The catcher's trying to calm him down, I think.
Pitcher seems to be deflecting.
Yeah.
In a huge way. Finger pointing there.
Yeah, catcher just put his arm around him. It's going to be okay, buddy.
It's all good. Hey, it's just spring training. Doesn't matter. You weren't going to make the team anyways, dude.
Oh, I heard the AA Stadium has a new soda machine, bro.
You're going to love it when you get back out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that was pretty funny, dude. I hope that ends up. I hope we get to relive that together as a country on Sports Center's Not Top 10.
Jeez, dude, he chunked that thing right into the outfield.
How did he throw it that bad?
Dude, round second, center fielder sliding to get the errant throw from the pitcher, pops up, throws it in, relay guy
drops it.
Doesn't even catch it. No play at the plate, game over.
That's incredible, man.
Welcome to Oakland A's baseball.
Yeah, that right there is the highlight. That should be the highlight film right there for Oakland A baseball.
Taco Bell comes in at number 5 with just over 7,000 locations in America. Dunkin'. What do they say? America runs on Dunkin'?
They run on Dunkin'. Yep.
Well, it is a Mount Rushmore currently, almost 10,000 Dunkin' locations. Then at number 3, coming in bronze with McDonald's. They have a little over 13,000 locations in America. Starbucks is number 2 with just about 16,000 locations. But number 1, it is Subway, still going strong, because Subway did this thing where they're in a bunch of school cafeterias, they're in every airport, they're in your mall, and then they're on every corner.
Next thing you know,
as well.
Man, if I'm being honest, I think I would have a glazed donut for every meal. I would just do Dunkin'. You know, I'm like, I don't need anything else because it's that good.
See, I would take it up just to the next level and make it, can we put a beef patty on there and then add another glazed donut, and let's just go glazed donut cheeseburger.
We can make a breakfast sandwich out of it. We can eat it a la carte. A lot of different things. We can make dessert with a vanilla ice cream in a donut. A lot of ways we could do it, but I could do donut for every meal. I think that highly of it.
I would love to see how, like, over time, how creative you could get with it.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think the versatility's there. First week, you're just like, dude, I'm hammering home glazed donuts. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Then you start to be like, okay, now I've had the glazed donut. How can we level up here? And you'd probably come up with some really cool things.
Yeah. Yes, until the doctors got involved, of course.
Yeah, right up until your heart stopped.
It'd be a good couple months. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at spring training. Salute to our sponsor at Sonic. Good. Little rim sesh coming up. We're going to talk some hoop. Chief, what are the subject matters looking like today?
The Mavs are on the road for their biggest game of the regular season. To date, we break it down and get you set next year in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's a time now to get a little rim sesh here, an afternooner, and here's the chief with the details.
Guys, we might have to start talking about the KNC Masterpiece bump. We already know about the G-Bag bump. You get a Ranger stopping through the G-Bag Nation really in any capacity. He's in store for a pretty special night the next time he's playing some baseball. And we remember yesterday, right before the G-Bag Nation took over, KNC Masterpiece interviewed Wyatt Langford.
Oh, they did.
It was riveting.
Uh-huh.
It was award-winning. And all he did since then, Wyatt Langford today versus the San Francisco Giants in 3 at-bats. He's got a single, a walk, and a 2-run bombski bomb. Hello, Wyatt Langford. Welcome to the Bigs, baby.
I've been, really trying to resist the temptation to float a nickname by. I don't know. I've been workshopping it in my own head, but Wyatt Bangford.
Ooh, okay. Bangford.
I mean, I'm thinking more like a Diamond Dallas Page. Bang.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mike Breen.
Yeah. Bang. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be explosive out there. A Bang's explosion, Brian. It looks like, from the look on your face, I don't think you like it.
No, I'm just. I'm always. I was trying to figure out. There's a player for the Oakland A's that was signing a bunch of autographs. So I was looking up if he was actually an Oakland A. That's what I was doing.
Very nice.
I appreciate Dawson. You're usually pretty good with those nicknames.
Is he?
And
Cunning Dunning?
I think
Cunning Dunning? I don't know. I'm stuck.
I think
it didn't stick.
I think he. When he says the word workshop, he's trying to tell you something, and I think you're onto something.
Well, the Baseball Reference is not providing any sort of Wyatt Langford nicknames. So maybe
I think Dawson's onto something.
Maybe you just discovered something.
I think
here.
Wyatt Bangford, a.k.a. Bang Bang, that kind of works. If I'm on SportsCenter, I'm running with it.
Yeah, I think you absolutely.
Yeah.
You take that to the 10 o'clock and you run it live, and hopefully
maybe it flops. The audience will tell me.
Yeah, but you got to get the risk taking, and there's clearly something. It's out for the taking. There's a market for this. There's no Wyatt Langford nickname according to Baseball Reference. So
probably needs to hit 40 bombs before it really sticks. But if it sticks that year, and you see a sign out there at the Globe just saying "Bang Bang," hit it here.
Oh my gosh, dude! Give him a little target practice
There you
out
go.
there.
Now you're onto something, Dawson.
All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and for the final time in Surprise, Arizona, the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta
So
join
he
here,
does.
man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks are on the road in Boston to take on the best team in basketball right now, man. Ultimate regular season test for these Mavs. Best team in the NBA. Celtics riding a 9-game winning streak. First on offense, third on defense. Should be a lot of scoring, though, despite that, because Boston first in offense since the trade deadline, and Dallas is number 2. So over the last few weeks of basketball, these are the 2 best offenses in the entire sport. And so this is going to be, hopefully, it's unfortunate with our traveling situation. I'll be trying to pull it up on the phone, see if we can consume it on the ride there, and while we're trying to wait through security or something.
I had some pretty good luck with the onboard Wi-Fi streaming video on our flight here. It was robust enough. It had enough bandwidth that I was watching video. Streaming video.
Wow, dude. Okay.
Maybe we'll get lucky.
Broadus you were watching a movie or a show?
No,
or
I was
something?
watching Drive to Survive, the Formula One shows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I downloaded all those.
Oh, so
I
you didn't
downloaded.
have to worry about
I didn't have to worry about it.
paying for the.
Yeah, I didn't have to worry about it.
Smart
I
move.
would have paid for it though.
I know you would have.
I like what I tell you. The reliable Wi-Fi actually is Southwest Airlines.
Oh, really?
You send them the $8.
Yeah.
Venmo it to them. Boom. You get Wi-Fi.
American Airlines won't block the gambling clients on their apps, which is great. That's what you need right there.
Get a little poker going.
You want to make that flight time fly by. Boom. Start playing some blackjack. Maybe dip on over and do some roulette.
Well, that's what I
play
was
some
doing.
poker.
I just know that my shows were like 45 to 50 minutes long, and you get through a couple, then the flight was over. That's what I was banking on.
So you jump on that online poker or whatever.
Man, there was a lot to like in the association last night. Superstars doing their thing. Steph Curry at Madison Square Garden. Steph had been kind of in a bit of a slump. He busted out of it, 31 points. You had LeBron James in Los Angeles. It's versus the Wizards, and it's in overtime, so it's tough there for the Lakers. But LeBron making huge plays at the end of that game, and in overtime, a vintage LeBron block and a clutch 3 to tie the game late in overtime there. So, and now LeBron 9 points shy of a career 40K points.
I think there was, if I was reading correctly, I know we were that LeBron that the Lakers were playing the Clippers, and they were down 19, and LeBron brought them back.
Oh,
One of those
yeah.
epic.
Yeah, that was
runs.
Yeah,
had a big week.
Yeah, huge week for LeBron because yes, you're right. That was 2 nights ago.
Yeah, they won 116-112.
Yes,
and
LeBron outscored the entire team in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, LeBron went off for 34 that night. But
and then
they were down big.
They were,
and he rallied them back.
Yeah, it was epic.
Yeah.
And then last night he does what he did there, and now he's 9 points shy of 40,000. You had Wembanyama
also just playing some really, really good basketball. And there was a sequence late in that game where he gets a great block, comes down, boom, cash money three, kind of a dagger three in a tight game in the final 3 minutes versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then he has the moment late as well where he stuffs Chet Holmgren. And that seems like it's going to be a fun.
They've gone together a couple times already this season. It's been pretty good.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, really the best young up-and-coming big man rivalry in all of basketball right now, sharing a division and sharing a similar age and build, just thin dudes who can do a lot with the basketball. Chet versus Wemby is going to be a ton of fun, but Wemby gets them the best of them last night. Huge plays towards the end of that game, but 28 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 blocks, 2 steals, very efficiently, 5 of 7 from the three-point line. What Wemby did last night and what he is doing over the last few weeks has been really, really awesome, living up to the expectations, as crazy as it is to say.
It's a big win, man.
Yeah, and he becomes the first player in NBA history last night, 25 points, 10 boards, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 5 three-pointers in a game. He's Mr. Do-It-All.
Yeah, he's a creative player.
Holy smokes, dude. He's going to have a depoy. He'll get a depoy.
For sure.
Probably a few depoys based on the way.
Depoy, MVP.
All of it, yeah. Stacking hardware. Question is, how long will it take for the Spurs to actually do some winning? I mean, that's a big win last night versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are really one of like 4 teams in the NBA that history would suggest still has a chance at winning this year's NBA title. If you remember, we talked about the Phil Jackson 40-20 rule or theory the other day, where over the last 30 years, it's 27 of the last 30 NBA champions in the regular season notched their 40th win on the season before they got their 20th loss. And now the only teams that can actually say that this season are the Celtics, who the Mavs play tonight, the Denver Nuggets,
Timberwolves in there,
the Timberwolves, and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the history says it's pretty much out of those 4 teams, 3 are in the West, only 1 in the East. Makes a ton of sense. Boston is the favorite there because the competition in the East is lower. But those are kind of your 4 teams that history, Phil Jackson's theory, would say still have a chance to win.
I want to say Boston's going to do it, but if Denver stays healthy, I just think they hit an upper echelon. Right now, the Celtics are hungry because of how their seasons have ended for like the last 8 years. They're desperate, so they're like, let's get home court advantage and let's just kick everybody's ass and make sure it's obvious. The Nuggets got that championship cruise on. After you win one, you're like, yeah, let's make sure we make the playoffs and then see what happens. And that, that championship pace that you can set in the regular season can pay off. But right now, and that's why I'm so excited to watch Mavs Celtics tonight, it just seems like Boston is on a mission and they won't be denied. That's what it looks like right now.
Yeah, they should be fast-tracked to the finals, and then it might be a Denver's just too good thing. They are deep. They're still legit. Jamal Murray got banged up last night, though, rolling an ankle, so I don't know how serious that is. But like you said, if healthy, I still think the Nuggets are the team.
Yeah, and then with the Thunder and Wolves, and I sometimes this will bite me, but I don't believe a young team can win 3 straight playoff series until they do it, or until they're like well deep into their 20s and they're, making their, 5th or 6th trip into the playoffs. I don't believe it's possible for young teams to have what it takes, the focus and the consistency to execute, to believe in one of those young teams right now, although they are getting pretty amazing, and Minnesota's been around for a while now. Football's finest coming up next as we get into the 5 o'clock hour. Chief, where are we heading?
We have all sorts of fun things to get to in the football world, including the interesting way Caleb Williams became the throwing stud that he has become. And we got some Rangers things we need to hear from Bruce Bochy next year in the nation.
DFW.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have an edition of football's finest here in the making, and the What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday staple is right around the corner now at 877-881-1053. We'll only ask you that you answer a couple of questions, and that if you're operating heavy machinery, you're not cracking them. Okay, but it is Friday, so let's have some fun. In the meantime, an edition of football's finest, here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Before we bring some football conversation to the table here, I did have there's a clip of Bruce Bochy, Major League or MLB Network, was here in Surprise covering these world champs, and they had a conversation with Bruce Bochy. Listen to what he has to say about the banged up guys in the starting rotation, the Scherzers of the world, the Malleys of the world, the DeGroms of the world, and their status, because I think we get potentially some bad news, but really good news on our guy Scherzer. Plus, he's got some things to say about Wyatt Langford. So here's Bruce Bochy on MLB Network.
We just need them to be themselves, just get them healthy. With Max, now we're looking at June. That's a little bit earlier than we thought. Jacob, maybe August. But we got Malley, too, and we had a really good arm there, and now we're hoping to have him ready by July. So, we get those 3 back. This is going to be a really, really impressive rotation.
I love the blend of veterans and young guys. Josh Young was terrific last year at third base. Evan Carter, we already talked to him, what a star he is. Wyatt Langford is intriguing. Just drafted in 2023 in the first round. What are your expectations for him? Do you think he could break camp as a starting DH for this team?
Well, we're staying open-minded, and he wouldn't just be a DH. We'd have to play him in the outfield too, and it could be a rotation thing. But he's getting his at bats now, and I can answer his question better later in the spring. But he's special. The numbers don't lie on what this kid did last year. So it's been fun to watch him. The hits aren't there right now, but that's all right. We'll take that. He's seen some really good pitching, and we'll keep throwing them out there. We'll see what happens.
Well, we got the hits today. You got 2 hits for Wyatt Langford today. One was a single, one was a 2-run bomb-ski, and it is also a walk for Wyatt Langford today.
Bangford.
So he great day. Yeah, Wyatt Bangford. He had a great day at the plate, but I thought that was interesting from Bochy. Really good news in regards to the Scherzer situation. We were thinking post-trade deadline for basically all these dudes to return, but if there's going to be a June Scherzer sighting, I think that would be really, really exciting, and it might be the perfect timing, shot in the arm kind of deal that this team needs to get to the trade deadline sort of in one piece and feeling like, okay, we are sitting record-wise at a place where we can go attack here and try and make a run.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those Scherzer days. If they happen in June, that would be, just that much better. I didn't know what to make of how he said DeGrom. Maybe August?
Yeah,
that was the bad news situation.
That was the bad news one for me. That's the one that to me could be so great if when healthy. We saw when he was healthy, how well he pitched, how just the command that he has, and the fact that he says, well, we'll see in August, and I'm like going, man, the season could be over in August. If you really, but who knows? To me, I would just worry about him coming back in August, and all of a sudden it's like, man, we need some big starts, and he's trying to kind of find it again. I don't know. Maybe I'm being over whatever you want to call it.
Dramatic?
Maybe.
Pessimistic?
Yes, that too.
Emotional,
sure. I was hoping that he was going to tell me that he was going to be one of the first ones back.
DeGrom?
Yeah.
Nah, I think...
and I don't know anything about Tommy John surgery, I'm sorry, but he seemed like that he was hurt so early. In the season, that it was going to be, and maybe that's my NFL background, where if a guy gets hurt early in the year, I kind of feel like that, he'll be back. And I know Tommy John surgery is completely different from a knee or anything else, but I was hoping that he was going to tell me that maybe, May, June, that August, that kind of took me a little bit.
Well, I think when you factor in the age and the fact that he's a multi-time injury kind of dude, and then more importantly, probably than all of that, how much you've just invested in him for a giant contract that you want to be able to get some juice out of, I think they are taking the ultra cautionary approach when it comes to DeGrom, and so I'm trying to set my expectations for not even seeing him this year. I think there's a chance you like that you don't even actually see him play at all.
Well, okay, so you're saying that. So you guys, neither one of you have hope then.
Well, no. I mean, I asked Mike
Not
Maddox
at him, but I do the team
at the toy drive.
I have hope with the team. I feel like I'm going to need him.
Well, they didn't need him last year, Brian. They'll be just fine, but you're not getting anything good from him. If he comes back, I think, and stays healthy, I'm hopeful that we can build towards 2025. Coming back from the second surgery, number one, and then number two, just the idea that the pitchers just aren't the same when they come back from that the first year. So 2025 DeGrom, good. This year, hoping to get some quality starts in the regular season. But, I think once you get to the playoffs, you're going to need, players that are at the absolute top of their game. And I just can't foresee DeGrom being there this time around.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
You guys just kicked me right in the junk.
Well, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay because you're going to get a June Scherzer deal going on. And I think we've seen guys like Dane Dunning. We've seen guys like John Gray. They can put stretches together. You just got to get to
Okay, well, then give me Montgomery too then. Give me Montgomery.
CY didn't seem very excited about the idea that
I think
he's coming
CY is low-key in it. I think he doesn't want to say much about it. I think they're probably in on this. I don't think he wants to talk about it, though. I don't think he wants to he kind of has an idea that maybe this will work out, but he doesn't want to really talk about it. Sometimes when you kind of get excited about it and talk about it, it doesn't happen.
So you think there's a better chance of the Rangers getting Monty than what CY was leading on
I think he's slow playing us right now.
Well, I did see John Heyman going through all of the remaining. There's like 4 big name dudes that are still out there, obviously Monty being one of those, and the best guess on where he ends up. And Heyman's whole write-up was basically saying, like, not sure, but he puts best guess, he ends up back with the Rangers.
There you go.
So that was John Heyman, but it seems like that was very much so up in the air, and he's just kind of defaulting to the Rangers because we know Monty would like to be back with them. But we'll see if another team decides to give Monty the years and the money that he's looking for. Boston, I think actually the Giants were another team that John Heyman put down.
But he doesn't want to pitch for them, right? Didn't we kind of hear some whispers he didn't want to pitch for the Giants?
Yeah, but
or the Yankees or those people?
Yeah, ultimately beggars can't be choosers, though. And if the Giants are the one team that steps up with the years and the dollars, then I guess he would just say, okay. Yeah. But there's a status of your starting rotation.
Are you guys nervous about it at all?
About Monty?
No, about the rotation.
No, I think
not.
Eovaldi, Gray, Heaney, Dunning, you're solid. You have a great lineup. You have a good bullpen. They're going to get young guys opportunities. I don't like Bradford. I don't like right now what I'm going to see in the 5 spot, but you don't have to worry about that too often. And this offense is going to carry bad pitching to wins.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
And just even the defense and some of the amazing plays that these guys were able to make last year, and just how they don't beat themselves defensively. And there will be days and probably some small stretches of, oh my gosh, this pitching situation is really biting us. We just put up 7 runs and we're coming away with an L here. There's going to be some frustrating moments, but I do think by and large you have enough in your starting rotation factored in with the amount of bats that you have that seem like with the youth and the Bangfords of the world that are stepping up here. It's hopefully as long as Seager and these dudes are healthy, but I think the lineup will. The good will outweigh the bad there when it comes to the offense. And it'll be a little bit like the Mavericks where, hey, offense, we need you to carry us for a little while here. Let's go put your team on your back. And there's enough invested into that offense to say, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And last year being able to out-hit the worst bullpen ever. Mm-hmm. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
So I still got the confidence. Okay, I wanted to play this clip here from the Mina Kimes podcast as we talk about the Cowboys in this offseason and what they got going on. And one of the big things is the linebacker spot. Everybody's talking about it. There's some dudes in the draft, but it seems like free agency is where we've decided we'd like to allocate the assets there. The draft, you get your center, your running back, and in free agency, you get your linebacker and your defensive tackle. Found interesting the conversation that Mina Kimes had on her podcast with Mike Renner, another football guy, and listen to what they say about the linebacker position and how it's so much more unique than the rest of the positions in the NFL and how's best to invest in the position.
The lesson is just don't take them in the first round. Just don't use the premium draft capital. I don't care how good they look. But it's also a position that I think free agents are getting more and more attractive at.
Yes.
That I'd rather just go pay Drew Tranquil, whatever, $5 million a year or whatever it is that he's making, instead of trying to invest high draft capital in some of these guys, because the timeline is just so stretched out for these.
Right.
For these
You want
guys to make
Patrick
an
Queen
impact.
now rather than as a rookie. Yeah. No, isn't that interesting though? It's kind of like the reverse linebacker. Like I feel like sometimes when people talk about the NFL and the cap and players and whatever, we have a reputation for just saying, go younger, draft, don't pay them. But I agree with you. It feels like the reverse might be true at this particular position because of the complexity of it and because it does seem very hard to play well early.
Yeah, you got a lot going on at linebacker these days, don't you? You got to be able to cover and diagnose and the motion running game and all this. So it's
Don't come off the field.
It's become a very challenging position, and the guys that do it well are often leading their teams deep into playoff runs and giving an advantage that other teams just can't find. These guys are rare, the type of linebackers that can get that done. But I think what they're saying is in the next class down from the absolute elite ones, there is a group of veteran linebackers who are going to perform way better than the rookies because of their experience, and they have a track record of doing that, and they're just not costing much money. It's like a market inefficiency, and that's another reason that I think we prefer that the Cowboys address this particular issue with a little bit of money. And Brian was talking about the linebackers. You can get this done $5-6 million bucks.
Yeah,
easily.
I saw a deal. I saw a post this morning with that Frankie Louvu from Carolina.
Yeah,
3 years, $27 million. That's what the projection was. They said that the Cowboys are going to sign him 3 years, $27 million.
Okay.
So that seems to be what the market is for him.
They were making predictions. They had the top 100 free agents.
Yeah.
And they were predicting where they were going to go.
It's a premium chess piece for single-digit millions in the NFL. You find a player who ranks that well at edge, at corner, at tackle, at wide receiver, they're $25-30 million bucks. So it's just a great way, and hopefully the Cowboys are thinking along those lines. So I don't know, maybe they want to do another linebacker at 24.
That would be heartbreaking. Oh my gosh, that would be heartbreaking. But yeah, I think that's just a general view of it. But then also when you sink into, like you said, Broadus, this specific free agent class of linebackers, there's some depth there of solid starters that would be instant upgrades for the Cowboys that wouldn't cost you a ton. You don't have to go get the top tier linebacker on the board there in free agency because there's about 7 or 8 of them that are pretty solid. You can go grab a guy, like you said, Dawson, $5 million. Yeah, you get Al Shazier. Now all of a sudden you got yourself a bona fide run stuff and linebacker that they were craving all last year. So, and then hopefully the Overshown deal will be interesting to see. I think that's something that can take the defense to the next level, though. If Overshown's going to come back,
I'll tell you, Zimmer's going to need him, man. He didn't play without linebackers. He's just not going to do it.
You can't guarantee that's going to happen with Overshown, and you can't guarantee you'd get a player that can help you in the draft. I think in order to be sure, you got to go spend at least $5, maybe $10 million at linebacker if you're going to be serious about having a great defense next year.
Man, I thought this was a pretty funny clip. So this is the Chiefs defensive back coach. His name's Dave Merritt. This is him on the Sports Shop podcast, and he's talking about, so he's the Chiefs DB coach. They just beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. Listen to him undress them, and keep in the back of your mind that the Niners just brought him in to be their, to interview for their defensive coordinator job. So listen to what he had to say about the Niners, and then just imagine the whole time, wow, they just brought this guy in to interview him. And this podcast clip is from last week.
Wilkes, even himself, is looking at this as a blessing. You know what? I understand you guys want to go in a different direction, but if you want to base it clearly off of just the game, that's not the case, and we all know that. There's always something behind a marriage if it's not going well. It doesn't just happen overnight. So, but if you want to talk about the game, their offense went 3 for 12 on third down.
Oops.
Our offense went 9 for 19, but if your offense is going 3 for 12 on third down, is that Wilkes' fault? If your tight end, who's all pro, Kittle, only has 1 catch for 4 yards, is that Wilkes' fault? I mean, so therefore you can feed McCaffrey all you want to. He needs help. And then number 11, who was trying to fight all game, Aiko, whatever, I don't know. He only had 40-something yards. Was that Wilkes' fault? So I just say that there was something going on before this all went down.
Oh, man. That's pretty good. I like that. Say here.
Okay. So
Brandon Ayuk, I think he was talking about.
Yeah, he was talking about Brandon Ayuk right there. But he was defending the recently fired defensive coordinator for the Niners, Steve Wilkes, and he was explaining how the offense sucked really, really bad. That's Shanahan's baby, his offense. He's putting names on it. He's calling out Kittle and Ayuk and all these dudes for not playing well. And the Niners just brought him in for an interview to be their defensive coordinator. I think that's pretty awesome. I kind of like that. Like Shanahan's like, dude, you just tore me up. But you clearly had a good plan against me.
Well,
I kind of want you to be on my team.
I would bring him in too. I would bring him in too and interview him and talk to him how he stopped you or what was their plan.
Yeah.
Maybe I have no intent of hiring him. None. I get him to spill his guts in the interview and get him up on the board and say what was your game plan going in? How would you attack me today? I would get him up there on that board and have him walk me through. So the next time that I'm in that situation, I'm not going to. I understand now what you were thinking.
Cowboys should have done with that.
I would
defensive coordinator.
I would absolutely do the interviews and have no intent of hiring a guy like that. Probably.
The Shanahan shade off season continues though with him taking a bigger step back in the coach rankings than I think we've seen in a long time. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we return, it is that time of day on a Friday. Quitting time. What you drinking and what you thinking? At 877-881-1053. We'll take your phone calls next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about the Frankels.